Chapter 1. Concerning my rebirth as an infant. Within the hallowed halls of First High School in City A, there existed a rather formidable pair of desk mates. The male, known as Su Won, was a prodigious talent in Taekwondo, possessing a black belt and an attractive demeanor, hailing from a wealthy background. He was the object of affection from many young women within the school, however. His ambitions lay firmly within the financial sector, and he currently owns several companies, boasting a net worth in the hundreds of millions. The female, named Tang Xi, was an academic overachiever, consistently ranking at the top of her class. She had received numerous awards for her scientific endeavors and had even graced the pages of several newspapers. Possessing both beauty and a charming disposition, she was well-liked among her peers. As she strolled home from school, Tang Xi hummed a cheerful tune, having heard whispers of the rumored relationship between her and Su Won. The school was abuzz with gossip regarding the two of them. Frustration welled within her despite being desk mates. They had virtually no interaction, one diligently attending to lessons while the other dozed off, one engrossed in problem-solving while the other monitored stock prices. Their conversations were, at best, minimal. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered to a traffic light, where she lifted her gaze to find Su Won ahead, casually slinging his backpack over one shoulder while engrossed in his phone. Clad in a blue and white school uniform, his profile was striking, particularly the pronounced bridge of his nose. Tang Xi admitted, albeit reluctantly, that she had felt a fleeting attraction to him in the past. As Su Won began to walk ahead, Tang Xi, with her head bowed, followed suit. The innocent yet bold affections of youth drew her gaze repeatedly to his retreating figure, yet they were destined to remain in separate realms. Beep beep. A large truck barreled towards Su Won, and Tang Xi, reacting instinctively, lunged forward to push him aside. "Run," she urged. Surprised by the sudden shove from behind, Su Won turned, irritation etched on his face. Bang! The truck struck Tang Xi, propelling her several meters away, the pavement instantly stained with crimson. The gruesome scene momentarily left Su Won in shock, and as he caught sight of Tang Xi's pallid visage, he froze. In that very instant, a car skidded and collided with Su Won. With blood covering him, he lay on the road, casting a final glance in Tang Xi's direction. "Fool! Had you not pushed me, you wouldn't have met this fate." In her last moments, Tang Xi lamented inwardly. "Cursed Su Won, may I never encounter you in my next life. Encountering you has brought nothing but misfortune." At that moment, in the Douluo continent, within the Stardo forest, Tang Xi's consciousness had languished in slumber for an eternity. She felt her spirit being drawn by an unseen force, and upon regaining awareness, she realized she had been reborn as an infant. Surrounded by towering trees, she found herself swathed in a layer of white cloth, lying beside a stream. Eep, eep, eep. As she attempted to speak, only the coos of an infant emerged, and it dawned on her that she had reincarnated into a child while retaining her memories. Yet, a sharp pain gripped her heart, as if a colossal hand was clutching it, rendering her breathless. The cries of the infant persisted, driven by the unbearable agony in Tang Xi's heart, until she ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. In the divine realm, a gentle, green-haired goddess and a dark purple-haired, crimson-eyed god observed the scene before them in a water mirror, Tang Xi's transformation into an infant. They were none other than the god of life and the god of destruction. The god of life sighed, "I had intended to summon our successor from another world, yet this brave girl sacrificed herself to save our heir, and her soul followed him to the Douluo continent. Regrettably, the body she has been reborn into has a damaged heart and will not survive beyond today." Feeling a tinge of disappointment, the god of life bowed his head, acknowledging their oversight. With a flicker of divine power, he directed his essence through the water mirror into Tang Xi's body. The divine power enveloped her heart, which had ceased to beat, and as it fused with her heart, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted forth. Gradually, the heart transformed into a transparent, seven-petal heart, resuming its rhythmic pulsing. The god of destruction smirked. "Since you wish for this soul from another realm to live a few more years, I shall bestow upon her a fragment of my divine power as compensation." A dark mist emanated from his fingertips, seeping through the water mirror and entering Tang Xi's form. In the Star Doe forest, Tang Hao cradled the infant in his arms as he traversed the woods, suddenly sensing a faint power one imbued with formidable divine energy. He promptly altered his course. Upon reaching the riverbank, he spotted the infant wrapped in white cloth, her heart radiating a soft glow. Instantly recognizing the seven-petal heart, he was taken aback, realizing the infant was fated to live no longer than 25 years. In the Douluo continent, the seven-petal heart bore little significance, yet its rarity was akin to that of a century-old soul ring. Its sole purpose was to extend the lifespan of those with heart ailments by 25 years. In the presence of long-lived soul masters, 25 years was negligible. Furthermore, the seven-petal heart was exceptionally rare, with only 3 individuals in history having possessed it, all of whom had met their demise after a mere 25 years. Gazing at the petite infant with her fair, cherubic face and sleeping countenance, Tang Hao's heart softened. Well then, having an additional daughter may not be such a burden after all. Before reading, this narrative leans towards the theme of a beloved group with a hint of drama. There are 2 protagonists, one aligned with Tang San and the other with the Spirit Hall. No couples will be dismantled, and no masters will be worshipped. Su Wen's objective is to save the Spirit Hall, eliminate Tang San, and seize opportunities. Tang Xi, on the other hand, is dedicated to protecting the protagonist group and living a leisurely life. Su Wen and Tang Xi are a couple, with their conflicting emotions serving as a backdrop, while the focus remains on the cherished Tang Xi. Su Wen possesses 2 divine inheritances, while Tang Xi, having none, forges her divine status through her own means. Su Wen's cultivation speed exceeds Tang San's by 5 levels, whereas Tang Xi's progression is steady, with her first soul ring not being terrifyingly potent, gradually evolving in color as her journey unfolds. If you find this unappealing, feel free to exit by clicking the upper left corner. We may not tire of gazing at each other, and I kindly ask for your support in terms of collections and votes. Thank you, dear readers. 2. I became Tang San's sister. Nestled on the outskirts of Notting City lies a quaint village known as Holy Soul Village. On a patch of grass, a 6-year-old boy with blue hair and blue eyes sat in meditation, this boy being none other than Tang San. With a flick of his left hand, a blue lotus flower blossomed momentarily before dissipating, sending ripples of purple light across the surroundings. Tang San opened his eyes, his violet irises shifting to blue, reflecting his thoughts. My Xiantian skill has stagnated at the first level for 3 months without any progress. Turning his gaze to the side, he noticed his sister, Tang Xi, lazily lounging on the grass, chewing on a blade of grass. He sighed, "Xiao Xi, I invited you to practice with me, not to slack off." At his words, the girl with playful brown hair stirred, yawning sleepily. This was Tang Xi. "Oh, brother, since I'm destined to live no longer than 25 years, why exhaust myself with training?" She replied nonchalantly. Tang Xi lamented her plight. Ever since Tang San learned from Tang Hao that she would not see her 25th year, he had taken upon himself to teach her his Xiantian skill and purple extreme magic eyes, fearing she might perish prematurely. However, Tang Xi despised the effort required, ultimately only practicing the purple extreme magic eyes. Upon hearing this, Tang San, in a fit of annoyance, lightly tapped her forehead, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Stop saying such nonsense. I will find a way to ensure you live to be 26. Seeing her brother's determination, Tang Xi felt guilty about discouraging him. Fearing he would drag her into rigorous training, she simply pouted, "Let's hurry back for dinner." It was only 2 months after her arrival in this world that Tang Xi discovered she had unwittingly become a character in the popular novel Douluo Continent. Originally reborn as an abandoned infant, she had been taken in by Tang Hao as his daughter. By a twist of fate, she had become the younger sister of the protagonist, Tang San, only to learn from her adoptive father that she was fated to live no longer than 25 years. Nevertheless, Tang Xi maintained a positive outlook, grateful for the additional 25 years. For now, she simply wished to follow Tang San's lead and enjoy a life of leisure. However, under the pressure of her brother's insistence, she had no choice but to begin training her body. In the 6 years since her arrival, she had fully embraced Tang San and Tang Hao as her family, given that she had been an orphan in her previous life. As she skipped along the paths of Holy Soul Village, her curiosity for this new world remained unquenched. At the end of the pathway stood a 3-story house, slightly weathered yet homely. This was the abode Tang she had called home for 6 years. Upon entering, Tang San and Tang Xi pushed open the door, with Tang San instinctively heading to the kitchen, while Tang Xi began tidying up. Once the porridge was ready, a disheveled man emerged, clad in a snug brown leather jacket that accentuated Tang Hao's robust physique. The three of them shared a meal in comfortable silence. Though Tang Xi's expression was one of despair since her arrival in this world, she had not tasted meat, just endless bowls of porridge. Contemplating this, she cast a reproachful glance at Tang Hao. Tang Hao paused for a moment, a smile creeping onto his lips as he declared, "Today's weight training increases to 300 pounds, and you'll run 5 extra laps around the village." With her head bowed and a frown on her face, Tang Xi looked up with glistening eyes, pleading, "Dad, let's negotiate and skip practice today." Thanks to her 7-petal heart, Tang Xi's physique was extraordinary, her strength remarkable. Her only vulnerability lay in her heart. As long as it remained free from fatal harm, she could live healthily until her 25th year. In unison, Tang Hao and Tang San exclaimed, "No way." Upon hearing this, Tang Xi felt utterly disheartened. Tang Hao contemplated inwardly. What if someone blind were to harm Xiao Zai's heart? That would be catastrophic. Only by cultivating one's own strength can one avert the root of such problems. Hence, practice is indispensable. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside, as village chief Jack leaned on his cane, waiting outside the house. "Tang Hao, I have come to take Xiao Shi and Xiao San to awaken their martial souls." Upon hearing this, Tang San looked up in delight, for this day had finally arrived, and Tang Xi gazed at Tang Hao with sparkling eyes. Tang Hao, with an impassive expression, nodded slightly. "Remember to return by noon to prepare lunch." In the next instant, Tang Xi dashed towards the door, exclaiming joyfully, "Oh yeah, Xiao Shi is going to awaken her martial soul." Tang San followed closely behind, chuckling, "Slow down, Xiao Shi." 3 awakening martial souls. Under the guidance of Grandpa Jack, Tang San and Tang Xi arrived at a stone house, where several children were curiously observing their surroundings. Su Yuntao, clad in a light purple uniform of the Martial Soul Hall, stood atop the stone house, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Village Chief Jack proclaimed, "The reason our village is named Holy Soul Village is that we once produced a soul sage. Now, children, this master is here to help you awaken your martial souls." Tang Xi regarded the 29th level Great Soul Master, Su Yuntao, who was known in the novel for his condescending demeanor, with utmost seriousness. Su Yuntao, exasperated, remarked, "I have traversed 6 villages, and not a single child with soul power has emerged." The group of children was then ushered into the house, where Su Yuntao unleashed the martial soul spirit wolf, casting 6 small stones to form a luminous circle, before retrieving a crystal ball to begin measuring their soul power. Scythe? It possesses some degree of offensive capability. No soul power next. Who? Another without soul power. Blue Silvergrass, a worthless martial soul next. When it was Tang San's turn, blue silvergrass sprouted from his left hand, while a small hammer emerged from behind his back. Tang Xi's eyes gleamed with excitement. It was indeed identical to the original tale. Without even glancing, Su Yuntao recognized it as a worthless martial soul and immediately called for the next child. "Wait a moment, you haven't measured my soul power yet." Su Yuntao scoffed. "Blue Silvergrass is a worthless martial soul, what more is there to measure?" Tang Xi, irked by this, retorted, "What do you know? There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters." Observing the unwavering determination in their eyes, Su Yuntao relented and allowed Tang San to measure his soul power. Tang San placed his hand upon the crystal ball, which instantly radiated a brilliant light. Su Yuntao exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible! It is innate full soul power. What a pity that it is a worthless martial soul." Tang Xi silently added in her heart, a worthless martial soul that will surpass you in less than 6 years. Next was Tang Xi, who felt an exhilarating thrill. It was finally her turn. Standing within the luminous circle, she began to levitate slowly, soon sensing a warm force surging towards her, as if two powers were striving to break free from their shackles. Thump! Tang Xi felt her heart leap violently, her eyes widening as waves of agonizing pain coursed through her chest. Ah, my heart hurts so much. Her complexion turned pale, and she trembled uncontrollably, luminous threads swirling around her arms. Tang Xi anxiously glanced at Su Yuntao. Master, what is happening to my sister? Why is she in such agony? Su Yuntao, breaking into a cold sweat, realized that he was witnessing a situation he had never encountered before. In excruciating pain, Tang Xi felt a force in her left hand shatter the constraints, blooming forth into a magnificent white peony. From her right hand emerged a long, delicate white thread. Overwhelmed by discomfort, she had no mental capacity to conceal the second martial soul. The names of her martial souls materialized in her mind. Bloodthirsty peony, line of life. With her last ounce of strength, Tang Xi reached out to touch the crystal ball, which shone brilliantly, nearly matching the radiance of Tang San's measurement. Su Yuntao was utterly astounded, murmuring, could it be a twin martial soul? It is known that the current Pope, Bibi Dong, also possesses a twin martial soul. Furthermore, it is innate full soul power. Soon after, Su Yuntao lamented, what a shame, one is a mutated worthless peony, and the other is a thread devoid of offensive capability. Both martial souls are indeed worthless. As the awakening concluded, Tang Xi fainted from the air, and Tang Xi swiftly caught her in his arms. She felt just a tad heavy. Worried, Tang Xi looked at Tang Xi's pale face and immediately thought of their father, rushing out to find him without delay. Upon seeing Tang Xi burst through the door, carrying the unconscious Tang Xi, Village Chief Jack appeared puzzled, soon followed by Su Yuntao, who stepped outside. Su Yuntao sighed. Just now, those two children, one with worthless blue silvergrass and the other with twin worthless martial souls, the peony and the thread, what a pity, they both possess innate full soul power. Jack's eyes sparkled with interest. Master, can they both cultivate to become soul masters? Su Yuntao nodded. They can only reach the soul master realm. At most, the girl has a unique situation that must be reported to the martial soul hall. Su Yuntao retrieved a token from his soul guide and handed it to Jack. This is the admission token for the martial soul hall. With it, they can enroll in a reputable academy. It is specifically for that girl. 4 bloodthirsty peony. Tang San rushed home, carrying Tang Xi, and kicked the door open with a loud bang. Tang Hao, who was busy forging, turned irritably to inquire, who is it? Upon seeing Tang Xi's pale visage, he was instantly alarmed and rushed over to embrace her. As a title Douluo, he immediately discerned the faint glow emanating from her heart. Tang Hao infused his soul power into Tang Xi's body, furrowing his brow in confusion. How could there be two conflicting forces of soul power within her? These two energies had been clashing within Tang Xi, endangering her delicate heart and consequently triggering the angina. Tang Xi's complexion gradually improved, and as she weakly opened her eyes, it felt as though all her strength had been drained away. In a feeble voice, she uttered, "What has happened to me?" Tang San expressed his concern, saying, "Little sister, have you been feeling better?" Tang Xi wore a grave expression as she gazed at Tang Hao and Tang San, who appeared both startled and bewildered. I suddenly feel quite hungry," Tang Xi said with a cheerful smile, while Tang Hao suppressed his urge to give her a beating. This girl is truly carefree, making him worry for so long unnecessarily. Tang San, it's time to prepare the meal. Tang San felt helpless. How did he end up with such a sister? Tang Hao suddenly recalled something and inquired, "By the way, what martial spirits have you awakened?" Just as Tang San was about to speak, Tang Xi interjected, "Elder brother has awakened the blue silvergrass." Tang San nodded slightly and then unleashed the blue silvergrass. Tang Hao responded with indifference, as if it were within his expectations. "Father, I have also awakened something resembling a hammer." Tang Hao gazed in astonishment at the other hammer in Tang San's hand. It was the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao solemnly advised Tang San, "Remember, during your cultivation, do not attach any spirit rings to this hammer. Nor should you wield it in front of others. Always use the hammer in your hand to protect the grass you hold." Tang San nodded slightly, though he was uncertain as to why his father had instructed him to do so. Tang San gazed at Tang Xi and remarked to Tang Hao, "But father, my sister's twin martial souls have been revealed." Tang Hao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What did you say? Tang Xi, appearing remorseful, lowered her head and murmured. The awakening of my martial soul is indeed excruciating. I never considered it so deeply. Subsequently, she summoned her 2 martial souls through her will, a delicate white peony and a slender thread. Tang Xi felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Why did her twin martial soul appear so feeble in comparison? Tang Hao helplessly patted Tang Xi's head, assuring her that no one would concern themselves with a twin spirit possessing a useless martial spirit. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Tang Xi felt an even deeper sorrow, her eyes glistening with moisture as if she were on the verge of tears. Tang Hao silently thought that he had misspoken. Father, you are so troublesome. I shall ignore you. Humph. Unless there is meat to eat tomorrow. Tang Hao, feeling helpless, placed a hand on his forehead and quickly replied, all right, I promise you. My dear. Indeed, he had raised a little tyrant. The following morning, Tang Hao set out early. Upon his return at noon, he entered with a wild boar slung over his shoulder. Tang Xi, upon seeing this, joyfully surrounded Tang Hao, exclaiming, Father is so amazing. He truly brought back the meat. Tang Xi's mouth watered as she heard Tang Hao call out Dad a few times, and her heart softened. Having a little cotton-padded jacket was indeed delightful. Subsequently, Tang San began to skin the wild boar, and blood gushed forth, saturating the ground. The gruesome scene momentarily stunned Tang Xi, and a glimmer of crimson light flashed in her eyes. Instinctively, she summoned the bloodthirsty peony. The white peony blossomed upon the boar's blood-soaked flesh, eagerly consuming the blood. Visible strands of soul power coalesced into blue light, flowing towards the peony, which was encircled by a formidable black mist. The peony grew increasingly vibrant, its petals exhibiting a faint pink hue at the edges. Just as Tang San was about to speak, he was interrupted by Tang Hao. After a considerable time, the fresh blood of the wild boar had been completely absorbed, and the black mist on the peony invaded the wild boar, swiftly eroding its withered body, thereby amplifying the black mist potency. Tang Xi felt a continuous surge of energy flowing into her body as she summoned the bloodthirsty peony back with her will. Tang Hao murmured to himself, Xiao Xi has already become an 11th level soul master. Tang Xi stood frozen, gazing helplessly at Tang Hao. I'm sorry, father, but we have no meat to eat today. Tang Hao shook his hand and inquired, what sensations do you experience when utilizing your martial soul? He continued, well, whenever I see blood, I lose control and cannot help but activate my martial soul. By the way, father, my martial soul is named Bloodthirsty Peony. Tang Hao began to comprehend the situation. He turned to Tang San and said, you may go and prepare the meal. I have a few words to share with your sister. Tang San nodded slightly. No matter how his sister changed, she would always remain his beloved sister. Tang Hao led Tang Xi into the room and said, this bloodthirsty peony of yours likely requires the consumption of fresh blood and soul power to elevate its soul rank. Remember not to employ this ability in the presence of outsiders. Otherwise, it may be deemed a malevolent martial spirit and dealt with accordingly. Tang Hao's gaze was somewhat intricate. Why must there exist such a martial spirit? Tang Xi obediently nodded, reassuringly stating, do not worry, father. In the worst case, it is merely death, after all. I am destined to die eventually. Tang Hao couldn't help but slap Tang Xi's forehead gently, causing her to yelp in pain. What nonsense are you spouting? Father will always protect you. Tang Hao retrieved a brooch embedded with a sapphire from his pocket and affixed it to Tang Xi's collar. Dressed in a delicate green bubble skirt, Tang Xi radiated an air of refined elegance. Observing her ethereal appearance, Tang Hao elucidated, this brooch is a soul-guiding device, containing a spatial capacity of 50 square meters. Within it, I have stored 5,000 golden soul coins. Little Xi, your physique is unique. So please remember not to overexert yourself during your cultivation. When Tang Hao raised his eyes once more, he beheld Tang Xi gazing up at him with tear-filled eyes. In an instant, she leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, Dad, I never realized how wealthy our family truly is. Tang Hao, my child, shouldn't your focus be on expressions like father? I am deeply moved. In the ensuing period, Tang Hao instructed Tang San in the art of hammering, while Tang Xi stood nearby, engaged in weightlifting, running, and physical training. Before long, Tang San and Tang Xi organized their belongings and followed the village chief, Jack, to attend school at the Nodding Academy. The bustling city was adorned with numerous upscale buildings, bustling with crowds, while vendors on the streets hawked fruits, vegetables, and an array of intriguing curiosities. Tang Xi had previously purchased bedding and other items on the street. Tang San, filled with curiosity, inquired, Sister, where did you acquire the funds? Tang Xi, with a hint of pride, declared, Of course, it was a gift from my father. Tang San's expression darkened, instantly making him feel as if he were an unwanted stray. Upon arriving at the entrance of Nodding Academy, the guard ahead obstructed the path of Tang San and his companions. With an air of arrogance, the guard declared, This is Nodding Academy, a place not meant for you country bumpkins. Tang San lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly, while the village chief, Jack, pulled out the list issued by Su Yuntao in an attempt to provide evidence. Before Jack could utter a word, he witnessed Tang Xi deliver a powerful punch that sent the guard flying. Nonchalantly scratching his ear, he remarked, Noisy. Tang San was taken aback as he approached and gently stroked Tang Xi's hair. helplessly saying, "Little sister, let your elder brother handle the next fight. If your health is not up to par, refrain from engaging." The gatekeeper, exasperated, was about to voice his thoughts when a round of applause erupted, affirming the situation. A man clad in a dark green robe with cropped hair approached. He was none other than Master Yu Xiaojang. Xiao Wu remarked, "You lack martial ethics." Yu Xiaojang glanced at Tang Xi and Tang San, saying, "I shall take these two under my wing for their report." Jack produced the personal profiles of Tang San and Tang Xi and handed them to Yu Xiaojang, apologetically stating, "I entrust them to you." Jack looked at the two with satisfaction, encouraging, "Little San, Little Xi, ensure you study diligently." Tang Xi nodded with delight, exclaiming, "Little Xi can do it." Subsequently, the two followed Yu Xiaojang and, after glancing at Tang San's personal profile, remarked, "You possess dual martial souls as well, don't you?" Tang San, upon hearing this, cast a vigilant glance at Yu Xiaojang, inwardly pondering, how does he know? Well versed in the plot, Tang Xi could effortlessly foresee the forthcoming words of Yu Xiaojang. Yu Xiaojang elaborated extensively on the reasons for discovering that Tang San possessed twin martial souls, and then addressed the two, asking, "Are you willing to take me as your master?" Upon hearing this, Tang San joyfully knelt down, exclaiming, "Teacher, please allow me to pay my respects." Yu Xiaojang quickly assisted Tang San to his feet, hastily stating, "A man kneels only before heaven, earth, and his parents. You need only bow and address me as teacher." Subsequently, Yu Xiaojang turned his gaze towards Tang Xi, while Tang San also looked at his sister, harboring a desire for her to honor Yu Xiaojang as her mentor. Tang Xi shook her head decisively and replied, "I apologize, master, but I have no desire to become your disciple. My constitution is rather unique. Hence I wish to cultivate dual martial souls." Yu Xiaojang felt a tinge of regret but nonetheless advised, "I recommend that you first develop a single martial soul. This will enhance the quality of the first soul ring for your second martial soul." Tang Xi shook her head. She had no intention of cultivating in that manner. Her intuition assured her that dual cultivation of martial souls was indeed the correct path. Tang Xi casually remarked, "It's all right. I'm merely cultivating for fun. After all, I won't live long." Before Tang Xi could finish her words, she was playfully tapped on the forehead by Tang San, hiding in the corner. Tang Xi touched the bump that had formed on her forehead, feeling a mix of frustration and despair, exclaiming, "I haven't even finished my sentence." Tang San, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Sister, do not speak nonsense." Yu Xiaojang was filled with questions, yet he did not dwell on them. For having Tang San as a disciple was sufficient. Yu Xiaojang led Tang San and Tang Xi to the academy to report in. After which the siblings proceeded directly to their dormitory to gather their belongings. The 7th dormitory, a co-ed residence. As Tang San stepped inside, he was suddenly ambushed by a boy, yet he swiftly subdued Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng patted Tang San on the shoulder and remarked, "You have defeated me. From now on, you shall be the leader of our 7th dormitory." The others immediately bowed and greeted, "Greetings, boss." In the next moment, a little girl with scorpion braids, clad in pink attire and adorned with 2 rabbit ears, entered from outside. Xiao Wu, holding a pink bento, began to introduce herself, saying, "Hello everyone. My name is Xiao Wu, as in the dance." Tang San was unexpectedly shoved by Wang Xing from behind, who teased, "The newcomer from the 7th dormitory is challenging the dorm leader to a duel, and he is our dorm leader." Subsequently, Tang San was successfully knocked down by Xiao Wu. Wang Xing glanced at Tang Xi, who was watching the spectacle, and added, "She is also a newcomer. She hasn't fought yet." Tang Xi, innocently caught in the crossfire, squinted her eyes as she swiftly advanced with a right sweeping kick aimed at her. In a moment of peril, Tang Xi executed a backward flip, landing safely on the ground. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, leveraging the floor's elasticity, performed several aerial flips, her legs coiling around Tang Xi's neck. Just as it seemed Xiao Wu would bring Tang Xi crashing to the ground, she had no choice but to shut her eyes and firmly grasp Xiao Wu's waist. A strange ticklish sensation coursed through Xiao Wu's waist, rendering her legs powerless, causing her to tumble to the ground. Flushing with embarrassment, Xiao Wu pouted and murmured, "You lack martial ethics. How could you so casually pinch a girl's waist? It tickles me to death." 7 Su wins martial spirit Tang, she made a face, playfully conceding defeat. Xiao Wu, in a fit of frustration, stamped her foot and declared, "I don't care. I am the leader of this dormitory. And you must call me Sister Xiao Wu." Tang Xi turned her head away, secretly ridiculing, "What a childish fool." Glancing at Tang San, who was watching the show beside her, a wicked thought crossed her mind, and she teased, "Only my sister-in-law can cure me, unless you wish to be my sister-in-law." Little Wu's eyes sparkled with interest as she leaned in, exclaiming, "Great. Call me sister-in-law." Tang Xi obediently called out sister-in-law, her sweet smile illuminating the room. The inhabitants of the 7th dormitory cast peculiar glances at Tang San, their expressions laden with an inexplicable understanding, as if to say, "Oh, I see." Tang San was on the brink of spewing blood, his inner fury escalating. It seemed that this elder sister had come to target him. In the hall of the Pope of the Spirit Hall sat a woman, her eyes closed in meditation. She was of modest stature, adorned in a luxurious robe of silver with golden embroidery, crowned with a 9-curved purple gold diadem, and wielding a staff approximately 2 meters long, embedded with countless gemstones. This woman was none other than Pope Bibi Dong. Su Wen, with his dark purple-tinged silver hair, donned a form-fitting black outfit complemented by a black-purple leather armor. Under the guidance of the chrysanthemum Douluo, Su Wen arrived at the Pope's hall, announcing, "Your Majesty, I have brought the Holy Sun." Bibi Dong slowly opened her eyes, offering a faint acknowledgement before gesturing to the ghost Douluo to commence the soul awakening. Su Wen was the abandoned child whom Bibi Dong had personally rescued 6 years prior. Instantly recognizing the divine aura emanating from him, she took him in to nurture personally. The ghost Douluo cast 6 small stones that formed a luminous circle around Su Wen, a warm power surging into his being. Ever since he became conscious, he understood that he had traversed into the fervent narrative of Douluo continent. Having been adopted by Bibi Dong as her direct disciple, he was also acutely aware that the future protagonist, Tang Xi, would eventually bring ruin to the spirit hall, leading to Bibi Dong's downfall and the shattering of Qian Renshue's divine status. Having been born in the spirit hall, Su Wen was resolute in not letting any opportunity slip away from him, including the Haotian sect, Tang Xi, and Shrek Academy. He would not allow Tang Xi to claim any of the fortunes from the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Ai, the championship of the elite tournament, or the treasures of Sea God Island and the Killing God Realm. A murderous intent flickered in Su Wen's eyes, and in that moment, a domineering black mist erupted from his left hand. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "An exceptionally rare top-tier martial soul, with a dark attribute." Among the myriad of martial souls, those with attributes were exceedingly rare. Wind, space, darkness, and light, among others, were considered top-tier martial souls, wielding terrifying power. Such attribute-based martial souls could adapt to various types of soul rings, serving offensively, defensively, or supportively. Su Wen then touched a crystal orb, which instantly radiated brilliant light, revealing his innate full soul power. Bibi Dong smiled, a look of approval gracing her features, as she slowly declared, "Su Wen, your talent is remarkable, perhaps even surpassing that of your teacher." Su Wen maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "Teacher, I wish to begin acquiring my first soul ring tomorrow and commence my cultivation." Bibi Dong nodded in agreement with Su Wen's decision, expressing, "Your desire to grow stronger is commendable. I wonder how the talent of that girl with twin martial souls compares to yours." Upon hearing twin martial souls, Su Wen paused, pondering, "Girl? Twin martial souls?" Noticing Su Wen's confusion, Bibi Dong elaborated, "The first individual with twin martial souls perished during cultivation, the second is myself. And the third is a little girl named Tang Xi, though regrettably, she possesses 2 useless martial souls." Bibi Dong then turned her gaze towards the martial soul in Su Wen's left hand, adding, "However, your martial soul is quite impressive." Whispering to himself, Su Wen muttered, "Tang Xi." The moment Bibi Dong uttered that name, Su Wen felt his heart strike with intensity. Was this not the name of his deskmate in his previous life? A mix of excitement, anticipation, and fear began to swell within him. Was he afraid she might have some connection to Tang Xi? Or was he apprehensive that she might not be the same person? Su Wen was uncertain of his own thoughts. Tang Xi faced calamity. Tang Xi, accompanied by Tang Xi, followed their master to the nearby soul beast forest in search of soul rings. Tang Xi stretched languidly and, with a pitiful expression, said to Tang Xi, "Brother, why must I go as well? I yearn to continue my slumber and indulge in delightful delicacies. After all, for the past 6 years, I have only feasted on porridge. The cuisine at Notting Academy is simply exquisite." Tang Xi patiently instructed Tang Xi, "Sister, to become stronger, you must acquire soul rings. This way, you will be better equipped to protect yourself." Tang Xi silently complained to herself, "Here it comes again. The daily chanting of my older brother is quite a nuisance." Seeing the sibling duo across from him sharing such a close bond, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but chuckle. He never expected that Tang Xi, at such a tender age, would already exhibit the demeanor of a little adult, even taking on the role of guiding his sister. Tang Xi found herself in a state of great frustration, accompanying Tang Xi on his quest to acquire a soul ring, only to be relentlessly pursued and attacked by the mandala snake, ultimately meeting her demise at the hands of the master's martial spirit, the small dog, Luo Sanpao. Eager to spare the details, we skip an extensive description of the arduous process through which Tang Xi obtained his first soul ring, exhausted and breathless from the chase. The narrative now shifts to the moment when Tang Xi begins the absorption of his first soul ring. Tang Xi, feeling utterly bored and chewing on a blade of dogtail grass, was consumed by a sense of gloom. Her outing had proven quite exhausting. She surmised that with Master's meager soul power, acquiring the first soul ring would be an unattainable feat at that moment. A crane unexpectedly entered Tang Xi's line of sight, and she found herself locked in a gaze with the bird. Yu Xiaojiang, witnessing this encounter, shouted urgently, "Get away." The white-winged flying crane, approximately a millennium old, possessed a remarkably hard beak and was known for its aggression. Perhaps it was Yu Xiaojiang's loud exclamation that startled the creature. For the crane, intending to rest, suddenly went into a frenzy and launched an attack on him. Tang Xi was suddenly startled. This was not good. Her elder brother was still absorbing the soul ring and could not be disturbed. Yu Xiaojiang summoned Luo Sanpao with his mind, and Luo Sanpao let out a foul odor in front of the white-winged flying crane. The white-winged flying crane, clearly displeased, swiftly kicked Luo Sanpao 10 meters away, then in a flash, appeared before Yu Xiaojiang and pecked him fiercely with its beak, sending him crashing against the tree trunk from the tremendous impact. Noticing the white-winged flying crane's gaze shifting towards Tang Xi, who was still engaged in the absorption of the soul ring, Tang Xi instinctively rushed in front of him. Drawing the dagger that Tang Xi had gifted her from her belt, the blade laced with poison. In the blink of an eye, the white-winged flying crane materialized before Tang Xi. She activated her purple extreme demon eyes, her irises transforming into a deep violet hue, causing everything around her to slow down considerably. As the white-winged flying crane feigned an attack on Tang Xi, Tang Xi seized the opportunity to grasp its neck with a fierce grip. The white-winged flying crane, feeling its throat constricted, erupted in a fit of rage. Tang Xi utilized the elasticity of her heels to leap onto the back of the white-winged crane, forcefully tugging back its neck. Note: due to Tang Xi's unique physique and rigorous strength training from a young age, she possesses remarkable strength. Capable of lifting weights up to 500 pounds, the white-winged crane let out a long, resonant cry, soaring into the sky with its wings flailing in fury. Tang Xi, still perched upon its back, was propelled into the air alongside it. As Tang Xi completed the absorption of the soul ring, his first sight was of Yu Xiaojiang sprawled beneath a tree trunk, yet there was no sign of Tang Xi. Tang Xi felt an unprecedented sense of panic. Where was Xiao Xi? Tang Xi rushed anxiously in front of Yu Xiaojiang, exclaiming, "Master, where is my sister?" Tang Xi's face flushed with anxiety, his eyes brimming with tears. Yu Xiaojiang, with great effort, managed to open his eyes and spoke in a faint voice. "Your sister was taken by a millennium-old white-winged flying crane while trying to protect you." Each word struck Tang Xi's heart like a hammer, causing him to stagger backward in disbelief. Yu Xiaojiang felt a deep sense of guilt. It was his inadequacy that led to this. "No, teacher, you must have another way. My sister, she must be fine, right?" Tang Xi's heart teetered on the brink of collapse. Yu Xiaojiang, though equally distressed, had to convey the harsh truth. Tang Xi has been taken deep into the forest, where more powerful soul beasts reside. I fear for your sister's safety. At this moment, Tang Xi was overwhelmed with rage, disregarding everything as he dashed deeper into the forest. That was his sister. Though she often provoked him, she remained a cherished family member. Yu Xiaojiang shouted from behind, "Don't go, Tang Xi. If you proceed, you will only meet your demise. We must find reinforcements first. Do you want your sister to witness her hard-fought brother losing his life in vain?" These words successfully halted Tang Xi in his tracks. His brow furrowed, and his bloodshot eyes brimmed with tears. "Sister, I will surely find you." Suddenly, a cry echoed through the air. "Ah!" The white-winged crane spun in midair several times, attempting to shake off Tang Xi, the powerful winds battering her face, making her plight equally distressing. As Tang Xi's dagger soared through the air, it was cast aside. Frustrated, Tang Xi used her fingers to jab at the eyes of the white-winged crane. With a piercing cry, the crane instinctively unleashed its soul power, propelling itself swiftly 100,000 meters away. The formidable gusts of wind rendered Tang Xi unable to grasp the crane's neck, causing her to plummet from a height of 100 meters. Tang Xi felt a chill in her heart. Upon seeing two individuals below, she panicked and cried out, "Get out of the way, ah!" The wind whipped Tang Xi's hair in all directions, and she braced herself with her hands outstretched, prepared for the worst. Suwen, who was walking behind Bai Dong, suddenly paused at the sound of her shout and curiously glanced up. As Tang Xi's gaze fortuitously met Suwen's, she found herself momentarily startled, unable to resist the allure of the charming young boy before her. As Tang Xi drew ever closer, Suwen, disregarding everything else, instinctively raised his hand to catch her. With a resounding clap, Suwen succeeded in catching Tang Xi, but was also toppled to the ground in the process. Hearing the commotion, Bai Dong turned around and beheld this striking scene. Tang Xi sprawled atop Suwen in an exceedingly intimate posture, leaving much to the imagination. Tang Xi felt as though her body were on the verge of collapse, racked with excruciating pain throughout, and her head spun in a haze. Su let out a muffled groan of distress. Tang Xi rose, rubbing her eyes, only to discern the figure before her, a young boy with dark purple hair, silver locks, and crimson eyes. For reasons unknown, memories of her past life classmate, Suwen, flooded her mind. "How long are you going to stay like that?" Suwen cast a complaining glance at Tang Xi, and it was then that she realized how intimate their posture appeared, prompting her to stand up in embarrassment. Bibi Dong, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle. The two indeed bore a striking resemblance to a married couple. Following Bibidong's laughter, Tang Xi turned her gaze, only to be met with the sight of a woman of modest stature, adorned in an opulent black robe embroidered with golden patterns, crowned with a 9-curved golden diadem, and wielding a staff approximately 2 meters long, encrusted with countless gemstones. What on earth? Is that not Pope Bibidong? Tang Xi blushed, momentarily overwhelmed with nervousness and at a loss for words. She shyly exclaimed, "I sincerely apologize. I was just knocked down by a white-winged crane." Then, with a sparkle in her eyes, Tang Xi bounced over to Bibidong, presenting her most radiant smile from the finest angle. "Hello, beautiful sister. My name is Tang Xi." Tang Xi remained utterly oblivious to the profound shock her name instilled in the two individuals. Although Suwen maintained a facade of composure, turbulent emotions surged within her. Could it truly be her? The very person who had fallen amidst a pool of blood to save her. Bibidong was not so easily deceived. Was it truly Tang Xi, the one endowed with dual martial souls and innate full soul power? Tang Xi's smile became stiff, a twinge of fear creeping into her heart. Could it be that she intended to silence her forever? However, Tang Xi swiftly composed herself, gazing at Bibi Dong with admiration. Exclaiming how impressive the beautiful sister was for having guessed correctly. Bibi Dong found great pleasure in Tang Xi's flattery and inquired, "My dear child, would you be willing to become my student?" Tang Xi felt a profound sense of dread. It was the perilous question and answer session. To decline being Bibi Dong's student would result in utter annihilation, yet to accept would lead to obliteration at the hands of the protagonist. What a daunting dilemma. Teacher, perhaps you could first demonstrate your sincerity before allowing this young lady to make her decision. Su Wen interjected, coming to Tang Xi's aid. Tang Xi looked at Su Wen with heartfelt gratitude, thinking, what a kind-hearted person. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, casting a glance at Tang Xi, who possessed only a level 11 spirit power yet exhibited no signs of soul power fluctuations. It seemed she had yet to acquire her first spirit ring. Then let us embark together to obtain your very first spirit ring, she proposed. Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback, yet her heart was already blooming with joy. She promptly nodded and followed Bibi Dong, exclaiming, you're the best, beautiful sister. Along the way, Tang Xi playfully teased Bibi Dong, a smile gracing her face. While simultaneously contemplating how to decline Bibi Dong's advances, Tang Xi turned to Su Wen with a beaming smile and said, by the way, I haven't asked her name yet. Su Wen replied nonchalantly, Su Wen, and then eagerly awaited Tang Xi's reaction. Upon hearing that name, Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure, reasoning that it must be a case of coincidence. Surely, it could not be the same person. It is indeed a lovely name. Quite reminiscent of an old friend's name. Tang Xi responded with indifference, completely failing to associate Su Wen with her former deskmate from a past life. Su Wen, feeling a sense of frustration, silently pondered, how can this woman be so oblivious? Is she not an academic prodigy? Tang Xi suddenly halted midway and turned to Bibi Dong, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Beautiful sister, there is a soul beast nearby that little she desires. Bibi Dong's interest was piqued. Oh, how do you know that it is the most suitable soul beast for you? Tang Xi summoned her martial soul, the bloodthirsty peony. The bloodthirsty peony on her left hand emanated a faint white light, and suddenly, the peony took flight, alighting upon a slumbering black Xian floating turtle nestled beneath the thicket. Tang Xi elucidated. It seems that my martial soul possesses the ability to select suitable soul rings on its own. Bibi Dong, taken aback, remarked, a martial soul that can autonomously choose its soul rings? This is unprecedented. She rapped her staff, unleashing an aura of authority that struck towards the black Xian floating turtle, which was instantly startled into immobility. Su Wen, drawing forth a dagger from his waist, offered it with an explanation. One must personally acquire soul rings. Thus, you must slay it yourself. Tang Xi unhesitatingly caught the dagger, decisively thrusting it towards the head of the black mysterious floating turtle. Blood splattered onto her face. Yet her eyes did not so much as blink. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, admiring the child's commendable resolve. Around the black mysterious floating turtle, luminous orbs began to materialize, coalescing into a yellow ring that hovered around Tang Xi's waist, undulating rhythmically. A surge of energy coursed through every vein in Tang Xi's body. And as she opened her eyes, she found herself within her own consciousness, where one must endure the spiritual onslaught of the soul beast to obtain a soul ring. Around Tang Xi, numerous white peonies bloomed resplendently, while the spiritual entity of the black mysterious floating turtle launched an assault on her, only to be thwarted by the peonies. A swirling mass of black mist emerged from within the blossoms, surging towards the spiritual form of the black mysterious floating turtle. It emitted a mournful cry. Seemingly unwilling to succumb to its fate, the black mist gradually eroded the essence of the black mysterious floating turtle until it was utterly dissipated, at which point a golden aura gently settled around Tang Xi's waist. Tang Xi has bestowed upon Bibi Dong an abundance of surprises. The 600-year-old black mystic floating turtle far exceeds the limits of its lifespan by an astounding margin. This child is likely a prodigy. Tang Xi opened her eyes and beheld the yellow halo encircling her waist, her heart brimming with joy. Bibi Dong inquired, what is your first soul skill? Tang Xi explained obediently. My first soul skill diminishes the opponent's speed by 25. The bloodthirsty peony can then transfer this speed reduction to another individual with a maximum speed enhancement of 100. Moreover, for each additional soul ring I possess, I can further reduce the speed by an additional 5. Bibi Dong was astonished by this soul skill. If this ability were to affect multiple targets and siphon the speed of agility-type soul masters to bestow upon another, what would the outcome be? Tang Xi pondered for a moment and then spoke. Beautiful sister, I wish to add a soul ring to my second martial soul. The first soul ring too, Bibi Dong inquired, puzzled. Why? Do you understand the consequences of such an action? Tang Xi nodded solemnly and remarked. I understand that the first individual on the Douluo continent to possess dual spirit rings was one with a dual cultivation martial soul, ultimately meeting a tragic fate of exploding to death. However, Tang Xi's tone shifted as a hint of sorrow appeared on her face. My constitution is rather unique. My intuition tells me this path is the most suited for me. Bibi Dong hesitated for a moment, but it was Su Wen who, with the wisdom of a small adult, urged, "Teacher, this is her journey." Reluctantly, Bibidong ultimately acquiesced. "Have you considered what soul ring you wish to bestow upon your second martial soul? It should ideally be one from a tenacious, poisonous soul beast." As she spoke, Tang Xi summoned her martial soul, Line of Life. The Line of Life emitted a faint glow, with the thread measuring approximately 10 centimeters in length. It appeared almost sentient, glancing about before darting northward. Was following closely behind the thread of life. Su was quite curious about its physique. She mentioned that her constitution was rather unique. But what exactly is the nature of her physique? Tang Xi followed the thread of life to a grand tree, where it pointed towards a beehive nestled among the branches before returning to her hand. Tang Xi seized a large stone beside her and deftly hurled it towards the beehive. The hive tumbled down and rolled into the underbrush. The queen bee, enraged, emerged and cast a glance at the three individuals. Tang Xi, filled with trepidation, sought refuge behind Bibidong, her voice laced with a touch of grievance as she uttered, "Pretty sister, they are quite frightening." Su's expression darkened, pondering whether it was truly wise to retreat when faced with adversity. Bibidong, however, relished this dependence, especially given Tang Xi's petite resemblance to her estranged daughter, Qianrenxue. The coldness that had long characterized their mother-daughter relationship resurfaced in Bibidong's thoughts, intensifying her resentment towards the angel clan. With a tap of her staff, Bibidong unleashed a formidable pressure that forced the bee king to the ground. This imposing creature, measuring 8 centimeters in length, was estimated to possess an impressive age of 800 years. Concerned, Bibidong glanced at Tang Xi and cautioned, "This bee king is 800 years old. Are you certain you wish to make it your first spirit ring?" Tang Xi gazed at the lifeline in her hand, which emitted a faint glow, instinctively directing her attention towards the queen bee. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xi solemnly nodded in affirmation, "Indeed, beautiful sister." Subsequently, she wielded her dagger to bring an end to the queen bee's existence, as a deep yellow light coalesced into a soul ring that gracefully descended upon her. Tang Xi's consciousness was immediately drawn into the realm of spiritual awareness, preparing to endure the assault of the queen bee's spiritual essence. One after another, white peonies blossomed in the space where Tang Xi meditated, while the queen bee emitted an enraged series of chirps. Subsequently, it raised the stinger at the end of its abdomen and launched it towards Tang Xi. The stinger struck Tang Xi's spiritual form with palpable force, causing her to grimace in pain, as though her entire being were being gnawed upon by countless ants. The toxin spread throughout every part of her spiritual essence, leaving Tang Xi trembling with a chilling sensation. Should her spiritual form sustain damage, there was a grave risk that she might succumb to dementia in reality, or that her meridians could not withstand such overwhelming power, leading to her explosive demise. The white peonies continuously bestowed vitality upon Tang Xi, yet their petals withered instantaneously. Suddenly, a black mist emerged, though it was smaller and slower than the previous one. However, upon contact with the queen bee's spiritual essence, the queen's soul was obliterated in an instant, and the shattered remnants fell upon the peony flowers, nurturing them anew and causing them to bloom once more. Tang Xi opened her eyes once more, the deep yellow soul ring having firmly settled around her waist. Tang Xi felt that her current physical condition was dire. A metallic tang surged in her throat, threatening to overwhelm her. 12 Unconsciousness. Tang Xi was acutely aware that certain words must be spoken. She turned her head, smiling warmly at Bibidong, and said, "Beautiful big sister, you asked me a question, yet I have not provided my answer." Bibidong felt a surge of anticipation at the prospect of Tang Xi becoming her student. Tang Xi continued, "However, I cannot be your student, dear sister." Upon hearing this, Bibidong's expression stiffened, and a hint of anger flickered within her, but Tang Xi swiftly added, "Because I, little Xi, will not live beyond the age of 25. And it would be unnecessary for you to waste your time on me, beautiful big sister." At that moment, Tang Xi's smile was radiant. When Bibidong looked up in confusion, she noticed that blood was trickling from the corner of Tang Xi's mouth, and her complexion was strikingly pale, as if she were on the verge of fainting. Su-Wan, however, reacted swiftly, catching Tang Xi just as she was about to lose consciousness. Tang Xi, with her last breath, lamented, "My constitution is peculiar, as my heart has been inherently impaired. Those who can be the charming older sister's students must possess considerable talent and capability, able to assist her in numerous ways. It is indeed a pity that I cannot become such a person." As Tang Xi finished speaking, she tightly closed her eyes, overwhelmed by fatigue and yearning for rest. Bibidong descended, her expression intricate as she gazed at Tang Xi. Upon probing Tang Xi's body with her soul power, she discovered the truth of Tang Xi's words. Those possessing the seven-hearted spirit are destined not to live beyond the age of 25. Moreover, Tang Xi's meridians were severely damaged, dangerously close to her heart, which explained her inability to withstand the agony and her subsequent fainting. Bibidong was engulfed in guilt. She regretted the fleeting moment when she had contemplated ending this young one's life, unwilling to have her as a student who could not serve her purposes. With a heavy heart, Bibidong transferred her soul power to Tang Xi. Su-Wan, filled with concern, inquired, "Teacher, is she going to be all right?" Bibidong's expression was grave. Tang Xi's condition was dire, and it would be best to return her home. In the dead of night, within the soul beast forest, danger lurked among the soul beasts. Undeterred by Yu Xiaojiang's objections, Tang San resolutely ventured into the forest in search of Tang Xi, accompanied by Xiao Wu. Xiao Xi, Tang San anxiously exclaimed at that moment. Xiao Wu stepped forward, grasped Tang San's arm, and advised, alas, do not venture further, it is perilous ahead. Tang San abruptly released Xiao Wu's hand. His eyes reddening as his fists clenched tightly, his entire body trembling faintly. Do you understand? Xiao Xi went missing because of me. I feel utterly powerless. I couldn't even protect my sister. Upon witnessing Tang San's despondent demeanor, Xiao Wu found herself at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, her rabbit ears perked up, and she promptly grasped Tang San's hand, leading him towards the nearby river. Tang Xi lay weakly by the river, completely unconscious and pale in complexion. At the moment Tang San beheld Tang Xi, his pupils widened in shock as he rushed forward to lift her up. He checked her breath, secretly relieved to find that she still had a pulse. In a state of urgency, Tang San hoisted Tang Xi onto his back and made his way towards Nodding Academy. Not far away, Su Wen silently observed the scene, accompanied by a level 78 Soul Saint. Bi Dong had departed earlier due to other matters, leaving a subchamber lord from the Spirit Hall to guard Su Wen's side. The Soul Saint respectfully remarked, Holy Son, it is time for us to depart. Indeed. Su Wen replied, casting a lingering glance at Tang Xi's receding figure, his expression clouded with melancholy as he pondered his thoughts. What has truly befallen Tang Xi? Why does the teacher remain reticent? Nevertheless, my dear deskmate, I eagerly anticipate our reunion 6 years hence, since you have chosen to align yourself with Tang San. Upon our next encounter, we shall be adversaries. 6 years later, in a guest room at Nodding Academy, Tang Xi lay unconscious on the bed. Her complexion still pale and devoid of any trace of color, while her body trembled slightly, evidently enduring some form of torment. Yu Xiaojiang stood helplessly at the bedside, shaking his head in despair. With her meridians severely damaged, it seemed unlikely she could cultivate her soul power any longer. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Tang Hao strode in, his expression anxious as he glanced at Tang Xi on the bed. Yu Xiaojiang immediately recognized the person before him as the legendary Haoyan Douluo, Tang Hao. A look of joy crossed Yu Xiaojiang's face, for Haoyan Douluo had always been his idol. Tang Hao continuously infused his soul power into Tang Xi, only to discover that her meridians were being nourished by another source of soul power. With this revelation, he felt a sense of relief and spoke slowly. Tang Xi's meridians are damaged and will require a year of recuperation. During this period, she must refrain from cultivating her soul power. Tell her to focus on restoring her health. As he spoke, Tang Hao's tone began to betray his rising agitation. Heaven knows how anxious he felt upon receiving the news from the mistress, which stated that Tang Xi had fainted and remained unresponsive. However, it appeared that she had already received medical attention from others, and it was certain that her injuries would heal within a year. Yu Xiaojiang tentatively inquired, You must be Lord Hao Tian, correct? Tang Hao nodded in acknowledgement and then spoke. Thank you for taking care of my children during these days. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head and quickly replied, Tang San is also my student, and I share a bond with Tang Xi. It is only natural to look after them. Tang Hao then remarked, I must take my leave. I entrust my children to your care. Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback and instinctively exclaimed, What? You are leaving? Why? Tang Hao cast a reluctant glance at Tang Xi, yearning to remain by the children's side. However, he knew that associating with their enemies would inevitably bring misfortune upon them. Only after my departure can they truly flourish. Given that I am currently being pursued by the Spirit Hall, it would not be prudent for them to stay with me. I implore you not to reveal my identity to Tang San. As for Tang Xi, Tang Hao had an inkling that this clever and spirited girl had already discerned his true identity. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang solemnly promised, I shall not. 6 years later, on the outskirts of the Star Doe forest, a young girl was fervently hunting soul beasts. Second soul skill, elastic spider silk. She unleashed strands of silk, immobilizing the hooves of a raging wild boar against the ground. First soul skill, venomous bee needle. Instantly, dozens of slender, poison threads erupted from her hands, piercing through the skull of the berserk boar, which fell lifeless in an instant. The girl was Tang Xi, clad in a light blue dress that reached her knees, her hair tied into 2 low ponytails cascading down to her waist. The wisps of bangs on either side of her forehead curled upwards, and her moist, innocent eyes exuded an air of purity, while at the tender age of 12, she was beginning to reveal a delicate and enchanting charm. Tang Xi smiled faintly, and 2 soul rings gracefully descended, one a vibrant yellow and the other a deep purple. Bloodthirsty peony. As soon as Tang Xi's voice faded, the ground was instantly adorned with delicate pink peonies, blooming upon the ferocious wild boar and feasting upon its lifeblood. Tang Xi felt that she had successfully transcended level 29. Next, she would proceed to report to Shrek Academy, where the true narrative was about to commence. Alas, Tang Xi lamented the exhaustion of her heart. Ever since her meridians were damaged 6 years ago, nearly costing her life, the year of recuperation saw her elder brother, Tang San, relentlessly pressuring her to master the techniques of Xian Yu Hand, Ghostly Shadow, and Purple Extreme Demon Eye. The mere recollection brought her to the brink of tears. Tang San advised, Sister, you must diligently cultivate, otherwise, you may not even realize how you perish. Nevertheless, Tang Xi had been ardently devoted to her training. However, her martial spirit, the blood-soaked peony, required the nourishment of fresh blood to continue its cultivation. Thus, she would periodically venture into the Stardew forest to hunt soul beasts. She had arranged to report to Shrek Academy with her elder brother, Tang Xi, in 3 days. With a languid stretch and a yawn, Tang Xi set forth on her journey. After an arduous journey spanning 3 days and nights, Tang Xi finally arrived in the vicinity of Shrek Academy. Enchanted by the delectable array of culinary delights surrounding her, she eagerly exclaimed, "Boss, I would like a serving of candied hawthorn. 2 portions of grilled sausages, please, thank you." "Dear aunt," she marveled at the offerings. "Wow, boss, I must have a serving of sweet tofu." Before she realized it, her hands were piled high with an assortment of delightful snacks. Tang Xi and Xiao Wu, who had been waiting patiently in front of Shrek Academy, were instantly captivated upon catching sight of Tang Xi. Tang Xi was just about to step forward to embrace his sister when, unexpectedly, Xiao Wu rushed ahead of him. She cried out, "Xiao Xi, I have missed you so much." Tang Xi waved her hand, holding a grilled sausage, and exclaimed excitedly, "Sister Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu tightly embraced Tang Xi, looking up to take a bite of the grilled sausage in her hand, savoring it with delightful smacking sounds. Tang Xi was instantly petrified, pondering whether I was an illusion, yet surely the delicacies I offered were genuine. Tang Xi couldn't help but chuckle at Tang Xi's speechless expression. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed such an amusing look on that stubborn girl, one that conveyed a desire to strike, yet held back by hesitation. Xiao Wu, upon hearing Tang Xi's laughter, shot him a glare and exclaimed in indignation, "Do not dare to laugh." Tang Xi immediately felt a wave of embarrassment. And then he began to express concern for Tang Xi. "Sister, did you sustain any injuries during your journey to the Stardew forest? Does your heart ache?" Xiao Wu, dissatisfied, pouted her lips and said, "Third brother, how could you allow Tang Xi to venture alone into the Stardew forest without my consent?" She then turned her worried gaze towards Tang Xi and kindly inquired, "Indeed, Tang Xi, did you experience any heart pain along the way?" Tang Xi sighed helplessly and said, "All right, Sister Xiao Wu, you and brother are overly concerned for me. My heart is not in dire straits. My physical constitution is quite resilient." With confidence, Tang Xi patted her chest. Xiao Wu exchanged a glance with Tang Xi, both appearing rather helpless, and remarked, "Who was it that, at the tender age of 7, felt a sharp pain in their heart while running, only to lie in bed for an entire day and night?" It's hard to say which little fool it was who spent the whole night training, ultimately suffering from heartache the following day. Tang Xi increasingly felt a lack of confidence as the conversation continued. Sensing that the two were eager to prolong the discussion, she hurriedly pulled them away. "All right, Sister Xiao Wu. Brother, you need not worry about me. Let us proceed to register." Tang Xi was amused by the adorable appearance of Tang Xi, gently stroking her hair. Yet his heart remained heavy with sorrow. Ever since she was rescued 6 years ago, her heart had been plagued by intermittent pain. Each time he witnessed Tang Xi writhing in agony on the bed, a profound sense of guilt surged within him. After all, her health had been robust until she turned 6. This only intensified Tang Xi's desire to grow stronger, as it was his frail sister who had endured so much suffering. Xiao Wu turned her gaze towards the entrance of Shrek Academy, which was not a grand portal but rather a makeshift structure of thatch and wood, surrounded by a wooden fence that imparted an air of desolation and decay. Xiao Wu felt a sense of disbelief. Could this truly be a Soul Master Academy? It seemed inferior even to Nodding Academy. Tang Xi nodded in agreement. Tang Xi chuckled softly, remarking that since they were already there, they might as well take a look. In front of the long queue stood a small tent, where a venerable old man with flowing white hair was checking the pulse of a young boy. "Not qualified, next," he declared. The boy's mother protested in confusion. "My child's first spirit ring is a 100-year spirit ring. Why can't he enter your Shrek Academy?" The elder responded coolly, "Do you understand the true meaning of Shrek Academy?" Rising to his full height, he released 6 spirit rings, causing the crowd to gasp in shock. "He is a spirit emperor." The old man then retracted his spirit rings and continued, "Shrek is a haven for monsters. We only accept extraordinary individuals, not ordinary ones." Many in the crowd, disheartened, turned away and headed home. "May I apply?" A young girl dressed in a flowing green gown approached the elder gracefully. This was Ning Rongrong. The elder assessed her innate talent and nodded slightly. "Your roots are suitable." Ning Rongrong then revealed her spirit, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, and with a gentle smile, she inquired, "How about it? Can I pass?" The elder paused momentarily before asking, "Child, are your family aware that you are here?" Ning Rongrong smiled again. As the saying goes, education is for everyone. "Just because of my spirit, am I not allowed to apply?" The elder nodded, signaling Dai Mubai beside him to escort her for the next assessment. It was now the turn of Tang Xi and the others to showcase their spirits. Tang Xi stepped forward and presented 30 golden soul coins, which constituted the registration fee for the trio. The elder nodded and examined Tang Xi's wrist. His brow furrowed as he found no notable bone structure. He then instructed Tang Xi to elevate his calf for further inspection, remarking, "The bone age is appropriate." Following this, it was Xiao Wu's turn. And upon confirming her bone age as well, he said, "Then, unleash your martial spirits." The two then summoned their martial spirits. Tang Xi conjured the blue silver grass, while Xiao Wu manifested the soft bone rabbit. 200-year soul rings spiraled upward from their feet and gracefully settled at their waists. What astonished the elder the most was Tang San's blue-silver grass. The fact that it had reached such a remarkable level of cultivation was indeed extraordinary. Tang San smiled and glanced at Tang Xi, remarking that there were others more monstrous than himself. Upon noticing Tang San's gaze, Tang Xi shyly returned his smile, piquing the old man's interest instantly. Tang Xi stood before the elderly man, who nodded approvingly. Your bone age is suitable. You may now unleash your martial soul. Tang Xi responded, her mind concentrating, as 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, spiraled upwards from her feet and settled gracefully around her waist. Her hands were entwined with numerous white threads. The elder, taken aback, exclaimed, the second soul ring is indeed a 1,000-year soul ring. Daimubai glanced over. Feeling a twinge of imbalance within, this young girl, despite her tender age, already possessed a 1,000-year soul ring as her second. Tang Xi felt somewhat embarrassed. Her extraordinary abilities were largely attributed to her twin martial souls. By bestowing soul rings upon both souls, each addition enhanced her capacity to bear the years of the soul rings. After equipping both martial souls with century-old rings, the longevity of her second soul ring remarkably reached a millennium. The elder, upon witnessing this, could not suppress his hearty laughter, exclaiming, you are all exceptionally talented. Mubai. Take them directly to the 4th challenge. Dai Mubai nodded, and in a moment of reverie, sensed an unusual feeling. He glanced towards the back of the group. There stood a striking woman with black hair and a captivating figure, exuding an air of grace. If one were to overlook her youthful visage, they might easily mistake her for an adult. As Dai Mubai regained his composure, it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn to be tested. She summoned her nethercat martial soul, which caused a slight stir of surprise within him, as he wondered if this was indeed his fiancée. When Zhu Zhuqing approached Dai Mubai, she cast him a cold glance, clearly displeased, and turned her head away. The elder, observing from behind, remarked, Mubai, this young lady has also passed the test. Please lead the others to the 4th challenge. Tang Xi followed behind the crowd, glancing around. It was said that at this time, Oscar should be out selling sausages. Yet she had yet to catch a glimpse of him. Tang Xi couldn't help but feel a pang of hunger at the thought of the grilled sausages from earlier. Her stomach audibly rumbling at the most inopportune moment. Instantly, all eyes turned towards her, and Xiao Wu couldn't contain her laughter, exclaiming, Aha, Tang Xi. I remember you indulged in so many delicious treats earlier. How is it that you were hungry again? Tang Xi pouted. Her cheeks puffed up in a manner that suggested she wished to be left alone. Unable to resist, Tang San playfully poked her swollen cheek with one finger while covering his mouth with the other to stifle a laugh. He then added, Dear sister, I shall promptly procure some food to satisfy your hunger. Ning Rongrong, observing from the side, wore a smile, appreciating the bond between the siblings. Even Zhu Zhuqing could not help but let a smile creep onto her lips. Tang Xi, woe is me, her image has vanished completely. Tang San approached the stall selling sausages, where a sign proclaimed the exclusive sale of this delicacy. The vendor, a burly man with a beard adorning his chin, was none other than Oscar. He enthusiastically called out, Come take a look, just 5 copper coins for a sausage, and I assure you, the quality is guaranteed to be absolutely delicious. Tang San, standing nearby, handed over some copper coins and said, Uncle, I would like 2, thank you. Oscar looked at Tang San in astonishment. What? You called me uncle? He felt a pang of sadness. After all, they were of the same age. Yet he was addressed as uncle by a peer. Please, I am merely a student with a bit more facial hair. We are indeed contemporaries. Dai Mubai, noticing the situation, hurriedly stepped in to intervene. Hey, brother, I advise you against purchasing his sausages. Oscar cried out, Big brother Dai, please don't. Dai Mubai glanced at Oscar and remarked, Why don't you demonstrate how your sausages are made? Under the pressure exerted by Dai Mubai, Oscar reluctantly activated his soul skill to create sausages. First soul skill, restorative sausage, behold my grand sausage. With both hands glowing with a yellow light, a sausage materialized before him. Upon hearing the incantation, Tang Xin felt a wave of reluctance wash over him. He raised an eyebrow and, with a hint of embarrassment, replied, No, thank you. I shall pass. Upon noticing Tang San's intention to decline, Tang Xi promptly stepped forward, snatched the sausage, and began to indulge in it. As she savored the delectable treat, she couldn't help but exclaim, Brother, this sausage is quite delightful. Why do you not partake? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld Tang Xi having already consumed the food. His hesitation to speak elicited a chuckle from Zhu Zhuqing, who was watching from behind. Tang San hesitated for a moment before quietly recounting the recent events to Tang Xi, whispering softly in her ear. Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback, swallowing hard. Although she was already aware of the nature of Oscar's soul skill incantation, hearing it with her own ears was an entirely different experience. Tang Xi hesitated for a moment but then joyfully indulged in the sausage, murmuring to herself, I heard nothing, nothing at all. Tang San ultimately sighed in resignation. Subsequently, Dai Mubai led a few individuals forward, explaining as they walked, The vendor selling sausages just now is indeed a current student of our academy. We have a total of 3 students enrolled. Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief. What did you say? There are only 3 students at Shrek Academy? Well, counting myself, that makes 3 in total. Dai Mubai continued. In the entirety of Douluo continent, we are the only academy where the number of teachers surpasses that of the students. Established for 20 years, we have only admitted 42 students thus far. The group was taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, Tang Xi voiced his curiosity, on average. That seems to be just over 2 students per year. How does your academy sustain itself? Without a student body, there shouldn't be any revenue, right? Dai Mubai chuckled lightly. What do you think is the reason for our academy being situated in such a small village? It is precisely due to a lack of funding. If it weren't for my family's sponsorship, the academy would have closed its doors last year. Should we fail to recruit new students this year? The 3 of us currently enrolled will be the last batch of students at Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong, intrigued, leaned in and asked, then why doesn't the academy relax the requirements for the entrance examination? I noticed there were quite a few applicants. Hearing this, Dai Mubai halted. His demeanor proud as he declared, the principal has stated, better to have none than to accept the unworthy. Even if Shrek Academy were to close, we would never accept mediocrity. Only exceptional talent. Would you like to know the conditions for graduation? Xiao Wu, intrigued, inquired, what are they? Dai Mubai explained. One must surpass level 40 in soul power before the age of 20, attaining the status of soul master to be permitted to graduate. As they walked across a small bridge, the group listened with astonishment to Dai Mubai's revelations. He then added, our academy has graduated a total of 12 students, with the most outstanding among them currently serving as the youngest elder in the spirit hall. Tang Xi eyes sparkled with excitement as he inwardly mused, indeed, I have come to the right place. Tang Xi trailed behind the group, nodding thoughtfully as she pondered, and thus, your generation of the Shrek 7 monsters has all ascended to divinity. As they spoke, the group arrived at a clearing where a tall man, brimming with muscularity, sat leisurely sipping tea. Dai Mubai introduced him to the others. This is teacher Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu cast a glance at the 5 individuals and couldn't help but marvel at the unexpected arrival of 5 prodigious talents this year. Teacher, they have all reached level 25 or above, Dai Mubai added. Xiao Wu nodded and declared, in this challenge, I shall be your opponent. As long as one of you can endure within my attack range for the duration of a stick of incense, I will consider you all successful. He then turned to Dai Mubai and instructed, Mubai, explain my characteristics to them, allowing them some time to familiarize themselves with one another. Dai Mubai elaborated. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the Diamond Great Bear, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Xiao Wu scoffed. So what? Can't a group of us in our 20s withstand the time of a stick of incense? Tang Xi gently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder and stepped forward, saying, Sister Xiao Wu, please do not speak like that. Tang Xi gazed at the leisurely tea-drinking Xiao Wu with a probing look and remarked, I fear he may already be a soul sage of over 70 ranks. At this moment, Ning Rongrong recalled who Xiao Wu truly was, the unmovable king, Xiao Wu. He had once incurred the wrath of the Spirit Hall and faced the relentless pursuit of 16 soul emperors. However, he ultimately vanished without a trace amidst the chaos of that confrontation. To her astonishment, he was now a teacher at this academy. Apart from Tang Xi and Dai Mubai, everyone else was taken aback as they finally comprehended the formidable strength of their opponent. Tang San exchanged a glance with Xiao Wu, then stepped forward and declared, I am Tang San, a level 29 control system soul master, wielding the blue silver grass as my martial spirit. Xiao Wu introduced herself, saying, I am Xiao Wu, a level 29 assault system soul master, with the rabbit as my martial spirit. Zhu Zhiqing then spoke, I am Zhu Zhiqing, a level 27 agility system soul master, possessing the nether cat as my martial spirit. Lastly, Ning Rongrong presented herself, stating, I am Ning Rongrong, a level 26 support system soul master, with the 7 treasure glazed tower as my martial spirit. Tang San was taken aback to discover that she was a disciple of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, it's nothing. I'm just an ordinary person. At that moment, Tang Xi stepped forward with a hint of a smile. She was Tang San's younger sister, a level 29 soul master proficient in both the auxiliary and control systems, possessing the twin martial souls of blood-soaked peony and white line. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu caught mid-sip of his tea, nearly sputtered it out in astonishment, exclaiming, what did you just say? Twin martial souls. The others were equally surprised, although Tang San and Xiao Wu took it in stride. Ning Rongrong murmured to herself, only 3 individuals with twin martial souls have appeared on the Douluo continent, and I never expected her to be one of them. Tang San stepped forward and promptly addressed the gathering, esteemed friends, let us first deliberate on our battle strategy. Xiao Wu, you shall take the lead in the assault, while Xu Qing will execute a flanking maneuver. Rongrong, your role will be to support us from behind. Xiao Xi, you may observe from the sidelines. Tang San gently tousled Tang Xi's hair, and Tang Xi, puzzled, inquired, why, brother? Be good, your heart is fragile. What if it gets hurt? Tang San's words were resolute, leaving no room for Tang Xi's dissent. Xiao Wu, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Indeed, little Xi. Please spare me the worry. Tang Xi, on the verge of tears, longed to express, I am strong too. You know, I am not weak at all. After the group had deliberated their strategy, they all assumed their battle stances. Zhao Wuji rose and planted an incense stick firmly into the ground. The fight commenced. Tang San controlled the blue silver grass on the ground, entwining it around Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wu advanced and attempted to execute a split kick over Xiao Wuji's shoulder. Yet no matter how she tried, she could not bring it down. Tang San wielded the blue silver grass, lifting a nearby thatched cottage and hurling it fiercely at Xiao Wuji. Dai Mubai, exasperated, raised his hand to his forehead, remarking, "Are you demolishing the house?" Ning Rongrong floated gracefully in the air, holding the 7 treasures glazed tower. First, strength. Second, speed. Instantly, the group felt invigorated, and Xiao Wu advanced to launch an attack. Tang Sen initiated his first soul skill, bind. Meanwhile, Zhu Xing employed her first soul skill, phantom stab. Her nails elongated and sharpened, stabbing forward towards Zhao Wujing. Yet, Zhao Wujing remained steadfast as a mountain, unleashing his second soul skill, mighty Vajra Palm. A colossal transparent hand surged towards Xiao Wu, prompting Tang San to swiftly lift her in protection. Observing Zhao Wujing preparing to strike again, Xiao Wu forcefully pushed Tang San aside and unleashed her second soul skill, enchantment. However, due to the vast disparity in spiritual soul power, she suffered a backlash, letting out a piercing cry. "Ah, Sister Xiao Wu." Tang Xi hurriedly caught her, while the others, also affected by the mighty Vajra Palm, found themselves too weakened to retaliate. Although the enchantment skill is formidable, the gap in our soul power is too great. She merely experienced a backlash and will awaken by morning, Zhao Wujin explained nearby. Tang San was enraged. Xiao Wu was a cherished family member to him, and he could not abide witnessing her being mistreated. Thus, Tang San unleashed his second soul skill, parasitism, causing the blue silver grass to sprout from Zhao Wujia's body, restraining his movements. Tang San activated the purple extreme magic eye and, employing the mystic jade hand, launched a barrage of concealed weapons at Zhao Wujia. In the fleeting moment of Zhao Wujia's negligence, Tang San swiftly approached, utilizing the hidden weapon, the dragon whisker needle. In an instant, Zhao Wujia was pierced like a hedgehog, and by this time, the duration of a stick of incense had elapsed, leaving Zhao Wujia with a grim expression throughout the encounter. Tang Xi could not help but burst into laughter, for Zhao Wujia's battered visage was simply too amusing. Dai Mubai exclaimed, "Oscar, we have business." Upon hearing this, Oscar hurried over, but his eyes brightened at the sight of the feeble Ning Rongrong lying on the ground, his heart racing. Zhao Wujia called out to Oscar, "Quickly bring me a sausage and a cured sausage." Obediently, Oscar handed the sausages to Zhao Wujia, who, feeling quite vexed, especially upon seeing Tang San, grumbled, "Mubai, please arrange accommodations for everyone. Classes begin tomorrow." That night, Zhao Wujia was resting in his room to recuperate from his injuries. "Zhao Wujia, come out." A voice called, prompting him to step outside. Before him stood a man clad in a tattered cloak and wearing a broad-brimmed hat, Tang Hao, who immediately displayed his 9 soul rings. Zhao Wujia was astonished. It was the title Douluo. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" A wave of pressure surged towards Zhao Wujia when suddenly, Flinder descended from above, interceding on Zhao Wujia's behalf. "Your Highness Hao Yin, please spare Zhao Wujia." Tang Hao scoffed lightly and spoke to Zhao Wuji, "You took great pleasure in bullying those children during the day. I grant you the span of an incense stick. Should you fail to withstand my assault, you must concede to one of my conditions." Tang Hao exuded an overwhelming pressure, causing Zhao Wujin and Flanders to stagger back several meters. With the Haotian hammer in hand, Tang Hao relentlessly struck Zhao Wujin for the duration of an incense stick's burning. Flanders, unable to bear the sight, clicked his tongue in pity. After delivering a few instructions, Tang Hao prepared to leave, but suddenly recalled Tang Xi. He turned back and added, "The child Tang Xi has a unique constitution. She should be cultivated as a support type. Moreover, do not be too harsh with her." "Understood, Your Highness," Flanders replied. Once Tang Hao departed, Flanders finally let out a sigh of relief, while Zhao Wujin collapsed from exhaustion, muttering that title Douluo is too ruthless. Flanders was equally astonished to learn that the 2 siblings were, in fact, the children of the Haotian. The following morning, Tang Xi, still drowsy, arrived at the academy square for assembly. Her tousled hair prompted a quiet chuckle from Ning Rongrong. "Little Xi, you really can sleep," Ning Rongrong remarked, having practiced tirelessly the night before while Tang Xi had slept soundly. Soon after, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai joined them. Tang Xi blinked her sleepy eyes, noticing the tension between Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun, recalling a scene where they had clashed due to Ma Hongjun's breakup with his girlfriend, leading Xiao Wu to defend him. Then Oscar arrived, causing Tang Xi to momentarily pause. He had shaved his beard and appeared rather handsome, although his gaze remained fixated on Ning Rongrong. When Flanders, the head of Shrek Academy, finally arrived, Tang Xi was jolted awake, dressed in a brown leather coat. With glasses and graying hair at the temples, he looked quite formidable. "Welcome to Shrek Academy, a place that accepts not the weak, but the extraordinary," Flanders spoke at length, which Tang Xi found excessive. However, seeing everyone else listening attentively, she stifled a yawn. Flanders shot her a sharp glance, and she was instantly alert. Clearly irritated, Flanders admonished Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Tang Xi, as support-type soul masters, the most crucial skill on the battlefield is survival. "Oscar, run 20 laps. Oscar sighed in defeat, another 20 laps. "Tang Xi, you will run 30 laps, Flanders specified. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang Xi with concern, but Tang Xi assured her with a calming look. Running had always been her forte since childhood. Tang Xi felt quite at ease. 30 laps were nothing for his sister, Tang Xi. In truth, it was the result of someone being compelled by their father and older brother to engage in training. Tang Xi stepped forward and exclaimed, "Yes. I assure you I will accomplish the task." Flandra nodded in agreement and said, "Gather here again in the evening for class." Afterward, Tang Xi followed closely behind Oscar as they began to run, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar engaged in some interactions that Tang Xi did not partake in. Tang Xi was solely focused on her running, her speed far surpassing that of Oscar by not just a mere twofold. By the time Oscar completed his run, Tang Xi was merely catching her breath. Oscar stared in astonishment. She must have already completed 30 laps, yet she showed no inclination to halt. Deep down, Oscar admired Tang Xi. Such physical prowess could only have been cultivated through years of rigorous training from childhood. Tang Xi sprinted with great strides, not employing a trace of spiritual energy. She slightly parted her lips, allowing every part of her body to relax. She sensed that she could continue running for another 10 laps or so. Tang Xi ran for an indeterminate duration, until her thigh muscles ached incessantly. Tang Xi felt a heaviness in her chest, her heart pounding violently, and her consciousness began to blur. All she knew was that she had to keep running forward. Her thighs gradually lost strength, and she lacked even the energy to lift her arms. The more she struggled, the more she compelled herself to stay alert. It was time for a final sprint. Tang Xi accelerated recklessly, pushing herself onward, her awareness fading further. After completing 3 laps at full speed, she finally slowed to a jog before coming to a stop. Her complexion was pale, her body drenched in sweat. Flandre, who had been secretly observing from the shadows, was highly pleased with Tang Xi's performance. Not only had she completed the 30 laps he had set for her, but she had also run an additional 32 laps, clearly exhausting herself in the process. However, the more Flandre watched, the more uneasy he became, as Tang Xi crouched by the roadside, clutching her chest, her expression reflecting immense pain. Tang Xi was once again beset by a heart-wrenching pain, her body drenched in cold sweat as she paused briefly to gather herself. Shakily, she rose to her feet, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Flandre observed the anguish etched across Tang Xi's face as she retreated to her dormitory for rest. And it seemed he began to comprehend why His Highness Houghton had remarked upon her unique constitution. Tang Xi had been clutching her chest, which surely indicated a heart condition. Upon realizing this, Flandre felt a twinge of guilt towards Tang Xi. Perhaps he should not have encouraged her to run. As dusk approached, Tang Xi and the other 6 had been waiting at the academy square for quite some time, yet there was still no sign of Tang Xi's arrival. Just as Flandre was about to speak, Tang Xi appeared before them, her face pale and her demeanor weak. "I apologize for my tardiness," she said. Ma Hongjuan's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, the delicate and frail maiden type. "I adore it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu became furious, delivering a sharp slap to Ma Hongjun before swiftly rushing to Tang Xi's side, asking with concern, "Xiao Xi, what has happened to you?" Tang Xi was somewhat flustered, while the others looked at each other with bewildered expressions, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. "Ahem, what is going on here?" Flandre exclaimed loudly. Tang Xi smiled softly, reassuring Xiao Wu that she was fine, urging her to not worry. However, in the eyes of Tang Xi and Xiao Wu, Tang Xi's words appeared rather forced. Tang Xi stepped forward, grasping Xiao Wu's arm, signaling her that Flandre was still present above. Left with no choice, Xiao Wu could only stand there in frustration. Yet her gaze never strayed from Tang Xi. "Today, I wish to commend a student, and that is Tang Xi." The audience in the Great Soul Arena, which included Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai, were taken aback. Those familiar with Flandre knew he was not one to offer praise lightly. Flandre clarified, "I mandated that Tang Xi run 30 laps, yet she exceeded expectations by completing 62 laps, surpassing my requirement by 32. Tang Xi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Having completed an astonishing 62 laps, he suppressed the urge to confront Tang Xi, his heart filled with an overwhelming sense of sorrow. It was no wonder his sister appeared so frail. The most astonished were the other 4, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Shuqing. As formidable attack-type and agility-type soul masters, it was quite a challenge for them to complete such a multitude of laps. Flandre was also pleased to see their astonishment. The indomitable spirit that Tang Xi exhibited in battle was indeed a lesson for us all. Ning Rongrong felt increasingly guilty as she listened, her head hanging low. In the midst of his discourse, Flandre abruptly shifted his gaze to Ning Rongrong, asking, "What about you?" Ning Rongrong called out. She stood up, feeling exposed. Flandre inquired, "Did you complete the assignment I assigned this morning?" "Yes," Ning Rongrong replied, adamantly refusing to concede in front of the crowd. Flandre snorted, "You left halfway to buy snacks and go shopping. How can you claim you ran?" Ning Rongrong retorted angrily, "Were you following me? What if I didn't finish? Do you have the right to dictate my actions?" Flandre frowned. "This is my school. If you're dissatisfied, you may leave the academy." Ning Rongrong scoffed. "No one has ever spoken to me in such a manner. You're merely a lowly soul sage." Flandre's gaze sharpened. "Even if I am merely a soul sage, my soul power far exceeds yours, while you are but a novice soul master. So what? I am an auxiliary soul master, and my contributions to the team are paramount." Dai Mubai has already reached the soul master level, while Tang Xi, Xiao Wu, and Tang Xi have all become formidable 29th level soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing may be close in level to you, but her ambition to grow stronger is relentless. And Ma Hongjun possesses the continent's most elite beast martial spirit, the evil fire phoenix. Yet you are the weakest. Ning Rongrong clenched her fists in frustration, defiantly pointing at Oscar. What about him? Flinder disdainfully replied. Though Oscar is a food-type soul master, he possesses innate full soul power and may one day surpass the 7-treasure glazed tile school. With tears brimming in her eyes, Ning Rongrong trembled, glancing at her peers before turning away, sobbing as she fled. This was her most humiliating moment. Flinder smirked. What's the matter? Can I handle you? Oscar, go comfort Ning Rongrong. Suddenly called upon, Oscar responded. Okay. Flinder surveyed the 6 individuals before stating, follow me to class. I have a new destination in mind. To the east of Soto City, the great fighting arena stood, a grand structure measuring 100 meters, its sign boldly declaring its purpose. Alongside a towering statue reminiscent of the Statue of Liberty. Daimubai hesitated. Director, is it too early to bring them to the great fighting arena? Flinder cast a sidelong glance at Daimubai, responding slowly, the best way to improve is through practical combat. Mubai, take them to register. Daimubai hesitated to voice further concerns, but upon meeting Flinder's resolute gaze, he remained silent. Flinder's gaze swept over the 6. One of the conditions for graduation is that you must obtain a silver soul badge before turning 20. This arena is a battleground for martial spirits. And even if you hail from a prestigious family, danger lurks everywhere. As they entered, Daimubai continued to explain, when your points reach a certain level, you will earn badges corresponding to your score. Here, each victory earns you 1 point. Tang Xi inquired, what types of competitions are held here? Daimubai replied, there are games of strategy, gambling duels, and life and death battles. The latter 2 require the signing of a life and death contract. While the game of strategy is merely a contest of martial souls, the upcoming game you will participate in can take the form of one-on-one matches, multiple opponents against one, 2-on-2 bouts, or even group battles. As the 6 of them entered the grand arena, they were struck by its magnificence. Tang Xi's eyes sparkled as she gazed ahead. The exterior of the arena was elliptical, with a vast fighting platform in the center measuring several dozen meters in width. It featured a main arena and 24 subsidiary arenas. Above, luxurious boxes made of transparent glass overlooked the scene, while thousands of spectators surrounded the platform below. The grand arena was indeed a sight to behold. Tang San and Xiao Wu submitted 10 golden soul coins to register, simultaneously forming a trio. Once they completed their registration, Tang Xi stole a few glances at Tang San before discreetly approaching the front desk, softly stating, I would like to register for a 1 versus mini match. Thank you. As she spoke, Tang Xi swiftly handed over the 10 golden soul coins. The attendant, puzzled, glanced at Tang Xi, a rather petite girl whose intellect seemed somewhat lacking. After all, 1 versus many challenges rarely favored a single combatant. Nevertheless, the attendant processed the registration and tossed the iron soul badge to Tang Xi, coolly remarking, all set. Realizing that one-on-one battles yielded insufficient points, Tang Xi contemplated the prospect of a 1 versus many contest, knowing victory would earn her double points. An announcement echoed, Iron Soul Fighter Tang Xi, please prepare for your 1 versus many duel. The other 5 were taken aback, turning their astonished gazes toward Tang Xi. Tang San, visibly upset, tapped Tang Xi on the forehead, exclaiming, Sister, how could you conceal such a perilous duel from me? Xiao Wu chimed in, Indeed. We worry about you when you do this. Unable to tolerate their overprotectiveness, Ma Hongjun interjected, Hey, you all seem excessively concerned. This is merely a game of skill, not a matter of life and death. Why fret? Xiao Wu retorted in anger, What do you know, you fatso? Just as she was about to continue, Tang Xi quickly stepped forward and covered Xiao Wu's mouth. Tang Xi, with a hint of embarrassment, addressed Ma Hongjun, It's nothing much. I've just had poor health since childhood. Sister Xiao Wu is merely concerned for me. Ma Hongjun scoffed, Go ahead and pretend. You claim to be unwell yet managed to run 62 laps? Daimubai interjected, Well, since it is Xiao Xi's decision, we shall respect her choice. Tang San, with a worried expression, looked at Xiao Wu, while Tang Xi confidently patted his chest and declared, Rest assured, Sister Xiao Wu, brother, if I cannot win, I shall concede immediately. Tang Xi exerted herself to reassure the 2 individuals before proceeding to the duel. Upon entering the arena, she was met by 2 formidable men wielding iron hammers. Hello, esteemed audience. Now, please welcome the rare twin martial soul grandmaster, Tang Xi with her martial souls, White Line and Peony. And here are our 2 grandmasters, Zhang Yi and Zhang Er, both wielding the formidable Haotian hammer. The audience erupted in excitement, for they were witnessing the extraordinary rarity of twin martial souls. They fervently chanted, Tang Xi, Tang Xi, Tang Xi. Zhang Yi, noticing Tang Xi's delicate demeanor, scoffed disdainfully. Little sister, you would be wise to concede early. My Haotian hammer shows no mercy. Tang Xi made a playful grimace, suggesting that you were simply too timid to dare. Tang Xi's provocation ignited an inferno of rage within Zhang Yi and Zhang Er. The 1 versus many duel commenced as Zhang Yi brandished the Haotian hammer, exclaiming, Haotian thunderclap. The lightning unleashed by the Haotian hammer surged directly towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi employed the purple extreme demon eye, causing all things around her to appear to slow down severfold. She could even discern the intricate patterns on the fabric of another's clothing with remarkable clarity. Tang Xi gracefully evaded the lightning with a perfect leap. In the VIP compartment, Xiao Wu gazed at Tang Xi with deep concern, while Tang Sen comforted her by patting her shoulder, saying, "Do not worry, Xiao Xi will be fine." Xiao Wu shook her head and replied, "San good. You do not understand. Every time Xiao Xi completes her grueling training, her heart aches for several hours. It is just that you have never noticed." Tang San was momentarily taken aback, his fist clenched tightly, feeling a profound sense of discomfort within. Ma Hongjun, astonished, inquired, "What did you say? Tang Xi is experiencing heart pain?" Standing nearby, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai were also drawn in by the conversation. Dai Mubai asked, "Tang San, we are classmates. There are certain matters you should not keep from us." Tang San, seeing the eagerness of everyone to know, could only elucidate. Xiao Xi was born with a heart defect, but by a stroke of fortune, she obtained the seven-hearted crystal heart, which allowed her to preserve her life. However, those who possess the seven-hearted crystal heart seldom survive past the age of 25. "What?" exclaimed Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Shuqing in unison. At this moment, Tang San's entire being trembled slightly, while Xiao Wu, embracing his arm, wore a countenance etched with concern. Thus, should Xiao Xi's heart endure a severe blow, her seven treasures' heart would be susceptible to shattering, resulting in her demise. Even a modicum of training might lead Xiao Xi to succumb to exhaustion, potentially causing cracks to appear in her seven treasures' heart. In the realm of soul power, behind Tang Xi bloomed the magnificent illusion of a bloodthirsty peony, a delicate flower of soft pink hue. Tang Xi reprimanded fiercely, unleashing her first soul skill, Stumbling Steps. A soft pink radiance enveloped Zhang Yi and Zhang Er, accompanied by a subtle floral fragrance. Instantly, their speed diminished considerably. Tang Xi smiled charmingly. "This is my first soul skill, Staggering Steps. It can diminish your speed by 30. And with each additional soul ring I acquire, I can further reduce your speed by 5. As I speak, I have already positioned myself behind the two of you, and the speed reduction can be applied to a single individual with a maximum limit of 100. This indicates that I have currently enhanced my own speed by 60. Tang Xi executed a swift side kick towards Zhang Yi's face, and then directed another kick towards Zhang Er. However, this merely propelled the two men backward by 5 meters. Zhang Yi and Zhang Er exchanged glances before simultaneously shouting, "Haotian Burning Shadow." Zhang Er grasped the Haotian hammer, and before it, 10 illusory Haotian hammers emerged, each adorned with blazing flames. Tang Xi narrowly evaded the attack, only to sense Zhang Yichao launching his own assault from behind. Tang Xi raised an eyebrow, unleashing her first soul skill, Soul Attack, the Bee Venom Needle. In an instant, Tang Xi's eyes transformed into shades of black and white. Yet she could perceive the cerulean souls of Zhang Yi and Zhang Er behind her. With a swift motion, dozens of silken threads erupted from her hands. Each delicate strand, a mere 10 centimeters in length, shimmered with a silver luminescence as it morphed into needle-like projectiles, piercing the rib cages, wrists, and meridians of both Zhang Yi and Zhang Er. In reality, the duo let out a harrowing cry, collapsing to the ground, engulfed in excruciating pain. Tang Xi felt a surge of quiet triumph within her. Her venomous threads were divided into two forms, physical and soul attacks. The physical threads were laced with potent poison, capable of instantly slaying an adversary of comparable strength, though their effectiveness diminished significantly against those exceeding level 50. Conversely, the soul attack pierced the essence of the opponent, inflicting the torment back upon their corporeal form without the aid of toxins, proving highly effective against those below level 60. Unlike physical attacks, soul attacks bypassed all forms of physical defense, directly imposing anguish upon the foe. Upon witnessing Tang Xi's effortless victory in the duel, the petite sorceress Xiao Wu exclaimed with delight, "Xiao Xi is the best." Nearby, Tang Sen felt a sense of pride. His sister was indeed formidable. The other three onlookers were filled with astonishment, as it was their first encounter with Tang Xi employing her soul technique, and they were taken aback by how effectively she subdued her opponent with just her first soul skill. This spectacle only strengthened Zhu Zhuqing's resolve to grow stronger. While Ma Hongjuan's perception of Tang Xi transformed, the once delicate girl revealed her remarkable prowess. Dai Mubai contemplated inwardly, if her first soul skill was so terrifying, what might the second one entail? In the soul arena, the host gazed at the two fallen competitors in astonishment, declaring, "The winner of this match is the Grand Soul Master Tang Xi, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses, earning 2 points." Tang Xi's delicate and charming visage was displayed on the large screen. After Tang Xi had registered her points, she was suddenly embraced by Xiao Wu, who rushed over, exclaiming, "My dear little, she is truly remarkable." Tang Xi said with a playful smile, "I told you I am quite impressive, didn't I, Sister Xiao Wu?" Upon hearing this, Tang San's complexion flushed slightly. As Tang Xi's elder brother, could he also be associated with Xiao Wu? After the intense competition at the Grand Soul Arena, the group returned to Shrek Academy. The following evening, after Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Tang Xi had finished their shopping, they arrived back at the academy to witness a heated altercation between Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong at the entrance. Ning Rongrong,
This is the academy, not your home. If you do not wish to stay here, then you may as well return home. Dai Mubai exclaimed, his anger palpable. Ning Rongrong, unaccustomed to such indignity, retorted fiercely, Ah, Dai Mubai, do you believe I won't kill you? Her words ignited Dai Mubai's fury, prompting him to unleash 3 soul rings. The overwhelming pressure sending Ning Rongrong flying 3 meters away. Do you dare? Don't think that just because you are the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed Tao Pagoda, I am afraid of you. Dai Mubai glared menacingly at Ning Rongrong, as if he were poised to strike at any moment. Tang Xi smiled cheerfully as she stood in front of Ning Rongrong, reminding everyone that they were classmates and there was no need to let discord disrupt their harmony. Tang San grasped the left hand of Dai Mubai, who was poised to strike, and shook his head gently, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. Dai Mubai let out a cold snort and addressed Ning Rongrong, saying, In consideration of Xiao Xi and Xiao San, I shall overlook this matter. However, should you dare provoke me again, my temper will not be so forgiving. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Ning Rongrong, filled with resentment, seized Tang Xi and exclaimed, Ah, Tang Xi, go and eliminate Dai Mubai for me. If you succeed, I shall reward you with 10,000 gold soul coins, and from that moment forth, you shall be a distinguished guest of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Tang Xi cast a glance at Ning Rongrong and coldly remarked, Have you not yet come to realize? Your obstinate and overbearing disposition is unappealing to anyone. There is no one here who will acquiesce to your demands. If this environment does not suit you, you are free to depart. Tang Xi cast a fleeting glance at Ning Rongrong, fully aware that she could not indulge the temperament of the little witch. If she wished to remain, she must amend her foul disposition. With a complex expression, Tang San addressed Ning Rongrong, saying, Xiao Xi is right. If it does not suit you, you may choose to leave. Ultimately, Oscar's gaze was filled with disappointment, starkly contrasting with the way he had first looked at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong felt a deep ache within. Having been cherished since childhood, she had never encountered defiance. At that moment, she longed to weep freely. For she was not the little witch she was perceived to be, and she never wished for circumstances to unfold in such a manner. The following morning, the group gathered at the Academy Square, where Ning Rongrong arrived early, enveloped in a profound silence. Tang Xi approached and gently patted Ning Rongrong on the shoulder, a hint of bashfulness causing her to avert her gaze. So, how were you yesterday? I didn't mean to sound so serious. In fact, everyone really appreciates your calm demeanor when we first met. Ning Rongrong, initially engulfed in gloom, couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Tang Xi's awkward attempt at comfort. After a moment of silence, she lowered her head and softly murmured, But still, thank you. You reminded me of what I need to do now. At the Songhui Academy, Flinder transformed into his owl spirit and gracefully descended from the sky above the plaza. Glancing at the insufficient number of attendees, he inquired, Where's Oscar? Is he still sleeping in? As Flinder concluded his remark, Oscar came running excitedly from a distance, waving at everyone. Dean, I've reached level 30. Flinder nodded in satisfaction and instructed Oscar to unleash his spirit, conjuring sausages and cured meats. Next, you are all to accompany Oscar into the Stardow Forest to acquire his 3rd spirit ring. This will serve as a trial for each of you. After a brief pause, Flinder added, From now on, each of you must consume one of Oscar's sausages. The group reacted with considerable reluctance except for Ning Rongrong, who clenched her fists and stepped forward. She approached Oscar and snatched the sausage from his hand, devouring it with determination. She was resolute in her decision to remain. Flinder nodded in approval. At last, Ning Rongrong's arrogant demeanor showed signs of improvement. Tang Xi silently raised her hand and asked, Oscar, can you conjure up 10 sausages? They appear to be quite delectable. Tang Xi had yet to partake in breakfast, her stomach rumbling with hunger. Oscar was taken aback, having never encountered such a demand before, while Ma Hongjun silently pondered how she could eat even more than he could. The others, exasperated, could only shake their heads, feeling helpless against Tang Xi's appetite. The 8 of them were preparing to set off for the Stardow Forest when Xiao Wu approached, declaring, I shall accompany you on your journey to the Stardow Forest. I will not intervene unless we encounter a Millennium Soul Beast. Mubai, you shall lead the way. Dai Mubai nodded and began assigning tasks. Tang Xi and Tang San, you will position yourselves at the front to scout ahead. Oscar and Ning Rongrong follow Tang San. Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun shall guard them. Zhu Zhuqing and I will bring up the rear. We shall proceed in this formation. As they traveled, the fragrant blossoms and melodious birdsong created a splendid landscape, which Tang Xi thoroughly relished. She longed to break away from the group and frolic freely, feeling frustrated that, despite her many visits to the Stardow Forest, she still had to tread so cautiously. The century-old soul beast posed no threat to her, and she could easily handle the Millennium Beasts, yet she wisely kept this to herself, fearing a collective retaliation. As fatigue set in, Dai Mubai munched on one of Oscar's sausages and remarked, If we run for another hour, we will reach an inn where we can rest. In the late hours of the night, at the inn, Xiao Wu was utterly exhausted, her rabbit ears drooping with fatigue. Why am I so tired? She lamented. Tang Xi gazed eagerly at the delectable dishes before her, joyfully savoring a chicken leg in each hand, her mouth exclaiming with delight, So delicious. Tang Xi had a greasy mouth, and a stray hair stood upright on her head, provoking peals of laughter from everyone. Oscar, standing nearby, stifled his chuckles, remarking, "Oh, little Xi, your lips are all oily, ha ha ha." Tang Xi pouted in annoyance, exclaiming, "What are you laughing at? I also have an image to uphold." Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun burst into uncontrollable laughter, his words spilling forth without restraint. "You? An image? Humph." Tang Xi huffed, choosing to remain silent. Shortly after, a group of individuals clad in red school uniforms entered, exuding an air of arrogance as they carelessly kicked a nearby chair, leaving the nearby waiter too intimidated to speak. Ma Hongjun's gaze became fixated on one of the beautiful figures among them, exclaiming, "Dai, those fellows must be from Songhui Academy." Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, laughing arrogantly. "Just a mere Songhui Academy, what do they have to boast about?" He deliberately spoke loudly, ensuring that the group could hear him, prompting them to glare back in fury. Tang Xi, intrigued, retorted, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" As she spoke, Tang Xi playfully made a face. Oscar was quite exhilarated, thinking to himself, this is going to be entertaining. Tang San inquired, "What is the splendid performance?" "This too is an integral part of our cultivation. The dean's adage, a soul master who does not dare to provoke trouble is not a good soul master," Oscar replied. Xiao Wu comprehended instantly, nodding in agreement. While the others exchanged knowing smiles, a man clad in red deliberately approached, causing a server to stumble while serving dishes. Tang San swiftly supported the server, exclaiming, "Let us not waste food." The man in red arrogantly remarked, "I truly apologize," before launching a kick towards Dai Mubai. Yet, how could this man's leg be so robust? Observing the escalating tension, bystanders hastily retreated, while those opposite began to rise one after another. "Which academy do you represent?" questioned Yu Zhiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Songhui Academy. "I am Yu Zhiqiu. May I inquire about your sect?" The mentor from across stood up, probing. Ma Hongjun proudly declared, "We are from Shrek Academy." Yu Zhiqiu immediately donned a smug expression. "Shrek? I do not recall hearing of it." Dai Mubai scoffed, echoing, "I have not heard of it either." It appeared these peculiar youngsters were not scions of any prominent sect, which offered him a sense of ease in tormenting them. Yu Zhiqiu stamped his foot, revealing his 5 soul rings, and instantly, a verdant tortoise shell enveloped him, emanating a green glow from the ground. At the level of a soul king, above level 50, it seemed necessary to resort to hidden weapons, Tang Sen contemplated. At that moment, Tang Xi stepped forward, asserting, "If we are to engage, let us do so outside, for our true abilities cannot be unleashed here." Tang Xi's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, causing Yu Zhiqiu to frown. "Humph. I shall wait for you outside. I am certain he is a defensive-type battle spirit master. We may not necessarily face defeat. Mubai, Zhu Qing, and I, with our swift speed, shall restrain him from the sidelines, while Xiao Wu stands ready to assist." Tang San gazed at Ma Hongjun, reflecting on the elemental interplay of water extinguishing fire and fire overpowering water. "You shall launch the assault from the periphery, while Xiao Shi manipulates that individual's actions. Oscar can support the fatty. Our numbers grant us the advantage, and we shall wear him down in a protracted battle." Ning Rongrong, what about me? She thought, feeling a deep sense of neglect as she realized she had been overlooked. Tang San's gaze flickered with a hint of evasion. "Well, your martial soul is rather unique, so just adapt as needed." Ning Rongrong, feeling dejected, lowered her head. Tang Xi stepped forward to offer consolation, saying, "Observe the situation and provide support to everyone. Assistance can often prove to be immensely beneficial." Tang Xi's words rekindled Ning Rongrong's confidence. With a glimmer of determination in her eyes, Ning Rongrong nodded and said, "Yes." Outside, the white tiger's radiant wave erupted. The first soul skill, Entanglement. A beam of golden light surged toward Yu Zhiqiu as the blue-silver grass rose from the ground, firmly ensnaring Yu Zhiqiu. Tang Sen exclaimed, "Ma Hongjun." Ma Hongjun circled around the eaves, summoned his martial spirit, and selected an advantageous position to unleash a torrent of flames. Zhu Zhiqing marveled, impressive. Dai Mubai, perplexed, inquired, "Is that all?" Ma Hongjun, brimming with pride, extinguished the flames, leaving behind a charred turtle. Tang Xi's violet extreme magic eyes flickered. "No, it is not over yet." Yu Zhiqiu's lips curled into a smile as he invoked his first soul skill, the Xian Gui shield. Instantly, a chilling aura surged forth, causing the bound blue-silver grass to freeze and shatter into fragments. He then unleashed his second soul skill, the flexible spider silk. Tang Xi instantaneously unleashed hundreds of strands of spider silk, ensnaring Yu Zhiqiu's limbs with unyielding tenacity. Despite Yu Zhiqiu's fervent efforts to break free, she found herself utterly powerless against the binding threads. Tang Xi explained, "My second soul skill, the flexible spider silk, is derived from a Millennium Soul Ring. Its most remarkable characteristic is its exceptional flexibility, coupled with a sticky substance imbued with potent acid. Over time, your arm would dissolve into pus. For soul masters below the 60th level, it is nearly impossible to sever." Yu Zhiqiu was astonished by Tang Xi's prowess at such a tender age. Her second soul ring was already a millennium. Unwilling to yield, Yu Zhiqiu proclaimed, "Second soul skill, Xian Shui Bingfeng." A column of water erupted from his mouth, instantly freezing into a formidable projectile. Tang Xi narrowly evaded the peril, but infuriatingly, They had him immobilized and yet still launched an assault from his position. Zhu Zhiqing immediately advanced to unleash her first soul skill, Spectral Stab. Her nails transformed into formidable cat claws, striking from the side, only to be repelled by Yu Zhiqiu's protective barrier. As Tang Xi observed the slight curve of Yu Zhiqiu's lips, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. Yu Zhiqiu was about to unleash his third soul skill. Behind Tang Xi, a magnificent peony blossoms, signifying her second soul skill, Soul Power Devour. A peony flourishes at Yu Zhiqiu's heart, incessantly siphoning his soul power. Yu Zhiqiu exclaims, third soul skill, Mysterious Water Surge. In the next moment, a formidable force erupts, pushing everyone back a step. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the explosive energy dissipates and tranquility reigns once more. Yu Zhiqiu, eyes wide with shock, gasps, how can this be? How has my 30 soul power vanished so suddenly? Lacking sufficient soul power, he finds himself unable to invoke his third soul skill. Daimubai quickly steps forward to unleash his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Rongrong hastily activates the 7 treasure glaze tile, its first decree, Strength, and its second decree, Speed. A radiant beam envelopes Daimubai, who instantaneously feels an inexhaustible surge of energy, his speed significantly enhanced. With a powerful punch, Daimubai strikes Yu Zhiqiu, who, caught off guard, is sent flying 10 meters away. Well done, phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Zhao Wujing leisurely emerges from the doorway, casting a glance at Ning Rongrong. Excellent work. Your support was perfectly executed. Flattered, Ning Rongrong smiles brightly but humbly replies, it's nothing. It's all thanks to everyone. Her words instantly elevate the camaraderie among the group. All right, it's time to rest, Zhao Wujing declares. Struggling to his feet, Yu Zhiqiu interjects, wait, you are their teacher, right? Your academy has insulted our school, shouldn't there be an explanation? Zhao Wujing dismissively retorts, explanation? What is there to explain? Songhui Academy has always preyed on the weak and provoked trouble. He then provocatively adds, in my view, it's nothing but a trash academy. Tang Xi chimed in, indeed. Indeed, teacher Zhao. I haven't had my fill of fighting yet. How could I possibly let him off so easily? Zhao Wuji, with a sigh of resignation, pressed his forehead and replied, girls should not dwell on brawling. It's time for you to return and rest. Tang Xi pouted and murmured, if you don't want to fight, then don't. Why be so fierce? The silver-haired youth, who had been watching from the window upstairs for quite some time, couldn't help but chuckle. It has been a while. Tang Xi, I never expected you to surprise me so greatly. After a while, a cacophony of slapping sounds echoed from outside the door as Zhao Wuji seized Yu Zhiqiu by the collar and delivered dozens of resounding slaps. Zhao Wuji stretched his limbs, relishing the sensation of striking without the use of his martial spirit. Yu Zhiqiu, dazed and reeling, collapsed to the side, his eyes swirling with stars. Upon pushing open the door, several onlookers quickly formed a line. Zhao Wuji, with a sense of pride, remarked, you all have truly brought me honor with your performance. Well done. However, upon returning, you must undergo special training. Yet, everyone's gaze shifted back to Tang Xi. Dai Mubai was the first to speak up, in truth. Our ability to defeat Yu Zhiqiu this time owes much to Tang Xi's second soul skill from her peony martial spirit. If Yu Zhiqiu had unleashed his third soul skill, whether we could have triumphed remains an open question, a thought shared by all in their hearts. Tang Xi shook her head apologetically, asserting that there was nothing to be concerned about. After all, we are all students of Shrek Academy, a unified entity. And it is only natural for me to assist everyone. Zhao Wuji concurred, stating, what Tang Xi says is indeed accurate. Now, let us all return and rest. The group responded in unison, yes, teacher Zhao. The following morning, several individuals ventured into the Stardow forest, with Zhao Wuji leading the way. Suddenly, he came to a halt, urging everyone to be on high alert. The group promptly heightened their vigilance, while only Tang Xi leisurely gazed around, wondering if something was about to arrive. Be cautious, something is approaching at great speed, Zhao Wuji warned. Zhu Zhiqing and Tang San exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in agreement. Zhu Zhiqing swiftly ascended a tree to survey the surroundings. Can you see it clearly? Zhao Wuji inquired. It appears to be a flying snake, adorned with a bright red fleshy crest on its head, she responded. What does its tail resemble? Zhao Wuji further questioned. It seems to be fan-shaped, Zhu Zhiqing replied. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Zhao Wuji as he raised his gaze. It is the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Haha, Oscar, you are in for a treat. This creature aligns perfectly with your attributes. With that, Zhao Wuji turned his attention to the others, fixating on the direction of the creature, preparing for the hunt. Tang San was about to inquire about the length of the snake when he witnessed Tang Xi springing into action, swiftly leaping into the trees to pinpoint the location of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Utilizing the tree's elasticity, she rapidly descended upon the vicinity of the snake. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, swaying its tail in an attempt to flee, was met with Tang Xi's immediate deployment of the first soul skill of the bloodthirsty peony. A staggering step. In an instant, a delicate pink peony blossomed behind the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, significantly reducing its speed, which in turn augmented Tang Xi's own swiftness. In Tang Xi's palm, numerous strands of silken thread surged forth, supple and resilient. Thousands of these threads ensnared the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, while the other ends were entwined around 4 or 5 towering trees. With her first soul skill, the poisonous bee needle, over 20 threads shot forth from Tang Xi's back, piercing the snake's vulnerable spot with precision. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake let out a mournful wail, and in an instant, it succumbed to weakness, rendered motionless. Tang Xi employed a measure of potent venom, though not lethal. However, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake has been rendered so weak that it possesses no strength whatsoever. Tang Xi gently descended to the roots of the tree. After retracting the silk threads, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake fell amidst the foliage, stirring up a cloud of dust. Tang Xi glanced at the length of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake and remarked, "This is a serpent with a cultivation age ranging from 1300 to 1800 years." The others gasped in astonishment. A millennium? Xiao Wu was taken aback, pondering how Tang Xi could annihilate a 1,000-year soul beast with such ease. Zhu Zhuqing murmured, "Such formidable strength." Oscar was startled, while Ma Hongjun wore a sorrowful expression, lamenting the overwhelming talent that seemed to leave no path for them. Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, praised, "Tang Xi, you are truly remarkable." Dai Mubai nodded, genuinely admiring Tang Xi at that moment, though he couldn't help but feel that beauty often meets an untimely fate. Tang San pondered silently, fearing that this might not be his sister's true strength. Only Xiao Wu appeared sullen. Did she truly intend to slay the spirit beast? Tang Xi sensed a transformation in her soul power, having surpassed the 30th level. However, she chose not to disclose this development to anyone. Tang Xi previously comforted Xiao Wu, saying, "Sister Xiao Wu, there will come a day when soul beasts and soul masters can truly coexist in harmony." Ma Hongjun seemed to have heard the greatest joke of all, replying, "Xiao Shi, if you intend to console someone, this is hardly the way to do it, is it?" Tang San inquired with interest, "What are your thoughts on this, Xiao Shi?" Xiao Wu also turned her gaze towards Tang Xi, her eyes filled with a profound sorrow. Tang Xi slowly spoke, explaining that soul masters hunt soul beasts to acquire soul rings, and thus attain greater power. Yet obtaining soul rings does not necessarily require the slaughter of soul beasts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu suddenly perked up, asking, "Is that true?" Tang Xi nodded, acknowledging that the acquisition of soul beasts and the conversion of their soul power into soul rings was essential. However, this endeavor would require the next generation to embark on their own explorations. Tang Xi speaks the truth. For a series of events later in Douluo continent indeed mentions this method. Tang Xin secretly noted this thought and remarked, "I had not anticipated that you, Xiao Shi, possess such profound insights into these matters." Hearing this, Xiao Wu felt somewhat better and nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I believe that day will come." Tang Xi smiled and remarked, "Oh, not at all." At that moment, 2 elderly ladies wielding serpent staffs approached, accompanied by a young maiden. "May I kindly request the return of this phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake to my granddaughter?" The elder was none other than the renowned serpent matriarch of the great dragon serpent. And beside her stood her granddaughter, Mengyiran. "We were the first to discover it, and the serpent bears the marks of my injury upon its abdomen," the serpent matriarch stated. Tang Xin stepped forward to investigate and indeed discovered 3 distinct wounds inflicted upon the creature. He nodded towards Zhao Wujing, affirming the veracity of the matter. Mengyiran, standing nearby, echoed his sentiment, stating, "Had we not injured this serpent, you would never have been able to capture it." Tang Xi said irritably, "Even without you, we can still catch them. Who needs your assistance?" Mengyiran, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie recalled something and remarked, "But what about the snake lady from the legendary dragon and serpent? It is said that within the soul master realm, there exists a renowned couple, the legendary dragon and serpent. The martial soul fusion technique they employ can reach the formidable power of a tidal Douluo." Tang Xi stifled a yawn nearby, discreetly seeking a spot to sit down and indulge in a brief slumber. The ensuing narrative unfolds with the serpent matriarch proposing a duel regarding the fate of the phoenix tail and coxcomb snake. In a twist, the elder brother steps in for Oscar to challenge Mengyiran. Following an exhilarating contest, the elder brother emerges victorious, thereby successfully surpassing level 30. While Oscar acquires a soul ring in this captivating tale, Tang Xi held a broad leaf over her face, reassured by the presence of her teacher, Zhao Wuji, which dispelled any fears of impending danger. Consequently, she drifted off into a peaceful slumber. As Tang San was about to engage in a duel with Mengyiran, an inappropriate snoring sound emanated from beneath a nearby tree. The sound echoed, "Hu-zzz." Curious, Xiao Wu gently parted the leaves that covered Tang Xi's face, revealing her in a deep slumber, a trickle of drool escaping her lips, and a tuft of hair atop her head slightly askew. The atmosphere fell silent for a brief 3 seconds, prompting Snake Lady to stifle a laugh. What a peculiar little girl, to be able to sleep soundly in such a setting. Xiao Wu, at a loss for words, chose not to rouse Tang Xi, who appeared to be in a blissful dream. The others, however, erupted into hearty laughter. Even the typically aloof Zhu Zhuqing couldn't suppress a chuckle. After the duel concluded, Tang San settled into a meditative posture to adjust his soul power. True to their agreement, Snake Lady yielded the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, allowing Oscar to begin absorbing its soul ring. "Teacher, I fear I require another soul ring, as I have just broken through to level 30. Upon awakening, Tang Xin spoke with a hint of embarrassment, Is it all right? Xiao Wujia burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Well done, Tang San. You have remarkably surpassed level 30. The crowd erupted in congratulations, and at that moment, Oscar had successfully absorbed his soul ring and opened his eyes. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai leaned in to inquire, "Oscar, what soul skill have you awakened? Show us." Oscar hesitated, resisting, "Perhaps not." Ma Hongjun, puzzled, suddenly grinned slyly. "Could it be you've unlocked another peculiar incantation?" Oscar glanced at Ning Rongrong, feeling a flush of embarrassment. "All right then, but you mustn't laugh at me." Ultimately, Oscar activated his soul skill, declaring, "Mushroom sausage." 3 soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, spiraling around his waist, and in a flash of golden light from his hands, a yellow sausage was conjured. The enticing aroma wafted to Tang Xi's nose, stirring her from her slumber. As she recalled the delectable scent, it seemed to her that the fragrance of the sausage was simply irresistible. Tang Xi's words captivated everyone's attention. Tang San could not help but tap Tang Xi's forehead, prompting her to exclaim, "Ouch, brother, how is it that you can sleep so soundly? The moment you catch a whiff of food, you awaken." Upon hearing the mention of food, Tang Xi instantly awakened, leaping to her feet and dashing towards Oscar, seizing the sausage from his hands with fervor. As Tang Xi was about to savor her sausage, she was abruptly tapped on the shoulder by Xiao Wuji, who exasperatedly questioned, "Are you still a girl? You eat and sleep so much." Xiao Wuji helplessly rubbed his forehead, while Tang Xi, with an innocent expression, lamented, "Life is inherently short, so we must indulge in pleasure while we can." Xiao Wuji, visibly irritated, remarked, "Only you would articulate such sentiments, right?" "Ha!" Tang Xi's remark elicited hearty laughter from the others, particularly from Xiao Wuji, whose face was as dark as night itself. As Tang Xi was about to indulge in a sausage, a sudden thought crossed her mind, prompting her to stow it away. At that moment, the ground trembled, and the surrounding soul beasts hastily fled. Xiao Wuji shouted, "Be on high alert, we must escape." The earth quaked, and the trees swayed as many soul beasts had long since vacated this perilous place. A colossal gorilla, or rather the forest monarch, the Titan Great Ape, charged towards them. Upon its arrival, Xiao Wujia intervened to restrain Dai Mubai and Tang San, while Xiao Wu hid behind Tang San, her eyes darting with unease. Cold sweat trickled down Xiao Wujia's back as he exclaimed, "It is the Titan Great Ape. We are on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. How could such a forest sovereign venture this far out?" Tang Xi looked at the visibly anxious Xiao Wu. The Titan Great Ape was none other than her subordinate before Xiao Wu transformed, known as Air Ming. Soon, Xiao Wu would be abducted, and Tang San would frantically search for her. In the midst of this turmoil, Tang Xi had no desire to be involved. She would stealthily slip away amidst the chaos to hunt for soul beasts and acquire her own soul ring. Her martial spirit was unique, and she wished to keep her soul ring absorption hidden from prying eyes. The Titan Great Ape let out a furious roar towards the crowd, extending its hand to seize Xiao Wu. At that moment, Zhao Wujin shouted, urging everyone to flee while he bought them some time. Zhao Wujin launched an attack, and the others followed suit, while Tang Xi feigned a look of terror. However, their assaults proved futile against the Titan Great Ape, which effortlessly grasped Xiao Wu and dashed into the depths of the forest. Tang San, in a state of panic, rushed forward, Xiao Wu. At that moment, Tang Xi quickly consumed Oscar's sausage, and wings sprouted instantaneously from behind. "Brother, I shall pursue Sister Xiao Wu." Tang Xi uttered these words and soared into the sky. Yet midway through her flight, she altered her course. The third soul skill of Oscar, the sausage, possesses the ability to fly, reaching speeds akin to those of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, albeit its duration is limited to merely 1 minute. Tang Xi descended onto an open space, stretching her limbs lazily, relishing the delightful freedom of no longer being tethered to the narrative. Tang Xi glanced at the approaching figure behind her, her tone suddenly turning icy. "You've been following me for so long. Aren't you going to show yourself?" Upon hearing this, Suwen emerged from behind a tree, his silver hair and crimson eyes evoking memories for Tang Xi. "Suwen," she instinctively uttered, recalling the boy who had stood beside Bai Dong when she was 6. Suwen smiled lightly and replied, "It has indeed been a long time, Tang Xi." Tang Xi also laughed and said, "Indeed. It has been quite a while since we last met, my desk mate." Upon encountering Suwen at the tender age of 6, Tang Xi swiftly deduced Suwen's true identity. Otherwise, she would not do justice to her status as an academic prodigy in real life. "Shall we engage in a conversation?" Tang Xi spoke first, and Suwen, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement. Indeed, they needed to engage in a serious conversation. "How did you come to be in this novel?" Tang Xi inquired curiously, unaware that the distance between her and Suwen had dwindled to a mere 10 centimeters. Tang Xi's heart raced slightly. She relished this sensation, finding the quickening of her heartbeat to be exquisite. Suwen's face revealed no trace of emotion, remaining as impassive as ever. "After you were struck by a vehicle, I met my demise at the hands of another car. Upon reopening my eyes, I found myself reborn as an infant, subsequently discovered and adopted by the wandering Bibidong, who took me in as her student." "Tang Xi, is that it?" However, Tang Xi felt a twinge of disbelief. "Could it be that after I went through so much to save you, You have perished once more? Su Wen pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Yet Tang Xi sensed an expression of subtle grievance on her face. Tang Xi silently criticized, as Su Wen remained. As in her previous life, a conversation terminator. Regardless of how hard Tang Xi endeavored to find a topic, Su Wen always responded coldly and silently. What is your martial soul and what is your level? This was the question that piqued Tang Xi's curiosity the most. Su Wen stood up, and 3 soul rings spiraled up from beneath her feet, settling steadily around her waist. The colors of the soul rings were yellow, purple, and black. And a wave of energy blew Tang Xi's bangs. I am a level 36 soul master of the assault system, and my martial soul possesses dark attributes. Su Wen stated indifferently, leaving Tang Xi in a state of disarray amidst the wind. What? Tang Xi curiously glanced at Su Wen's soul ring, pouting in dissatisfaction. Why is it that I possess dual martial souls, yet have only reached level 30, while you have advanced to level 36? Su Wen remained silent. Could he possibly mention that it was due to the rewards from the divine examination? Of course not, for that was his trump card. A secret he would not divulge to anyone, including the person before him. And what about you? Su Wen inquired, observing that Tang Xi appeared even more refined than before. Her 2 playful braids seemed to sway as if imbued with life, while the prominent strand of hair atop her head remained unchanged. Su Wen's expression was filled with tenderness. An emotion Tang Xi was oblivious to. Don't say anything. I've had such bad luck. I woke up as an abandoned child, only to be taken in by Tang Hao as his adopted daughter. Now, I am currently enrolled at Shrek Academy. Tang Xi lay on the grass, gazing at the clouds drifting through the sky. Will we become enemies in the future? She inquired, a question laden with unspoken understanding. She was part of the protagonist Tang San's team, while he was a disciple of Bibi Dong, destined to be adversaries. Su Wen nodded, acknowledging the undeniable truth. Yet he expressed a heartfelt wish. I hope you do not involve yourself in my plans against Tang San. I do not wish to turn against my deskmate of 3 years. Come to the spirit hall. I can protect you. Su Wen's words floated delicately into Tang Xi's heart, stirring something within her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. I'm sorry, I cannot do that, Tang Xi murmured, lowering her head in silence. Although Su Wen had long anticipated this response, hearing it directly from Tang, she stirred discomfort in his heart. Suddenly, Su Wen's aura turned icy. He stood up expressionlessly. There is nothing more to say. The next time we meet, we shall be enemies. As Su Wen turned to leave, Tang Xi anxiously grasped his sleeve. Wait. As Tang Xi stood up, she tripped over a stone on the ground and unexpectedly fell onto Su Wen. Alas! Su Wen's pupils widened in surprise as Tang Xi's lips inadvertently brushed against hers, causing her face to flush instantly, resembling a cooked shrimp. Tang Xi recalled the words spoken by Su Wen earlier. The next time we meet, we shall be enemies. This statement struck her heart like a dagger. She had harbored feelings for Su Wen since the very day they first met, quietly nurturing her affection for this desk mate. Now, a mere fleeting remark sought to sever the bond they once shared. Su Wen, you truly are remarkable. Tang Xi intensified her restraint on Su Wen. At that moment, Su Wen's heart raced fervently, his entire body ablaze with heat, and his mind felt dizzy. His mouth was soft, accompanied by a tingling sensation, reminiscent of the sweetness of cotton candy. After a considerable pause, Tang Xi finally released her hold, leaving Su Wen with a fleeting sense of disappointment as they sat awkwardly back to back. Tang Xi, blushing, lowered her head and quietly said, In light of my having saved you, could you please assist me with one more favor? Su Wen's face flushed crimson, his mind consumed solely with thoughts of their potential kiss. Help me hunt a 10,000-year soul beast. Tang Xi subtly grasped the hem of Su Wen's clothing, her martial spirit. Lifeline required a 3rd soul ring of that age, but she knew it would be impossible to succeed alone. Su Wen nodded, his cheeks aflame, and replied, Very well. I shall assist you. Tang Xi stole a glance at Su Wen's reaction and couldn't help but chuckle. It was the first time she had seen him blush. Su Wen, with thoughts consumed by the recent kiss, felt his face grow even warmer. The scene shifted as Tang Xi and Su Wen dashed through the Stardow forest. Tang Xi deftly manipulated the lifeline, which shimmered gently as it floated in midair, eagerly seeking a suitable 3rd soul ring. This was the unique essence of Tang Xi's martial spirit. The 2 martial souls seemed to possess a life of their own, instinctively choosing the most compatible soul rings. The lifeline directed its attention towards a distant iron rhinoceros, and Tang Xi noted the impressive length of its horn, approximately 1 meter, signifying a cultivation of 10,000 years. Su Wen was indeed the iron rhinoceros ahead. Tang Xi addressed Su Wen, who nodded in agreement, rapidly devising a strategy to confront the formidable beast. You will bind it while I destroy its limbs. Understood. Upon responding, Tang Xi willed forth a magnificent pale pink peony that bloomed behind her, staggering forward. One by one, peonies blossomed upon the back of the iron rhinoceros. The creature's pace significantly slowed. It was only then that it became aware of the impending danger, prompting it to frantically sprint beneath its feet. Tang Xi's hands were adorned with countless silken threads as she unleashed her first soul skill, the Soul Assault Venomous Needle Threads. Dozens of venomous threads transformed into toxic needles, striking towards the limbs of the iron rhinoceros bull, inflicting agonizing pain that resonated within its corporeal form. A roar erupted from the iron rhinoceros bull, its anguished cries echoing as if its limbs had been pierced by myriad needles. With her second soul skill, the flexible spider silk, hundreds of threads were simultaneously activated, ensnaring the iron rhinoceros bull, while the other ends were firmly affixed to several towering trees. In a fit of fury, the iron rhinoceros bull bellowed, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that shattered the flexible spider silk. Its horns hardened to an unyielding state as it glared at Tang Xi, charging towards her with unbridled rage. Despite having diminished its speed by 30%, it still bore down upon her with astonishing swiftness. Tang Xi, in awe, swiftly leapt to another grand tree. In retaliation, the iron rhinoceros bull, filled with wrath, hurled its horns against the tree where Tang Xi had taken refuge. The ancient tree, over a century old, trembled violently before its trunk splintered and began to topple, forcing Tang Xi to evade to another tree. Su Wen observed the spectacle with keen interest before deciding to intervene. Dark mist swirled around Su Wen's hands as he activated his first soul skill, corrosion. A vast expanse of black mist surged forth, almost sentient in its excitement, enveloping the iron rhinoceros bull. A deafening roar erupted from the creature, its cries of agony resonating as the areas consumed by the black mist revealed a stark crimson hue. Driven to madness by the torment, the iron rhinoceros bull began to thrash wildly. Tang Xi deftly manipulated hundreds of silken threads, ensnaring the iron rhinoceros bull. With her second soul skill, she unleashed the power of Soul Devour. Tang Xi unleashed the second soul skill, Bloodthirsty Peony, as the peony blossomed upon the crimson back of the iron rhinoceros bull, swiftly siphoning its soul energy. The bull's once formidable charge diminished significantly, deprived of the necessary soul power to sustain its prior vigor. However, the agony it had endured ignited a deep-seated hatred towards the two individuals before it. With a final surge of strength, it broke free from the webbing that ensnared it. The iron rhinoceros bull surged forward, directing its wrath towards Tang Xi and Su Wen. Its formidable defenses rendered the encroaching black mist merely a superficial threat. Su Wen furrowed his brow, activating his second soul skill, Toxic Fog. This skill obscured the opponent's vision while also unleashing a lethal poison capable of infiltrating their very organs. Tang Xi sprinted forward, unleashing the first soul skill of the Line of Life, the Poison Bee Needle. Dozens of needle-like tendrils pierced through the crimson back of the iron rhinoceros bull. With a roar, the iron rhinoceros bull let out a mournful cry, its strength waning against the onslaught. A soul bone worth 32 points fell. Su Wen retracted the poisonous mist, and upon seeing this, Tang Xi swiftly drew a dagger from the sapphire soul guide at her chest, plunging it mercilessly into the bull's skull, instantly staining her dress with its blood. Su Wen clicked his tongue in admiration, remarking on her ferocity. The iron rhinoceros bull, filled with unwillingness, closed its eyes as black points of light emanated from its body, coalescing into a dark soul ring that descended around Tang Xi's waist. Tang Xi sat in meditation, closing her eyes, and found herself in the realm of consciousness. Here, she was to endure the tumultuous clash of the spirit of the iron-horned bull. The ethereal form of the iron-horned bull gazed at Tang Xi with fury before charging towards her, its horn piercing through her chest. Blood spilled from the corner of Tang Xi's mouth, and for reasons unknown, her heart ached at the sight of Su Wen. Within this realm of consciousness, Tang Xi was unable to wield any soul techniques. She could only flee endlessly, perpetually under assault by the iron-horned bull. A tremendous energy surged chaotically within her body. Tang Xi's complexion was pallid, and her meridians had sustained multiple injuries once more. In Tang Xi's consciousness, delicate pink peonies blossomed, adorning even the body of the iron rhinoceros. The petals of the peonies were enveloped in a domineering, blood-red mist. This sanguine mist surrounded the soul of the iron rhinoceros, causing its essence to shatter with a resounding impact. The dark soul ring settled firmly around Tang Xi's waist, signifying her successful absorption of it. Upon witnessing this, Su Wen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Tang Xi opened her eyes once more, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. A metallic taste of blood lingered in her mouth, urging her to retch, yet she restrained herself, determined not to appear too disheveled in front of Su Wen. With concern etched on his face, Su Wen inquired, "Tang Xi, how are you feeling?" Tang Xi's smile blossomed, though her face appeared somewhat pallid. Fortunately, it was merely a sign of her physical frailty. Her heart still ached in intermittent pangs. Tang Xi expressed her desire to leave swiftly, saying, "I must take my leave now, Su Wen." Su Wen fell into a contemplative silence. After gazing at Tang Xi for a considerable time, he finally spoke. "In the days to come, I shall seize all of Tang San's fortunes. Tang Xi, we belong to the same world. I do not wish for us to become adversaries." Tang Xi cast a slightly surprised glance at Su Wen, not anticipating that he harbored such intentions. She smiled gently, believing that there would always be a way for them to coexist peacefully. Su Wen regarded Tang Xi with a complex expression, remarking, "You are still too naive, Tang Xi. Xiao Wu's mother was slain by my mentor, and Tang San's mother was coerced into sacrifice by the spirit hall. Such deep-seated enmity cannot simply be cast aside." Tang Xi fell silent, realizing that they were destined to stand on opposing sides. Observing Tang Xi's silence, Su Wen understood that she would never align herself with him. He turned to leave, but before departing, he said, "Tang Xi, I harbor no desire to harm you, as long as you do not hinder my pursuit of Tang San. The spirit hall will never lay a hand on you. Once Su Wen had departed, Tang Xi lifted her head once more, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes, and she coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Tang Xi comforted herself, pondering the multitude of men in the world and questioning the necessity of fixating on a single flower. Suddenly, a blinding light compelled her to squint, and as she adjusted her gaze, she discovered a glimmering object embedded in the chest of the iron rhinoceros armor bull. Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be a soul bone? The probability of a soul bone emerging from a soul beast is exceedingly rare, as it can only occur with soul beasts of at least 100,000 years of age or when a soul beast experiences overwhelming fear. Tang Xi, it seems that I had tightened the iron rhinoceros armor a bit excessively just now. Tang Xi took action to excavate the external soul bone, and without a moment's hesitation, began the process of refining it. Once she had completely absorbed the essence of this soul bone, a refreshing sensation enveloped her. This soul bone possessed the remarkable ability to withstand 70 of attacks from opponents of the same rank. Should the opponent's soul power exceed her own, the percentage of damage mitigated would correspondingly decrease. Conversely, if the opponent's soul power was inferior, the defensive efficacy would be notably enhanced. Additionally, this external soul bone offered a strength amplification of 200, and it was noteworthy that soul bones have the capacity for growth. With a mere thought, Tang Xi summoned delicate pink peonies that bloomed upon the back of the iron-clad bull, feasting upon its blood. It was time to nourish her little peonies with a bit of blood. Once the blood was fully absorbed, the petals of the peonies would deepen in hue, a characteristic of her bloodthirsty peonies, a secret not to be divulged to others. Tang Xi felt her journey was not in vain. Her soul power had ascended to level 32, and she had acquired an external soul bone, in addition to feeding her little peonies with blood, though her heart still ached and her meridians were somewhat damaged. Next, she would need to rendezvous with Tang San and the others. 33, with a unique constitution. Tang San on this side. During his quest to find Xiao Wu, Tang San encountered an assault by the face-devouring spider. After successfully vanquishing the creature, he crossed paths with the serpent lady, Xiao Tianxiang. Recognizing Tang San as a disciple of the esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang, she graciously bestowed upon him the soul ring of the face-devouring spider. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Erming, Xiao Wu acquired her third soul ring and subsequently reunited with Tang San. Tang San's expression was tinged with concern. Although Xiao Wu had been found, Tang Xi remained missing. Xiao Wu felt a profound sadness, lamenting, "I'm sorry, brother. It's all my fault that Xiao Xi went searching for me." Ning Rongrong approached to offer comfort, reassuring her. "Xiao Wu, you need not blame yourself. Tang Xi is remarkably strong and will undoubtedly be all right." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Tang Xi's formidable prowess. Xiao Wujia spoke up, suggesting, "Let us search a while longer for Tang Xi. If she is not found, we shall return to the inn to rest." Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his face etched with remorse. "Teacher, I will not return without finding Tang Xi." Xiao Wu echoed, "Neither will I." The others chimed in unison, "Neither will we." Oscar's eyes brightened as he pointed ahead. "Isn't that Tang Xi?" Tang Xi, weakly leaning against the tree trunk, felt a sharp pain in her heart with every step she took. The crowd surged forward, and Tang San was the first to rush out to support Tang Xi. "Little Xi, how could you have so much blood on you?" Tang Xi's light blue dress was stained with the blood of the 100 iron-armored rhinoceros beetles, some of which were her own. Blood also lingered at the corner of her mouth. Xiao Wu was on the verge of tears, filled with remorse. "I'm so sorry. Tang Xi, truly sorry." Tang Xi, feeling feeble, gently patted Xiao Wu's head, assuring her, "Sister Xiao Wu, I bear no grudge against you." Oscar hastily conjured his restorative sausage and offered it to Tang Xi. However, Tang Xi could no longer endure. Her strength seemed utterly drained, and she collapsed onto the ground, her heart racing and her complexion pale. She had merely encountered an ancient soul beast on the way and engaged in a skirmish with it. As she spoke, Tang Xi closed her eyes and fell into a profound slumber. Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of panic. "Xiao Xi, what is wrong with you?" It was as if he had returned to that fateful day 6 years ago. Zhao Wuji transferred his soul power to Tang Xi, but his expression suddenly froze, disbelief evident in his voice. "Her meridians are severely damaged. We must take Tang Xi back to Shrek Academy to consult the dean." At Shrek Academy, Tang Xi lay feebly upon the bed, a faint glow emanating from her heart. A stream of green light coursed through her meridians, mending them wherever it traversed. Tang Xi drowsily opened her eyes, stretching her limbs as she surveyed her surroundings, realizing that she was indeed in the dormitory of Shrek Academy. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, and Tang Xi, unable to resist, inhaled deeply and exclaimed, "How fragrant! Could it be the Master-S cooking?" Having indulged in the Master-S culinary creations for 6 years at the Nuoding Academy, she was already well acquainted with the enticing scents of his dishes. Tang Xi narrowed her eyes. Could it be that the Master has also arrived? Tang Xi hurriedly donned her clothes and rushed towards the dining hall with utmost speed. Upon opening the wooden door, she beheld Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Xuqing seated there, enjoying their breakfast. The moment Xiao Wu turned her head and caught sight of Tang Xi, she instantly discarded the steam bun in her hand and dashed over, embracing Tang Xi tightly. Oh, Tang Xi, it's truly wonderful to see you safe. Upon witnessing Tang Xi lively and full of vitality, Tang San felt a slight warmth in his eyes, relieved that all was well. Tang Xi remained in a state of bewilderment. What has happened to you all? It feels as though I have been unconscious for quite some time. Dai Bai, relieved to see Tang Xi in good health, responded. You have been in a coma for a week. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, while Yu Xiaojiang presented the freshly prepared dishes upon the table. Your meridians were damaged, and your heart has never been robust. Coupled with the attack from a millennia-old soul beast, I feared you would not survive a month. Yet, astonishingly, your meridians have remarkably healed in just a week. Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, pouted in dissatisfaction. Master, what do you mean by saying Tang Xi wouldn't last a month? Just look at her, standing here perfectly well. Yu Xiaojiang chuckled softly. That is precisely what sets her apart. Tang Xi possesses an extraordinary vitality that even astonishes me. Tang San smiled upon hearing this, relieved that his sister was unharmed. Tang Xi chuckled lightly, assuring everyone not to worry. Her physical condition was robust and absolutely fine. You just love to show off, Xiao Wu teased. Observing this heartwarming scene, Yu Xiaojiang decided it would be best not to reveal the true circumstances, fearing that Tang Sen might struggle to cope. He quickly urged, hurry up and eat. There's training awaiting you all shortly. Pausing for a moment, he turned his gaze toward Tang Xi, asking, is your body still able to handle training? Tang Xi confidently patted her chest and proclaimed, rest assured, Master, I am capable of facing 100 opponents single-handedly. Tang San cast a hesitant glance at Yu Xiaojiang and said, Teacher, what about Tang Xi? Yu Xiaojiang nodded and replied, very well, you should join the training shortly. Tang San, I understand your concerns for Tang Xi, but you must have faith in your sister. She is not as fragile as you believe. Soon after, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun arrived for dinner, and they were pleasantly surprised to see Tang Xi lively and energetic. The group engaged in cheerful conversation for a while before they proceeded to the square, forming a line in preparation for Yu Xiaojiang's training. After contemplating for a moment, Yu Xiaojiang, well aware of the abilities of the various students, admitted that he knew little of Tang Xi's strength. He then announced, Tang San, Dai Bai, Oscar, you shall spar against Tang Xi. She will unleash her full power using her twin martial souls. Astonished gasps filled the air. Dai Bai, looking somewhat troubled, remarked, but Master, Tang Xi has only just recovered, and she is merely at level 29. This seems unfair. Yu Xiaojiang chuckled lightly and said, who said she is at level 29? She has already reached level 32. If I am not mistaken, her third spirit ring is of the 10,000-year variety. What? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in disbelief. Ma Hongjuan's jaw dropped in astonishment at the mention of a 10,000-year spirit ring. Tang Xi stepped forward to elucidate. Due to my twin martial spirits, I have absorbed a total of 5 soul rings, which are superimposed upon my 2 martial spirits. With each absorption, the threshold for the age of the soul rings I can endure increases. You may also comprehend that I have indeed absorbed 5 soul rings, with the 5th being of a 10,000-year caliber. Tang San gently brushed Tang Xi's hair and said helplessly, however, one cannot be compelled to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring. It would not be beneficial for your body. Yu Xiaojiang remarked, since there are no longer any issues, let us commence the duel. The group made their way to the center of the plaza, where Tang San was the first to employ his blue silver grass, entwining it. The ground was strewn with the roots of the blue silver grass, its robust tendrils extending outward as if to ensnare Tang Xi. Tang Xi's hands were enveloped in a swirling white thread as she unleashed her second soul skill, the flexible spider silk. Hundreds of silken strands encircled each blade of blue silver grass, preventing them from entangling around her. The white threads and the blue silver grass intertwined in a delicate dance, neither yielding to the other. During the moment when Tang San was obstructing Tang Xi, Dai Bai had already approached Tang Xi from behind, unleashing his first soul skill, the White Tiger Shield. Dai Bai's speed and strength instantly doubled, and he poised himself to deliver a powerful punch towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi narrowed her eyes and activated the purple extreme demon eye to swiftly evade the attack. Her first soul skill, Soul Attack, Be Venom Needle. Tang Xi deftly commanded the threads to pierce the limbs of Dai Bai, while Tang San swiftly maneuvered the blue silver grass to ensnare him and draw him closer. In an instant, hundreds of silk strands enveloped Dai Bai's feet, and Tang Xi successfully pierced the limbs of his soul state. The pain reverberated through Dai Bai's body, eliciting a muffled groan from him. Oscar hurried over, conjuring a sausage and presenting it to Dai Bai. Observing this, Tang Xi, with keen eyes, skillfully manipulated the silk strands to snatch the rejuvenating sausage for herself, taking a bite first. Yu Xiaojiang, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of satisfaction. The support spirit's ability to replenish their comrade's soul power was indeed a pivotal aspect in the heat of battle. Tang San furrowed his brows and activated his third soul skill, Web of Binding. From above him, hundreds of roots of blue silver grass erupted, weaving a complex tapestry of intertwining tendrils. Behind Tang Xi, the peonies bloomed in full splendor. The initial soul skill, an unsteady gait. Dai Bai and Tang San found their speed suddenly diminished, their swiftness being siphoned into Tang Xi, who swiftly navigated through the entangling web of blue-silver grass. Tang San smiled faintly, invoking his second soul skill, parasitism. Suddenly, blue-silver grass erupted from Tang Xi's body, tightly ensnaring her and restricting her movements. Dai Mubai unleashed his third spirit skill, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. After consuming the mushroom sausage provided by Oscar, he sprouted wings, granting him the ability to soar for a minute. This third spirit skill augmented his attack, strength, and defense by a remarkable 100%. Dai Mubai's muscular arms bulged with newfound power, and his golden hair transformed into a striking silver, interspersed with strands of black. Realizing that Dai Mubai was about to strike, Tang Xi had no choice but to activate her own third spirit skill, the wire form. Tang Xi's third soul skill allows her to transform silk threads into steel wire, bestowing her with the formidable attack power of an iron rhinoceros for a duration of 5 minutes, enhancing her strength by 200. With an eruption of immense energy, Tang Xi freed herself from the constraints of the blue-silver grass. She deftly manipulated the steel wires, binding them into sturdy rods. Brandishing the iron rod, she swung it forward, unleashing a tremendous force that severed the webs of blue-silver grass before her. Oscar, filled with trepidation, cowered in a corner, trembling in fear. Indeed, Tang Xi's third soul skill is truly terrifying. Tang Xi wielded her iron staff fiercely towards Dai Mubai, who, taken aback, immediately activated his first soul skill, the White Tiger Golden Body. With a resounding crack, the shield before Dai Mubai was shattered, and he was propelled backward by the force of the impact. Stumbling 5 or 6 steps, in that fleeting moment, Tang Xi retracted the activation of her third soul skill, gracefully landing on the ground, her light blue dress billowing in the wind. The overwhelming power she exhibited left the onlookers in profound shock. Such a seemingly delicate maiden could unleash such formidable explosive strength. Even Yu Xiaojiang was astounded. Did you acquire your Millennium Soul skill from the Iron Rhino? Yu Xiaojiang inquired. Tang Xi candidly stated, indeed. My third soul skill transforms silk threads into steel, granting me the formidable attack power of an iron rhinoceros for a duration of 5 minutes. Yu Xiaojiang, though initially taken aback, swiftly suppressed his inner astonishment. Could it be that this Millennium Soul beast was truly vanquished by Tang Xi alone? It is likely that the soul ring Tang Xi obtained is from an iron rhinoceros aged between 15,000 to 18,000 years, possessing an attack strength comparable to that of a level 50 Soul King's full force strike. Tang Xi smiled apologetically, dismissing the notion of terror. Yu Xiaojing shook his head, asserting that the true horror lay in the fact that Tang Xi's peony martial soul had yet to receive its soul rings. Should the soul rings be added, the limit of the soul beast's cultivation would undoubtedly exceed 20,000 years. Yu Xiaojing remarked. In this round, Dai Mubai made a significant mistake. You failed to safeguard Oscar, thereby granting Tang Xi the opportunity to seize the recovery sausage. Tang Xi, too, should not have seized the opportunity to restore the grand sausage. Instead, she ought to have immediately ensnared Oscar with her webs. Meanwhile, Tang San failed to exert his utmost power. He could have effortlessly imbued the blue-silver grass with venomous thorns to restrict Tang Xi's actions. Tang Xi stood obediently, her head bowed, as Yu Xiaojiang lectured her. With a hint of grievance, she blinked her eyes and murmured, I understand my mistake, master. Next, it was Ma Hongjun and Oscar's turn to face Dai Mubai, followed by several other matches. Yu Xiaojiang declared, each of you has committed a grave error today. You shall be punished to run 10 laps around Suatua City, and you must complete it before noon. Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong gasped, what? 10 laps? That could very well exhaust us to death. Yu Xiaojiang nodded. At the school gate, there are bamboo baskets. You must carry these while running and are forbidden from using your soul power. You are a team. If even one of you fails to finish, you shall forfeit your meals. The 8 of them, despite their lamentations, had no choice but to comply and made their way to the school gate. Beside the entrance lay 8 bamboo baskets, each containing varying amounts of stones. Tang San and Dai Mubai bore the heaviest loads, followed by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, with Oscar and Ma Hongjun carrying slightly lesser weights, while Tang Xi and Ning Rongrong had the lightest. Ning Rongrong, upon seeing this, joyfully remarked, the master is quite considerate, knowing that Tang Xi has just recovered and that I am a support type, thus assigning us the least amount. Dai Mubai nodded and shouldered his basket, approaching Zhu Zhuqing. Let us run swiftly, he suggested, only to have Zhu Zhuqing disdainfully distance herself from him. Dai Mubai, feeling quite embarrassed, was joined by Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who lamented their fate. Carrying such heavy baskets while running 10 laps seemed a punishment harsher than any they had encountered. As the 8 embarked on their arduous journey, Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder observed from a distance. Flinder inquired, is this punishment not a bit too severe? Without turning back, Yu Xiaojiang replied, only through shared hardships can they truly grasp the essence of companionship. After covering 50 kilometers, Ning Rongrong and Oscar found themselves utterly fatigued, as support-type soul masters. Their physical constitution was not as robust as that of Tang San and the others. Tang San placed a stone from Oscar's bamboo basket onto his own. Perhaps this is the true essence of the master's intention behind having us carry bamboo baskets while running. Whenever one falters, their burden of stones is shared among the others, serving as an excellent means to cultivate camaraderie among companions. Dai Mubai took a stone from Ning Rongrong's basket, while Xiao Wu shared the weight of Zhu Zhuqing's stone. After 100 kilometers, Yu Xiaojiang was already at the school gate, ready with salt water to replenish the energy of the 8 participants. 7 of them were drenched in sweat. Yet Tang Xi appeared remarkably unperturbed. Yu Xiaojiang squinted his eyes, realizing that he had underestimated Tang Xi's physical endurance. Tang Xi, a sudden sense of foreboding envelopes me. 256 kilometers. Tang Xi placed the stones from Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong's bamboo basket into her own bamboo basket. Tang San inquired with concern, Xiao Shi, can you still hold on? Ma Hongjun, exhausted and sprawled on the ground, remarked, third brother, do you see how relaxed Tang Xi appears as if nothing is amiss? Tang Xi smiled and said, brother, I have been training since childhood. Such a degree of punishment is nothing to me. The crowd responded, how infuriating. This is quite impressive. 350 kilometers. Tang Xi was running, drenched in sweat, while the others were too exhausted to utter a word. After traversing 483 kilometers, the muscles of the 8 were sore. And Ning Rongrong took the initiative to reclaim her stone, while Tang Xi assisted Tang San and Dai Mubai by shouldering some of their burden. At 598 kilometers, the group's muscles ached, each person struggling to walk while supporting their waists. Upon reaching 700 kilometers, they frantically drank salt water to replenish their strength, their bodies aching as if their bones were dislocated. At 835 kilometers, they ran one last lap around Soto City. The stones in Tang Xi's bamboo basket were already piled high, and she was breathless with exhaustion. The others were equally reluctant to move. Tang Xi pretended to transfer Ning Rongrong's stones into her own basket. Ning Rongrong shook her head and said, Xiao Shi, the stones in your basket exceed those of Tang, San, and Dai Lao. Trust me, I can still persevere. With only 5 meters left to traverse the remaining 850 kilometers, the 8 of them supported each other, each step feeling as though they were treading upon the edge of a blade, the journey proving exceedingly arduous, and their consciousness gradually fading. The sight of the 8 of them assisting one another through thick and thin deeply moved Yu Xiaojiang. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Upon reaching the finish line, 7 of them collapsed, while Tang Xi stood in the center, surveying her surroundings, seemingly the only one still on her feet. Tang Xi, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, cast a fleeting glance at Yu Xiaojiang before promptly feigning unconsciousness. Yu Xiaojiang, 37 Shrek's 8 monsters. When Tang Xi awoke, she found herself immersed in a medicinal bath, her body aching profoundly. Tang Xi lamented incessantly, wondering how much longer such days would endure. Tang Xi glanced around, noticing that Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were still immersed in their medicinal bath. Tang Xi gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, wow, Zhuqing possesses an incredible physique. So impressive. Tang Xi lowered her gaze to examine herself. In the ensuing hours, the 8 individuals engaged in a continuous series of duels, running, and mountain climbing. Dai Mubai made repeated attempts to strike up a conversation with Zhu Zhuqing, yet she consistently ignored him. Each time Ning Rongrong approached Oscar, her heart would race fervently. The relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu has grown increasingly ambiguous, though the other 6 remain tacitly aware of it. Thus, 3 months have elapsed. Yu Xiaojiang led the 8 individuals to the Grand Soul Arena, entering the luxurious VIP box within. You are now to commence the second phase of your training, with the objective that each of you must acquire a Silver Soul badge. The training will conclude once you have obtained the Silver Soul badge. Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, he could put an end to the physical training, which felt exceedingly effortless. Yu Xiaojiang continued, stating that not only must you each obtain an individual Silver Soul badge, but you must also participate in team competitions to secure a collective Silver Soul badge. Furthermore, I require that each of you wears a mask to prevent your enemies from discerning your voices and ages. Each of you must adopt a code name, and your team shall henceforth be known as the Shrek 8 Monsters. Tang Xi felt a sense of reflection, realizing that the plot had finally reached this pivotal moment. The group exchanged glances, sharing a smile. Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity, Master, must I also obtain the Silver Spirit badge? Tang Xi remarked, support-type soul masters can form teams, thereby increasing the chances of victory. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong gazed expectantly at Tang Xi. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang interjected. Rongrong is not suited to team up with Tang Xi. I would recommend pairing you with Ma Hongjun instead. Ning Rongrong nearly retched at the thought. Why? Tang Xi is so formidable. Surely she could lead her to an effortless victory. Tang Xi explained, as I am at level 30. The opponents you will face when grouped with me are all above that level, while Ma Hongjun is merely in his 20s, thus increasing your chances of victory. Yu Xiaojiang gazed at Tang Xi with admiration, while Ning Rongrong vehemently refused to team up with Ma Hongjun, opting instead to grasp the arm of Zhu Zhuqing and declare, then I shall team up with Zhuqing. Ma Hongjun, feeling disheartened, exclaimed, why is that? Subsequently, Yu Xiaojiang laid out 3 stipulations for their participation in the competition. 1. No hidden weapons may be utilized during the match. 2. Participants must not use their real names and must conceal their identities behind masks. 3. You are required to engage in at least 2 duels each day. He continued, I have also devised codenames for each of you. Tang San, Thousand-Handed Azura Xiao Wu, Gentlebone Charm Rabbit Mu Bai, Evil-Eyed White Tiger Zhu Qing, Ethereal Spirit Cat Rong Rong, Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Oscar, Sausage Specialist Ma Hongjun, Wicked Fire Phoenix Tang Xi, Seven Apertures Exquisite Dai Mu Bai expressed his satisfaction with the name. While Zhu Qing smiled in agreement without any dissent, Xiao Wu remarked in admiration, the names bestowed by the master are truly remarkable. Tang Xi gazed tenderly at the lively Xiao Wu beside him, while Ma Hongjun proudly lifted his head. Oscar looked on with excitement at Ning Rongrong, who blushed under his gaze. Tang Xi nibbled on the melon seeds placed upon the table, her eyes devoid of excitement, instead deeply contemplating what Su Wen would do next. If she were Su Wen, she would presently seize Tang San's opportunity, which was the celestial herb. Tang Xi's expression was grave. The celestial herb was the crucial opportunity that enabled the Shrek's 7 monsters to ultimately seize victory. With this in mind, she resolved to prepare accordingly. While she firmly stood alongside Tang San, it did not imply that she would confront the Spirit Hall. She believed there must be a way for both parties to coexist peacefully. In the 14th match of the team battle at the Great Soul Arena, the host exuberantly announced, Next, we have the newly registered team, Shrek 8 Monsters, facing off against the undefeated Berserk team, who have triumphed in 7 consecutive matches. The audience below gazed curiously at this team. The Shrek 8 monsters donned black combat attire, each distinguished by a unique color at the edges, and all wore masks that exuded an air of mystery. As the Berserk team made their entrance, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, calling out their names. The Berserk team consisted of a voluptuous woman embodying a spider spirit, 2 lean individuals known as Monkey 1 and Monkey 2, both possessing monkey spirits, a muscular man named Mad Rhino, whose spirit was a rhinoceros, and a support-type soul master wielding the spirit of a calculating abacus. In the pre-match preparation area, Tang San was deliberating on the battle strategy. Dai, you shall take the lead in the offensive. Xiao Wu and Fatty, you are to restrain those 2 slender opponents. Zhu Qing, devise a way to eliminate that support-type soul master. Before we commence the battle, Oscar will distribute sausages to each of us. Subsequently, Tang San turned his gaze towards Tang Xi, offering a smile as he said, Tang Xi, for the initial rounds, do not reveal the 3rd skill of your white line martial soul. Instead, make your entrance as a support-type soul master. Tang Xi, feeling disheartened, cried out, Brother, does that mean I cannot engage in combat? Yu Xiaojing, standing nearby, elucidated, Tang San wishes for you to serve as the team's hidden trump card. Your 3rd soul skill possesses the potential to turn the tide in adversity. It need not be utilized until the final moment, and in critical situations, it may yield unforeseen outcomes. Upon hearing this, Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once prepared, the 8 participants stepped onto the stage. The host, eager to enliven the atmosphere, declared, Next, let us witness if the Wild Battle team, having achieved 7 consecutive victories, can secure yet another win. Dai Mubai shouted, Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Instantly, soul rings appeared around their waists, yellow, yellow, purple, yellow, yellow. Most striking among them was Tang Xi's yellow and purple soul ring, representing the bloodthirsty peony, with the 2nd ring being a millennium old. This revelation astonished both the host and the Wild Battle team, the 2nd soul ring being a millennium old. Yet the Shrek team's optimal soul ring configuration included a support spirit master. The host exclaimed passionately. Dai Mubai launched the first attack, transforming into the white tiger Vajra form, and struck towards the wild rhino. In an instant, a flash of golden light obscured the outcome. Ning Rongrong summoned her martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed tower, proclaiming, The 7 treasures are renowned, the 1st, strength, the 2nd, speed. In an instant, all teammates experienced a 30 boost in speed and strength, allowing Dai Mubai to successfully knock down the wild rhino on his next strike. Meanwhile, the 2 monkeys maneuvered to flank Ning Rongrong and Oscar, adhering to the first principle of the match, to defeat the opposing support spirit master first. Tang San raised his hand, and the sturdy blue-silver grass swiftly ensnared the 2 monkeys. The spider woman furrowed her brow, realizing she had been outmaneuvered. Subsequently, her gaze shifted towards Tang Xi, pondering what assistance this support-type soul master could truly provide. Tang San manipulated the blue-silver grass to hurl the 2 monkeys out of the arena. In that fleeting moment, the spider woman shot out a silk thread to ensnare the 2 monkeys. Ma Hongjun and Zhu Qing exchanged glances and advanced to attack the opposing support soul master. Realizing the danger, the spider woman fired a web to intercept their advance. However, Ma Hongjun unleashed a blast of flame, instantly obliterating the web, while Zhu Qing surged forth with unparalleled speed towards the support soul master. As the opposing support soul master trembled, about to utter the word rage, Tang Xi from the Shrek team smiled and softly called out, First soul skill, staggering steps. The opposing team found their speed reduced by 30, while Zhu Qing's velocity surged by 100. With this enhancement, she almost teleported in front of the support soul master. With her first soul skill, Phantom Stab, Zhu Zhuqing struck decisively, incapacitating the support master who had been clutching an abacus. The spider woman gazed in disbelief at the scene. Realizing that the skill Rage could have augmented their attributes by 15, their trump card for victory, now rendered useless, how could they triumph? Seizing the opportunity while the spider woman was distracted, Xiao Wu executed a skill that sent the spider woman tumbling off the battle arena. The wild rhinoceros was about to erupt in anger when Tang Xi unleashed the blue-silver grass parasitic skill, tightly binding the creature's limbs. The host, astonished, swallowed hard and stammered. The Shrek team wins. The 8 members of Shrek exchanged smiles, with Oscar expressing, "I didn't even get to unleash my soul skill, and it's already over." Zhu Zhuqing approached Tang Xi and quietly remarked, "Well done." She understood that had it not been for Tang Xi's use of the peony's first soul skill to boost her speed, she might not have defeated the opposing support soul master before he could unleash his final skill. Amidst the cheers of the audience, the Shrek team exited the stage, and Yu Xiaojang approached them with evident satisfaction, saying, "Your coordination was commendable, but remember to remain humble. Be cautious in the upcoming team battles." Ma Hongjun scoffed dismissively. "No matter how formidable they are, our Shrek team can conquer them one by one." Oscar chimed in, "Fatty, well said." This elicited quiet laughter from Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong nearby. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged a resigned smile, while Tang Xi appeared utterly relaxed. Yu Xiaojang turned to them, cautioning, "Your confidence is commendable, but do not allow this blind self-assurance to cloud your judgment." At that moment, the announcement echoed, "Please summon Tang Xi, a level 32 control system soul master, to the 13th arena for a multi-opponent duel." Just as Yu Xiaojang was about to speak, the group from Shrek surrounded Tang Xi, eager to converse with her. Xiao Wu urged, "Tang Xi, please be cautious this time and don't injure your heart." Ning Rongrong echoed her sentiment. "Indeed, you were unconscious for an entire week before." Oscar raised his hand, adding, "You must take care, my sausages cannot heal your heart." Faced with their sudden concern, Tang Xi replied with a hint of exasperation, "Everyone, please don't worry too much. Recently, I hunted an iron rhinoceros and obtained a soul bone capable of defending against attacks with a power level of 70 from opponents of the same rank, so they cannot harm me." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojang nearly spat out his drink in astonishment, exclaiming, "An external soul bone. How is it that this girl shares such incredible luck with her brother Tang San, also obtaining a soul bone while hunting soul beasts?" Tang San, filled with delight, affectionately ruffled Tang Xi's hair, commending her for a job well done. Xiao Wu, enveloping Tang Xi in a warm embrace, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "This is simply wonderful." The others also extended their congratulations. While they felt a tinge of envy towards Tang Xi, their sentiments were predominantly those of joy and admiration. Soon after, it was Tang Xi's turn to take the stage, facing the formidable duo of the cat and mouse combination, a pair of siblings. Tang Xi's achievements are remarkable, boasting an unblemished record of 9 consecutive victories. The cat girl, Spirit Cat, regards this with disdain, merely scoffing at the notion. Many proclaim the name of cat and mouse. Meanwhile, the plump and diminutive mouse brother, Spirit Mouse, stands proudly, lifting his head high. Tang Xi wore a cheerful smile as she leisurely approached the stage. The host passionately shouted, "Now, let the 13th round of the 1 versus 2 soul battle commence." The cat girl and mouse brother simultaneously exclaimed, "Spirit possession." Instantly, yellow and purple spirit rings appeared around their waists. Following the release of their spirit rings, the cat girl and mouse brother clasped hands and began to spin in the air, rapidly forming a tornado that propelled the cat girl outward. First spirit skill, acceleration. The cat girl's fingers transformed into claws as she lunged towards Tang Xi, who merely curled the corner of her mouth in response. First spirit skill, staggering steps. A magnificent peony bloomed behind Tang Xi, with hundreds of slender white threads entwining around it. The cat girl was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "What? This spirit skill can actually exploit my speed." The speed that was siphoned from both of them was redirected back to Tang Xi, allowing her to deftly evade the cat girl's attack, only to suddenly find Mouse Brother's punch striking from behind. Tang Xi narrowed her eyes as hundreds of spider silk strands ensnared the Mouse Brother tightly behind her. The Mouse Brother, revealing his sharp claws, viciously slashed at the white threads, only to discover that they bore merely superficial scratches. My second soul skill, the resilient spider silk, is derived from a Millennium Soul Ring. Although it lacks significant offensive power, its flexibility is beyond your imagination. Those who are not soul masters of level 40 or above shall find it impossible to extricate themselves from my silken grasp. As Tang Xi spoke, hundreds of silken threads ensnared another soul master, the feline maiden, with an unyielding grip. The threads seemed to possess a life of their own, forcefully hurling both individuals outside. The host exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness! They were eliminated in a mere minute, the cat and mouse duo. What manner of creature is this second soul skill, wielded by a millennia-old soul master?" In the VIP box, Yu Xiaojing gazed at Tang Xi's recent display with profound disquiet. This could not continue. Nearby, Tang San, having overheard, approached with curiosity and inquired, "What troubles you, teacher?" Yu Xiaojing replied slowly, "Tang Xi's dual cultivation martial soul is extraordinarily formidable. Soul masters of the same rank are essentially no match for her. This could easily draw the attention of that pope from the spirit hall." Upon hearing this, Tang San chuckled, pondering whether this was not a fortuitous development. However, Yu Xiaojing's expression turned grave. It was precisely because that pope also possessed a twin martial soul that she would not let Tang Xi escape unscathed. Moreover, His Majesty Tang Hao had also been responsible for the demise of the former pope. On the 40th day, at the Royal Battle Arena, Yu Xiaojing walked slowly to the front desk, presenting the iron badge of the Shrek 8 Monsters team. "I wish to register for the team battle." The clerk glanced at the obscure team name, recording it with a hint of disdain, Shrek. 8 Monsters. Yu Xiaojing's gaze sharpened, insisting, "It is Shrek." The clerk, startled, promptly amended the entry, and soon the big screen displayed the matchups of the Shrek 8 Monsters against other teams. February 1st, Shrek 8 Monsters decisively defeated the Shura team. February 6th, Zhu Zhuqing vs. Long Lei. Zhu Zhuqing emerged victorious. February 12th, Dai Mubai vs. Xiaoniao. Dai Mubai claimed victory. February 16th, Sanwu combination vs. Li Yang and Ying Hui. Sanwu combination triumphed. Simultaneously, the ranking points of the Shrek 8 Monsters continued to ascend, boasting an impressive record of 12 victories with no defeats. February 20th, Ma Hongjun vs. Bruce. Ma Hongjun won. February 24th, 7 Treasure Spirit Cat combination vs. Xiao Chao combination. 7 Treasure Spirit Cat prevailed. The points for the Shrek 8 Monsters accumulated to a total of 268. February 29th, Tang Xi vs. Lin Xin on March 2nd. Tang Xi witnessed the Shrek 8 Monsters triumph over the Crimson Spirit team. The front desk staff's attitude towards Yu Xiaojing has grown increasingly respectful. Gradually, the illustrious reputation of Shrek has spread throughout the streets and alleys nearby. They don masks and cloaks of black, forming a remarkably enigmatic team. Tang Xi and Flander placed several bets using gold soul coins on the victory of the Shrek 8 Monsters, and without exception, they emerged victorious, causing Tang Xi's treasury to multiply several times. Yu Xiaojing once again approached the front desk, only to be approached by an agent from the Great Soul Arena. The agent requested Yu Xiaojing to allow the Shrek 8 Monsters to compete in the central main arena and to issue their Silver Soul badge in advance. This was in order for the Shrek 8 Monsters to face a team of Soul Masters, on which a wealthy noble had placed a substantial wager. And that team won without a doubt, resulting in significant losses for the Great Soul Arena. Yu Xiaojing consented to the agent's request, who expressed satisfaction by mentioning the prize of 10,000 gold soul coins for participation, as well as handing over the opponent's information to Yu Xiaojing. In the hotel, Yu Xiaojing placed the contestants' information on the table. Flander, sipping his tea, lamented, "Xiaojing, you shouldn't have agreed so quickly. Perhaps we could have secured a higher reward." Yu Xiaojing had his own plans in mind. The probability of winning against this opponent was slim, and this would serve as a valuable training opportunity for the Shrek 8 Monsters. Moreover, the reward we received was not insignificant. Tang Xi was well aware that this operation involved the Royal Academy of Tindo. Tang San picked up the competitors' profiles, and the others curiously gathered around him. The captain, Yu Tianheng, possessed the martial spirit of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex and was a formidable 39th level attack-type soul master. The vice-captain, Dugu Yin, wielded the martial spirit of the Emerald Scale Serpent, standing at 38th level as a control-type soul master. Teammate Oscar boasted the martial spirit of the Ghost Leopard, while teammate Yi Lingling embodied the martial spirit of the Nine-Heart Sea Tang. Teammate Shur Mo, also known as Shimo, had the martial spirit of the Black Tortoise. And teammate Yu Feng showcased the Wind Chime Bird as his martial spirit. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. Tang Xin murmured, "They are all soul elders above level 30. Their strength is indeed formidable. Tang San, this time I permit you to utilize the 8 spider lances. But do not concede until the very last moment," Yu Xiaojing declared. At that moment, Tang Xiu leisurely remarked, "The cornerstone of this team lies in the healing prowess of Yi Lingling, alongside Captain Yu Tianheng and Vice-Captain Dugu Yin." Tang Xi pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "Brother, I can handle Yu Tianheng, while you must ensure that Yi Lingling does not employ her soul skill for healing. As for the poison-afflicting Dugu Yuan, I trust you will be able to resolve it." Tang Xin felt a flicker of doubt within him, pondering why Xiao Shi appeared to possess an almost omniscient understanding of their circumstances. Nonetheless, he dismissed his thoughts, for regardless of the situation, Tang Xi was, after all, his sister. Thus, he nodded in agreement with her assertions. Upon the chessboard of fate, the outcome remained uncertain, victory and defeat still hanging in the balance. On the evening of the second day of the team battle, the sky above the Grand Soul Arena was ablaze with fireworks. In the main arena, numerous enchanting maidens danced in celebration, while an audience of 20,000 reveled in exuberant cheers. The main battle platform, spanning a diameter of 70 meters, evoked the grandeur of ancient colosseums. The host, Douluo, adorned with white wings, soared into the air, welcoming everyone to the Soto Grand Sol Arena. "I am Douluo, your host for tonight's team battle," he proclaimed. "Now, let us invite both teams to take the stage." As the spotlight illuminated the Shrek 7 Devils, the crowd erupted in applause, followed by the entrance of the Heaven Do Royal team. Flinder was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the opposing team's leader, Qin Ming, but could not help but chuckle. "For the next minute, I ask all participants to reveal their martial souls," Douluo reminded from above. "You may only engage in combat once I signal the start, and the battle concludes only when all members of the opposing team are incapacitated or concede." Both sides unveiled their martial souls, igniting the arena in a brilliant display of light. The audience's excitement reached a fever pitch with the emergence of Tang Xi's third soul ring, which elicited astonishment from the crowd. The yellow, purple, and black soul rings left Yu Tianheng and others momentarily stunned. Yi Lingling exclaimed in disbelief, "The third soul ring is a 10,000-year one." Behind Tang Xi, a magnificent peony blooms, entwined by hundreds of delicate white threads. Tang Xi possesses an exquisite visage, often tinged with a hint of pallor, resembling a beautiful yet fragile figure, exuding an aura of danger that is entirely absent. As Yu Tianheng gazed at Dai Mubai's white tiger spirit ring, he pondered quietly. It seems their captain is formidable indeed. The host, Douluo, bellowed. The match commences. Dai Mubai charged forth first, and Yu Tianheng met him with a powerful punch. Bang! As their fists collided, both combatants staggered back a step, each unwilling to concede strength to the other. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing faced off against the agile assault-type spirit master, Osro, who narrowly evaded Zhu Zhuqing's claw attack. Yu Feng sprouted wings, soaring into the air to unleash his first spirit skill, Windblade, while Ma Hongjun swiftly advanced and countered with the Phoenix Flame, neutralizing the Windblade. Tang San's blue-silver grass entwined around the waists of his 6 companions, providing them with a protective barrier against enemy assaults, yet it conspicuously did not grasp Tang Xi's waist. Under the enhancement of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glaze tile, the group experienced a remarkable 30 increase in speed and strength. Xiao Wu executed a sweeping slash towards the Sher Mo brothers, who immediately sought refuge within their formidable turtle shell. The shell's defense was exceedingly robust, rendering Xiao Wu's attack utterly ineffective. Frustration etched on her face. She cast a vexed glance at the 2 brothers. Taking advantage of her teammates' efforts to stall the opponent, Tang Xi activated her first soul skill, Peony, which instantaneously increased her speed by 100. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xi had already positioned herself behind Yi Lingling, who displayed no hint of surprise on her serene and icy visage. As Tang Xi was about to touch Yi Lingling, a sudden chill enveloped her from behind. In an instant, a formidable bolt of blue lightning struck the very spot where she stood, its swiftness leaving Tang Xi utterly unprepared. Below the stage, Qin Ming quietly recalled the words he had previously shared with his teammates. "You must first subdue the dual soul-wielding Tang Xi, if necessary. Employ Yan Zi's venom from the azure-scaled serpent and Tian Heng's thunderous might." The solitary Yan, filled with perplexity, inquired, "Why, teacher?" Qin Ming, reflecting on the information he had previously encountered, responded slowly, "We need to compel her to reveal her third spirit ability." Tang Xi had never revealed her third spirit skill in the Great Soul Arena. Thus, it must be a hidden trump card of the Shrek 8 monsters. To secure victory, one must first compel the unveiling of this secret weapon, back in the reality of the battlefield. The brothers Sher Mo and Sher Mo stood resolutely at the forefront of their team, encircling Tang Xi within their ranks. Tang San gazed in disbelief as a bolt of azure lightning surged towards Tang Xi. In a state of panic, Tang San rushed forward, desperate to thwart the impending strike of lightning. No. With a thunderous crash, as the bolt descended upon Tang Xi, a shimmering armor soul bone emerged to shield him. The formidable phantom of the iron-clad bull roared behind him, while the armor soul bone radiated a chilling blue light, enveloping Tang Xi and successfully deflecting the fierce lightning strike. However, he still had to endure 30% of the attack, causing his complexion to turn pale in an instant. Yu Tianheng exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? How could you withstand my lightning bolt?" Below the stage, Qin Ming furrowed his brows upon witnessing this scene, realizing it was indeed a soul bone at play. Tang Xi's tuft of hair stirred slightly as she lowered her head in silence, the dark soul rings around her subtly pulsating. Third soul skill, Iron Form. Tang Xi slowly approached Yu Tianheng, the oppressive aura of the black soul ring making Yu Tianheng feel somewhat uneasy. The white line behind Tang Xi instantaneously transformed into steel wires, which intertwined and bound together to form a 2-meter-long iron rod. Tang Xi grasped the iron rod and swung it fiercely towards Yu Tianheng. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Tianheng raised his hand to block the strike, and in an instant, a shockwave erupted, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yu Tianheng's expression darkened considerably, clearly indicating that he was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Tang Xi, with an expression of indifference, exerted greater force, sending Yu Tianheng crashing into an iron pillar, where several of his ribs shattered. Tianheng. De Guyen cast a worried glance at Yu Tianheng as Yu Lingling stepped forward to employ her 9th heart begonia, healing much of Yu Tianheng's injuries. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, Let us go. In an instant, the Shrek 8 monsters surged forward with formidable momentum. Daimubai advanced and struck with a powerful punch. While Zhu Shiqing was struck in the abdomen by Osro, plummeting from the sky, Daimubai swiftly caught Zhu Shiqing in his arms. Zuqing, you should rest well, he urged. Zhu Shiqing replied softly, a faint blush creeping across her ears. Dugu Yan, upon witnessing Yu Tianheng's injuries, was consumed by fury. How dare you harm Tianheng? She exclaimed, raising her hand to unleash her third soul skill, Green Serpent Illusion, fixating her gaze on everyone present. Bicolor serpent venom. Tang Xi furrowed his brow, skillfully manipulating the blue silver grass to ensnare his 6 teammates, guiding them away from the venom of the azure scale serpent. Tang Xi confronted the poisonous mist with unwavering courage, extending hundreds of spider silk threads behind her in an attempt to ensnare Du Yan. Yu Tianheng's pupils widened, declaring fiercely, I will not allow you to harm Yanzi. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he unleashed his third soul skill, Dragon's Fury. This formidable technique propelled the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex soul master into a state of frenzied rage, significantly amplifying his power and doubling his attack strength. Tang Xi sensed the impending assault from Yu Tianheng and swiftly pivoted, using the iron rod in her hand to deflect the attack. Tang Xi swiftly retrieved a water pouch from his waist and hurled it into the air. Dailauda, fatty, hurry. Daimubai unleashed his first soul skill, the White Tiger's Golden Light Break, which, along with Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire line, shattered the water pouch suspended above. The contents cascaded down, a stream of Xionghuang liquor. Du Gongyin was momentarily taken aback. Is that alcohol? However, the venom of her green-scaled serpent gradually dissipated thereafter. Tang Xi elucidated. The specially crafted Xionghuang wine I have concocted is deliberately aimed at countering the venom of your emerald-scaled serpent. Du Gongyin clenched her teeth, seething as she exclaimed. How could this be possible? Tang Xi cast a glance at Tang Xi, who was currently unleashing her third soul skill. He felt an unwavering confidence in her abilities. Although Yu Tianheng's Dragon's Fury was formidable, it paled in comparison to Tang Xi's Millennium Soul skill. With her iron rod, she relentlessly pushed Yu Tianheng back. In the final strike, he was brought to the ground, and the duration of Tang Xi's third soul skill came to an end. Yi Lingling, in her eagerness, activated her soul skill to heal her teammates' injuries. Tang Xi utilized her second soul skill, directly siphoning 30 of the soul power from all members of her opponent's team to replenish her own. Shuremo exclaimed in astonishment, my 30 soul power has vanished. Shuremo nodded in response, saying, I am left with only 50 soul power. With that, he cast his gaze towards Tang Xi's silhouette. Shuremo and Shuremo exchanged knowing glances, silently affirming each other. In the midst of the battle, Xiao Wu glanced at the Shur brothers as they unleashed their third soul skill. The green turtle shells adorning their bodies instantly detached, colliding and merging into sharp green shards that surged towards Tang Xi with the force of the wind. Xiao Wu, disregarding everything else, used a flicker to free herself from Tang San's blue-silver grass, propelling herself towards Tang Xi with a powerful leap. Tang Xi became acutely aware of the impending assault from the brothers Shimo and Shimo, causing a cold sweat to cascade down her spine. She had just unleashed her third soul skill, which had drained a considerable amount of her soul energy. And the combined soul technique of these two formidable adversaries was immensely powerful. As Tang Xi was about to use Dong Guyan as a shield, she caught sight of Xiao Wu approaching her. The sharp fragments whirled furiously, and Xiao Wu boldly soared into the air above the eye of the swirling storm. Tang Xi silently exclaimed in alarm, instinctively leaping forward to embrace Sister Xiao Wu. The brothers Shur-Emo and Shur-Emo exchanged glances, and in an instant, green shards coalesced into a circle, encasing the two within. Between the fragments, sharp rays of light emerged. The armor spirit bone adorning Tang Xi's chest activated, forming a luminous halo that absorbed 70 units of the attack, yet the remaining 30 units were entirely borne by Tang Xi herself. Tang Xi grimaced in pain, responding with a soft sound, while Xiao Wu, seemingly unscathed, gazed at her with concern. Xiaoxi, what is wrong? The other members of the Shrek team, startled by the commotion, exclaimed in unison, Xiaoxi. As the assault concluded, Tang Xi released Xiao Wu, who descended gently from the air. Tang Xi directed the blue-silver grass to guide both of them back to his side. Tang Xi reminisced about the conversation in which he had vowed to protect his sister, the atmosphere around him thick with an ominous dread akin to that of demons emerging from the abyss. Who dares to bully Xiaoxi? Tang Xi seethed with fury. The 8 spider lances materialized from the 8 spider soul bone as he deftly employed the ethereal ghost shadow perplexing step to approach the Stone Mill brothers. Activating his purple extreme magic eye, he emanated an icy aura. The 8 spider lances, laced with deadly poison, were thrust towards the trio of Stone Mill, Stone Inc., and Duguyen. On the ground, Yu Tianheng gritted his teeth and uttered, Do not harm her. It is we who have lost. The host, Dodo, stood in stunned silence before regaining composure and declaring, The Shrek 8 monsters emerged victorious. Subsequently, Tang San coerced Yu Lingling into healing his teammates, and with no other option, she utilized the 9-heart Sea Tang to mend their wounds. As Tang Xi felt her body had nearly recovered, she sprang back to life with exuberance. Yay! We have triumphed once more. Upon hearing Tang Xi's words, the somber expressions of those around her instantly transformed into radiant smiles. During the tallying of points, everyone advanced to Silver Spirit Master, while only Tang San and Tang Xi achieved the illustrious Gold Spirit Master with an impressive record of 56 consecutive victories. Subsequently, Flinder led the Shrek 7 into a formidable challenge against the fearsome team of level 40, the Fierce God Squad. The Shrek 7, employing hidden weapons, dispatched every member of the Fierce God Squad. Most were so horrified by the gruesome scene that they trembled uncontrollably. Only Tang Xi and Tang San remained remarkably composed. Xiao Gang accepted Qin Ming's proposal to lead the Shrek 7 in joining the Tindo Royal Academy's invitation, ensuring that they would have the opportunity to compete in the elite tournament. Now, having undergone rigorous training in the Great Spirit Arena, the strength of the Shrek 7 had seen a significant enhancement. Tang San possesses a soul power level of 33. Tang Xi at level 34, Xiao Wu at level 32, Oscar at level 31, and Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun at level 29, while Dai Mubai stands at level 39. Subsequently, Flinder led all the teachers and students of Shrek Academy on their journey to the Royal Academy of Tindo. Note, I will overlook similar scenes from the original work and focus on the unique aspects. As the group arrived at the Royal Academy of Tindo, they were taken aback by its grandeur. The towering edifices and opulent decorations revealed the academy's location on a mountainside, showcasing an unmistakable air of magnificence. Tang Xi couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, wealth brings its advantages. Soon, a group of students from the Royal Academy of Tindo approached. Led by the fourth prince of the Tindo Empire, Prince Xuebing, Tang Xi paid close attention to the avalanche. In the original work, this avalanche was a deliberate ruse to feign arrogance and evade the pursuit of Xueqinghe. Upon noticing the Shrek team clad in tattered garments, the avalanche could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What beggars are these? How dare they come here to beg? Tang Xi, this individual truly deserves a beating." This remark left everyone feeling irked. Flander was about to take action when he was halted by Yu Xiaojiang. However, Dai Mubai, with a less forgiving temperament, charged forward, delivering several punches that left Xuebong crying out for mercy. At that moment, Qin Ming appeared to put an end to the farce, leading the members of Shrek Academy to meet the three heads of the Education Committee. They were the first-ranked Mingxinji of the 86th level, the second-ranked by Baoshan of the 85th level, and the third-ranked Jilin of the 83rd level. After mutual introductions, the group entered the hall and took their respective seats. As the conversation shifted to Tang San, Jilin sought to assess Tang San's prowess, exerting pressure to gauge his strength. This trial proved immensely beneficial for Tang San, as not only did his level rise, but his external spirit bone also fully integrated. At that juncture, Prince Xuexing, accompanied by the formidable Poison Douluo of over the 90th level, sought to create trouble, compelling Shrek Academy to vacate the Royal Academy. Douluo also took note of Tang San's remarkable talent for poison manipulation. Along the way, Shrek stumbled upon another recruitment effort by Lamba Academy, only to discover that its founder was Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojiang's former beloved. Lu Erlong promptly decided to rename the academy to Shrek Academy and appointed Flander as its headmaster. That night, Douluo seized Tang San, eager to witness his mastery of poison techniques. Tang San promised to cure both Douluo and his granddaughter, Douluo Yin, of their toxins. Consequently, Douluo released Tang San under the condition that if he genuinely possessed the ability to detoxify, he would agree to 3 of Tang San's terms. During this period, Tang Xi preferred to refrain from excessive involvement, fearing that significant deviations in the plot might lead to Tang San and the other members of Shrek losing their original opportunities. Thus, when Tang San was captured, she realized he would require at least 6 months to return from Douluo. Seizing this moment, Tang Xi requested a leave from Flinder to undergo external training for half a year, concealing certain secrets from the other members of Shrek. In a dim chamber, a silver-haired youth with crimson eyes descended. The room was stained with blood, and Xuefeng was bound to an iron frame, appearing disheveled. Upon seeing the youth, Suwen, Xuefeng's face contorted with terror, emitting muffled cries. Suwen raised his hand, and a cloud of black mist surged into Xuefeng's body, eliciting a harrowing scream of anguish. Xuefeng's meridians were shattered, rendering him incapable of cultivation. At that moment, Xueqinghe entered, accompanied by Snake Spear Doa and Douluo. Xueqinghe gazed at the youth before him, a hint of confusion in his voice as he inquired, "Can you ensure that the old emperor will not suspect me in our actions?" Suwen responded assertively, "He will. However," he continued, "he will not harm his only surviving son. Yet, you must remain vigilant regarding Prince Xuexing." Upon hearing this, Xueqinghe erupted in laughter. "Well done, Suwen. Your ability to discern that Xuefeng is merely feigning a debauched persona is indeed impressive. Thanks to you, my plan can proceed uninterrupted." Suwen cast a sidelong glance at Xueqinghe, cautioning, "Although your power and influence surpass mine, remember to keep emotions at bay, especially towards anyone with the surname Tang." Xueqinghe nearly spat blood, his brow furrowing. "You seem to be meddling excessively, don't you?" Turning away, Suwen replied nonchalantly, "As long as you understand. However, As compensation for today, I will require your snake spear Douluo for a day. The snake spear Douluo behind Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback, glancing at his master, who nodded in agreement to Su Wen's request. But what do you need my title Douluo for? Tang Hao inquired. Pausing in his tracks, Su Wen turned back and whispered, to capture someone. Su Wen harbored intentions to eliminate her. Tang Xi gracefully traversed the vast starry forest, behind her blooming magnificent peonies entwined with thousands of delicate white threads. These threads penetrated the bodies of century-old spirit beasts, while the peonies flourished resplendently upon their forms, drawing sustenance from the very blood of the spirit beasts. Tang Xi suddenly felt a surge of power approaching and immediately activated the purple extreme demon eyes. Could it be that a millennia-old soul beast had been summoned? Su Wen and the serpent spear Douluo had searched the Star Doe forest for quite some time and finally located Tang Xi. Gazing from a distance at a figure ahead, a woman clad in a flowing white dress, her complexion somewhat pallid, yet possessing an exquisite beauty. As Tang Xi was lost in thought, she turned around to find Su Wen standing behind her, accompanied by the serpent spear Douluo. In a fleeting moment of bewilderment, Tang Xi rubbed her eyes, realizing that she was not dreaming. What brings you here? She asked, retreating with caution. Su Wen, suppressing his murderous intent, spoke with an icy demeanor. I have previously expressed my desire for you to remain uninvolved with Shrek. However, I have learned that a team known as the Shrek 8 Monsters has emerged in the Grand Soul Arena, along with the Soul Master possessing a dual martial soul of Golden Combat Soul. Su Wen harbored complex feelings towards Tang Xi. Yet he understood all too well that if he did not eliminate her, she would inevitably assist Tang San in achieving the feats outlined in the original narrative. Tang Xi trembled slightly, her face etched with a profound sense of despair, as she spoke on behalf of Su Wen, articulating the words he was about to utter. Do you wish to take my life? The serpent spear Douluo, a title Douluo, suddenly unleashed an overwhelming pressure that compelled Tang Xi to kneel on one knee, her armor and soul bone instinctively activating to withstand 70% of the oppressive force. Despite this, she could not suppress a cough of blood. Su Wen uttered, I apologize. I had mentioned that our next encounter would find us as adversaries. Unlike Chen Renxue, he would not show mercy to his foes, even if that foe held immense significance in his life. Tang Xi felt utterly unwell. Her head was heavy and clouded, her limbs weak and devoid of strength. An unsettling acid reflux stirred in her stomach, accompanied by a queasy urge to vomit, while her heart raced, bringing with it waves of sharp pain. Tang Xi does not wish to succumb to death just yet. There remain numerous aspirations yet to be fulfilled, and she cannot simply depart from life at this moment. Tang Xi weakly uttered, please do not kill me. I shall accompany you to the Spirit Hall to seek the Pope as my mentor. Tang Xi pondered deeply, realizing that only this method could liberate her from the relentless pursuit of Su Wen. Upon hearing these words, a tempest of emotions surged within Su Wen. Relief, gratitude, disbelief, and uncertainty. Yet, Su Wen waved her hand, signaling the serpent spear Douluo to retract his oppressive aura, and approached Tang Xi, gently lifting her chin. Tang Xi and Su Wen gazed into each other's eyes. Tang Xi's orbs glistened like those of a frightened fawn, filled with a profound sense of grievance. How can I trust you? Su Wen retorted. For heaven's sake, my dear deskmate, you have brought the title Douluo with you. What choices do I have left other than being slain by you or taken back to the Spirit Hall? Moreover, isn't it more crucial to remain alive than to follow Tang San? Tang Xi lamented, her complexion pale and frail. Su Wen's spirits appeared to rise even further. He spoke softly, trust me, Tang Xi, your decision is indeed the right one. Tang Xi's assertion was rooted in her meticulous strategy. She possessed ample confidence in her ability to win the trust of Pope Bibi Dong. This not only served her interests but also aligned with the outcome she desired for the future. However, with a pitiful demeanor, Tang Xi lamented, you've drawn blood from me. Shouldn't you offer some form of compensation? The words resonated with Xiao Wu, who, upon observing the two, expressed skepticism towards the notion that it was inconsequential. Su inquired, what is it that you seek? Tang Xi let out a haughty snort, requesting assistance in acquiring the third soul ring for her peony martial soul. In truth, her peony martial soul had long been capable of obtaining a soul ring. However, the formidable strength of the soul beast posed an insurmountable challenge. She hesitated to seek help from the teachers at Shrek Academy, fearing that the secret of her bloodthirsty peony would be exposed. What would Sister Xiao Wu think of her if she found out? Su Wen responded affirmatively, his mood buoyant. Meanwhile, the serpent spear Douluo could only wear a bemused expression, silently lamenting. This holy son of the Spirit Hall wishes to eliminate this young lady, yet simultaneously intends to bring her back to the Spirit Hall. Such a twisted mindset. After several hours, the process of absorbing the soul ring commenced. Tang Xi ran alongside the delicate peony before her. Su Wen and snake spear Douluo followed closely behind. Ultimately, the peony came to a halt before a vividly colored butterfly, as its petals dispersed and merged into the butterfly's form. The wings of this butterfly stretched an impressive 2 meters, shimmering with a soft reddish glow, their hue a striking crimson. Snake spear Douluo was momentarily taken aback. Could this be the legendary blood phoenix butterfly? Tang Xi nodded and added, its wingspan 3 meters, and I surmise it is over 30,000 years old. It emanates an enchanting floral fragrance that can bewilder foes for 10 seconds, and the delicate crimson luminescence on its wings, upon contact with the skin, causes it to fester. Thus, we shall endeavor to avoid any direct contact with it. As soon as Tang Xi finished speaking, the serpent spear Douluo unleashed his serpent spear martial soul, and a radiant blade sliced through half of the blood phoenix butterfly's wing. My goodness, is this the might of a titled Douluo? Tang Xi was left utterly astounded. Su Wen, accustomed to such occurrences, urged from the sidelines, saying, as long as you assume the role of a teacher or student, you will frequently encounter such matters in the future. Do hasten to absorb the soul ring. Tang Xi composed herself, nodded slightly, and walked over. Indeed, strength and influence hold immense significance in the Douluo continent. Tang Xi gently caressed the sapphire amulet at her chest, drawing forth a dagger with resolute determination. She then plunged it decisively into the heart of the blood phoenix butterfly, causing dark specks of light to coalesce around her, forming a soul ring. Within the depths of the black soul ring, energy surged and pulsed incessantly. Tang Xi began to meditate and absorb the soul ring, feeling a surge of power instantaneously coursing through her limbs. This power was ferocious, wild, and tumultuous. Tang Xi entered the realm of consciousness, poised to endure the tumultuous surge of the blood phoenix butterfly's soul. The ethereal form of the blood phoenix butterfly wailed in despair before furiously launching itself at Tang Xi. It traversed through her being, incinerating its own essence in a desperate attempt to obliterate Tang Xi's soul. The power within Tang Xi surged dramatically, unleashing an immense force. Even the serpent spear Douluo found himself somewhat shaken, questioning, this cannot merely be the strength characteristic of a 30,000-year soul beast. Suddenly, the expression on the serpent spear Douluo's face became grave. Su Wen, sensing an ominous premonition, inquired, what has happened to her? The serpent spear Douluo spoke slowly. This is a mutated blood phoenix butterfly. The energy emanating from its soul ring should be at the 40,000-year level, and remarkably, this soul beast has developed a trace of sentience. Su Wen, with a heavy heart, murmured to himself, once again, every time I witness you absorbing a soul ring, you wear a visage of agony. Soul beasts that have attained sentience, when forcibly slain, will inflict tenfold damage upon the soul when acquiring the soul ring. Tang Xi felt the blood reverse in her veins, and her heart raced violently, followed by waves of excruciating pain that threatened to drive her to the brink of madness. Tang Xi writhed in agony within her consciousness, emitting anguish cries. The sensation was akin to having one's skin gradually torn apart, while one's bones were slowly ground to powder, rendering her in a state where life seemed unbearable, yet death was elusive. In the realm of reality, Tang Xi's complexion was devoid of color. Her body racked with pain to the point of shedding physiological tears as waves of torment surged through every part of her being. A profound fissure had appeared in her 7 apertures ling-long heart. Should it shatter, Tang Xi's life would reach its inevitable conclusion. Tang Xi's consciousness returned to her corporeal form. Yet the agony she endured in her body surpassed the torment within her spirit. She coughed up black blood, her body trembling precariously as if it were on the verge of collapse at any moment. Tang Xi's mind was in a state of turmoil, heavy with despair. She suppressed the recurring impulses of wanting to end her life. However, the thought of Shrek Academy, her teachers, and her father's care instilled in her a renewed sense of determination. The body of Tang Xi could no longer endure the brutal surge of energy, and thus, this force began to accumulate upon her back, striving to break free from its shackles. At Hondo, Tang Xi cried out in agony, prompting the serpent spear Douluo to turn away in compassion. Su Wen averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight of Tang Xi's suffering. Tang Xi was engulfed in excruciating pain, a torment that seemed unbearable. Unbeknownst to her, a faint wisp of black mist penetrated the tumultuous energy surrounding her, imbued with the formidable and terrifying blessing of the god of destruction. In an instant, that energy appeared to crystallize, and a significant portion of the blood phoenix butterfly's power gradually petrified, manifesting as a soul bone that emerged upon Tang Xi's back. In a fleeting moment, Tang Xi opened her eyes, and a pair of blood-red wings materialized behind her, lifting her body into the air as pink peonies began to bloom on the ground below. Soul rings spiraled upward from her feet, displaying hues of yellow, purple, and black. The third black soul ring was particularly striking, concealing within it an immense force and pressure. The serpent spear Douluo from the spirit hall stared at Tang Xi in disbelief. How could this be? Those wings were indeed a soul bone. It was unmistakably the soul bone of the blood phoenix butterfly, yet he had not witnessed its emergence. How could the soul bone have suddenly manifested within Tang Xi's being? Tang Xi, weary, retracted her wings, oblivious to the peculiarities behind her. As she began to descend, Su Wen swiftly stepped forward to catch her, while Tang Xi heavily closed her eyes. Subsequently, Su Wen cast a frigid gaze towards the snake spear Douluo, asserting that she did not wish to hear of today's events elsewhere. The snake spear Douluo broke into a cold sweat, overwhelmed by the palpable killing intent emanating from the saint before him. He raised a finger and vowed, I swear by my martial soul that I shall not utter a single word regarding today's events. 2 weeks later, within Tang Xi's body, a diminutive green light was diligently mending the injuries sustained. However, the presence of a top-tier tidal Douluo would reveal the faint, yet pulsating glow emanating from the 7 treasures heart nestled in her chest, albeit marred by numerous cracks. Tang Xi groggily opened her eyes, her head feeling somewhat heavy. She tapped her temples and rose to her feet, only to discover that the place where she had been slumbering was astonishingly opulent. Before her stood a grand floor-to-ceiling window, and the room itself was spacious, reminiscent of the castles inhabited by European royalty. Tang Xi carefully recollected the scenes preceding her fainting. It seemed she had encountered Su Wen and subsequently absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring. Thus, she found herself within the Spirit Hall. Tang Xi felt as if she had made an accurate guess, and then, in despair, she reclined upon the soft expanse of the bed. As she began to assess her soul power level, her eyes sparkled with astonishment. Her soul power level had astonishingly reached level 36. Merely absorbing a millennium-old soul ring had elevated Tang Xi's soul power level by 2 tiers. Subsequently, she discovered that a bone had sprouted from her back. With a flicker of thought, Tang Xi sprouted a pair of blood-red wings. She awkwardly flitted about the room before retracting her wings. Tang Xi was overwhelmed with joy, having unexpectedly acquired an additional soul bone. Although the origins of this newfound treasure remained a mystery, she soon dressed and emerged from her chamber. The maid outside the door was taken aback at the sight of the lively Tang Xi. Could this truly be the same frail girl from the morning? Tang Xi noticed the maid behind the door had a momentary stiff expression. The maid was the first to regain her composure and then said, "It appears that our esteemed guest has awakened. Please follow me to meet His Holiness the Pope." Tang Xi shyly twirled her hair and inquired, "May I ask how long I have been asleep?" The maid responded, 2 weeks. Tang Xi, the petrification. How could I have slept for so long? Within the papal chamber, Bibi Dong reclined languidly upon the papal throne, flanked by the formidable figures of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. A voice from beyond the door broke the stillness, announcing, "Your Holiness, the young lady has awoken." Only then did Bibi Dong open her eyes, revealing no discernible emotion as she softly uttered, "Proclaim." The grand doors swung open, and Tang Xi stepped inside. Momentarily rendered speechless by the opulent decor of the papal chamber, her mind racing with thoughts of the immense value of such splendor. It was only when her gaze fell upon the woman seated upon the papal throne that she truly took notice. The figure was not particularly tall. Adorned in a luxurious robe of silver with golden patterns, crowned with a 9-curved purple-gold diadem, and wielding a staff approximately 2 meters in length, encrusted with an array of precious gemstones. Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback, as if plunged into deep contemplation. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "So it was that beautiful sister from my childhood." Just as Ghost Douluo was about to reprimand her, he was halted by Bibi Dong's raised hand. A faint smile graced Bibi Dong's face as she remarked, "It has been a long time, little one." With her staff in hand, Bibi Dong descended step by step. Listening to Su Wen's inquiry, "Do you wish to acknowledge me as your teacher?" Tang Xi appeared somewhat bashful. Her cheeks flushed, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. With a hint of trepidation, she murmured, "If the beautiful elder sister minds, it is perfectly all right to decline my request." Humph. Upon hearing this, Bai Dong's lips curled into a subtle smile. From the moment she first encountered this young girl 7 years ago, she had harbored the desire to take her as a pupil. It was quite unexpected for the little one to broach the subject first, leaving her no room for hesitation. On the contrary, I would be most delighted. As she spoke, Bai Dong had already approached Tang Xi, who stood at a height that barely reached her chest. Upon hearing this, Tang Xi appeared overjoyed, exclaiming excitedly, "Teacher." However, deep within her heart, she secretly mused, "The fish is about to be hooked." Bibi Dong glanced at the tuft of hair atop Tang Xi's head, and could not resist reaching out to tousle her hair. Yet, Bibi Dong's expression suddenly grew serious. Through her spiritual perception, she discerned that Tang Xi's 7 apertures exquisite heart was already riddled with cracks, and it seemed she might not survive the next 2 years. Tang Xi noticed something amiss with Bibi Dong and curiously inquired, "What is it, teacher?" Bibi Dong's expression was grave. 7 years prior, she had concluded that Tang Xi might only live until the age of 25. Yet now, merely 6 years later, Tang Xi's heart of 7 apertures was already marred with cracks, indicating that she could at most survive for another 2 years. "Little one, do you know how many years you have left?" Bibi Dong turned away heavily, lamenting the fact that after much contemplation, she had finally decided to take on a disciple, only to find that the time was so limited. Behind Bibi Dong, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged puzzled glances. Tang Xi casually remarked, "I no longer care how many years I may live. Death is an inevitable fate for all, merely a matter of time." This response amused Bai Dong, who countered, "You are mistaken in one regard. There are beings that achieve immortality, and those are the gods." She gestured towards the heart of Tang Xi, stating, "Your 7 treasures heart is gravely damaged. It is unlikely you will survive beyond 2 years. Upon hearing this, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo instantly understood the implication. Bai Dong scrutinized Tang Xi's reaction, only to find her mumbling, "I know. If the teacher no longer wishes for me as a student, she can simply say so." A laugh escaped Bai Dong, as she found it amusing that the first thought that crossed her mind upon realizing her limited lifespan was that she could not continue to be her student. Bai Dong acknowledged that she had been touched by the young one's words. "After all, you are indeed a disciple of this pope and a saintess of the Spirit Hall." Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, a saintess. That sounds incredibly wealthy. Could my little treasure trove possibly double? Douluo and Douluo struggled to contain their laughter, primarily due to how amusing Tang Xi was. Bibiong smiled gently and explained. As a disciple of this pontiff, you not only possess a noble status but also access to the finest resources across the continent. Tang Xi's playful tuft of hair swayed gently as she beamed and inquired, might the teacher agree to a small request from her student? Bibiong, intrigued, responded, oh, what might that be? I wish to visit the teacher every day, or perhaps just for half a month. Tang Xi said, comfortably wrapping her arms around Bibidong's. Taken aback, Bibidong felt a warm current flow through her heart. With a slight smile, she replied, very well. Meanwhile, Douluo and Douluo exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that the Pope had so easily acquiesced. Are you leaving? During this period, Tang Xi continuously endeavored to win over Bai Dong, making her laugh at the mere sight of her. She also gifted her with various trinkets that she had crafted herself, allowing Bai Dong to feel a profound sense of familial affection. Consequently, Bai Dong grew increasingly fond of Tang Xi. Every time Tang Xi encounters Su Wen, he is invariably adorned with numerous wounds. Tang Xi is unaware of where Su Wen undertakes his trials, yet he invariably returns with grave injuries. Tang Xi's daily existence within the Spirit Hall revolves around enhancing Bibidong's favor, engaging in competitions with the Golden Generation, and subsequently seeking out Su Wen. 6 months later, a significant upheaval transpired in the Heaven Do Empire. The fourth prince, Xue Peng, mysteriously perished. The authority of Prince Xue Xing was usurped, and the Emperor of Heaven Do fell gravely ill, with the reins of power now firmly in the hands of Crown Prince Xue Qinghe. When Tang Xi became aware of this matter, she recognized it as the masterpiece of Su Wen, who was aiding Qian Ruxue in establishing her foothold within the Tindo Empire. Tang Xi contemplated her thoughts. After spending half a year in the Spirit Hall, it was time to depart for Shrek Academy. Tang Xi arrived at the training ground of the Golden Generation. On the field, Su Wen was engaged in a duel with Xiao Wu, wielding a dark mist. Upon noticing Tang Xi's arrival, Hulaina hurriedly rushed over and embraced her, affectionately ruffling her hair, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, Junior sister, you've come to see me again. Meanwhile, Su Wen had just concluded his match, narrowly defeated by Xiao Wu. At that moment, Yin approached, wearing an expression of resignation, and remarked, little she is clearly here to see Su Wen. You should not overestimate your significance. Hulaina, upon hearing this, expressed her displeasure and turned to Tang Xi, advising, Junior sister, in the future, elevate your standards when seeking a partner. Do not let yourself be deceived by some scoundrel. Su Wen interjected, I appreciate the implied concern. Tang Xi smiled, acknowledging her senior sister's words. Tang Xi cast a lingering glance at Su Wen and rushed over to question him. Su Wen, do you truly not harbor any feelings for me? Su Wen's ears remained as crimson as ever, yet he stubbornly replied, I apologize, but I have repeatedly stated that I do not possess such romantic feelings for you. After all, in his heart, pursuing his career was of utmost importance. Tang Xi felt a tinge of disappointment, but also a sense of relief as she comfortably stretched her limbs. Well, it doesn't matter. I will be leaving in a few days anyway, and then I can freely pursue a handsome gentleman outside. Upon hearing this, Su Wen was taken aback, grabbing Tang Xi's wrist and inquiring, leaving? Where are you headed? Beside them, Xiao Wu patted Su Wen on the shoulder, saying, you have already rejected Xiao Xi. Why shouldn't she seek affection elsewhere? Su Wen, however, paid no heed, her rationality gradually spiraling into madness. I ask you, are you planning to return to your original place? Su Wen's expression changed abruptly, an aura of menace radiating from her, leaving Hulaina bewildered. How could her usually gentle junior brother suddenly appear so fierce? Tears welled in Tang Xi's eyes as she struggled to break free, yet found herself unable to escape. Let go. You are hurting me. Tang Xi, feeling intimidated by Su Wen's seemingly predatory gaze, instinctively retreated a step. Gathering her courage, she boldly declared, by what authority do you presume to dictate my actions? Even if you are my senior, you have no right to interfere with my freedom. Su Wen's eyes widened, a frenzied madness creeping into his heart as he advanced toward Tang Xi, declaring, let me make this clear. Once you enter the Spirit Hall, you are not permitted to leave. His gaze transformed into one of obsession, fueled by an overwhelming possessiveness. Over the past 6 months, he had achieved remarkable feats, elevating the Spirit Hall's business to unprecedented heights, attracting numerous talents, and aiding Qian Ruxue in establishing her foothold within the Heaven Do Empire, earning the recognition of Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo, thereby gradually seizing a portion of the Spirit Hall's authority. Even Tang Xi had agreed to align with the Spirit Hall. Everything had unfolded seamlessly until her words, expressing a desire to depart, revealed the truth. Her actions were nothing but a ruse. With bloodshot eyes, Su Wen gazed at Tang Xi, his grip tightening around her hand, which paled further under the pressure. Su Wen, that is enough. Suddenly, Bibi Dong arrived at the training grounds, intending to observe the Golden Generation's progress, only to be confronted with the sight of Su Wen tormenting Tang Xi. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's voice, Su Wen's reason returned, prompting him to release Tang Xi's hand, his demeanor darkening. Bibi Dong approached with her staff in hand, while Xiao Wu and Yan, upon seeing her, respectfully greeted, we pay our respects to your holiness. Hulaina added, "Greetings, master." Tang Xi, feeling aggrieved, hurriedly approached Bai Dong and pointed at Su Wen, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "Teacher, Su Wen is bullying me." Bai Dong, visibly displeased, responded, "Su Wen, you bear a heavy responsibility and should not be hindered by emotions." She gently patted Tang Xi's back in a gesture of comfort and continued, "I consent for Xiao Xi to return to her original academy for her studies, and I permit her to compete in the Elite Soul Master competition in 6 months under a different identity. These are her liberties. She should not be confined within the Spirit Hall, had it not been for the fact that Tang Xi had only a year and a half remaining. Bai Dong might have insisted on keeping her within the ranks of this golden generation. However, during this year and a half, Bai Dong respected every choice Tang Xi made. She hoped that Tang Xi would explore the world beyond, as throughout their half-year together, Bai Dong had come to regard Tang Xi as her own daughter. Su Wen remained silent, yet he cast a deep glance at Tang Xi, one filled with a complex array of emotions, confusion, doubt, and anger. He finally understood the intention behind Tang Xi's sudden decision to join the Spirit Hall 6 months prior. It was merely a ploy to win Bai Dong's favor and evade his pursuit. Su Wen felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. And without uttering another word, he departed. Tang Xi bowed her head as if she had committed a grave mistake. Bai Dong gently ruffled Tang Xi's hair. Though she could not comprehend why Tang Xi chose not to disclose to Su Wen the matter of her limited time left to live, Tang Xi raised her head and said with a pitiful expression, "Teacher, I must leave for a while. I will miss you." Tang Xi was in a state of utter panic, fearing that her deskmate might once again contemplate harming her. She reminded herself to take good care of her well-being. If trouble arose, she could wield the papal decree to warn those around her, or if she felt wronged, she could simply return home. Yes, indeed. Tang Xi cried out inwardly, realizing that her teacher was the best refuge of all. Tang Xi tidied herself up and bid farewell to Bai Dong, Yin, Xiao, and Hulaina before departing from the Spirit Hall. However, just as she stepped outside, she was intercepted by Douluo, her legs trembling with apprehension. Although she had encountered Douluo several times over the past 6 months, they had never exchanged a word. Why had this old man suddenly chosen to obstruct her path today? With his golden hair and timeless visage, owing to his status as a servant of the angel god. Douluo turned to face Tang Xi, his gaze piercing as he declared, "Tang Xi, the adopted daughter of Tang Hao." Tang Xi's face was flushed with embarrassment as she forced herself to regain her composure. It was evident that Su Wen had reported her to Douluo. "That detestable deskmate. How dare you know my identity? What are your intentions?" Douluo snorted coldly, stating, "Tang Hao is an adversary of my Spirit Hall. You claim his daughter has come to the Spirit Hall to serve as a saintess. Could there possibly be no conspiracy behind this?" Tang Xi made a grimace and said, "Come on, old man. Don't you have any inkling about who assassinated the former pope?" This remark infuriated Douluo, who cast a fierce glare at Tang Xi. Tang Xi coughed up blood, utterly crushed to the ground by an invisible force of overwhelming pressure. Tang Xi was overwhelmed with a torrent of frustrations, questioning why so many wished to take her life. It appeared that Bibi Dong indeed held a considerable affection for her, as she had confided this matter. Douluo remarked that only he and Bibi Dong were privy to the true cause of the former pope's demise. He was astonished that this little girl was also aware of it. Thus, it was clear that she could not be allowed to remain. Tang Xi sensed the murderous intent emanating from Douluo, and, with great difficulty, uttered, "Wait, I have yet to speak my piece." Regretful for having saved him, he continued, "I am not ready to perish just yet. You may keep me for another year, and I can assist you in obtaining what you desire." This declaration piqued Douluo's interest, prompting him to retract his oppressive aura and inquire, "Then enlighten me. What is it that I wish to attain?" Tang Xi's face was pale. The overwhelming pressure she had just experienced had unblocked her meridians, and now her soul power level had reached level 40. The fact that her soul power could still rise under such circumstances sent a chill through her heart. Tang Xi lifted her gaze to Douluo, reminiscing about the narrative in the original text. In that tale, Douluo's greatest concern revolved around Qianren. After Qianren inherited the title of the angel god, Douluo sacrificed himself, never anticipating that Qianren would ultimately shatter her divine position. "What if I were to say that I am capable of resolving the conflict between you and your daughter, Qianren?" Tang Xi remarked with a hint of detachment. Yet, Douluo could not maintain his composure. "Is that truly the case?" he inquired. "No one understands my teacher better than I do. She cherishes me the most and is most receptive to my words. If I do not act as the mediator, who else could?" Tang Xi spoke with sincerity. However, Douluo fell silent, for the thought of his beloved Shuer turning against her mother pained him deeply. Shuer had yearned for maternal affection since childhood. Yet this desire had only led to conflict. "On what grounds should I trust you? What is your true intention?" Douluo questioned with skepticism. Upon hearing his words, Tang Xi's expression grew somber. "I may only have 2 years left to live. My teacher has treated me with such kindness, and I wish to do something that will bring her joy before my time comes to an end." This was the most compelling rationale Tang Xi could conceive. Douluo, intrigued, probed Tang Xi's essence with his soul power, discovering the existence of her heart, the seven-hearted Ling Long, marred by numerous cracks. Everything began to make sense. And a twinge of regret flickered within Douluo. Here was someone contemplating the happiness of others even in the face of death, while he had been far too narrow-minded. Nevertheless, he would not release her. Though your reasoning is sound, I have made a promise to someone, even if I do not take your life. You cannot depart from the Spirit Hall. At the very least, you must remain until the conclusion of the Senior Elite Soul Master competition. Tang Xi was momentarily petrified in place. Was this not a blatant act of coercion? Subsequently, Douluo took Tang Xi to the Elders' Hall to meet someone. And that person was Su Wan. Tang Xi felt a wave of melancholy. She wished to avoid encountering him. Douluo instinctively provided the two of them with space to converse, leaving only the sullen-faced Su Wan and Tang Xi in the Grand Hall. Su Wan, consumed by anger, retorted, "What? Do you still wish to depart from the Spirit Hall?" Tang Xi, now bound, could only feign a fierce gaze towards Su Wan, questioning, "You ask knowingly. Who else can I blame for my inability to leave?" In Su Wan's eyes, Tang Xi's demeanor appeared quite endearing. Thus, Su Wan gently tousled Tang Xi's hair and softly reassured, "Be good. You only need to wait here until the conclusion of the elite competition before you can depart." Tears were welling up in Tang Xi's eyes. "Please let me go, will you?" Tang Xi truly detests being confined and having her freedom curtailed. Su Wan gazed at Tang Xi's expression of utter grievance, feeling a tumult of anxiety yet also a profound anger. How could you so fervently align yourself with Tang San? We are both characters who have traversed into this narrative. Should we not support one another? Tang Xi felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. From a young age, I was taken in by Tang Hao and grew up alongside Tang San. I found it impossible to turn against them. Nor could I simply stand by and watch as you harmed them. Su, I regret it. I truly regret having pushed you away. Had Tang Xi not distanced herself from Su in the realm of reality, she would not have met her untimely demise. Nor would she have been thrust into this wretched world, enduring such profound suffering. Every word uttered by Tang Xi pierced Su Wan's heart like a dagger. Su Wan silently confessed, "I believe I have truly fallen for you, Tang Xi." Upon hearing this, Tang Xi's face was etched with grievance, and tears, unbidden, cascaded down her cheeks. Tang Xi implored, "Could you please let me go now?" Su Wan resolutely shook his head, his expression unwavering as he replied, "Tang Xi, from the moment I entered this world, I inherited the legacies of the God of Life and the God of Destruction. I am destined to stand in opposition to Tang San, but I do not wish for you to be involved in this conflict. The only solution I can conceive is this, and for that, I am truly sorry." The dual divine inheritance left Tang Xi in a state of shock. Immobilized as if turned to stone, she felt like a mere jest, pondering the significance of her existence when her lifespan was destined to be but 2 years. 6 months later, there remained merely a week until the commencement of the Elite Soul Master competition. Tang Xi found herself confined within a cage. Yet to refer to it merely as a prison would be a disservice. It resembled more of a greenhouse garden. Above the garden, a glass ceiling allowed glimpses of the sky outside, while the air was suffused with the fragrant scent of blossoms. At the heart of the garden stood a magnificent statue of an angel. Tang Xi's delicate hands and feet were bound by iron chains. Her slender figure adorned in a flowing white dress, embodying the quintessential image of a fragile beauty. Tang Xi found herself unable to escape the moment she stepped outside. She would be captured by Douluo. During this time, only Su Wan would frequently visit her, yet each time he appeared, he bore the marks of battle. Choosing silence over words as he gazed upon her, Tang Xi endures the torment of cardiac anguish every night. After being confined for 5 months, her mental state gradually descends into chaos. Tang Xi cast a glance at the towering statue of the angel beside her, gradually succumbing to a profound sense of despair. After being confined for such an extended period, enduring the torment of angina each night felt akin to driving a sane person to the brink of madness. Tang Xi withdrew a dagger from the soul-guiding device and plunged it fiercely into her chest. The blade pierced through, staining her pristine garments in crimson. She collapsed amidst the sea of flowers, her blood seeping into the statue of the angel. Tang Xi, weary, closed her eyes. Living had become too excruciating, and she believed it would be better to embrace an early death and attain rebirth. What Tang Xi failed to notice was that as the blood seeped into the statue of the angel, it emitted a faint golden glow, and a single tear trickled from the corner of its eye. When Tang Xi opened her eyes once more, she found herself amidst a vast expanse of water, with a blinding sun hanging high in the sky. Suddenly, pure white feathers descended from the air above. Tang Xi mused, "Have I arrived in paradise?" She had never felt such a profound sense of ease. She had finally succumbed to death. A celestial voice resonated, startling Tang Xi as she turned to behold a stunning woman. Her long golden hair danced in the breeze, and she donned a flowing, pristine white gown reminiscent of ancient Greece. Behind her were 6 ethereal wings, and her eyes brimmed with compassion for humanity. Upon the first sight of the woman, the phrase divine angel abruptly surfaced in Tang Xi's mind. Tang Xi marveled, never anticipating that after death, one could truly ascend to heaven and encounter angels. The angel gently shook its head and clarified, "No, you have not perished. Rather, your soul has been summoned here by me. I have come to request a favor from you." Tang Xi found herself petrified in the wind, and though she had escaped death, encountering a celestial being was beyond her imagination. However, she soon regained her composure and replied with a hint of indifference. I am merely a trivial character destined to fade away within 2 years. What capacity do I possess to assist you? The celestial being, with a melancholic expression, remarked. In the intertwining of time and space, everything begins anew. It is fated that my successor shall experience the shattering of divinity. The angelic essence shall no longer endure. Tang Xi, upon hearing the words of the angel god, couldn't help but ponder deeply. Did the angel god possess foreknowledge of the future trajectory of the Douluo continent? What, then, could be the meaning behind her mention of temporal overlap? Tang Xi, with a face full of perplexity, ventured to inquire about the crux of the matter. Do you wish for me to assist your successor? However, does she not already have Suwen by her side? Why then have you chosen me? The angelic deity elucidated. No, I have calculated that the pivotal point of fate lies with you. Only you possess the ability to ensure that my successor's divine position remains unshattered. Though Tang Xi may not fully comprehend the situation, upon reflection, she believes she can grasp it. It was because of Tang San that Qian Rinxue's divine status was shattered. Thus, as Tang San's sister, who better to persuade him than herself? 7 years later, Tang Xi would come to realize how naive her previous assumptions truly were. Yet, Tang Xi is no fool. She muses, I can agree to your proposal, but what benefits will you offer me in return? The angelic deity gazes into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. I understand that each time you absorb a soul ring, you endure immense pain. I can bestow upon you 2 supreme soul rings and grant you a portion of my angelic power to heal the wounds of your body. The allure of such terms is undeniable, and without hesitation, Tang Xi acquiesces. Finally, she poses one last question. Is there any way for me to survive past the age of 25? The angelic deity pauses, taken aback, and replies with a hint of sorrow. You are not of this world. Your existence is a result of the life God's blessing, allowing you to live an additional 25 years. No deity would choose an anomaly as their successor. Tang Xi murmured to herself, so it is this way. She felt a sense of relief. Living a few more years was indeed quite wonderful. At the very least, before her departure from this world, she would ensure a splendid conclusion, one that surpassed even that of the Spirit Hall in Shrek. Tang Xi solemnly addressed the angel god. I promise you, I will safeguard Qian Rinxue and ensure that the legacy of the 6-winged angels endures within the Douluo continent. This was the answer the angel god longed to hear. And with a sense of relief, the angel god closed his eyes, saying, Tang Xi, remember your vow. As these words faded, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted, prompting Tang Xi to swiftly shut his eyes. In reality, the angelic holy symbol emitted a radiant beam that shattered the glass of the greenhouse, liberating Tang Xi from the iron shackles that bound him. The commotion disturbed Bibi Dong, who was resting. She slowly opened her eyes, sensing the divine aura. Even Poseidon, far away on Sea God Island, turned his gaze towards the continent, murmuring, who is it that has garnered the blessing of the gods? The golden light healed the scars on Tang Xi's body, a warm power enveloping him. Within him, a stream of golden light coursed through, leaving Qian Daolu utterly astonished as he realized this was indeed the blessing of the angel god. Tang Xi slowly opened her eyes, feeling a continuous warmth of energy enveloping her entire being. Tang Xi glanced around, now that the chains binding her hands and feet had been shattered. It signified that she could finally attain her freedom. With a thought, Tang Xi unfurled a pair of blood-red wings from her back. As the golden light dissipated, 2 soul rings, one aged 70,000 years and the other 80,000 years, descended from the heavens, settling firmly around her waist, emanating an aura of divine authority. Tang Xi's bloodthirsty peony, with the lifeline martial soul adorned by the 4th soul ring bestowed by the angelic deity, possesses soul skills named Sacred Healing Light and Puppetry, capable of both healing and control. Tang Xi sighed, reflecting on the benevolence of the angel god. Without a moment's hesitation, she soared into the air. This time, Qian Daolu did not make an attempt to retrieve her. He gazed at Tang Xi with a complex expression. Great angel god, is this your divine will? 54 Returning to Shrek Academy, Tang Xi dared not pause for even a moment, fearing that a careless misstep might lead her to encounter that insufferable classmate, Suwen. Her sole desire was to swiftly return to Shrek Academy and reunite with her companions. The journey from the Spirit Hall to Shrek Academy within the Tindo Empire took Tang Xi a full 5 days of flight. Her striking crimson wings drew much attention as she gracefully descended at the entrance of Shrek Academy, retracting her wings with poise. Tang Xi glanced at the gatekeeper and said, Please inform Dean Flandra that Tang Xi has returned. Tang Xi's delicate features appeared quite pale, adorned in a flowing white dress, her low twin ponytails cascading gracefully. Standing there, she was undoubtedly a picturesque sight, as the guard blushed and nodded in acknowledgement. In the VIP lounge, Tang Xi awaited patiently when the door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. Xiao Wu, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Zhu Qing, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong all entered, followed closely by Yu Xiaojiang and Flander. Xiao Shi, Tang San called out anxiously as he peered into the room. Xiao Wu, pulling aside the eager Tang San, dashed forward and enveloped Tang Xi in a warm embrace. Tang Xi found herself quite taken aback by this unexpected embrace. Ahem, Sister Xiao Wu. You're holding me too tightly, she managed to say. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu quickly released her grip and inquired, Where on earth have you been this past year? Ma Hongjun patted Tang San's shoulder in agreement, adding, if you don't come back soon, your brother will go mad. Yu Xiaojing, however, maintained his composure and remarked, you requested only a 6-month leave, yet you returned 6 months late. Did you encounter some difficulties? Tang Xi glanced at the anxious crowd and let out a, saying, it's nothing serious. I merely encountered a terrifying individual and was imprisoned for 6 months. I just managed to escape a week ago. Imprisoned? Oscar exclaimed. Tang San swiftly stepped forward and grasped Tang Xi's wrist, expressing his concern. Are you injured, dear sister? As Tang Xi was about to utter a word, she was seized by an uncontrollable fit of coughing. Upon covering her mouth with her hand, she was horrified to discover it stained with blood. Ning Rongrong had never witnessed such a scene and was overwhelmed with concern. Even Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew markedly tense. Dai Mubai's countenance hardened as he questioned, who dares to imprison you? Flender patted his chest and reassured Tang Xi, declaring, whoever has the audacity to confine a member of Shrek shall face my wrath and be subjected to the most severe punishment. Tang Xi smiled nonchalantly, saying, no need, everyone. I have gained an opportunity from this. That person's influence is considerable, and there is no need for you all to offend him on my behalf. Tang San felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing those words, silently clenching his fist in the background. However, Xiao Wu was filled with concern for Tang Xi, exclaiming, heaven forbid I discover which scoundrel dares to bully our dear Xi. Everyone was amused by her remark. Tang Xi glanced at Tang San and then at Xiao Wu, whispering in her ear, sister Xiao Wu, how are things between you and my brother? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly replied, oh, you really are something, Xi. Tang Xi wore a smile of realization, while Tang San felt a sense of embarrassment. Tang Xi feigned disappointment as she remarked, I returned so late. I wonder if there is still a place for me in the prestigious elite competition a few days from now. Of course there is. The Shrek 8 monsters are incomplete without you. Flender interjected from the side. He cast a glance at Tang Xi's spirit power level and exclaimed, impressive, little Xi. In just a year, your spirit power has already reached level 45. When it comes to talent, there is no doubt that Tang Xi is the most gifted among them. Having remarkably elevated her level by 10 within a year without the aid of any divine herbs, Tang Xi shyly twirled her hair, urging others not to envy her. The enhancement of her soul power was not without peril. Each increment was earned at the cost of her life. Apart from her diligent training that elevated her levels, the majority of her soul rings were acquired through harrowing encounters with soul beasts that nearly extinguished her life. Moreover, it was only in her near demise that she encountered the angel deity, which bestowed upon her divine blessings that augmented her soul power by 5 levels. While others dismissed Tang Xi's words as mere jest, Tang San remained silent, for he had known her since childhood and understood that she spoke the truth. 55 Celestial Enchantment Luminous Fruit, Midnight. Tang San invited Tang Xi out and, upon touching the soul guide, several types of concealed weapons materialized in his hand in an instant. Tang Xi exclaimed with delight, brother, in this past year, you have crafted such an impressive array of concealed weapons. There are the Yin Wang talismans, the mother and child soul-chasing darts, the Zhuge divine crossbow, the flying claw, and the shadowy sand projectiles, among others. I am utterly captivated by what I see. Tang San gently remarked, sister, take these with you. At the very least, should you encounter a soul sage of level 70, you will have the means to escape. Tang Xi was moved to tears. In the end, aside from the hidden weapons concealed within the King of Hell sticker, all were collected by Tang Xi into her soul guide. After all, Tang San still needed this King of Hell sticker to evade the relentless pursuit of those over 70 levels. Oh, how wonderful you are, dear brother. Tang Xi threw herself into Tang San's embrace, weeping profusely, her tears flowing endlessly. This past year had been far too suffocating for her. Tang San gently caressed Tang Xi's hair, saying, foolish girl, though I am without power or influence, I shall exert every effort to present the finest things to you. You are my only sister. If I do not cherish you, whom shall I cherish? Of course, Xiao Wu, as my beloved, does not count. Tang Xi felt a pang in her nose, choking back her tears as she asked, brother, what would you do if one day I were to pass away? Tang San felt his eyes welling with tears as he clenched his fists tightly and vowed, I shall become a deity and discover a way to resurrect you. Tang Xi felt a warm sensation in her heart. Indeed, her deceased deskmate could not be compared to her beloved elder brother. At the same time, Tang Xi secretly resolved to alter the conclusion of the Douluo continent. The Spirit Hall and Shrek Academy would not vanish. She was determined to find a way for both to coexist. However, Tang Xi gazed intently at Tang San and said, brother, I heard from Sister Xiao Wu that among the Shrek 8 monsters, 7 of us have obtained the divine herb. Tang San gazed at Tang Xi's pitiful expression, feeling a sense of foreboding. Indeed, in the next moment, tears cascaded down Tang Xi's cheeks, lamenting, there is no love left. I am all alone. Tang San, in a state of panic, waved his hand and explained, how could the celestial herb possibly be lacking your presence? Tang San took out a delicate glazed fruit from the night of the bright moon at the 24 bridges, explaining, however, there is no celestial herb suitable for you, yet there exists a celestial fruit. Tang Xi was overjoyed, snatching the fruit from Tang San's hand. She gazed at the exquisite, translucent fruit with delight, knowing that her elder brother would never forget her. But what purpose does this rosy fruit serve? Tang Xi helplessly ruffled Tang Xi's hair, pondering when her impulsive nature would ever change. This is called the Celestial Enchantment Glass Fruit. It has the ability to transform your constitution and also facilitate some evolution of the martial soul. Tang Xi's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, and she took a hearty bite of the enchanting glass fruit. Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback by the sound of someone munching on fruit, as if he had not yet finished speaking. The skin of this fruit had adverse effects. Thus, it was inedible. As Tang Xi finished speaking, Tang Xi had just completed eating the fruit and swallowed it down. Tang Xi was also taken aback, staring blankly at Tang Xi. Tang Xi chuckled in exasperation. Well, it's nothing to be overly concerned about. The side effects won't harm your body. But they may indeed complicate your daily life. Tang Xi let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this, smiling as she remarked. It seems it is not a significant issue. I shall refrain from further discussion, dear brother. I need to calm my mind and focus on my cultivation. I sense that I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Tang Xi nodded in acknowledgement and then watched as Tang Xi took a seat. Within Tang Xi's body, a gentle force flowed, cleansing her meridians and instantly unblocking a previously obstructed area. She felt a sense of lightness enveloping her entire being. As her skin gradually transformed into a smooth and delicate texture, exuding a captivating and refreshing fragrance. The surrounding soul energy surged vigorously. Beside Tang Xi bloomed a myriad of pink peony buds, their hearts a deep crimson while the petals were a delicate pink. After a prolonged moment, Tang Xi finally digested the celestial fruit. With astonishment, she opened her eyes and exclaimed, "Wow, brother, I have reached level 48. Tang Xi smiled, having ascended 3 levels. Which is quite commendable. Has there been any change in his physique? Tang Xi felt the transformation within her body and candidly remarked, I sense a delightful lightness coursing through me, devoid of any constricting sensations in my chest. I feel utterly invigorated, and there is a pleasant fragrance enveloping me. Yet, the fissures in my delicate heart remain unaltered, and the unchangeable truth of my limited time left in this world persists. Tang Xi felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed the subtle improvement in his younger sister's pale complexion. However, this transformation came with a caveat. The alluring fragrance that emanated from her being would enhance her affinity towards individuals of the same gender by 50-fold. Tang Xi elucidated that. In other girls' eyes, Tang Xi is now quite the catch. It would not be surprising if she were pursued by another girl. Tang Xi was utterly unconcerned. It seemed that I was destined to be a beloved little fairy, adored by all. Tang Xi could not help but chuckle. Indeed, he possessed a considerable degree of self-awareness. The following day, Tang Xi and the others awaited Yu Xiaojiang in the canyon to elucidate the rules of the elite competition. Not far away, Yu Xiaojiang approached with 4 young companions and explained, These are your substitute teammates, Jiang Zhu, a level 34 soul master of the healing system, Jing Ling, a soul master of the agile attack system, Huang Yuan, a level 37 soul master of the strong attack system, and Tai Long. Upon seeing the beautiful Jiang Zhu, Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened, while the others greeted her courteously. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at Tang Xi and called out, Tang Xi, step forward and demonstrate your 4th soul skill, as well as the 3rd soul skill of the Peony Soul Ring. Yu Xiaojiang pondered to himself, curious about the effectiveness of the new soul skill this child had recently acquired. Tang Xi nodded, and instantly, 4 soul rings materialized beneath her feet, swirling upward in a mesmerizing display of yellow, purple, black, and black. As the 4th soul ring emerged, a surge of profound power erupted, stirring a tempestuous breeze. Behind Tang Xi, a peony with deep pink stamens and light pink petals appeared, entwined by hundreds of slender white threads. Jiang Zhu was momentarily stunned. Gazing at Tang Xi's exquisite features, her cheeks flushed with a delicate pink, causing her heart to race slightly. The 3rd soul skill, body weakening. As the 3rd soul ring of Tang Xi illuminated, peonies blossomed upon Talon's body. The muscles in Talon's arms swelled momentarily before dissipating, and his skin gradually lost moisture, becoming wrinkled. Talon exclaimed in disbelief, My goodness, where have my muscles gone? Yu Xiaojiang's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and the others erupted into hearty laughter at the spectacle. Tang Xi curled her lips in a smile, for even greater surprises awaited her ahead, the 4th soul skill of the lifeline, the marionette. As Tang Xi's words fell, a myriad of silken threads ensnared Talon, while a pair of invisible hands above manipulated his movements with white strands. Talon, now beyond his own control, flailed about wildly, and the once joyous atmosphere among the others dissipated. Daimubai, astonished, exclaimed, There exists a soul skill that can manipulate the actions of others. Xiao Wu clapped her hands in delight, proclaiming, Tang Xi is simply the best. Oscar's face turned pale with shock, realizing the potential for ambush that such a skill presented. Ma Hongjun, taken aback, found his mouth agape in disbelief, while Zhu Zhuqing's resolve to grow stronger intensified. Ning Rongrong cast an envious glance towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi explained that the 3rd soul skill of the peony is called body weakening. As the name suggests, it is a group skill that weakens the physical capabilities of opponents by 40, while simultaneously enhancing the physical limit of one individual by 200. Consequently, this renders the adversary exceedingly fragile, to the extent that even a formidable attack-type soul master would be constrained to only 30 of their original strength. Tang Xi gazed with great satisfaction at the astonished expressions of those around her and began to elaborate on her fourth soul skill. The fourth soul skill of the line of life is named Puppet Mastery. I possess the ability to control individuals whose levels are inferior to mine for a duration of up to 30 seconds. However, if their levels exceed mine, the time is reduced by a corresponding amount from the base of 25 seconds, with a cooldown period of 1 hour. On the eve of the elite competition, a profound silence enveloped the venue. Indeed, Tang Xi's fourth soul skill was undeniably formidable. This was not merely a skill of a 10,000-year soul ring. It was akin to the prowess of a 100,000-year soul ring. Tang Xi smiled silently. After all, it was a divine gift of an 80,000-year soul ring. How could its efficacy be anything less than remarkable? Perhaps the fourth soul skill of the bloodthirsty peony was slightly inferior. Talon cried out, "Beautiful lady, I bear no grudge against you. Could you possibly restore my muscles?" Tang Xi tilted her head and chuckled. Of course, it is possible. The fourth soul skill. Sacred Healing Light. The peony behind Tang Xi gradually faded to a pristine white, emanating a warm white light that enveloped Talon. Instantly, Talon's muscles reverted, and he appeared revitalized and full of vigor. Tang Xi elucidated that the fourth soul skill of the peony is named the Light of Sacred Healing, which possesses solely restorative properties, though the extent of its healing remains unknown to me. Nevertheless, one would presume that the efficacy of a soul skill derived from a 70,000-year soul ring would not be lacking. The other 7 members of the Shrek 8 monsters exchanged glances, their faces alight with excitement. A soul skill with healing capabilities is indeed remarkable. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Yu Xiaojing's eyes, for the soul skills corresponding to such soul rings must be no less than 50,000 years old. Truly, it is astonishingly formidable. Yu Xiaojing promptly declared, Tang Xi, I urge you to publicly present yourself as a support-type soul master and refrain from revealing your full strength during the preliminary rounds. Deep within, Yu Xiaojing reflected. This child's peony martial spirit is entirely composed of support soul skills, while the white-line soul rings predominantly focus on control and offense, augmented by the power of soul bones. In this stage, this child has virtually no rivals. He could even contend with soul kings of over level 50. It is truly unfortunate that such a prodigy is fated to perish before reaching the age of 25. Tang Xi obediently nodded, concealing the enhancements of her other soul ring skills. For instance, the first soul skill of the peony, Exploitation, improved from a speed of 35 to 40. Indeed, all of Tang Xi's soul ring skills are of a growth type, with the addition of each new soul ring. The effects of the skills from the other soul rings also experience a corresponding augmentation. Tang Xi also concealed her additional external soul bone, the blood butterfly wings, along with its corresponding soul bone skill. Meanwhile, the power enhancement of the Iron Hornbull's armor soul bone was elevated to 245, capable of withstanding an attack of 75 at the same rank. Subsequently, Yu Xiaojing began to elaborate on the competition rules. As the day of the prestigious elite tournament was approaching, set to take place in the competition area of the Heavendo Empire, the following morning, residents of the Heavendo Empire rose early to witness the tournament. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with the sounds of firecrackers and the cheers of the populace. Colorful banners adorned the streets, which were more crowded than ever before. In the competition district, members from numerous academies stood along the sides, while gigantic screens displayed the enthusiastic host, Curly, introducing the 3 prominent figures in the VIP section: Ning Fingji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, His Excellency, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus, and the Emperor of the Heavendo Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor. Next came the entrance ceremony for each combat team. In one corner, the Shrek 7 Devils donned their unappealing, olive-green uniforms, causing Tang Xi to grimace and mutter, "What kind of aesthetic does the dean have? I wouldn't dare wear such an ugly outfit in public." Dai Mubai silently lamented, "This truly tarnishes my image." Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow, expressing her discontent with the uniforms, while Ma Hongjun lamented, "How am I supposed to attract girls now?" Before the other members of the Shrek 7 Devils could voice their complaints, Yu Xiaojing urged, "Enough of the grievances, it's time for your entrance. Follow me." He secretly rejoiced that he was spared from wearing such a color, for it would have been quite embarrassing. The host energetically announced, "Next to enter is the second team of our Heavendo Royal Academy, with the motto, Forge Ahead, Invincible." The crowd responded with a resounding cheer. Heavendo will triumph. Heavendo will triumph. Following them was the Element Academy's team, then the Plan Academies, and finally, the uniquely dressed team from Shrek Academy, who proclaimed, "Champions without rivals." It was evident that they aimed to draw attention with such a declaration. As Tang Xi and his companions took the stage, they elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. "This is hysterical. The dung green attire is even adorned with advertisements. How absurd. If one wishes to attract attention, this is not the way to go. It is simply ridiculous. I surmise this is merely a subpar academy." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai, filled with indignation, turned to retaliate, but was halted by Tang Sen behind him. "Leader Dai, we shall prove ourselves through our prowess," Tang Sen remarked, his brow furrowed, clearly perturbed by the mockery. Tang Xi found herself at the end of the line, her adorable tuft of hair and gracefully cascading twin ponytails framing a visage that was somewhat pale yet exquisitely delicate, complemented by her fair complexion. To the eyes of women, She resembled a porcelain doll, evoking a profound sense of affection, as one might feel an irresistible urge to touch her soft tresses, undoubtedly offering a delightful texture. Within the grand arena of the Heavendo Empire, participants and esteemed guests alike began to take their places. His Excellency, Lord Salis, the head of the Spirit Hall, drew lots to determine the order of the duels. The Shrek Academy faced off against the second team of the Royal Academy of Heavendo. Under the guidance of Tang San, the substitutes made their entrance, consisting of 4 members, including Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu from the Shrek 8 monsters. As the match unfolded in the grand arena, Tang San unleashed his 4th spirit ring, astonishing the onlookers. It was, in fact, a 10,000-year spirit ring. The Emperor Shui was taken aback, especially upon hearing from the esteemed Ning that Shrek Academy had once intended to align with the Royal Academy of Heavendo. Only to be expelled by Prince Xuexing enraged, Emperor Shui cast a furious glance at Xuexing, who trembled under his gaze. Ultimately, Shrek Academy decisively triumphed over the second team of the Royal Academy of Heavendo, securing victory within a mere minute. Following this exhilarating event, the crowd was granted a day of respite. After much persuasion from Dai Mubai, they finally agreed to replace their rather unappealing olive green uniforms with black ones. Acknowledging that while the advertisements could not be removed, 30% of the advertising fees would still be distributed among them. Tang Sen inquired about the deeds of Tang Hao from Ning Fengji, and ultimately, with Ning Fengji's recommendation, Tang San and Tang Xi went together to meet Prince Xuexing of the Heavendo Empire. Tang Xi followed closely behind, feeling a twinge of anxiety as she was about to meet Xuexing, the alter ego of Qian Renxue, in the world of Douluo continent. The existence of Qian Renxue is undoubtedly a tragedy. Her father, who cherished her in her childhood, was murdered by her own mother, who never favored her. The only one who truly loved her, her grandfather, also met a sacrificial fate due to the inheritance of the angel god. Ultimately, she faced a shattered divine destiny because of her affection for Tang San. Tang Xi pondered whether the outcome would have been more favorable had Qian Renxue not fallen in love with Tang San. Ning Fengji led Tang San and Tang Xi to a hotel, where they ascended the stairs to a private chamber. Upon entering, Tang Xi beheld a golden-haired youth gazing into the distance from the window, his silhouette emanating an indescribable solitude. Upon hearing footsteps, Xuexing had turned to see Ning Fengji approaching and instinctively performed a bow, exclaiming, "Uncle Ning, you have arrived." Ning Fengji stepped forward, declining Xuexing's gesture of respect, stating that such formalities were unnecessary. However, Xuexing shook his head, insisting, "You are my master, thus it is only fitting for me to do so." Tang Xi stood at a distance, gazing intently at Xuexing, seemingly contemplating something. Perhaps Tang Xi's gaze was too overt, for Xuexing glanced over and smiled. Surely, this must be the pair that Uncle Ning often speaks of, one being the extraordinarily gifted Tang San, and the other, his younger sister Tang Xi, who possesses twin martial souls. Tang San was somewhat taken aback. How could the Xuexing be so polite, especially in contrast to the arrogant and overbearing Xuelang? Could they truly share the same father? However, the term sister Tang Xi sounded rather displeasing. Tang Xi gazed intently at Xuexing, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "Big brother, you are so handsome." Ning Fengji couldn't help but chuckle at Tang Xi's infatuated demeanor. Is the expression of affection among the youth so candid? Tang Sen stood there, helplessly rubbing his forehead. What was he to do with a sister who was perpetually infatuated? Should he remind her that those who are handsome might very well be villains? Xuexing had gazed at Tang Xi's sweet smile, feeling a flush rise to his cheeks. With a hint of shyness, he averted his gaze and stammered, "Miss Tang Xi, you truly jest." Tang Xi approached Xuexing with a familiar demeanor, her face adorned with a cheerful smile. She pondered whether the older brother had any friends, expressing a sincere desire to forge a friendship with him. Tang Xi continuously circled around Xuexing, entirely depriving him of the opportunity to converse with Tang San. Her foremost objective was to forge an intimate friendship with Qian Renxue, thereby diverting her attention away from her elder brother. Tang San nearly spat out a mouthful of blood to his ears. Tang Xi's words were unmistakably an invitation to become her boyfriend. How could his sister, who had so swiftly transformed from a child into a young woman, be so easily swept away by a stranger? Xuexing felt somewhat at a loss. Upon first seeing Tang Xi, he found her utterly charming. Yet he was momentarily taken aback when she expressed a desire to be friends. It was the first time anyone had ever uttered such words to her. Beside them, Ning Fengji feigned a cough or two, clearing his throat. "Perhaps we should sit down and converse." Only then did Xuexing come to her senses, lifting her gaze to reveal an air of elegance. "As my master said, I am curious about what brings you both to seek me." She quickly redirected the conversation. Tang San took the initiative to inquire about the exploits of his father, Tang Hao, expressing a desire to know if there was any news regarding his mother. Xuexing shook his head in resignation, stating that there was absolutely none. However, all of this was related to a certain place, namely the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing the mention of the Spirit Hall, Tang San clenched his fists tightly. "If the Spirit Hall truly is the perpetrator behind my mother's death, then I shall not rest until I have exacted my vengeance." Tang Xi's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. Tang San was her brother, and Bibi Dong was her mentor. If a conflict were to arise between the two, whom would she support? After their conversation, Qinghe extended an invitation for them to stay and share a meal before departing. Just as Tang Xi's eyes lit up and she was about to agree, she was forcibly pulled back by the sullen Tang San, who declared, "No need. We have a competition tomorrow, and my sister and I wish to return for our training." Ning Fengji smiled knowingly, casting a significant glance at both Tang Xi and Qinghe. Qinghe picked up the token from the table and handed it to Tang Xi. Smiling as he said, "Miss Tang Xi, should you wish to seek me out, this token will grant you access to Tindo Palace." Just as Tang San was about to assist Tang Xi in her refusal, Tang Xi preemptively seized the token, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure, and exclaimed loudly, "Big brother, I shall seek you out again." Tang San, with a solemn expression, pulled Tang Xi away. Upon reaching the entrance of the hotel, he earnestly advised, "Sister, you are still young. Refrain from pursuing romantic relationships at this time." Tang Xi pouted in dissatisfaction and huffed. "Then what is your relationship with Sister Xiao Wu?" Tang San immediately blushed and hurriedly denied, "It's merely a sibling relationship." Tang Xi let out a playful exclamation, teasingly remarking, "I understand perfectly. It's the relationship between Sister Qing and Brother Qing. I truly get it." Tang San's face flushed deeper. On the upper floor, Qinghe could not help but chuckle at the sight of Tang Xi's pouting expression, remarking, "That individual named Tang Xi is quite amusing." Ning Fengji, captivated by Qinghe's genuine smile, felt a sense of contentment wash over him. "Qinghe, it has been a long time since you've laughed so heartily." It dawned on Ning Fengji that the phenomenon of love at first sight truly exists. He silently mused, his mind already weaving together some intriguing misunderstandings. The following day, during the match against the Elephant Armor Academy, Yu Xiaojiang slowly announced, "Your upcoming opponents are one of the 5 prestigious academies, the Elephant Armor Academy. Your chances of victory stand at a mere 30%, unless you collectively reveal your strength. Thus, I advise you to forfeit the match." The team found themselves in a predicament. Stepping forward, Tang Xi declared, "Master, allow me to take the field. My third soul skill, Body Weakening, is perfectly suited to counter their defenses." Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, while Tang San remarked, "If this is a challenge, should we not confront it head-on?" Yu Xiaojiang sighed, appreciating their indomitable spirit, yet he cautioned, "However, Tang Xi, unless absolutely necessary, you should only utilize the first 3 soul skills of your Peony Martial Soul and the first 2 of your White Line Martial Soul. Refrain from using the 3rd and 4th soul skills lightly." "Understood," Tang Xi replied cheerfully. On the Grand Soul Arena, the host, Douluo, bellowed, "Let us welcome the Shrek team and the Elephant Armor Academy to the stage. Captain Dai Mubai and Vice Captain Tang San, both Soul Masters who previously fought in the first round of the preliminary matches, were set to field new substitutes this time." Douluo turned to the large screen displaying the members' information, announcing, "Today's newly debuted member is Zhu Shuqing." Douluo gasped, "Another Soul Master." Moments later, Oscar's information appeared on the screen, revealing a soul power level of 41. Douluo stared in disbelief, realizing that Shrek Academy had 3 or 4 Soul Masters. Suddenly, Tang Xi's personal information flashed on the screen, leaving the host agape, unsure of how to articulate the revelation. "A dual martial soul with a soul power level of 48. This utterly surpasses our expectations." The audience erupted in fervent cheers, chanting, "Shrek! Shrek!" Tang Xi lingered at the end of the line, casting a faint smile toward the camera. Upon hearing the name Tang Xi, the Platinum Hall Master of the Wuhuan Temple, Salus, rose in astonishment. Could it be the disciple of His Holiness the Pope? Tang Xi. Beside him, the Snowy Night Emperor and Ning Fengji exchanged puzzled glances. "What is it, Lord Salus? Have you spotted someone familiar?" Salus composed himself, his complexion slightly pale, and addressed the leader of the Elephant Armor sect, Master Hu Yin. "Master Hu Yin, you would do well to pray that your grandson does not cross paths with someone formidable." Master Hu Yin felt a chill. Had it not been Salus who had urged him to confront Shrek Academy, encouraging their institution to thrash Shrek? Why had the attitude shifted so drastically? Ning Fengji, perplexed, pondered who this formidable person might be. The Snowy Night Emperor also looked on with curiosity. Salus slowly spoke, "Tang Xi, possessing twin martial souls, is backed by forces beyond our reach." After that, Salus fell silent, prompting the Snowy Night Emperor to refrain from further inquiry, though thoughts began to stir within him. The Platinum Hall Master of the Wuhuan Temple would not deceive. If this young lady were to marry Qinghe, the strength of the Tindo Empire would undoubtedly ascend. Ning Fengji speculated, could it be that the Wuhuan Temple had discovered that Tang Xi's father was the esteemed Hao Yin? Returning to the Grand Soul Arena, the members of the Elephant Armor Academy appeared imposing and formidable, their muscular arms brimming with power. Tang Xi scoffed, showing no regard for them. As both sides revealed their martial souls, for soul rings spiraled upward beneath Tang Xi's feet. Yellow, purple, black, while a magnificent peony bloomed behind her, entwined with white threads. The host, Douluo, exclaimed in shock, "A 10,000-year soul ring." Remarkably, there are 2 10,000-year soul rings. It seems the strength of contestant Tang Xi cannot be underestimated. Ning Fengji was taken aback. The pressure emanating from the 4th 10,000-year soul ring evoked a sense of reverence within him. The Snowy Night Emperor furrowed his brow, solidifying his resolve regarding this young lady's potential union with Qinghe. The host, Douluo, shouted, the battle begins. Hu Yanli, the captain of this combat team and grandson of the elephant armor sect's leader, confidently declared, first soul skill, copper elephant iron wall. 7 crystalline shields appeared in their hands as they huddled together, advancing toward Tang San and the others. The ground trembled slightly as they marched, their voices resonating with boisterous laughter. Oscar consumed a flying sausage, sprouting wings, and lifted Tang San into the air, while Tang San's blue-silver grass entwined around the others, allowing them to soar together. Only Tang Xi remained on the platform, a smirk playing on her lips. First soul skill, stumbling walk. Third soul skill, body weakening. Tang Xi unleashed 2 soul skills in quick succession, causing peonies to bloom upon the bodies of her 7 adversaries. Hu Yanli furrowed his brow, attempting to pluck the suddenly sprouted flowers, yet he was taken aback by the transformation of his own arm. His muscles appeared diminished. Moreover, he felt an overwhelming sense of weakness in his hands, sending him into a state of panic. Could it be the effect of the soul skill he had just encountered? Meanwhile, Tang San manipulated the blue-silver grass to ensnare 6 of his opponents. The vines wrapped around Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Zhu Shuqing, and others. As Tang San flung the grass outward, Xiao Wu delivered a swift kick, while Zhu Shuqing struck a particular spot repeatedly, and Dai Mubai unleashed the white tiger light wave. Hu Yanli struggled to break free from the constricting blue-silver grass beneath his feet, but found himself devoid of strength, succumbing to the onslaught of his foes. The Huyan sect master, seated in the VIP area, stared in disbelief. How could a single soul skill breach his grandson's defenses? Ning Fingji, observing from the sidelines, offered an explanation. This is likely not merely the effect of a soul skill from a 10,000-year soul ring, but rather one with the might of a 30,000-year cultivation. Its power is not to be underestimated. The Snow Knight Emperor, situated at the center, laughed heartily, exclaiming, indeed, the talents of this generation are remarkable. I have a premonition that this girl might become the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. Huyan sect master, feeling indignant, discreetly communicated with Hu Yanli, quickly. Utilize the soul bone. Upon receiving his grandfather's message, Hu Yanli instantly regained his composure. A surge of power erupted, propelling Xiao Wu, Zhu Shuqing, and Dai Mubai away. As Hu Yanli rose once more, he adorned his head with an elephant helmet, the manifestation of his head soul bone. His body and strength were amplified severfold. And he glared fiercely at Tang Xi, thinking that had it not been for this auxiliary soul master as support, he might have already claimed victory. With that, Hu Yanli charged at Tang Xi, delivering a powerful punch, only to be repelled by an unseen force. A luminous barrier materialized before Tang Xi, safeguarding her from harm. Ning Fingji immediately discerned the situation, realizing that this was yet another soul bone, an external soul bone, no less. Not far away, Shinian observed intently, his eyes glimmering with intrigue upon recognizing Tang Xi's soul bone, silently formulating a plan in his mind. Tang San secretly lamented the predicament, wishing to assist Tang Xi. Yet he was thwarted by another adversary, Hu Yanshan. Tang Xi's complexion turned slightly pale. She offered a faint smile to Hu Yanli before launching a punch, its force rivaling that of Hu Yanli's earlier strike. The enhancement of her soul bone's power, coupled with the reciprocal effect of her third soul skill's body weakening, endowed Tang Xi with a physical prowess comparable to that of a formidable assault-type soul master. Tang Xi's punch sent Hu Yanli staggering back several meters. In a fit of rage, Hu Yanli swung his fist once more, to which Tang Xi responded with a smile, "You are far too impatient." Then, with a graceful leap into the air, Tang Xi executed a fierce stomp directly onto Hu Yanli's face, raising a cloud of dust as he forcefully pinned him to the ground, rendering him immobile. The host, exasperated, could only place a hand to his forehead. For that last stomp was indeed a sight of sheer brutality. Tang San employed the blue-silver cage to restrain the other 6 individuals. Without Hu Yanli, the core of the team, the remaining members were utterly disorganized. Tang Xi, Zhu Shuqing, and Dai Mubai exchanged glances before consuming the restorative sausages to replenish their stamina, and thus commenced an exhilarating onslaught against the remaining competitors, toppling them all. The exuberant host proclaimed with fervor, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shrek Academy emerges victorious. The audience erupted in cheers, this battle granting Shrek Academy newfound fame and elevating Tang Xi to prominence. 61 years later, Shrek Academy continued to achieve victory after victory. And whenever the audience beheld Shrek, they would fervently chant, "Shrek shall prevail, Shrek shall prevail." However, it was a pity for the spectators that Tang Xi had only participated in the match against the Elephant Armor Academy, abstaining from all subsequent competitions. As the day of respite arrived, Tang Xi contemplated a leisurely outing to indulge in some delightful culinary treats. The streets were eerily deserted, enveloped in an uncanny silence, with scarcely a soul in sight, save for a solitary passerby seated at a table, sipping tea. Tang Xi sensed that something was amiss, and a hint of a smile curled at the corners of her mouth. She was quite familiar with this narrative. It was none other than the plot where Shi Nian from Tsanghui Academy attempted to kill Tang San, only to be slain by him instead. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Tang Xi found herself in the crosshairs. When Tang Xi opened her eyes once more, her gaze radiated a faint purple light. It was only after utilizing the purple extreme magic that she could discern the precise location of the individual who was presently enjoying a cup of tea. Without a word, Tang Xi executed a swift leg sweep, which Shinian skillfully intercepted with his hand before calmly finishing his tea. As Shinian reopened his eyes, he returned to his original visage, and the surrounding townscape swiftly dissolved, revealing its true form, a desolate forest. With a sharp whoosh, a silver needle shot from the sole of Tang Xi's shoe. Shinian narrowly evaded the attack by tilting his head aside. But as he loosened his grip on Tang Xi's left foot, he was caught off guard and grazed by the needle. Shinian was somewhat astonished by how Tang Xi managed to break through his seventh soul skill, Nightmare, yet his predominant feeling was one of rage. He had initially intended to engage in a playful contest, compelling Tang Xi to yield his soul bone, but now, if Tang Xi sought his own demise, he would not hesitate to oblige. Tang Xi gazed at Shinian with an air of pride. Did you bother to inquire about my background before you sought to take my life? Shinian smirked cunningly. I care not for the magnitude of your background. Once I have slain you, no one shall ever know it was I who did the deed. Tang Xi feigned fear with a slight shrug, expressing her defiance as she said, Are you so certain that you can kill me? Perhaps I could even overpower you. At that moment, Shinian felt provoked and, in a fit of anger, unleashed his soul rings, yellow, purple, and black. A formidable pressure of rank surged forth, causing Tang Xi to struggle for breath. She pretended to comply, displaying a fearful expression as she slumped to the ground, muttering, It's over. The mark on Shinian's forehead radiated light, symbolizing his martial spirit. Nothing pleased Shinian more than to mercilessly torment others to their demise. Tang Xi, filled with trepidation, instinctively stepped back, frantically attempting to summon her bloodthirsty peony spirit. Yet, her trembling hands betrayed her, rendering her unable to unleash any soul skills. Nevertheless, the peony subtly exuded an enchanting fragrance. Before her, multiple silhouettes of Tang Xi began to materialize, and as a wave of dizziness washed over her, she realized something was amiss. Tang Xi had already vanished from sight. Tang Xi stealthily approached Shinian from behind, her hands ensnared by silken threads. With her first soul skill, the body attack, the venomous needle-like threads swiftly lunged towards Shinian's heart. Tang Xi retreated several dozen steps and snapped her fingers. With a resounding bang, an immense force obliterated Shinian, scattering flesh and blood in an instant. Crimson droplets splattering across Tang Xi's cheek. Yet, she merely smiled, her eyelids unwavering. From the moment I unleashed the blood peony martial spirit, I activated the skill of the blood butterfly wing soul bone fragrant mist, which induces hallucinations and cloaks the five senses, rendering you oblivious to my silent approach from behind. Tang Xi uttered this statement as an explanation for the deceased Shinian, while a dazzling radiance emanated from beneath the tree, revealing the soulbone gem left behind by Shinian. Tang Xi approached and picked up the soulbone, placing it within the sapphire soul guide. She marveled at the fact that today she had finally utilized the first soul skill of her lifeline for a physical attack. Among all her soul skills, the bee venom needle was her trump card, as she had coated the needle with a specially formulated explosive powder. Under intense pressure, an explosion was inevitable. Before a soul sage of level 70, should the opponent fail to utilize their soul power for defense, the moment the needle pierced flesh, an explosion was bound to ensue. Tang Xi stretched lazily, realizing it was time to return. As for the soul bone, she intended to leave it to Ning Rongrong, for it was not suited for her own use. Bestowing this gift upon Rongrong would also foster goodwill with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With these thoughts in mind, Tang Xi unfurled a pair of blood-red butterfly wings from her back and soared towards the competition district. She had been away for too long and had yet to fully indulge in the pleasures of food, drink, and entertainment. Tang Xi indulged in revelry for several days before returning. Upon entering the hotel, she immediately spotted Yu Xiaojiang standing at the entrance, appearing to have awaited her arrival for quite some time. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at the roasted sausage in Tang Xi's hand and, with a resigned gesture, said, A few days ago, you informed me of your intention to cultivate, yet here you are, indulging in feasting and merriment? Tang Xi, trembling with trepidation, extended the uneaten grilled sausage towards Yu Xiaojiang, inquiring, Master, would you like to have one as well? This utterance ignited Yu Xiaojiang's fury, as he bellowed, Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is eating. You have a competition tomorrow, for goodness sake. Tang Xi cried out in anguish, This can't be happening. After regaining his composure, Yu Xiaojiang continued, Next, we shall engage in a confrontation with the Flame Academy. Come with me to the living room, so we can discuss our strategies together. Tang Xi lamented, Yes, Master QQ, as she sorrowfully finished the grilled sausage in her hand. Yu Xiaojiang pushed open the door, revealing the living room filled with Tang San and 6 others, along with 4 substitute members, including Dean Flander and Lu Erlong. Upon seeing Tang Xi, Xiao Wu's eyes brightened, and she dashed over to embrace her tightly. Humph, you went out to play without taking me along. Xiao Wu deftly caught a whiff of the grilled sausage aroma lingering on Tang Xi, her gaze turning sulky as she looked at her. Tang Xi nestled her face in Xiao Wu's bosom, playfully saying, Dearest Xiao Wu, I promise I won't do it again. The endearment made Xiao Wu's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Tang San's initial concern morphed into a frown, a hint of jealousy brewing within him. It seemed as though his sister had transformed into a rival for his affections. What to do? But Xiao Wu wasn't even his wife. Why was he overthinking this? Lu Erlong, feigning a cough, interjected, Ahem, let's discuss something serious first. Yu Xiaojang then inquired, your next opponent is the Blaze Academy. I ask you, will you concede to preserve your strength, or will you continue to fight? Tang Xi exclaimed with excitement, of course it is a battle. I wish to partake this time as well. Damubai responded, our Shrek Academy shall never retreat. Tang San exchanged a smile with Tang Xi and said, we can take the stage, dear sister, perhaps you should refrain. Tang Xi lowered her head in despondency, and when she lifted it again, her expression was one of pitiful vulnerability. This time, I shall remain steady in my role as a support, ensuring that I encounter no peril to my life. Tang San, no, I fear those individuals may not withstand your onslaught. It is preferable for Tang Xi to partake in this battle, provided that the third and fourth soul abilities of the White Line Martial Soul remain concealed. Yu Xiaojang decisively stated. Tang Xi cheered while the crowd sighed in resignation. The following day, at the Grando Spirit Arena in Tindo, the guests took their seats in succession. On stage, beautiful dancers twirled as music played and fireworks erupted, accompanied by the enthusiastic cheers of thousands of spectators chanting victory for the Blaze Academy and victory for the Shrek Academy. The host, Douluo, spread her pristine wings, soaring gracefully through the air. Hello, esteemed audience. Welcome to the 11th duel at the Tindo Grando Spirit Arena, featuring the Blaze Academy against the Shrek Academy. Douluo heightened the intense atmosphere, noting that the Shrek Academy had previously triumphed over one of the 5 major academies, the Elephant Armor sect. Would they succeed in defeating the Blaze Academy this time as well? Let us first examine the members of both teams. The big screen displayed the information for the Blaze Academy: Level 43 Control System, Fire Dance, Assault System, Fire Wuxuang, Agility System, Fire Lai, Fire Ray, Support System, Fire June, and Fire Hammer. The scene then shifted to reveal the members of the Shrek Academy: Tang Xi, Tang San, Daimubai, Titan, Huang Yuan, Jingling, and Xiao Wu. Upon seeing Tang Xi's profile, the host Dodo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, it is none other than the long-absent contestant Tang Xi, renowned for her dual martial soul configuration of yellow, purple, black, and black. What kind of surprises will she bring us today? As the host spoke, the Shrek team made their entrance, with a gigantic fire crane soaring around the arena before dissipating, revealing the silhouettes of the 7 members of the Blaze Academy. Among them, Fire Dance proudly raised her head, convinced that she would emerge victorious in this match. Tang Xi trailed behind the group, displaying a smile that was both polite and perfectly timed. Her innocent yet enchanting appearance, coupled with her amiable demeanor, garnered the fondness of most individuals present. Please unleash your martial spirits, Dodo announced, microphone in hand. Behind Tang Xi, a magnificent peony entwined with white threads. Everyone was prepared. The duel commenced. With a command from Dodo, the competition began. Huo Lai advanced to confront Xiao Wu, while Daimubai charged forward with a punch, narrowly evading the onslaught of Hua Chue. Tang Xi unleashed her first soul skill, Bloodthirsty Peony, causing the speed of the opposing 7 to diminish significantly. Seizing the moment, Daimubai executed his soul skill, White Tiger Golden Light Break, sending a beam of fierce light hurtling towards Huo Wuxuang. Although Huo Wuxuang attempted to evade by sidestepping, he was caught off guard by Talon's sudden assault, forcing him to retreat several dozen meters. Xiao Wu, Daimubai, Huang Yuan, Jingling, and Talon encircled Huo Wuxuang, a formidable assault-type soul master, knowing that eliminating him would render the remaining adversaries manageable. Just as they initiated their soul skills against Huo Wuxuang, Huo Wu smirked and shouted, Fire Resistance Ring. Upon her command, a fiery whirlwind erupted, enveloping Huo Wuxuang and rebounding the attacks of Daimubai and the others, sending shockwaves that hurled Xiao Wu and several others off the stage. Consequently, only Tang Xi and Tang San remained on the battlefield. Tang Xi furrowed her brow. Her second soul skill, Devouring Soul Power, could only diminish the opponent's soul power by 35, insufficient to prevent Huo Wu from unleashing her third soul skill. She had been waiting for the opportune moment for Huo Wu to employ her fourth soul skill, yet unexpectedly, it was now just her and her older brother left. As their eyes met, Tang San and Tang Xi shared an understanding, and she immediately discerned his intentions. Tang Xi, with an exquisite synchronization, unleashed her soul skill. Huo Wuxuang immediately advanced, intent on thwarting Tang Xi's attempt to assist Tang San, but was firmly obstructed by Tang San's blue-silver grass. Huo Wu disdainfully remarked, Do not struggle, the two of you are destined to lose. Tang San provocatively remarked, That may not be as you wish. Tang Xi consecutively employed the first and third soul techniques, staggering as she walked. Her physique weakened. Both techniques diminished the opponent's speed and physical strength by 35, subsequently transferring all that energy back to Tang San. Tang San deftly maneuvered through the fiery rain, utilizing the ghostly shadow technique to evade his adversaries. With a swift kick, he unexpectedly knocked one down, then rapidly advanced towards Huo Lai. Huo Wuxuang raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, Tang San, you have fallen for it again. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 charged towards Tang Xi, who stood in the corner. Will Yun Star Hammer? Will he attack? Tang San turned around, initially believing he was under attack, only to witness the remaining 3 launching an assault on Tang Xi. Tang San silently prayed that his younger sister would not inflict too much harm upon these individuals. Douluo, witnessing the scene, exclaimed in shock, Tang Xi is being besieged. Are they forcing her to unleash her fourth spirit ability? Tang Xi possesses two 10,000-year spirit rings. Yet she has not employed a single spirit ability thus far. The crowd eagerly anticipates the manifestation of the dual martial soul's 10,000-year spirit abilities. As Tang Xi opened her eyes once more, she unleashed the purple extreme demon eye. She stood motionless, while the white threads in her hand surged forth, transforming into silken strands that ensnared the three individuals tightly. Her second soul skill, flexible spider silk. The silken threads of Tang Xi are remarkably resilient and nearly impossible to sever. Without a level significantly surpassing hers by dozens of ranks, escape is utterly unattainable. In the successful advancement of the preliminary round, as the fire cloud star hammer and other assaults descended before Tang Xi, they were immediately repelled by a surge of azure light. Only a meager 25 points of attack force managed to touch Tang Xi. Yet it still rendered her visage somewhat pale. Simultaneously, Tang Xi activated the soul skill of her armored soul bone, enhancing her strength by an impressive 245 points. Tang Xi delivered a powerful punch to Huo Wushuang's chin, producing a sharp cracking sound that sent shivers down the spines of Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others. Brother! Huo Wu exclaimed anxiously, her eyes filled with concern as she witnessed her brother Huo Wushuang being sent flying by Tang Xi. Tang Xi swiftly delivered another punch to the abdomen of Fire Hammer, causing him to grimace in agony. Subsequently, she unleashed a powerful kick to the back of Fire Jun. The three men collapsed onto the ground, their eyes swirling with stars, foam spilling from their lips, utterly incapacitated. The tide of battle shifted, leaving only Tang Xi, Tang San, and Huo Wu standing. Huo Wu glared fiercely at Tang Xi, declaring, "You are finished." Tang Xi made a face, exclaiming in frustration. Huo Wu, utterly exasperated, summoned all her soul power to unleash her fourth soul skill, Radiant Son of Huo Wu. Tang Xi curled her lips into a smile, harboring the intention to prevent the use of the fourth soul skill, the second soul skill, Devouring Soul Power. As soon as Tang Xi's words fell, a pink peony blossomed on Huo Wu's arm, swiftly draining the soul power from within her. Huo Wu felt her strength being siphoned away, collapsing weakly onto the ground, and murmured, "I concede." "Oh yes, we have triumphed," Tang Xi exclaimed joyfully. Tang San approached and affectionately ruffled Tang Xi's hair, saying, "Well done, little sister." Douluo, momentarily taken aback, stuttered, "The Shrek Academy has emerged victorious." The audience erupted into applause, and the Snow Knight Emperor in the VIP section remarked, "That girl's second soul skill is truly remarkable. I am eager to discover what her ultimate soul skill entails." Ning Fengji nodded in agreement, adding, "Moreover, this young lady possesses a soul bone at such a tender age. Her future is indeed promising. However, the risks associated with dual attribute martial souls are considerable, and the path ahead is fraught with challenges." The Snow Knight Emperor sighed in regret and turned to the Platinum Priest of the Spirit Hall, Salus, stating, "I have heard that the Pope possesses a dual attribute martial soul. If this girl could be instructed by His Holiness, she would undoubtedly flourish." Salus raised an eyebrow. He yearned to divulge that Tang Xi was the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and a disciple of the Pope. However, since the Holy Maiden wished to conceal her identity, Salus refrained from publicly revealing her true nature. Following the successful confrontation with the Blaze Academy, Shrek Academy had secured a place among the top 5 in the preliminary rounds, thus qualifying for the advancement matches. Yet, several duels remained against the Songhui Academy and the Water Academy. During the bout with Songhui Academy, Tang San grievously wounded a member of their team, rendering him mentally incapacitated, which led to an investigation by Salus. However, the matter was quietly resolved due to Yu Xiaojiang possessing a papal decree. In the subsequent duel against the Water Academy, Tang Xi did not participate, and Shrek Academy ended in a stalemate with their opponents. The preliminary rounds concluded, with half a month remaining until the next advancement matches. Tang Xi once again approached Yu Xiaojiang, expressing her desire to return for a few days of cultivation before rejoining. Though it was a mere pretext, Tang Xi sensed that she was being watched and sought to devise an excuse to distance herself from her companions in Shrek Academy. Tang Xi arrived at a desolate area and, filled with joy, said to the person behind her, "Elder brother, let us cease this game of hide and seek." Beneath Tang Xi's gaze lay a veil of shadows, for she sensed a subtle aura of menace. At that moment, Xue Qinghe emerged from behind the trees. Clad in an elegant royal gown, her golden locks cascading gracefully, accompanied by a perfectly crafted facade of a smile. Truly, Tang Xi's vigilance is remarkable. I ought to address you as the saintess of the Spirit Hall. Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xue Qinghe, not anticipating that it would be him. Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of composure and smiled, saying, "Oh, how did you know, big brother?" Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly. "Do not be anxious, Tang Xi. I am merely here to inquire on behalf of a brother of mine. When will you return? Your teacher misses you." As he uttered the last sentence, his words were laced with an undertone of resentment. The teacher in question was Bibi Dong, her mother. She couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy at the thought that this young girl before her could receive such affection from her mother. 65 Xiang, Qianren informed Xue of the truth. Upon hearing this, Tang Xi immediately understood that the brother Snow Qinghe referred to was Su Wan. It seems that Su Wan still wishes for her return to the spirit hall, not wanting her to become entangled with Tang San and the others in any way. Tang Xi, noticing the subtle change in Xueqinghe's expression, quickly exclaimed, "I am not yet ready to return. Please, dear brother, ensure that my words are conveyed. I still have some matters to resolve before I can consider going back." Upon hearing this, Xueqinghe became intrigued and inquired, "What is it that occupies your thoughts, dear sister Tang Xi?" Tang Xi felt somewhat melancholic, yet deep within her heart, she was blooming with joy, eagerly anticipating your words. "Dear prince, please do not divulge our conversation to anyone else." Xueqinghe nodded slightly, offering Tang Xi a reassuring glance. Tang Xi finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly said, "I have a friend who, in her youth, harbored feelings for someone. However, her noble status was ill-suited to that of the young man, leading her to contemplate abandoning her sect to elope with him." Xueqinghe listened with great interest, and, noticing Tang Xi had paused, inquired, "What happened next?" Tang Xi deliberately left a mystery. The young girl and the young boy did not end up together. "Do you know why?" Xueqinghe pondered for a moment and replied, "It is due to their identities, and moreover, the sect is strongly opposed to it." Tang Xi nodded and continued her narrative. The young girl was coerced by her master, leading to an unexpected pregnancy. With tears in her eyes, she parted ways with the young man. A year later, she gave birth to a baby girl, and from that moment on, her demeanor became unpredictable and tumultuous. As Tang Xi uttered these words, she directed her gaze towards Xueqinghe, whose mind suddenly erupted with realization. The young girl in the tale could not possibly be anyone other than his mother. While the young boy represented Yu Xiaojiang, and the master was none other than his own father, was it not? Xueqinghe appeared momentarily stunned, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, before fervently grasping Tang Xi and inquiring, "What is the conclusion of this story?" Tang Xi wore an expression of innocence as she slowly recounted the latter part of the tale. The young girl harbored resentment. She despised the child for ruining her life and loathed the sect for robbing her of love. That very child had also been sent to the Heavendo Empire, where he ascended to the status of crown prince. Every word and every sentence uttered by Tang Xi pierced deeply into Xueqinghe's heart. This cannot be true. It is absolutely implausible. Xueqinghe's eyes glistened with a hint of redness, and in the next moment, tears seemed poised to cascade down her cheeks. For a fleeting instant, she contemplated ending the life of the girl before her. Why was this narrative so cruel? She dared not trust the veracity of this tale, for she was engulfed in fear. Tang Xi sensed the murderous intent emanating from Xueqinghe, her entire body trembling slightly, as if she had ventured too far into peril. Tang Xi promptly intervened, a smile gracing her face as she remarked, "However, I am aware that my friend deeply cares for her daughter. She simply struggles to articulate her feelings." Tang Xi gently wiped away the tears on Xueqinghe's cheek and softly said, "Do not cry." Xueqinghe's hands trembled as he remained silent, then inquired, "What is your purpose in telling me this story?" He firmly believed that Tang Xi had ulterior motives. This question left Tang Xi momentarily speechless, and she instinctively replied, "I have no ulterior motives." Observing the disbelief and wariness in Xueqinghe's eyes, Tang Xi had no choice but to amend her statement. "What I desire is for you to reconcile with the teacher, allowing her to completely forget about Yu Xiaojiang. In that case, I can happily fulfill my role as a saint and relax." This simple request elicited an involuntary chuckle from Xueqinghe. "Is that all you wish for? Power? Soul bones? Soul rings, do they not matter to you?" Tang Xi, that strikes a chord. If she could live a few more years, it would undoubtedly matter. Tang Xi smiled wryly and said, "If it were possible, I would indeed wish to possess power. In this world, we are oppressed by the nobility, where strength reigns supreme. My master's original intention was to unify the continent and establish a soul empire where all individuals are equal. However, it is unfeasible for my master to achieve this alone." As Tang Xi uttered these words, she cast her gaze towards Xueqinghe, urging, "You and your daughter must unite. Setting aside emotions, pursuing one's career is the fundamental truth." Tang Xi spoke with profound implications, and Xueqinghe nodded in agreement as he listened. "You are right. Allowing emotions to dictate our actions is a grave mistake. But what should a mother do if she still deeply loves that Yu Xiaojiang?" Tang Xi, the words she just uttered were directed towards you, dear sister, implying that one should never fall in love with Tang San. Tang Xi slowly spoke, "If you wish to mend the rift with your mother, you must heed my advice and refrain from opposing her. Do not involve yourself with that Yu Xiaojiang either." Xueqinghe coldly snorted, "She has abandoned me since childhood, always displaying a look of disdain upon seeing me." As Xueqinghe continued, a sense of grievance welled up within her, her nose tinged with bitterness. With a quivering voice, she lamented, "Wasn't my very existence a mistake?" Tang Xi felt a deep pang of sympathy for Xueqinghe and stepped forward to embrace her. As her hands involuntarily brushed against Xueqinghe, Tang Xi's eyes widened in astonishment at the plethora of well-defined abs. "Ahem, let us return to the matter at hand." Tang Xi gently patted Xueqinghe's back, saying, "Your grandfather and father are both elated by your arrival. Had you not been born, how could I have the pleasure of witnessing such a gentle and refined elder brother?" Tang Xi gazed at Xueqinghe's figure with a hint of longing, causing Xueqinghe to blush. She explained, "This is not my true appearance. This is how I actually look." As she spoke, Xiao Hao revealed her authentic self, resembling the ethereal beauty of a snow-capped mountain, with flowing golden hair, an aloof expression, and a curvaceous silhouette. Tang Xi was utterly astonished, and then exclaimed with delight, "You are the legendary sister Qian Renxue, aren't you? So beautiful and so magnificent." Tang Xi gazed at Qian Renxue with an expression of sheer admiration, as if she were enveloped in a delicate filter. Her cherry-like lips, sparkling almond-shaped eyes, and flawless complexion captivated Qian Renxue. Turning her head away, Qian Renxue felt her ears burn crimson, unable to resist the urge to pinch Tang Xi's soft cheeks. In her thoughts, Qian Renxue mused, "How soft. It feels delightful to the touch. What should I do? I really want to take her home. She's just too adorably enchanting." Suddenly, Qian Renxue remarked, "I've heard that Shrek Academy has successfully advanced to the qualifying rounds, which will be held at the Royal Hunting Grounds. Why don't you accompany me there first? After all, the competition begins in just a few days." Tang Xi contemplated for a moment and realized that this was indeed a splendid opportunity to nurture the bond between the two of them. Thus, she readily agreed, saying, "Of course." Tang Xi's desire to enhance Qian Renxue's favor stems from a calculated intention to unite Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong. By fostering their reconciliation, she believes that both parties can swiftly dissolve their past grievances. Additionally, this alliance would grant her greater control over the powers of the Spirit Hall, enabling her to influence more narrative threads. Recently, rumors have been swirling through the Tindo Royal Hunting Ground, as it was reported that the Crown Prince has returned with a girl, and they have been spending the night together. Upon hearing this news, the Tindo Empress was moved to tears. Her son had finally awakened to the allure of romance, demonstrating a willingness to engage with young women. At this rate, the prospect of grandchildren no longer seems distant. Upon hearing this news, Tang Hao, filled with rage, struck down dozens of towering trees with a single fist. Realizing that after allowing his daughter to roam freely for just a few years, she had been swiftly abducted by that rascal from the Heavendo Empire. Tang Hao's emotions were akin to the fury of a cherished cabbage being snatched away by a pig. How infuriating. It is all that scoundrel Tang San's fault for not keeping a watchful eye on his own sister. Next time, he must ensure to give Tang San a thorough beating. Tang San felt a sudden chill run down his spine. In recent days, Tang Xi has been indulging in carefree revelry, spending entire nights entwined with Qian Renxue, and during the day, dragging her along for shopping excursions. However, she has failed to notice the increasingly peculiar glances that Qian Renxue casts in her direction. Qian Renxue's thoughts are a whirlwind. Tang Xi has become ever more endearing, and she yearns to hold her close and drift into slumber. There arises within her a sudden urge to return to that wretched woman and boast about her nightly companionship with Tang Xi, despite it merely consisting of snuggling under the covers and engaging in conversation. Each time Suwen pays a visit and witnesses the affectionate bond between Tang Xi and Qian Renxue, she departs with a scowl etched upon her face, while Tang Xi chuckles with delight, exclaiming, "This must infuriate you, huh?" Suwen feels a disquiet in her heart, especially when she observes Tang Xi nestled beside Qian Renxue. Ning Fingji seems to grasp the situation instantly, acknowledging that the desires of the youth are indeed substantial. He understands. Yet he did not anticipate such a penchant for revelry among the younger generation. Tang Xi, it seems that the misunderstanding has escalated significantly. She appears to have overlooked the fact that Qian Renxue is currently inhabiting the form of Shui Qinghe, which could easily lead to misinterpretation by others. On the eve of the promotion match, Yu Xiaojiang led the members of Shrek Academy to the Royal Hunting Grounds for the competition, and Tang Xi had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Upon spotting Tang San and the others, Tang Xi joyfully waved her hand. Ning Rongrong pointed at Tang Xi and exclaimed, "Isn't that Xiao Xi?" Oscar glanced around, perplexed. "Where?" Ma Hongjun gave Oscar a light pat on the back and gestured towards Tang Xi. "Over there." The group approached Tang Xi, and Xiao Wu stepped forward to embrace her, exclaiming, "I've missed you so much, Xiao Xi." Tang Xi smiled and said, "I miss you too, Sister Xiao Wu." Ning Rongrong raised her hand in a playful display of jealousy and inquired, "What about me?" Tang Xi chuckled with a playful smile, expressing her desire to join Rongrong and Zhu Qing. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing turned her head away with a hint of pride, clearly in good spirits. Yu Xiaojiang, perplexed, inquired, "Tang Xi, how did you manage to enter the Royal Hunting Grounds without the Academy's decree?" Tang Xi instinctively replied, "I entered alongside my prince brother." Upon hearing the term prince brother, Tang San was instantly consumed by fury. Prince brother? Dai Mubai approached to console Tang San, saying, "Little San, your sister will eventually marry one day." Tang San's emotions were somewhat unrestrained, his heart brimming with anger. "Sister, you are still young. You must resolutely refrain from romantic entanglements until you are 25. Tang Xi curled her lips, casting a glance at Tang San, and then at Xiao Wu. "Aren't you and Sister Xiao Wu in a romantic relationship?" Both Xiao Wu and Tang San's faces turned crimson as they turned away. Tang San hastily explained, "Xiao Wu and I are not what you think." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression fell, and she lowered her head in disappointment. Lu Erlong, filled with fury, exclaimed with palpable anger, "What do you mean by that, Tang San? Ma Hongjun and Oscar, sensing Lu Erlong's deadly glare, trembled as they huddled together. Tang Xi stepped forward to mediate, saying, Indeed, I comprehend the nature of the bond between the romantic brother and sister. Tang San's face grew increasingly flushed, prompting Tang Xi to cease her teasing and swiftly change the subject. Uncle Ning has been waiting for us inside for quite some time. Let us proceed in. 68 Battle against Barak Academy. Tang Xi guided Tang San and his companions to the royal hunting grounds. Xiao Wu, clutching Tang Xi's arm, inquired with curiosity, So, Tang Xi, what exactly is your relationship with the crown prince of the Heavendo Empire? Tang San also perked up his ears to listen as Tang Xi explained. My relationship with Prince Brother is merely that of ordinary friends, and besides, I am not in the mood for romance at the moment. Tang San let out a sigh of relief, his spirits lifted considerably. Soon after, he encountered Ning Fingxi and Xue Qinghe. While Xue Qinghe attempted to engage Tang San in banter, Tang San maintained a stern expression, offering no favorable response. Meanwhile, Ning Fingxi was in discussion with Flander regarding the matter of sending disciples from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to Shrek Academy for their studies. That evening, Yu Xiaojiang elaborated on the rules of the upcoming promotion tournament, which would be conducted as a series of one-on-one matches, continuing until one academy had been entirely defeated. Yu Xiaojiang then cast a glance at Tang Xi, gradually stating, Tang Xi, you will be the one to face Barak Academy tomorrow. Tang Xixing, devoid of any enthusiasm, remarked, All right. The crowd erupted in laughter at Tang Xi's demeanor, with Ning Rongrong teasingly stating, Little Xi, you are simply too lazy. Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, proclaimed with a touch of pride, My little Xi is quite formidable, even I have yet to witness her true power. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in agreement, sharing the curiosity about Tang Xi's genuine capabilities, which prompted him to arrange for her to take the stage. The following day, the Snow Knight Emperor, alongside Ning Zhongju and Salis, took their seats, while the surrounding academies looked on in anticipation. The host for this occasion was the flamboyant brother Curly from Soto City, sporting a head of yellow curls and an exaggeratedly non-mainstream hairstyle, complemented by an eccentric purple suit. Greetings, esteemed audience. The first match features Shrek Academy against Balak Academy. Opposing Shrek Academy stood a group of men clad in striking red attire, imbued with a hint of ethnic flair, their expressions radiating disdain as they looked down upon Shrek Academy. Flender lamented, In the past, our Shrek Academy endured the tyranny of the Balak Kingdom, nearly facing closure. Had it not been for the support of our alumni, Shrek Academy might have vanished into oblivion. Tang Xi comforted Flander, saying, Director, trust me. I will leave Barak Academy in disarray. The scene shifted, and the curly-haired announcer passionately proclaimed, Next up, we invite Tang Xi, the wielder of twin martial souls from Shrek Academy, as well as Veloki, the captain of Barak Academy. The audience eagerly anticipated the match, curious to witness the true prowess of Tang Xi's twin martial souls. Veloki ascended the battle platform with an air of arrogance, while Tang Xi appeared innocently harmless. Exuding a sense of purity, with a dismissive tone, Veloki remarked, Little sister, I advise you to concede swiftly, lest you become frightened by my prowess. Ha! Tang Xi smiled but remained silent. It was not until the host, Curly Brother, declared the commencement of the competition that she spoke. Tang Xi surged forward swiftly, leaving behind only a fleeting silhouette. With a powerful strike, she aimed a punch at Veloki's chin, followed by a ferocious kick that sent him tumbling off the soul-fighting platform. The entire sequence unfolded with startling abruptness, prompting Curly to exclaim in disbelief, Tang Xi wins. The Shrek Academy beamed with pride, casting triumphant glances towards Balak Academy. The members of Balak Academy rushed to assess Veloki's injuries, protesting vehemently, This is unjust. They are clearly intent on inflicting harm. Such excessive force, TSK. Tang Xi provocatively declared, A bunch of nobodies, even if you all band together. You still cannot defeat me. If you are unconvinced, just hold your breath. Prove your worth by defeating me first. The Barak Kingdom was rendered speechless, as it was evident they were no match for her. In the second match against Feng Xiaotian, Tang Xi effortlessly unleashed the third soul skill of her bloodthirsty peony, swiftly sending one opponent tumbling off the soul arena. In the third match, she employed her first soul skill, staggering steps, to eliminate her adversary in an instant. The fourth match saw her using elastic spider silk to hurl her opponent directly off the arena. By the fifth match, Tang Xi had grown lethargic, while she yawned. The elastic spider silk had already taken the initiative to toss her foe down. In the sixth match, she wielded the first soul skill of Lifeline, piercing her opponent with poisonous bean needle threads, rendering them akin to a hedgehog. In the seventh match, her opponent, wielding a chrysanthemum spirit, proved somewhat more resilient. Yet Tang Xi personally expelled them from the soul arena. The astonished curly-haired brother was left agape, witnessing yet another swift defeat. On average, Tang Xi vanquished an opponent in just 30 seconds, accomplishing a remarkable streak of 7 victories, securing yet another triumph for Shrek Academy. The academy erupted in cheers, while the Bakra Academy was left bruised and battered, all fearing Tang Xi, truly a formidable enchantress. Emperor Shuya laughed heartily, exclaiming, Indeed, truly remarkable. The Yangtze River pushes the previous waves forward. Each generation surpasses the last. Tang Xi would undoubtedly be a fitting daughter-in-law. Subsequently, Tang Xi chose to remain off the field. As the upcoming battle against the Fiery Academy prompted Yu Xiaojiang to send Tang San into the fray, considering that Tang San's blue-silver grass could withstand fire, Tang Xi opted to observe the spectacle. Particularly compelling was Tang San's impending achievement of 7 consecutive victories against Xiao Wu, who attempted a desperate move to take them both down. In the end, Tang San, softened by his brotherly affection, refrained from delivering the final blow and instead shielded Xiao Wu from a strike, causing him to faint. Tang Xi chuckled, exclaiming, "Oh my dear brother, you certainly have an abundance of admirers." Following this, they engaged in a series of battles against numerous academies, with Shrek Academy achieving a remarkable string of victories. During the match against Thunder Academy, Dai Mubai particularly shone, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion, which left Zhu Zhuqing feeling quite distressed. In the final confrontation against Wind God Academy, Feng Xiaodian challenged Tang San to a decisive match, to which Tang San pointed to Tang Xi and remarked, "You must first defeat my sister before proceeding." Just as Tang Xi was enjoying the spectacle, she was unexpectedly caught off guard, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. "This is truly my brother." Tang Xi's expression darkened. Feng Xiaodian felt offended. Ultimately, the judges unanimously agreed that the battle between Tang Xi and Feng Xiaodian would determine the victor. The exuberant curly-hair brother exclaimed, "Who will ultimately claim the championship? Let us wait and see." A gust of wind swirled around Feng Xiaodian, revealing the imposing silhouette of a dual-headed wolf behind him, which was his martial soul. Tang Xi unleashed her martial spirit. Behind her blossomed a magnificent peony entwined with white ribbons. Her soul rings spiraled upward from beneath her feet, yellow, purple, black, and black. Notably, the fourth soul ring emanated a subtle pressure that even soul masters at the soul Douluo level dared not underestimate, for the divine bestowed soul rings were indeed extraordinary. Feng Xiaodian contemplated silently, realizing he was unaware of Tang Xi's true strength. It would be wiser to launch a fierce assault from the outset, catching her off guard. Without hesitation, Feng Xiaodian activated his second soul skill, Dual Wolves Manifestation. In an instant, his hands transformed into the forelimbs of wolves. Moving with a speed akin to that of an agile attack-type soul master, he swiftly approached Tang Xi and struck with ferocity. Tang Xi precariously stepped back, yet still found herself affected. Her armor spirit bone automatically manifested to shield her, absorbing 75 points of the assault. Feng Xiaodian relentlessly closed in, accompanied by a flurry of slicing winds. Tang Xi commanded, first soul skill, Staggering Steps. Second soul skill, Devour Spirit Power. Tang Xi swiftly utilized 2 soul skills, significantly enhancing her evasion speed. Surrounding her was a myriad of azure sparkles, the essence of Feng Xiaodian's soul power, level 35, being devoured and subsequently replenishing Tang Xi. Feng Xiaodian furrowed his brow. If he did not secure a swift victory, by the time Tang Xi unleashed her second soul skill to absorb soul power once more, he would likely have little soul power left for another confrontation. Gathering his soul power anew, Feng Xiaodian invoked his third soul skill, Gale Wings. Ethereal blue wings manifested behind him, allowing him to soar in midair. "Tang Xi, let me bring this battle to a close." Tang Xi broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, "Brother, you need not exert yourself so fiercely." Surrounding Feng Xiaodian were numerous blades of wind, all directed at Tang Xi, granting Feng Xiaodian an undeniable advantage in the air. Swift Gale, Demon Wolf, 36 consecutive slashes. With a flourish, Feng Xiaodian wielded his wind wings, launching himself at Tang Xi, the whirling blades of wind severing her escape routes. Tang Xi's gaze was piercing, and the threads in her hands surged with energy. What is so remarkable about creating one's own soul technique? I can do it too. Tang Xi unleashed the Xianyu hand, effortlessly countering Feng Xiaoyan's relentless barrage of wind blades. With a resounding voice, she commanded, Spider Silk Bind. A multitude of supple spider silk strands shot forth from the 8 stone pillars, intricately weaving together to form an elaborate web. Unfazed, Feng Xiaodian believed his wind blades could sever anything in their path. However, upon contact with the web, the strands appeared to possess a life of their own, swiftly ensnaring his form with their remarkable flexibility. The first soul technique, Soul Attack, Venomous Needle Silk. Tang Xi, utilizing the resilience of the spider silk, propelled herself to a considerable height, executing a swift 90-degree rotation before unleashing her first soul skill. As Feng Xiaodian braced for the impending attack, he found himself ensnared by the web, rendering any escape futile. Gritting his teeth, he was left with no choice but to summon his fourth soul skill, the Demonic Wolf Storm. A thunderous roar erupted as an immense wave of soul power engulfed the entire arena. In an instant, the wind coalesced in midair, transforming into a formidable wolf that shattered the spider silk with its sheer force, baring its fangs as it lunged towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi curled the corner of her lips, and the silk thread in her hand instantly transformed into a form reminiscent of steel wire, intertwining into a sturdy rod. The third soul skill, Steel Wire Form. The third eternal soul ring around Tang Xi's waist quivered incessantly, as she wielded an iron rod, charging forward to clash with the illusory demon wolf conjured behind Feng Xiaotian. With a resounding thud, a wave of force erupted violently from the collision of their soul abilities. While the demon wolf clamped down on the iron rod with unwavering tenacity, Tang Xi once again swung the iron rod, this time unleashing the full might of the 5-minute assault from the iron rhinoceros armored bull, the power of which was truly formidable. Tang Xi emulated the technique of the 36 hammering cloak, continuously wielding the iron rod in her grasp. The fierce strike of the iron rod targeted Feng Xiaotian, who struggled to fend it off with both hands. A tremendous force erupted, sending Feng Xiaotian flying out of the soul fighting arena. The spectators were all taken aback, and the Emperor of Snowy Nights stood in astonishment, realizing the immense power of the 3rd-level 10,000-year soul skill. One could only imagine the might of the 4th-level soul skill. Ning Fengji remarked with a faint smile that Tang Xi had merely employed the technique of the 36 hammering cloak. The Emperor of Snowy Nights paused, recalling someone in his mind, and Ning Fengji responded that Tang Xi and Tang San were indeed the offspring of the Haoyan Pavilion. After his astonishment, the Emperor's face transformed into one of admiration, exclaiming that it seemed the ultimate champion would undoubtedly be from the Tindo Empire. Meanwhile, Salus expressed discontent with the Emperor's stance, reminding him that the Saintess was one of their Wuhuan Hall members, and it should be their Wuhuan Hall that claims victory. At that moment, Feng Xiaotian lay unconscious on the ground, and the team from Shifeng Academy hurriedly rushed to carry him away. While Tang Xi remained effortlessly poised on the soul fighting arena, her teammates below could hardly contain their amusement, with Xiao Wu rushing forward to embrace Tang Xi, exclaiming, "You are amazing, Xiao Xi." Tang San gently ruffled Tang Xi's hair, exclaiming, "Well done, little sister." Ma Hongjun and Oscar circled around Tang Xi, both giving a thumbs up and expressing their admiration. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai exchanged smiles, while Ning Rongrong approached with a beaming face to congratulate her, exclaiming how impressive Tang Xi was. However, Qin Ming expressed his concerns to Yu Xiaojiang, saying that with Tang Xi now in the spotlight, she might attract unwanted attention. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head helplessly, suggesting they take things one step at a time. Several hours later, with numerous battle teams lined up, Emperor Xueye stroked his beard, remarking on the abundance of talent this year. He then turned his gaze towards the Shrek team, praising them for the many surprises they had given him. Ma Hongjun and Oscar, feeling somewhat embarrassed, exchanged glances. The Emperor continued, "The final match will be held at the Spirit Hall, and I will send the Crown Prince to lead you." Upon hearing his name, Xueqing has stood up with a polite smile, prompting Tang Xi to excitedly wave at him, which made Xueqing a chuckle. The Emperor's gaze softened as he thought to himself that Tang Xi would be the perfect choice for his daughter-in-law. Clearing his throat, Emperor Xuya added, "We will also dispatch 500 elite soldiers to escort you. You are the hope of the Tindo Empire, and I wish you success in the finals. Bringing back the championship would be splendid." Departing from the Tindo Empire, a row of orderly carriages made their way to the Spirit City, with passers-by cheering them on. Inside the carriage, Tang Xi was laden with worries. Curious, Xiao Wu asked, "What's wrong, Tang Xi?" Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong turned their attention towards her. Tang Xi sighed and slowly replied, "The Spirit City has 2 main halls, the Hall of the Pope and the Douluo Hall. The Hall of the Pope has 3 holy sons and holy daughters, all potential candidates for the future Pope, and 2 of them are competing in the finals. Our chances of winning seem slim." She continued, "The most formidable opponent is that Su Wan. His strength is such that even our teacher, Bibi Dong, only knows part of it. Moreover, in the original story, on the way to Spirit City, they encounter assassinations by the Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo. But I hope our teacher will go easy on us out of consideration." Ning Rongrong burst into laughter, saying, "Don't worry, Tang Xi." Zhu Zhiqing added with a faint smile, "Historically, the Spirit Hall's teams have always claimed the championship. Even if we lose, we won't have much to regret." Xiao Wu, intrigued, asked, "Is the Spirit Hall really that powerful?" Tang Xi, fully aware of the Spirit Hall's formidable background, silently acknowledged that, at their current stage, they would be as easy to crush as ants. 2 days later, the orderly procession of carriages arrived at a dusty expanse, where crows were ubiquitous, and wind stirred up the sands. Tang Sen sensed an unsettling disquiet, casting a wary glance toward the window. Suddenly, the carriage came to a gradual halt. Tang Xi's gaze sharpened as she looked outside. What was destined to arrive would inevitably come. Upon the precipice, Su Wen donned a black robe, surveying the group of cloaked figures behind him, alongside 3 titled Douluo, the Chrysanthemum Douluo, the Ghost Douluo, and the Demon-Slaying Douluo, one of the 7 venerated guardians of the Douluo Palace. The Ghost Douluo was inwardly astonished by the sun's standing, realizing that he was so esteemed by the Spirit Hall that he could summon the title Douluo at will, all for the sole purpose of assassinating one individual. Standing at an imposing height of 1.8 meters, Su Wen's well-proportioned form was enveloped in the black robe, revealing a cascade of dark purple-silver hair. His brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze darkened, his eyes resembling a chilling abyss, swirling with a tempest of intent. "Tang San, your fate is sealed." With a subtle gesture of his left hand toward the carriage, a throng of shadowy figures surged forth, unleashing a torrent of boulders that cascaded down upon the carriage below. The soldiers below hastily gathered, their captain bellowing commands to form ranks. The chrysanthemum Douluo, harboring an inkling of concern, remarked, "Son, I have heard that the saintess is within." Should we? Suwen shot him a frigid glare, rendering the chrysanthemum Douluo speechless. "Do not concern yourself with her, let her fate unfold as it may." As he uttered these words, his fists clenched tightly, a maelstrom of rage surging within him. He could hardly believe that Tang Xi had managed to escape in the final week, yet this time, he vowed to show no mercy. Suwen led his cohort to encircle Tang San. A battalion of shadowy figures descended from the skies, launching an assault upon the 500 soldiers. Each team dismounting their carriages and preparing for battle. Tang Xi dismounted the carriage with measured grace, showing no immediate inclination to enter a state of combat. For she was acutely aware that the group of cloaked figures would not dare to harm her. Qin unleashed his martial soul, the Flame Hunter Wolf, swiftly dispatching several of the black-clad assailants. Subsequently, the leader of these figures stood upon a rock and, with an air of indifference, declared, "You youngsters possess some skill. Yet your lives shall end here." With that, the cloaked figure leapt into the air, activating his seventh soul skill, the Golden Eagle manifestation, as a pair of golden wings unfurled majestically from his back. At that moment, Dai Mubai commanded, "Brothers, unleash your martial souls." Tang Xi and the others activated their martial souls, with Flander and Lu Erlong standing protectively in front of the students. Lu Erlong, with her fiery temper, exclaimed, "Who dares to lay a hand on us?" The man in black, unfazed, exhibited an air of arrogance as the 8 soul rings around his waist gradually ascended. Tang San was astonished. It was indeed Soul Douluo. Behind him, Tang Xi let out a soft chuckle and slowly stepped forward. Who granted you the audacity to act recklessly here?" Tang Xi donned a delicate pale pink puff-sleeve dress that accentuated her pallid complexion, rendering her skin almost sickly white. Her low ponytail lent her an air of petite elegance. However, a hint of fragility lingered between her brows, as if she were a canary fated to remain confined within a gilded cage. Tang Xiguang smiled faintly. Yet this serene expression plunged the leading figure clad in black into a chilling abyss. Upon seeing Tang Xiguang's countenance, the surrounding black-clad individuals bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Saintess." This utterance left Tang Sen momentarily stunned, and not just him. The members of Shrek Academy were equally taken aback, gazing at Tang Xiguang in disbelief. It was inconceivable that such a delicate individual could be the revered saintess spoken of by this group. On the cliff, Suwen observed this scene with a furrowed brow, then calmly stated, "You need only to eliminate Tang San. Should anyone else attempt to intervene, dispose of them as well." Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged glances, speechless. Suwen did not clarify whether Tang Xiguang was included among the others, but it was evident that she, being merely a favored but powerless saintess under the Pope, would naturally heed Suwen's command over any other. The demon slayer Douluo, looking down on Suwen, scoffed at the notion of needing to call upon him to deal with a mere Tang San. Rising, he brushed off his attire, brandishing his pandianguin as he charged toward Tang San. Suwen signaled the ghost and Chrysanthemum Douluo, who immediately comprehended the cue. The two clasped hands midair, their surrounding soul rings radiating in brilliant hues of yellow, purple, and black. Dual-level stasis field. Before anyone could react, they found themselves immobilized. The demon slayer Douluo swung his pandianguin, hurling it towards Tang San. Tang San's pupils widened as death approached silently. Behind him, Xiao's eyes also widened, and she instantly teleported in front of Tang San. Although her body was immobile, her soul skills remained at her disposal. The demon slayer Douluo raised an eyebrow, astonished that someone would dare to teleport before this boy in an attempt to protect him. How utterly absurd. At the moment the Panlong staff descended, the asparagus heart, a protective spirit, emerged on its own to shield its master. A deafening crash echoed between the mountains as the asparagus heart radiated a crimson light, successfully safeguarding both Tang San and Xiao Wu. Suwen regarded the scene with disdain, thinking it ridiculous that Tang San could still evade danger in such a dire situation. With a dismissive remark, he descended from the sky and aimed a punch at Xiao Wu's abdomen. Although Xiao Wu felt pain and could barely move, she clutched the asparagus heart tightly. The onlookers were filled with anxiety, and Tang San, with reddened eyes, fixated on Suwen. Upon seeing the asparagus heart in Xiao Wu's embrace, Zhu Douluo's excitement surged, and he instinctively rushed over to hug Xiao Wu, murmuring, "This is the asparagus heart." Gui Douluo stared blankly as Zhu Douluo dashed away. "Old Zhu, what about our dual stillness domain?" With the disappearance of the dual stillness domain, a chilling aura surged, particularly from Tang San and Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong, furious, exclaimed, "How dare you harm my daughter?" Activating his seventh soul skill, the true body of the red dragon, Lu Erlong's murderous intent manifested as a blue dragon that lunged towards Suwen. The demon slayer Douluo smirked, leaping to stamp the blue dragon from the air. Dust erupted, and Lu Erlong suddenly collapsed, spitting black blood. This opponent was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond his capability to contend with. The 9 soul rings began to materialize around the waist of the demon slayer Douluo, signifying his title as a titled Douluo. Flinder's face fell into despair. A titled Douluo. There is truly no hope. Suwen interjected, "Demon Slayer, do not hesitate any longer. The demon slayer Douluo dismissed him, holding these adversaries in contempt. No rush, let us savor the game. Su Wen frowned at this, realizing that it was not the formidable opponent he feared, but rather the ineptitude of his allies. If things continued this way, the 97th level sword Douluo, Chen Xian, and Douluo would soon arrive as well. Even if they could not kill Tang San now, they must at least incapacitate him. A dark mist spread from Su Wen's palm as he turned to Tang San and slowly declared, second soul skill, Mist Blade. Tang San could not comprehend why this cloaked youth before him, with whom he held no enmity, sought to take his life. Yet, he found himself in a position of desperate concealment. Tang San utilized the ghostly shadow to conceal himself amidst the successive blades of mist materializing from the black fog. Yet he inevitably sustained some injuries. The other members of Shrek Academy yearned to assist him, but the demon-subduing Douluo merely stood there, emanating the oppressive aura of a level 96 limit Douluo, which instilled a profound fear that deterred anyone from advancing. Douluo descended while cradling Xiao Wu, gazing with rapt fascination at the heartbreak red in her hands, and declared to Su Wen, I have vowed to protect this young lady. None shall lay a finger on her. Unable to restrain himself, Su Wen raised an eyebrow and commanded loudly, then eliminate Tang San first. In that instant, Douluo trembled, reminiscent of the formidable presence of Pope Bibi Dong. With a swift swing of his staff, the demon-subduing Douluo unleashed a surge of energy that struck Tang San, propelling him several meters away. Tang San fell to the ground in disarray, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. It seemed he was destined to perish here today. Wait. Tang Xi stepped forward and directly extracted the papal order from the sapphire. Beholding this insignia was akin to encountering the Pope himself. Thus, all those present from the papal hall were compelled to heed my commands at this very moment. The individuals clad in black exchanged glances, appearing quite troubled. Su Wen gritted his teeth and declared, Tang Xi, it seems I should not have merely confined you. I ought to have eliminated you. By choosing Tang San, you have made him your adversary. What? Ning Rongrong and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Realizing that Tang Xi had indeed suffered at the hands of the youth before them, Tang Xi, with a cold expression, stood protectively in front of Tang San and questioned. Su Wen, how dare you bring 3-titled Douluo to assassinate my brother? Did you gain the consent of our teacher? The demon slayer Douluo found this amusing, pondering whether the so-called saintess truly understood the extent of the power Su Wen wielded within the spirit hall. After all, he was someone recognized by his elder brother, destined for the position of Pope. Su Wen remained silent, casting a cold glance at the demon slayer Douluo, who inwardly cursed him but obediently stepped forward, intent on striking down Tang San with a single blow. With his 4th soul skill, the Infinite Rod, a blood-red true dragon coiled around the demon slayer Douluo, exuding immense pressure that prevented anyone from advancing. With his 7th soul skill, the Phantom Body, a dark figure appeared behind the ghost Douluo, intercepting the demon slayer Douluo's attack, while the chrysanthemum Douluo attempted a sneak attack from behind. Using his 5th soul skill, the Sword Shadow Clone, a massive chrysanthemum manifested, its petals forged from metal. As the petals unfurled, they transformed into lethal blades aimed at the demon slayer Douluo. The demon slayer Douluo hurled his Panlong Rod, employing his 3rd soul skill, the True Dragon's Protection. The red dragon expanded dramatically, enveloping the demon slayer Douluo and shielding him from the onslaught of the chrysanthemum's attack. The chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo stood resolutely in front of Tang Xi, declaring in unison, we shall forever serve the esteemed Pope. Tang Xi now holds the papal decree, appearing to ghost Douluo and the others as though the Pope himself has descended. 74 feeling aggrieved. Tang Xi swallowed hard, realizing just how perilous the situation had been. Su questioned whether he truly intended to kill him. Ha ha ha, consider me an old fool. The green toxic mist began to spread, and Douluo sauntered out, approaching Tang San. The demon slayer Douluo frowned, urging, I advise you all to leave quickly. Attaining the rank of title Douluo is no easy feat, and I certainly do not wish to see the Douluo continent lose 3 title Douluo due to a momentary lapse. The more the demon slayer Douluo spoke, the more arrogant he became. Tang Xi remarked, is this what they call a villain succumbing to verbosity? Su's expression darkened. He had never anticipated being thwarted by a comrade. Humph, that remains to be seen, Tang Xi retorted, casting a cold glance at Su. Su, it seems you shall not be able to kill me today. Su clenched his fists, then turned away impassively. Demon Slayer, we should depart. Chen Xian has likely arrived as well. Had they been under the dual stasis domain of Gue Mei and Yu Guan, the Demon Slayer would have undoubtedly slain Tang San. However, he had never expected these two to betray him. Yet, he did not wish to escalate matters just yet. There would be ample opportunities to eliminate Tang San. Tang Xi, neither you nor Tang San shall escape. I will personally bring you back. Should you dare deceive me, you shall learn the cost. The Demon Slayer Douluo snorted coldly before retracting his hand, irritated at the time wasted. Su cast a frosty glance at Yu Guan and Gue Mei, who, upon comprehending his intent, advanced directly toward him. Yu Guan unleashed the celestial fur mushroom in his hand, filling the gorge with a cloud of smoke, prompting the black-clad individuals to retreat at his signal. I believe, Tang Xi, that you should provide an explanation. Tang San struggled to rise, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed an intense gaze upon Tang Xi. He abruptly shifted his tone. Perhaps I should address you as your holiness, the saintess. Xiao Wu hastily supported Tang San, urging, calm down, brother San. Perhaps Tang Xi has her reasons. At that moment, Sword Douluo and Xin and Ning Fingji also arrived at the scene, bewildered by the eerie silence. What had transpired here? Tang Xi had never witnessed Tang Sin being so fierce towards her. With a pang in her heart, she unexpectedly burst into tears. Although Tang Sin felt a twinge of pain for her, he still pressed on with a fierce expression, urging her not to cry and to reveal what had transpired in the years gone by, including any mention of her captivity. Ning Rongrong could no longer bear to watch. She stepped in front of Tang Xi and exclaimed, "Third brother, your words are too harsh." Too harsh? However, Tang San was acutely aware that the spirit hall might harbor a deep-seated enmity against him, and he did not wish for his sister, Tang Xi, to be embroiled in this murky conflict, nor did he want to witness her standing alongside his adversaries. Tang Xi felt a profound sense of grievance, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, "If I were not the holy maiden of the Wuhuan temple at this very moment, what you would behold would be the cold remains of my lifeless body." Tang Xi felt deeply aggrieved, and her words struck a painful chord within Tang San. Daimu Bai stepped forward and speculated, "Little Shi, could it be that the spirit hall has threatened you?" Upon hearing that Tang Xi was a disciple of Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong gazed at her with a complex expression, uncertain of how to respond. Dugabo slowly remarked, "In recent years, any promising young talent who does not align themselves with the spirit hall is likely to face immediate assassination." Tang San was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that it was all due to his own frailty. A profound sense of regret washed over him as he pondered how he could have treated Xiao Xi in such a manner. Tang Xi tearfully explained, "However, my teacher Bibi Dong treats me exceptionally well. She grants me ample freedom and allows me to pursue my desires. That silver-haired youth, Su Wan, is my senior. A year ago, upon learning of my intention to leave the spirit hall, he initiated a series of assassination attempts against me." Tang Xi felt increasingly wronged. Tang Sen stepped forward and embraced her, saying, "I'm sorry, my sister. I misunderstood you." Oscar, filled with curiosity, then inquired, "And what happened next?" Tang Xi sniffed. "And upon seeing my beauty, he imprisoned me." Upon hearing this, Dugyabo could not help but laugh. "Tang San, the emotions I had just rendered have been utterly ruined by you, little sister." Tang Xi pouted her small lips and turned around, saying, "Then I seized the opportunity to escape. Little did I anticipate that he actually intended to kill me. Alas, we were once a pair of desk mates bound by affection. Why the sudden urgency to harm one another?" Tang Sen gently tapped Tang Xi's forehead and said, "Sister, I am earnestly inquiring about something." Tang Xi winced in pain, rubbing her head and looking pitifully at Tang San, exclaiming, "Oh brother, you are bullying me again." Xiao Wu found the banter between the siblings both amusing and infuriating. Yet it was a relief that they were at least joyful at this moment. Although Tang Xi had endured immense suffering behind the scenes, she always managed to present a facade of nonchalance. In the Hall of Spirits, Su Wen knelt before Bibi Dong, who regarded him with a cold gaze. "I have indeed raised a fine disciple," she remarked icily. "A year and a half ago, I allowed Tang Xi to leave the Hall of Spirits. Yet you took it upon yourself to imprison her in the Douluo Hall and even dispatched 3 titled Douluos to hunt down your sister, did you not?" Her sneer was a harbinger of her fury. The hall contained only Bibi Dong and Su Wen. Beads of sweat trickled down Su Wen's back, his pale lips a testament to the torment he had endured. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. "All of this is for the benefit of the Hall of Spirits. Tang Xi, as your disciple, has aligned herself with the Tindo Empire. Her acceptance of your tutelage was merely a means to escape my pursuit." Bibi Dong's wrath ignited, and with a mere thought, she flung Su Wen forcefully against a nearby pillar. The resounding thud echoed through the chamber as he crashed to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Confused, he gazed at Bibi Dong, his voice raspy as he uttered, "Tang Xi's brother, Tang San, is the son of Tang Hao. The Hall of Spirits bears animosity towards Tang Hao, making us the foes of the siblings. If we do not eradicate the root of this issue, it will surely become a significant threat in the future." Bibi Dong sighed, reflecting on Su Wen's keen intellect and diligence from a young age, though he was excessively cold-hearted. "I appreciate your intentions, Su Wen, but you must not harm Tang Xi. Every individual has something they wish to protect." Tang Xi bestowed upon her a joy and warmth that had eluded her for decades. In the twilight of Tang Xi's life, all she desired was to impart feelings of happiness and freedom, for love is mutual. Su Wen, however, remained oblivious to these sentiments. His heart was slow to warm, and he had no inclination to comprehend them. The author silently adds, "One who is solely devoted to their career does not deserve love." Enduring the pain, Su Wen steadied himself against a pillar and ultimately bowed his head, conceding a step. "I understand. I shall not harm Tang Xi, but Tang San must perish." Bibi Dong interjected sharply, "Not yet." In response to Su Wen's confusion, Bibi Dong shook her head and simply stated, "In a few months, you may take Tang San's life. But for now, I absolutely forbid you from laying a hand on anyone near Xiao Xi." Though perplexed, Su Wen recognized that his mentor had made a concession. and he would not refuse. Thus, he merely needed to bide his time for the opportune moment. 3 days later, the group from the Tindo Empire finally arrived at the inn in Wuhan City for the elite competition. Ma Hongjun and Oscar embraced each other, lamenting, "We finally arrived. We nearly met our end on the journey." Their gratitude was owed to Xiao Xi's papal decree, yet they were astonished to learn that Xiao Xi was, in fact, the saintess of the Wuhuan Palace. Laughter erupted among the crowd, but at that moment, Flander emerged, stating, "Did you think arriving in Wuhuan City meant you were safe?" Oscar, puzzled, replied, "Surely, Dean, they wouldn't dare act within Wuhuan City, would they? That would be exceedingly brazen." Tang Xi gently patted Oscar's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Do not worry, everyone. With me, Tang Xi, present in the spirit hall, they will not dare to lay a finger on us." Xiao Wu gleefully exclaimed, "Indeed. Tang Xi is the most formidable." However, as she spoke, Tang Xi hesitated for a moment, adding, "Yet, regarding the others in the spirit hall, I cannot be so sure. After all, I am merely a saintess without substantial power, especially in comparison to the Douluo Hall or the Holy Sun Tzu." Ma Hongjun lamented once more. "This cannot be true." At that moment, Lu Erlong emerged from the balcony on the second floor, inquiring, "Tang Xi, why did Bibi Dong choose you as her disciple?" Lu Erlong remained troubled by the fact that Tang Xi was a disciple of Bibi Dong. Oscar nodded in agreement, expressing his envy. Yes, please share. For I too yearn to become a disciple of the Pope." Flinders shot a glance at Oscar, reminding him, "Your current teacher is still here." Tang Xi smiled foolishly. "Perhaps due to the fact that I possess a twin martial spirit. Although the teacher appears aloof on the surface, he is, in truth, quite perceptive." Xiao Wu turned her head in dissatisfaction and coldly huffed, "That may not necessarily be the case." Meanwhile, Lu Erlong bowed his head, lost in his own thoughts. Tang San stepped forward to enliven the atmosphere. All right. The finals will be held in 3 days. Let us focus on our training for now." During the following 3 days, everyone concentrated on cultivating their soul power to ensure they were in peak condition. Xiao Wu timely broke through to level 40. And Lu Erlong took her to acquire her soul ring. The spirit hall was nestled at the foot of the mountain, considerably smaller than Heavendo City. Yet its architecture was magnificently grand. The Hall of the Pope was constructed around the hill, its roof resembling a hexagram, and above it loomed the legendary Douluo Palace, which, though smaller, was built from white jade bricks. The spirit hall was a place every soul master longed to visit. Shueqinghe, accompanied by the soul master team of the Heavendo Empire, settled in a restaurant on the western side of the spirit city. Xiao Wu successfully obtained her 4th soul ring on the final day, arriving at the spirit city. However, Lu Erlong bore a peculiar expression. As Xiao Wu had become separated from him during the soul ring acquisition process, and when he saw her again, she had already obtained her ring. According to Xiao Wu, it was fortuitously acquired from a severely injured soul beast, though at the time, no one had paid much attention, except for Tang Xi, who glanced at Xiao Wu with an enigmatic smile. Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast, and when a soul beast transformed into human form, the first 70 levels did not require a soul ring. They could autonomously acquire the optimal configuration of soul rings based on their cultivation. Subsequently, the master arrived just in time before the competition to discuss some important notes regarding the tournament. A total of 32 teams would participate, with a draw to determine the order of matches. After each team competed, there would be a day of rest, and the top 3 finalists would be sent to the Spirit Hall for the final championship selection. It was rumored that the champion would receive a soul bone configuration. Hours passed, and Shueqinghe came to lead the captains of the various soul teams to the drawing. When Dai Mubai returned, his expression was grave. Their next opponent was the Royal Academy of the Star Luo Empire. The atmosphere around Dai Mubai was intensely serious. However, Zhu Shiqing was not deterred. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She stepped forward and earnestly requested everyone, "This competition holds immense significance for Mubai and me. It even pertains to our safety. I hope everyone can give their utmost effort." Tang Xi hastily assisted Zhu Shiqing to her feet, and in that fleeting moment, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the ample curves of Zhu Shiqing's bosom. Tang Xi then glanced at her own modestly curved silhouette, pondering that the tactile experience might indeed be quite delightful. Meanwhile, Zhu Shiqing, acutely aware of the fervent scrutiny directed at her, instantly flushed and turned her face away in embarrassment. Tang San added confidently, "Captain Dai, have faith. We shall surely triumph." The Shrek 8 exchanged looks of encouragement, and Tang San placed his palm at the center. Tang Xi then laid her hand atop Tang San's. Following suit, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun mirrored this gesture. Their gazes then turned to Zhu Shiqing and Dai Mubai, who, deeply moved, also placed their hands on the stack. The 8 of them rallied together, shouting with fervor, "Victory is ours." Subsequently, they arrived at the competition venue, fortuitously encountering the match of the Kamikaze Academy. To their astonishment, they discovered that the Kamikaze team comprised members from the Blazing Academy, including Hua Wu Shuang, and Hua Yun. Later, the master learned that these 2 academies had merged to form a new Kamikaze Academy team, with all members possessing soul power levels that met the standards of soul ancestors, significantly enhancing their strength. Tang Xi sighed, acknowledging that it was indeed a sagacious choice. for such a team possessed the capability to secure a position among the top 3 in the finals. In the grand arena of the Pope's Palace, where the starry royal team faced off against their opponents, Bibi Dong held her scepter, her gaze fixed upon the finals below. Upon seeing Tang Xi's appearance, her expression softened immediately. It would soon be time for little Xi to take the stage, and she eagerly anticipated the surprises that this past year had bestowed upon her. The team opposite Tang Xi featured a languid youth, his golden hair cascading down his back. Upon closer inspection, he exuded an air of superiority reminiscent of Dai Mubai. Beside him stood a young lady, her figure voluptuous and skin fair, a perpetual smile gracing her lips. She bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Qing, yet possessed a softer demeanor, lacking the latter's coldness. At the command of Prepare, the entire Star Do Academy battle team released their martial souls, with Zhu Zhuyun and Davis's soul power becoming increasingly pronounced. Let us surprise them, Davis declared, his aura surging forcefully as he expanded his shoulders, towering with a devilishly charming smile. The Shrek team swiftly arranged themselves and also unleashed their martial souls, a noteworthy deviation being that Ning Rongrong surprisingly took the field. Remarkably, the collective strength of Shrek had surpassed the 40th level. The gazes of Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, Davis, and Zhu Zhuyun clashed fiercely in the air. The referee, positioned centrally, announced, "Begin." As these words were spoken, soul rings gradually descended from Tang Xi's waist, their hues alternating between yellow, purple, and black. The opposing team's members were taken aback. The third and fourth soul rings were already of a 10,000-year caliber. Bi Biong marveled at the age of Tang Xi's fourth soul ring, which likely exceeded 70,000 years. With a flourish, the third soul skill of the bloodthirsty peony was unleashed, body weakening. The third eternal soul ring around Tang Xi's waist activated, causing pale pink peonies to blossom upon the 7 individuals opposite her. The term body weakening, as its name implies, is a group skill that reduces physical strength by 40, while simultaneously enhancing one individual's physical limit by 200. Tang Xi waved at Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu ahead, both adorned with blooming peonies. Their physical enhancements were 60 and 40, respectively, attributed to strength and speed. With a delicate call from Ning Rongrong, 2 beams of pink light enveloped Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu stepped forward, one foot planted firmly on the ground while the other launched a powerful kick towards Davis's waist, catching him off guard and sending him flying. How could this be? Why am I so weak? Davis quickly regained his footing, feeling a sharp pain in his waist. He instinctively squeezed his abdominal muscles, only to discover that his once defined 8-pack had dwindled to 6. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt, and he cast a furious glare at Tang Xi, horrified that her third spirit skill could diminish his physique. Where was the dignity of a man in this? Before Davis could dwell on his humiliation, Dai Mubai attacked. White Tiger Shield. A golden aura enveloped Davis as Dai Mubai was pushed back a few steps. He then unleashed his third spirit skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. His stature grew taller, with a surge in attack, defense, and strength by 100. With the additional boost of 60 from Tang Xi and 30 from Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai's total strength enhancement reached an impressive 190. With ease, Dai Mubai shattered Davis's White Tiger Shield. Zhu Qing swiftly moved in to rescue Davis just before Dai Mubai could land a hit. At that moment, Zhu Qing advanced rapidly, her nails sharpening as she executed Phantom Stab. She targeted Zhu Zhuyun, who, despite reacting quickly, felt the sting of several scratches across her arm. Tang Xi smiled and activated the first soul ring skill of the bloodthirsty peony, staggering forth with a faltering gait. As Tang Xi's words fell, a peony blossomed upon Zhu Zhuyun, robbing her of 40 units of speed, which were then transferred to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuyun's pace diminished considerably, while Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as she swiftly lunged at Zhu Zhuyun, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as if she had instantaneously appeared behind her. With an eerie intensity, she unleashed the ethereal claws. Zhu Zhuqing's razor-sharp talons raked across Zhu Zhuyun's form hundreds of times. Observing this, the members of the Starfall Royal team contemplated rushing to assist. The Spirit Hall team made their entrance. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xi activated the 4th spirit ability of his blue silver grass. A surge of azure light flashed across the ground, and in an instant, numerous robust strands of blue silver grass sprouted forth, ensnaring the 5 members of the opposing team. The grass extended skyward for several meters, accompanied by a brief disorienting effect, a testament to Tang San's latest research on the mutated 4th spirit ability, blue silver piercing. He then turned to Ma Hongjun, who stood behind him, and called out, "It's your turn, fatty." Ma Hongjun wiped his mouth and grinned with excitement, replying, "Got it, third brother." He unleashed his 4th spirit ability, Phoenix crying to the heavens, causing the phoenix behind him to soar into the air. Wherever it passed, the ground erupted with searing magma, causing the blue-silver grass to tremble and amplifying the disorienting effect. Zhu Zhuyun reacted swiftly, evading the onslaught before joining forces with Davis to perform a spirit fusion technique. A flash of white light illuminated the sky as a colossal, radiant phantom white tiger materialized. Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a knowing glance with Dai Mubai, hand in hand. They too transformed into a phantom white tiger. The 2 phantom white tigers locked eyes and engaged in a fierce battle. Tang Xi unleashed her soul skill, flexible web, against the ethereal white tiger radiating a crimson glow. This unique technique, crafted by Tang Xi herself, involved hundreds of supple threads anchored to the pillars surrounding the soul arena, intertwining to form a dense web that ensnared the ethereal white tiger. Meanwhile, the other ethereal white tiger let out a furious roar and struck the ensnared one with a powerful paw, unleashing shockwaves that compelled Tang Xi to retract her web. The ensnared ethereal white tiger collapsed, transforming into two human figures, Zhu Zhuyuan and Davis. The other ethereal white tiger also dissipated, revealing Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing. Had that strike landed squarely on the chest, the two individuals on the ground would surely have perished. However, Zhu Shiqing's heart softened, for one of them was her own elder sister. The referee gazed in astonishment at the swift conclusion of this duel. It was a decisive victory for Team Shrek. The cheers from Team Shrek resonated, while Zhu Zhuyuan, struggling to her feet, cast a complex glance at Zhu Shiqing, reflecting on the opportunity that could have led to her demise. Saras turned away with a cold huff, remarking that without her esteemed lady, how could Shrek Academy have triumphed? A girl with purple hair and green eyes approached Tang San, offering her congratulations. This was Du Guyan, her expression somewhat grave as she stated, "Next is my battle against the Spirit Hall team. Do watch closely to see how the legendary Spirit Hall team conducts their combat." A group passed by, representing the Tindo royal team. Yu Tianheng, feeling despondent, remarked, "It won't be long before we are knocked off the stage." Tang San's expression grew serious. Could it be that the Spirit Hall truly possesses such formidable power? Tang Xi stretched lazily and approached to gently pat Du Guyan's shoulder, advising him to concede quickly if he found himself unable to win. He reassured that they would refrain from inflicting severe punishment due to the stature of Du Guyan's grandfather, a titled Douluo, yet warned that his companions might not be afforded the same leniency. This statement instilled a sense of trepidation within Du Guyan, causing him to tremble slightly. The most exhilarating match was about to commence, featuring the Spirit Hall team against the Star Luo royal team. The members of the Spirit Hall team sauntered onto the stage, the foremost quartet unfamiliar to the audience, as the previous match had seen only 3 participants from Spirit Hall effortlessly claim victory. Among these 4, 2 were disciples of the Pope Bibi Dong, representatives of Spirit Hall's golden generation. Leading the group was a youth with raven locks, his hair standing as rigid as steel. To his right stood a young woman with shoulder-length yellow hair and a pleasing physique, while to his left was a boy with flowing red hair. These 3 were Xiao, the sister of Xiao, Hulaina, and Yin. Despite their ordinary appearances, they emanated an aura brimming with confidence. Bringing up the rear was a youth with dark purple-silver hair, exuding an enigmatic presence, his eyes a mysterious shade of dark red. This was Su-Wan. Su-Wan cast a cold glance towards the spectator stand where Tang Xi was seated, causing her to tremble under his gaze. Upon spotting Tang Xi, Hulaina excitedly raised her hand in greeting, exclaiming, "Hello, junior sister." This enthusiastic call instantly ignited the crowd, transforming the previously hushed audience into a fervent throng. All eyes now fixated on Tang Xi. "Tang Xi, how embarrassing," Du Guyan exclaimed, realizing that Tang Xi was her junior apprentice. "Does this mean that?" Yu Tianheng regained his composure, understanding that Tang Xi was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Wu Wu also witnessed the earlier scene and pondered, why would someone from the Spirit Hall participate in the competition with another academy's team? Tang Xi found herself on the verge of tears, lamenting, "Oh, senior sister, why must you call for me?" The curious gazes of the crowd fell upon her, some filled with bewilderment. How could one, with the bountiful resources of the Spirit Hall, choose to join the Shrek team? Soon, however, silence enveloped the spectators, for the ensuing spectacle left them utterly astounded. The spirit rings of the Spirit Hall team radiated forth, and the foremost quartet displayed an impressive 5 rings, arranged in the optimal configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black. Yet, the most astonishing sight was the spirit rings of a young man with dark purple, silver hair, which were revealed to be purple, purple, black, black, and black. The first ring alone was of the Millennium grade. This was truly extraordinary. The spirit power levels of the 4 individuals were as follows. Su-Wan, a level 53 control-type spirit master. Xiao and Yin, both level 52 assault-type spirit masters. And Hulaina, a level 51 control-type spirit master. The remaining 3 were also spirit masters in their 40s, but they paled in comparison to the quartet. Opposite them, Yu Tianheng was drenched in cold sweat. The moment the young man emerged, he felt an indescribable aura emanating from him, noble and imperious. As the match commenced, Su-Wan raised his hand with an impassive expression, activating his first spirit skill, Black Mist, centered around the Heavenly Doe royal team. A resounding boom announced the dispersal of a dark fog that enveloped the 7 participants. Su-Wan's first spirit skill possessed a potent corrosive effect, diminishing all sensory perceptions by 30. Any spirit master trapped within this black mist for 5 minutes would inevitably meet their demise. Su-Wan's intention was to conceal his true strength. Subsequently, Xiao, wielding a blood-red crescent blade, ventured into the fog. Within moments, one silhouette after another collapsed amidst the black mist, only to be flung out of the arena. In less than 3 minutes, the opposing team was utterly annihilated. Su-Wan swiftly absorbed the black mist, Yet the faces of the 7 opponents revealed signs of corrosion, exposing flesh and bone, a sight too gruesome to behold. Ning Rongrong felt nauseated, her legs trembling in fear. Was she truly expected to battle against such a formidable group? Tang Xi was also perplexed, as fellow time travelers. Why was there such a significant disparity between her and Su Wan? Tang Xi seems to have come to a realization. As it appears that the opposing party possesses dual divine inheritances. Tang Xi weeps. This match was extraordinarily thrilling, surpassing the previous performances of the Shrek team by a wide margin, eliciting fervent cheers from the Spirit Hall's resting area. Subsequently, the team leader drew lots on behalf of the group, and after several rounds of competition, 6 teams successfully advanced. Among them, the Spirit Hall team's prowess is indisputable. While the Shrek and Divine Wind teams also exhibit considerable strength, the remaining 3 teams merely serve as fillers. All teams will rest and recuperate for 3 days before the final match is held within the Spirit Hall. During these 3 days of recuperation, Tang Xi was far from idle, as she sought out Xue Qinghe every day, much to Tang San's vexation, who never bestowed a pleasant expression upon her. Oscar, on the other hand, offered consolation, saying, "Brother San, your sister will inevitably marry one day." Tang San's expression darkened further. He then called over Tang Xi once more, admonishing her, "Sister, we must refine our standards. At the very least, seek a boyfriend who is akin to your elder brother. Xue Qinghe is indeed commendable. Yet he is a prince, destined to become the emperor of the Heavendo Empire." Tang San wished to shield his sister from the irretrievable turmoil of the imperial struggle. For emperors are often devoid of compassion. Tang San, increasingly perturbed by the sight of Xue Qinghe, could not shake off his discomfort. However, Tang Xi, with her eyes forever gleaming, remarked, "But the crown prince is truly handsome." Tang San spat out blood, exclaiming, "Who is your royal brother? Is it me, or your biological brother?" That evening, Tang Xi stealthily sought out Xue Qinghe for some amusement. Xue Qinghe, engrossed in a book by the window, couldn't help but smile when he caught sight of Tang Xi's silhouette from below, his entire demeanor softening. Without hesitation, Xue Qinghe descended the stairs to meet Tang Xi, who, upon seeing him, immediately made a comical face. Xue Qinghe, amused, inquired, "Are you not afraid that your brother might be upset with you for seeking me out like this?" Tang Xi shook her head, stepping forward to embrace Xue Qinghe with a silly grin, saying, "It's all right. If you don't say anything, I won't say anything either. And my brother will remain oblivious." Xue Qinghe had gently tousled Tang Xi's curly hair, feeling a warmth blossoming within his heart. Tang Xi, sensing the opportune moment, lifted her gaze and inquired, "Elder brother, the crown prince, it is a rare occasion for you to visit the martial soul hall. Surely you wish to pay a visit to our esteemed teacher?" Tang Xi's teacher, Bai Dong. Whenever Xue Qinghe thinks of her so-called mother, a profound silence envelopes her. "I am her disgrace. She would never wish to see me." Upon hearing this, Tang Xi grew anxious. The grievances of a past life should not ensnare the next generation. The crown prince must have many sentiments he wishes to convey to his teacher. Perhaps you should take the opportunity to express the words that dwell within your heart. Do not continue to suppress your emotions. Some misunderstandings ought not to deepen until it is too late to regret the losses. After Tang Xi spoke, Xue Qinghe gazed intently at her, observing the slight embarrassment that colored Tang Xi's cheeks. Unable to contain her laughter, Xue Qinghe chuckled. How is it possible for such a small head to accommodate so much wisdom? As laughter bubbled forth, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, warmth blossoming within her heart. At times, Xue Qinghe pondered why fate had not brought her to Tang Xi sooner. Yet, she felt an immense gratitude for the chance to encounter such a remarkable girl in her lifetime, a radiant light illuminating her otherwise shadowy existence, striving to pull her from the depths of despair. However, she wondered, if she were not in that abyss, how could she possess the strength to safeguard the Spirit Hall and protect the girl standing before her? Tang Xi, upon witnessing Xue Qinghe in tears, felt an overwhelming sense of heartache. She gently rose on her toes and tenderly wiped away the tears from the corner of Xue Qinghe's eyes, whispering, "Do not weep. You still have me. I shall forever stand by your side." Tang Xi was acutely aware that she had but 2 months left to live. Thus, she fervently wished for Qian Renxue to ease her relationship with teacher Bibi Dong, hoping that it would at least not escalate to the point of drawing swords against one another. Tang Xi gazed earnestly at Xue Qinghe, elder brother crown prince. "Could you grant me a favor?" Xue Qinghe was filled with joy, for this was the first time Tang Xi had made a request of her. Without hesitation, Xue Qinghe agreed. "What is it that you desire?" "Elder brother crown prince can provide you with anything. Soul bones, soul rings, power, anything within her possession, she was willing to bestow." Tang Xi tightly embraced Xue Qinghe, a gesture laden with a multitude of reluctant emotions, akin to the poignant farewell of dear friends on the verge of parting. "I only wish for you to be a little selfish." Tang Xi spoke slowly, "Brother crown prince, remember to take care of yourself. I understand the burdens you carry from the mission of the Spirit Hall and the many grievances that weigh on your heart. If you find it too difficult to bear, then perhaps you should indulge in a moment of release. Cherish those who are present in your life, especially your grandfather. When you inherit the divine position, what you will possess is not merely supreme cultivation, but an overwhelming solitude." At this point, Tang Xi pondered deeply yet could not conjure any further words. With a heavy sigh, she remarked, "For now, let this suffice. I have not yet formulated anything else." Xueqing had gazed at Tang Xi in a daze and then, with a hint of resignation, chuckled, "Little Xi, why do I feel as though you are bidding farewell?" "Tang Xi, it is merely about arranging affairs after one's departure." However, Xueqing felt a pang of sorrow, choking back tears as she said, "Thank you, Xiao Xi, truly. You need not consider everything for my sake. You may also think of your own desires. Whatever you wish for, I can provide. I only ask that you be a little selfish." Tang Xi pondered for a moment, and suddenly it dawned on her. "Oh, I have thought of it. Then, my dear brother, the crown prince, must never forget little Xi." Tang Xi understood that the lifespan of a deity is exceedingly prolonged. With Suwen by her side, Qianrenxue would never face the fate of a shattered divine position. Her desire to leave a trace of her existence in this world was merely a wish for Qianrenxue to remember her. Xueqing's eyes reddened. What kind of wish was this? How could she possibly forget the most significant person in her life? It was inconceivable. The following morning, the group from Shrek arrived at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, joined by 6 other teams. Pope Bibidong stood atop the Pope's palace, casting a lofty gaze over the assembled crowd. Upon noticing Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong walking hand in hand, her grip tightened around her scepter, a surge of resentment swelling within her. Bibidong then delivered a lengthy opening speech, and when she finally addressed the rewards for the ultimate champion, she leisurely proclaimed that the victor of this competition would receive 2 soul bones over 10,000 years old, the left leg bone of rapid advancement and the right arm bone of explosive flame. With a wave of her left hand, the 2 soul bones materialized before everyone's eyes, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Rare soul bones, and of such a high caliber. The Spirit Hall was indeed making a grand gesture this time. As Bibidong concluded her words, Tang Xi looked at her in shock. How was this different from the original narrative? Wasn't it supposed to be 3 soul bones, including the skull of wisdom, the spirit of concentration? Tang Xi harbored her perplexities deep within, for the draw for the elimination competition was imminent. Each team designated a single member to partake in the individual matches, striving to secure a place among the top 3 teams. The Shrek team, opting for a strategic defeat, deliberately withdrew from their match to avoid confrontation with the Spirit Hall team, subsequently battling against the Divine Wind Academy for the final advancement spot. However, this time, Tang Xi refrained from participating, instead aligning with the original formation of Shrek, employing the awe-inspiring fusion technique of 7 spirits united as one. Ultimately, the triumphant trio consisted of Shrek Academy, Spirit Hall, and an obscure team. The champion would be determined in tomorrow's contest. When Bibidong announced the results of the day's matches, she notably highlighted Yu Xiaojing's status as an elder within the Spirit Hall. This remark sparked a flurry of discussions among the crowd. How could a mere soul master of level 29 hold the title of elder? In Spirit Hall, the rank of elder was not solely reserved for title Douluo but also required significant contributions to the organization. How could someone like Yu Xiaojing possibly be considered an elder of the Spirit Hall? Tang Xi, feeling helpless, recognized that her teacher could not escape the entanglements of affection. While others had already found new partners, her teacher remained devoted to an ex-boyfriend. However, it wasn't long before Bibidong's gaze turned towards Tang Xi, emphasizing that she was the sanest of their Spirit Hall, and anyone who dared to bully her would be opposing them. Such blatant favoritism. Tang Xi responded with a radiant smile directed at Bibidong. This act slightly improved Bibidong's impression in Xiao Wu's heart, revealing that she was not entirely devoid of warmth. Yet, the fact that she had absorbed her mother's spirit ring still left a bitter taste. That evening, the Shrek 8 monsters gathered together to deliberate on their strategies for the upcoming battle. Tang Xi was the first to speak, stating, "Based on my understanding of the Golden Generation, Hulaina and Xie Yu have yet to reveal their martial soul fusion technique. They must be reserving it for the final battle as their trump card." Ma Hongjun, in disbelief, retorted, "Come on. We have our own trump card too. It's you and the third brother." His gaze flitted between Tang Sand and Tang Xi. Oscar nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed. With both of you as our secret weapon, what do we have to fear from the Spirit Hall?" Tang Xi was lost in thought, sensing that matters were far more complex than they appeared, particularly regarding Suwen. Ning Rongrong, perplexed, inquired, "Xiao Xi, why do you always seem so preoccupied with Suwen?" Tang Xi's gaze instantly sharpened. Although Suwen's age is comparable to mine, his soul power has reached level 53, and his first soul ring is a millennium old. Tang Sen gently patted Tang Xi's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "So what? As long as we, the Shrek 8 monsters, are here, there is nothing to fear. We simply need to forge ahead with unwavering determination." Indeed, Tang Xi sighed, realizing she had been overthinking things. Tang San raised his right hand, prompting the other 7 to mimic his gesture. Together, their 8 hands overlapped, and they shouted in unison, "Victory is assured." The following day, under the leadership of Yu Xiaojing, the Shrek 8 stood ready as they stepped out of their quarters. Even the usually laid-back Flinder appeared more serious. As they traversed the streets, they drew the attention of many onlookers. Although their attire was adorned with advertisements, none dared to mock them. Their presence in the finals of the elite competition of the prestigious academy was a testament to their strength. Initially, the competition allowed only 7 members from each team. Yet with Tang Xi's involvement, both teams would field 8 participants. The Shrek 8 were a complete and inseparable unit. Each member of the Shrek team bore a solemn expression, and the atmosphere felt notably quieter. Sunlight streamed towards the gates of the Spirit Hall, casting a warm glow upon the 8 individuals. With each step they ascended the stone stairs, their resolve for victory grew ever more resolute. As the gates of the Spirit Hall swung open, the 8 members of the opposing team stood at the top of the stairs, emanating an aura of cold menace. The atmosphere was charged, especially intensified by the chilling presence of Su Wen. The pace of the Shrek 8 faltered momentarily. The captain, Xiao Wu, spoke, expressing admiration for their progress, yet cautioned. The gap in soul power is insurmountable. Undeterred, Shrek's captain, Dai Mubai, stepped forward with unwavering confidence, challenging, how can you reach conclusions without testing your limits? Hulaina's gaze lingered on Tang Xi for a moment before her face brightened with a smile. My dear junior sister, I assure you, I shall not hold back. Tang Xi responded with a smile, suggesting that mercy might not solely come from the senior sister, but could also originate from herself. Su Wen's eyes, filled with animosity, remained fixated on Tang Xi, prompting Tang San to keenly sense the tension and step directly in front of her, meeting Su Wen's gaze with piercing intensity. Su Wen furrowed his brows tightly, fists clenched, silently vowing, Tang San, one day, I will end your life. High above in the magnificent papal hall, the esteemed Pope Bibidon concentrated entirely on this match. Several titled Douluo took their seats in succession, while Tang Hao discreetly observed from a shadowy corner. Under the leadership of the red-robed Pope, each battle team returned to their designated positions. The Shrek team and the Spirit Hall team exchanged fierce glances, a palpable tension crackling in the air. Ready. At the red-robed Pope's command, each participant assumed their combat stances. However, as Tang Xi surveyed the esteemed Douluo present, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Begin. With the words of the red-robed Pope, she stepped aside, granting both teams the space to engage in battle. Spirit Hall team versus Shrek's 8 monsters. The 4 soul rings around Tang Xi's waist shimmered in a rhythmic pattern, beginning with the 4th soul ring, followed by black, purple, and yellow. Behind Tang Xi was a magnificent, blooming peony, its petals adorned with a delicate blush, while the heart of the flower had deepened to a rich crimson, encircled by slender white filaments. Gazing at the 8 members of the Spirit Hall opposite, it was evident that Hulaina's spirit was that of a fox. Yan's spirit embodied the fiery lord, and Xiao Wu wielded the moon blade, whereas Su Wen's spirit manifested as an eerie mass of black mist, an embodiment of the darkness element. Unlike the original narrative, where Hulaina initiated the enchantment, Su Wen boldly stepped forward and unleashed his first soul skill, shrouding the arena in a dense black fog. With a resounding boom, the ominous mist spread across the center of the stage, carrying a potent corrosive effect. Ordinary soul masters could withstand it for no more than 5 minutes before being reduced to a pool of putrid liquid. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar experienced intense burning sensations on their skin, though Tang Xi and her companions, possessing formidable constitutions, endured significantly lesser damage. Tang San directed his gaze towards Oscar and called out, Oscar, quickly produce the sausages. All right. Oscar's palms shimmered with a golden light, and he swiftly conjured 8 identical flying mushroom sausages. The members of the Shrek 8 monsters each took 1 sausage. However, Tang Xi chose to stow the sausage away and instead unleashed the Blood Phoenix butterfly soul bone directly. As Tang Xi's thoughts stirred, enormous crimson butterfly wings unfurled behind her. With each beat of these wings, a cascade of red luminescent specks descended, potent enough to erode a person away. Tang Xi soared into the sky, breaking free from the enveloping darkness, leaving the other 7 in awe as they beheld the wings behind her, while the rest sported azure wings. Tang Xi's were a striking crimson, resembling butterfly wings. She smiled softly, choosing to remain silent, her gaze shifting to the Spirit Hall battle squad below. Among those particularly astonished was Tang San, who possessed an external spirit bone himself. He could clearly discern that those butterfly wings were indeed an external spirit bone. Yet, why had his sister concealed her possession of such a treasure? Why had she chosen to keep it hidden until this very duel? Yu Xiaojiang was equally taken aback. An external spirit bone. The astonishment was shared by Hulaina, Xiao Wu, and Yin, as they marveled at the fact that a soul master of over level 40 possessed not 1, but 2 spirit bones. Tang Xi is truly a genius. Perhaps even a prodigy. However, when compared to Su Wen, he appears somewhat lacking. Su Wen, having already anticipated Tang Xi's external soul bone, expressed not surprise but rather a disdainful sneer, proclaiming, Do you believe that possessing the ability to fly will allow you to escape my dark mist? That is a grave misconception. Tang San, perceiving an anomaly within the black mist through his purple extreme demon eye, swiftly turned and shouted, Beware of the black mist. Time was of the essence, as black blades of fog rapidly formed and surged towards the Shrek 7. The blades unmistakably targeted Ning Rongrong, whose defenses were the weakest. Startled, she attempted to evade but was nonetheless grazed. Yet, this was merely the beginning. There were multiple blades. 4 or 5 fog blades simultaneously sliced through the mist, all aimed directly at the defenseless Ning Rongrong and Oscar. In a moment of desperation, Ma Hongjun unleashed a fiery burst, yet the flames proved ineffective against the ethereal blades. A minute later, the black mist receded, coinciding with the expiration of the flight time of the flying mushroom sausage. Tang San deftly maneuvered the blue-silver grass to catch the 7 individuals, leaving only Tang Xi still airborne. However, Ning Rongrong and Oscar bore multiple wounds inflicted by the fog blades, suffering excruciating pain. Dai Mubai, concerned, rushed to support Zhu Qing, who struggled to remain upright. Her head spinning. Zhu Qing, are you all right? He inquired, his expression laden with worry. In the arena, the Spirit Hall team, led by Xiao Wu, erupted into laughter, mocking, ha ha ha. You couldn't even withstand Su Wen's first soul skill. What ability do you have left to stand on this battle platform? The atmosphere among the Shrek team turned grave. Resentment brewing in their hearts. Even Ning Rongrong and Oscar, hand in hand, mustered the strength to rise. Until the final moment, Shrek will never concede defeat. Ning Rongrong declared resolutely, while the other 6 supported each other, their faces resolute as they faced the Spirit Hall team. Hulaina, too, seemed slightly swayed. Witnessing such a determined group striving to persevere until the end was truly remarkable. Tang Xi curled her lips into a faint smile. What, have you all forgotten my existence? Tang Xi soared through the air, the peony in her hand suddenly radiating a dazzling brilliance. As the light expanded, the 4th soul ring of her eternal spirit sparkled even more brightly. With her 4th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Peony, she unleashed the healing light. The intense golden glow was so blinding that those below could scarcely keep their eyes open. As the golden light descended upon the Shrek team, their wounds rapidly healed, and they felt a surge of vitality. This 4th soul skill possessed the power to heal all, capable of mending even the gravest injuries. It was indeed a divine gift. Su Wen gazed in astonishment, struck by the awe-inspiring presence of the 4th soul ring, an undeniable testament to its sacred and inviolable authority. Ning Rongrong beamed with joy as she observed her own wounds vanish, and the 7 exchanged glances, sharing smiles before swiftly shifting back into combat mode. Xiao Wu cast a vigilant glance at his companions and whispered, "Proceed as planned." Yin clenched his fist and charged toward Tang San, while the final support teammate from the Spirit Hall team directed a beam of supportive light toward Yin, enhancing his speed further. Tang San was compelled to retreat to the side, utilizing his blue-silver grass to ensnare Yin, only to find his efforts thwarted by Yin's astonishing force. Meanwhile, the other 3 members of the Spirit Hall team encircled the remaining 6 from Shrek and launched their assault. Dai Mubai chuckled, remarking that these 3 soul ancestors dared to capture 6 of their own. The white tiger spirit behind him unfurled, doubling in size as the white tiger barrier and white tiger Vajra activated simultaneously, amplifying his strength, defense, and speed twofold. As for Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun, they were coordinating their efforts to eliminate one of the soul ancestors, but Hulaina gracefully shifted her steps and positioned herself in front of the targeted ally. A faint pink glow flickered, enhancing Hulaina's beauty, leaving even Ma Hongjun momentarily entranced. Are you truly prepared to lay a hand on me? Hulaina's cool. Alluring voice resonated, causing even Tang Xi to blush. Xiao Wu remained unaffected, yet Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were left momentarily dazed. Zhu Qing, feeling displeased, turned her head away and scoffed. All men are the same. Tang San noticed the scene before him and exclaimed, "Do not gaze upon her." As Tang San spoke, Yin had already approached him, scorching magma spewing forth from the ground. Tang San swiftly utilized his Xian Yu hand to intercept Yin's twin fists. The 52nd ranked Spirit King Yin was indeed formidable. After several exchanges, Tang San found himself unable to retaliate. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu swiftly swung his moon blade towards his sister, Hulaina, while a beam of auxiliary light shot towards him. At the moment of impact with Hulaina, a red glow enveloped both of them. With a resounding bang, the crimson light encased the pair, and a large cloud of pink mist began to spread from the center, where Hulaina and Xiao Wu stood, ensnaring all but Tang San and Tang Xi among the Shrek 8 monsters. From within the mist emerged an androgynous figure wielding a moonblade. This was the martial soul fusion technique of Hulaina and Xiao Wu, known as Charming Enchantment. Within the pink haze, everyone's sensory perception was diminished by 50%, and all attributes similarly reduced, with Hulaina and Xiao Wu's martial soul fusion technique incapacitating 6 of the Shrek 8. The remaining 2 would be left to Su Wen and Yin. This was deemed the optimal solution and took Tang Xi completely by surprise. Though she was currently locked in combat with Su Wen, in the midst of the pink fog, the 6 felt their bodies grow significantly heavier, making even the simplest movements challenging, and their vision faded to obscurity. Ma Hongjun panicked, as did Dai Mubai, both feeling the oppressive weight of unknown peril. Xiao Wu pinched her leg, constantly reminding herself to stay alert, for her brothers Tang San and Tang Xi were still fighting outside. Yet, Oscar and Ning Rongrong could no longer endure. Oscar lacked sufficient soul power to conjure flying mushroom sausages in such a short span and was forced to settle for creating the euphoric pink sausages instead. Can you see us? The eerie figure of Charming Enchantment flickered within the mist, swiftly dispatching Oscar. Su Wen had once remarked, never underestimate the role of food-type soul masters. They should be the first to be eliminated. The anguished cries echoed through the fog as one figure after another fell, and Yu Xiaojiang, unable to bear the sight, turned away from the unfolding competition. Tang Xi was compelled to unleash the 8 spider lances, and from his back emerged 8 stout and grotesque legs, adorned in hues of purple and black. These limbs were bifurcated, with sharp, incredibly resilient spider stingers at their tips. The molten lava that erupted from the ground obstructed Tang Xi's path, and just as Yin prepared to strike him with a fist, Tang Xi employed the blue-silver cage to thwart Yan's assault. Meanwhile, Tang Xi, possessing the ability of flight, found herself evading Su Wen's mist blades, which he was forced to unleash in an attempt to subdue her. As the pink fog dissipated, 6 of the Shrek 8 monsters lay grievously injured upon the ground, revealing the enchanting figure of the amalgamation of Hulaina and Xiao Wu. A voice that was neither male nor female echoed, expressing astonishment at the formidable nature of Tang Xi's soul bone. Let us use that technique to vanquish Tang Xi. Thereafter, little sister, she need not fear anything. The enchanting figure clasped 2 crescent blades, connecting their tips to form a full moon, which she positioned behind her. Tang Xi, you are fortunate to witness my ultimate move. With that, the enchanting figure twirled, causing the crescent blades to unite and spin in the air, conjuring a devastating vortex. Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with determination. Now was the moment. Utilizing her 4th soul skill, Marionette, numerous threads ensnared the enchanting figure, while behind her loomed colossal phantom hands, orchestrating the movements of the alluring entity. Although Tang Xi's 4th soul skill granted her the ability to manipulate others, the soul power level of the fusion technique, the enchanting spirit, reached over 60. Thus, Tang Xi could only exert control over the enchanting figure for approximately 10 seconds. However, this fleeting interval proved sufficient as Tang Xi guided the enchanting figure to transform the crescent moon in its grasp into a swirling tornado, launching it toward the other members of the Spirit Hall battle team. Tang Xi's complexion was pale, clearly indicating a depletion of her spiritual energy. However, suspended in midair, she possessed an undeniable advantage, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to mount an effective attack against her. Tang Xi initially commanded the alluring demon to launch an assault on Su Wen, who was relentlessly evading the attacks. He could hardly fathom that Tang Xi possessed such a formidable trump card. However, Su Wen found himself unable to retaliate against his own teammate, forcing him to continue his evasive maneuvers. Yet, despite his efforts, he sustained injuries. Marks of harm were evident on his arm, back, and face. The demon, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How could this be? I am utterly unable to control my own body." The unexpected turn of events orchestrated by Tang Xi left everyone present in utter astonishment. The ability to manipulate the souls of others is an extraordinary skill indeed. Even Bibi Dong gazed in awe, though fate often seems to conspire against the gifted. Yet, Tang Xi had another astonishing maneuver that would leave the crowd speechless. The battle between the Spirit Hall team and the Shrek 8 monsters was about to commence. Tang Xi, with one hand commanding the enchanting spirit and the other employing her 2nd soul skill, the flexible spider silk, entangle. Hundreds of spider silk threads ensnared the 4 Soul Hall team members who were attempting to evade. Despite their desperate struggles, they were helpless, watching in horror as the enchanting spirit advanced towards them. The arena echoed with their anguished cries. In the final moment, as the 4 Soul Hall members succumbed, Tang Xi could no longer maintain her position and plummeted from the air. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xi immediately rushed over and embraced Tang Xi. The enchanting fusion of their martial souls dissipated due to the excessive consumption of soul power, reverting back to Hulaina and Xiao Wu, both of whom were now gasping for breath and clearly too fatigued to continue fighting. Thus, the battlefield now consisted of Su Wen and Yan, alongside Tang Xi and Tang Xi. However, it was evident that Tang Xi had already exhausted much of her strength. Securing victory over Tang Xi would guarantee the championship for the Spirit Hall. Tang Xi gazed at his younger sister with a heart full of concern and inquired gently, "Do not exert yourself too much. It may cause your heart to ache. Leave it to your brother." Tang Xi's lips dripped with blood that twisted and coiled like a serpent, her complexion so pale it seemed she might depart from this world at any moment. "I am fine, brother. I can endure." Tang Xi stood up unsteadily, a wave of pain surging fiercely in her chest, rendering each breath significantly more arduous. Yet, the duel was far from over. The 2nd soul technique of the bloodthirsty peony, soul power extraction. Tang Xi's soul power exploitation allows her to siphon off 30 units of soul power from others, transferring it to herself. However, there is no limit to the number of individuals from whom she can exploit this power. It can be utilized on multiple people simultaneously. The peony blossoms upon the arms of Su Wen and Yan, as Su Wen distinctly feels his soul power rapidly depleting. The peony subsequently withers, and Tang Xi's complexion becomes noticeably more vibrant. The mutual restoration of soul power between the two signifies that Tang Xi has replenished her soul power to a total of 60. Tang Xi unfurled her crimson butterfly wings once more, soaring gracefully through the air. "Brother, let us take care of the next task." Tang Xi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharpening with intensity. "The glory of Shrek shall be entrusted to the 2 of us." Tang Xifei hovered in the air, her beauty striking yet haunting, with a pallid complexion accentuated by the crimson stain at the corner of her lips, bestowing upon her a fractured elegance. "Surely, you have yet to witness my soul bone and soul skill." Tang Xi smiled lightly, and at her center, a crimson halo emerged from the ground. In an instant, over 100 peonies blossomed simultaneously, and with the blooming of the flowers, a wave of intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, enveloping the senses in a mesmerizing allure. The floral fragrance unleashed by Tang Xi possesses the capacity to render one devoid of all five senses: hearing, sight, smell, taste, and touch, each lost in its overwhelming allure. However, Tang San, endowed with the purple extreme magic eyes, was able to perceive and control the blue silver grass, which had taken root in Yan's form. With a firm grip on the Haotian hammer, he struck at Yan, who, in his sensory deprivation, was engulfed by an uncontainable panic, launching erratic attacks that ultimately left him vulnerable to Tang San's precision. A powerful blow landed on Yan's neck, another on his lower back, and a final one aimed at his chin. The impact sent Yan hurtling through the air for several meters, accompanied by a spurt of blood. Hulaina and Xiao Wu, witnessing the scene, yearned to assist but found themselves powerless, devoid of soul power. Hulaina felt a pang of guilt, realizing her own oversight. Su Wen, standing still, displayed no inclination to intervene, instead offering a cold chuckle. "Ah, Tang Xi, do not blame me. I had no desire to resort to that move either." As the battle unfolded, the black mist surrounding Su Wen thickened ominously. Tang San gradually advanced towards him, his 8 spider lances poised for action. 8 spider-like legs lunging towards Su Wen. Yet, upon contact with the black mist, the legs trembled violently, the essence of the mist eroding the upper halves of the appendages. Su Wen's second soul skill, Dark Dissolution, held the power to dissolve anything within its reach, rendering tangible objects into nothingness. Tang San let out a low, despondent grunt, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though the specter of death had descended upon him, a profound terror of mortality that still haunted him to this day. Yet, as the agony of the encroaching soul bones began to engulf him, a desperate cry escaped his lips. Tang San cried out in agony. Even Du Gu Bo found it unbearable to witness. The soul bone was akin to the bones embedded within a human body, and the sensation of being eroded was excruciatingly painful. Su Wen curled his lips into a smile, his icy gaze directed at Tang Xi, indicating that this was far from sufficient. Surrounding Su Wen were numerous spheres composed of dark mist, both large and small. And soon the 5th soul ring at his waist began to tremble incessantly. The 5th soul skill, Dark Sphere Explosion. Tang Xi gazed at the approaching black sphere, an unprecedented sense of crisis churning within her heart. In that moment, she yearned to flee, her pupils dilating in fear. Suddenly, one black sphere erupted, followed by a series of successive explosions. A tremendous dark radiance engulfed Tang Xi, as if it sought to rend her into oblivion. As the black mist dissipated, the arena revealed a landscape of deep craters, testament to the immense power of the recent onslaught. Tang Xi, Shui Qinghe, unable to restrain his urge to rescue her, was halted by the red-clad sect leader. "The match is not yet over. I urge your highness to exercise restraint," the red-clad sect leader cautioned. Shui Qinghe could only clench his fists tightly, watching with a heavy heart. Tang Xi spat blood as she plummeted straight down from the sky. Her crimson butterfly wings shattered and tattered. Bang! Tang Xi fell to the ground, and the immense force of the impact brought forth a pain that felt as if her very organs had been mercilessly shattered. Tang San lay unconscious in a pool of blood, yet miraculously, golden rays emanated from Tang Xi, healing her wounds. This was the divine blessing bestowed by the angel god. Regardless of the severity of the injuries, a trace of the angel god's power could restore her to wholeness. Tang Xi resolutely stood up, exhibiting no inclination to concede defeat. Su Wen furrowed his brow and approached Tang Xi step by step, questioning her refusal to surrender despite her circumstances. Bai Bai Dong turned her gaze away. Tang Xi's garments were already stained crimson with blood, yet she still staggered to her feet, her indomitable spirit evoking deep admiration. Blood obscured Tang Xi's vision, and she felt an overwhelming pain coursing through her body, as if her bones were dislocated and her heart shattered. "Su Wen, you have always been so exceedingly arrogant." Tang Xi lifted her head and offered a resilient smile as the surrounding white threads transformed into slender and sharp needles. Under her command, they pierced towards Su Wen's wrist and the tendons of his limbs. This was her first soul skill, the venom needle threads. Tang Xi weakly uttered these words, her consciousness already beginning to wane. Su Wen let out a cold snort, contemplating the use of his second soul skill to dissolve the threat. However, the needle suddenly exploded as it pierced through the black mist of Su Wen's palm. Concealed within the needle was explosive material, its power rivaling that of his 5th soul skill. Su Wen's pupils widened in disbelief, realizing he had severely underestimated Tang Xi. She was not merely a soul master but also a scientist who had received numerous prestigious national awards. The explosion occurred perilously close to Su Wen's heart, the tremendous force propelling him several meters away, causing severe damage to his internal organs. Tang Xi, upon witnessing Su Wen collapse, could no longer sustain herself and succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Wen, too, lost his senses amidst the explosion. The scene erupted into chaos, with members of both teams rendered insensible. Yet the victor remained undecided. Bibi Dong forcefully struck the ground with her staff, calmly declaring that both teams had exerted their utmost and could fight no longer. Thus, I proclaim these two teams as co-champions, each receiving a soul bone. Is there anyone who dares to dispute this? Author's note, the release date is set for October 1st. Due to time constraints, I was unable to prepare extensively. However, I shall increase the frequency of updates for several days following the launch, aiming for 2 updates daily. Eventually, as I prepare for my high school examinations, I will strive for at least 1 update per day. I plan to conclude the narrative by the winter break and complete all updates before the summer of 2023. During that period, I will be in my final year of high school and may find it challenging to write. After the launch, there may be some readers who abandon the story, but that is acceptable. I do not oppose you exploring other platforms, however. I hope you might leave comments or votes, as it would at least inform me that there are still readers. I am grateful for the continued support from my dear readers. To my astonishment, this book has gained popularity, and I sincerely read all your comments. Though I am unable to respond promptly due to school restrictions on phone usage, I have a general idea for the characters' fates. The journey may be somewhat painful, but the beloved group dynamic and the multifaceted character will remain unchanged. Bibidong and Qian Renxue are characters I cherish and will not meet a tragic end, while I am still deliberating on Qian Daolu's fate. As for the protagonists, rest assured that the anticipated dramatic reconciliation will occur. The earlier hardships may be difficult for me to perceive, as the male lead's most egregious act thus far has been to restrict the female lead's freedom. If this narrative does not resonate with you, please feel free to exit by clicking the left button. If you do not love it, please refrain from causing harm or leaving negative reviews, as encountering such feedback can be quite disheartening. Now, having said all this, those who have made it to this chapter are undoubtedly true fans. I hope you won't mind leaving a comment or a recommendation vote. Hehe. I will do my utmost to continue writing, striving to reach the conclusion before the winter break. 2 months left to live. Everyone fell into silence, with no one daring to question the Pope Bibidong's decision, nor did anyone find the outcome of the battle unjust. For this duel exceeded any spectacle witnessed on the Douluo continent. The duel vividly embodied the spirit of combat, demonstrating an unwavering resolve to persevere as long as there was breath. The members of Shrek immediately surrounded Tang Xi and Tang San, along with the rest of the Shrek 8 monsters. Bibidong descended with 2 elders in tow, and Ning Fingji promptly approached, summoning the 7 treasure glazed Tao Pagoda. However, the injuries sustained in the arena were far more complex than Ning Fingji had anticipated. He advised the Pope, Your Holiness, both teams have suffered severe injuries and will likely require 2 days to recuperate before regaining consciousness. Bibidong furrowed her brow, her gaze never leaving Tang Xi. And with a sigh, she instructed Yueguan and Gue Mei issue a command to dispatch the finest healing soul masters from the Spirit Hall for treatment. The awards ceremony will be postponed until the day after tomorrow. A day later, Bibidong stood by Suwin's bedside for a considerable time. When Suwin finally awakened, Bibidong coldly remarked, You have finally come to? Upon opening his eyes, Suwin was overwhelmed with pain, but his first thought was, Teacher, which team emerged victorious? He urgently inquired, cursing himself for having fallen victim to Tang Xi's ploy. Bibidong sighed, Both you and Tang Xi fought valiantly. The final champions are the Spirit Hall team and the Shrek team, tied. Suwin nearly spat blood, his resentment towards Tang Xi intensifying. How could Shrek possibly claim the championship? Bibidong cast a disapproving glance at Suwin and quietly said, Suwin, I have always wished for you not to stand opposed to Tang Xi. Suwin lowered his head, fist clenched tightly. Teacher, she may become our enemy. As long as she aligns with the Spirit Hall, I will not act against her. But enough. Bibidong interjected angrily. How can you claim that a dying person could be an enemy of the Spirit Hall? That is preposterous. Her every word resonated within Suwin, the phrase a dying person echoing in his mind. Panic washed over him as he contemplated. Tang Xi is dying? That cannot be true. Teacher, it is impossible. Bibidong coldly snorted, resolved to reveal the truth. From birth, Tang Xi was not meant to survive. Only the presence of the 7 treasures heart has allowed her to live an additional 25 years. However, this heart is fragile, and the trials of soul masters have severely compromised her condition. She can only endure for 2 more months. Bibidong's face was etched with sorrow as she conveyed her final request. These truths were not meant to be shared with you by Tang Xi. I reveal them now so you may treat her well in her remaining days. With that, Bibidong departed, leaving Suwin in deep contemplation, his eyes reddened with emotion, astonishment flooding his heart. At that moment, he could only think, the teacher must be lying. How could Tang Xi possibly perish so easily? Regret and shame overwhelmed him as he recalled the harsh treatment he had previously inflicted upon her. When Tang Xi awoke, she found herself surrounded by numerous figures beside her bed. Rubbing her eyes for clarity, she was taken aback by the sight of an enlarged, plump face resembling that of Ma Hongjun suddenly appearing before her. Xiaoxi, are you feeling any better? Tang Xi could not help but exclaim. Ah, Ma Hongjun, startled, took a few steps back. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiao Wu rushed over and, upon arrival, joyfully pulled Ma Hongjun to stand before Tang Xi, exclaiming, Xiaoxi, you have finally awakened. Tang Xi weakly sat up, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over her, causing her to collapse once more. With each of her movements, her heart throbbed painfully. Alas, it was far more comfortable to lie down. standing at the back of the crowd. Tang San could no longer hold back his tears upon hearing this. Beside him, Dai Mubai approached to offer comfort, saying, "Do not blame yourself. Isn't Xiaoxi all right? Xiaoxi, I heard you displayed remarkable prowess in that duel, defeating Su Wen with a single strike. Unfortunately, we all fainted. I apologize." Oscar's voice trailed off, growing somber. Ning Rongrong remained silent, feeling for the first time how powerless her support as a soul master truly was. Even Zhu Shiqing was quiet, her eyes betraying a deep sense of unwillingness. Tang Xi was momentarily bewildered by the somber atmosphere that enveloped the room. However, Tang Xi spoke slowly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Without the collective effort of everyone, we would not have reached this final juncture, even if we did not secure the championship. It matters not, at least we gave it our all. Moreover, it is fortunate that everyone fainted, otherwise Su Wen's fifth soul skill would have left us all in a state of unconsciousness for several days and nights. As for me, being robust and strong, a few injuries are of little consequence." Tang Xi's words illuminated the gathering like the gentle warmth of spring sunlight, bringing joy to everyone present. "Indeed, little Xi. You are absolutely right," Xiao Wu exclaimed, playfully tightening her embrace around Tang Xi's neck, causing a slight discomfort. A soft chuckle escaped Zhu Shiqing, her heart lightening as well. They were the Shrek 8 monsters, a united entity where each member held significant importance. "However, Tang Xi, allow me to correct you. The Shrek are champions, sharing the title alongside the Spirit Hall." Ning Rongrong teased. Tang Xi was astonished. Could such a maneuver truly exist? How splendid. "The glory of Shrek belongs to us." The room was filled with joyous laughter. Even Tang San, who had been feeling despondent, wiped away his tears and smiled, secretly vowing within his heart, "Sister, wait for me. Before I turn 25, I will surely ascend to divinity and discover a means to extend life. Only by becoming a deity can I possess the strength to protect my dear sister." The enmity with Su was firmly established. In the blink of an eye, our graduation approaches. Has everyone decided where they wish to go? Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, cherishing the future. Even though she was acutely aware that her prospects were bleak, yet she felt a sense of contentment. Dai Mubai approached Zhu Shiqing and exchanged a knowing smile. "Both Shiqing and I hail from the Douluo Empire, and now I possess the right to vie for the throne alongside my elder brother. Thus, we shall return to the Douluo Empire, for we have been away from home for quite some time." Zhu Shiqing smiled, her heart beginning to flutter with anticipation for a bright future. Then Oscar chimed in, "Hee, as for me, I shall certainly follow Rongrong wherever she goes." His words turned Ning Rongrong's face a deep shade of crimson, eliciting laughter from everyone present. Subsequently, all eyes instinctively shifted to Ma Hongjun, who, feeling somewhat flustered under their gaze, remarked, "I prefer freedom, so traveling the world is my ultimate desire." Finally, there were Xiao Wu and Tang San. Xiao Wu shyly hid behind Tang San, murmuring, "I only wish to be with San Ge and Xiaoxi." Tang San chuckled helplessly and said, "My current plan is to first search for my father." Tang Xi attentively listened to everyone sharing their visions of a splendid future, yet regrettably, she realized that she would no longer be a part of it. Contemplating this, Tang Xi could no longer sit still and earnestly address the group. "First and foremost, Dai Mubai, you must refrain from any romantic entanglements moving forward. Do not think of bullying our dear Zhu Qing again. If you genuinely wish to be with her, you must wholeheartedly cherish her." Upon hearing this, Zhu Shiqing gazed at Tang Xi with profound gratitude, instantly feeling that even without Dai Mubai, having a friend like Tang Xi was a treasure beyond compare. "Indeed, I shall, dear Tang Xi. Zhu Qing is the most significant part of my life, and from this moment on, I will treat her with utmost devotion," Dai Mubai solemnly promised, before exchanging a heartfelt glance with Zhu Shiqing, embarking on their journey of love. Tang Xi could only shake her head in exasperation. Next, she turned her attention to Ning Rongrong and Oscar, speaking with the same earnestness. "Since you two have already confirmed your feelings for one another, do not let any obstacles drive you apart. Oscar, if you truly care for Rongrong, you must strive to protect her, for only a formidable soul master can safeguard a delicate support-type soul master." Ning Rongrong, taken aback, looked at Tang Xi in surprise. Did she truly understand the rules of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? The rule dictated that the partners of inner disciples must be formidable attack-type soul masters. "I will. I genuinely cherish Rongrong," Oscar replied with a warm smile directed at Ning Rongrong, who blushed fiercely in response. "Tang Xi, I am so eager to erupt. Yet I fail to comprehend her intentions." Alas, Tang Xi feels disheartened. She then shifts her gaze to Ma Hongjun, who instinctively straightens up upon noticing her glance. The chubby one. "Oh dear." Tang Xi sighed and continued, "You must listen carefully. You must earnestly dedicate yourself to your training and never become complacent, for otherwise, you may incur lifelong regrets." Ma Hongjun, with a playful grin, twirled his head, seemingly attentive. Yet his left ear received the words while the right ear let them slip away, responding with a casual, all right, all right. "Tang Xi, I'm utterly exasperated. I'm on the verge of a heart attack." Then, Xiao Wu gazed at Tang Xi with sparkling eyes. Confused, Tang Xi inquired, "What is the matter, Sister Xiao Wu?" Xiao Wu appeared bewildered, then grew indignant, exclaiming, "Wu Wu, Xiaoxi, you have nothing to say to me. Sigh, oh, Sister Xiao Wu, please don't cry. Tang Xi, flustered, quickly stepped forward to offer comfort, while Xiao Wu, in a fit of anger, turned away petulantly. The onlookers could not help but burst into laughter. The following morning, the group prepared to head to the Hall of the Pope, as the day of the awards ceremony had arrived. Yet, it was also a day of concern for Tang Xi, for it was on this day that Sister Xiao Wu might reveal her true identity. She feared that Su Wen might once again intervene and thwart her good fortune. However, she still possessed one final trump card. When Shrek's team arrived at the Hall of the Pope, the other members of the Spirit Hall were already present, including several titled Douluo. Pope Bibi Dong, seated at the center, stood gracefully, and beside her, the Scarlet Bishop held a crimson plate, upon which lay 2 luminous soul bones. Upon spotting Tang Xi, Bibi Dong's demeanor softened considerably, and she spoke gently, remarking that this year's elite competition had been the most thrilling yet, though it was unprecedented to have co-champions. Nonetheless, she believed that each of them had given their utmost effort and that they would be the future of the Douluo continent. She then proceeded to allocate the soul bones. The left leg bone of the Gale, which bestowed swiftness, would be awarded to the Shrek team, while the right arm bone of explosive flame would go to the Spirit Hall team. Subsequently, Shrek, following the Master's counsel, decided to bestow the soul bone upon Zhu Zhuqing, with the gem soul bone allocated to Ning Rongrong. There were no objections, yet both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of embarrassment, as these accolades seemed more fitting for Tang San and Tang Xi. Despite their insistence, Tang Xi repeatedly declined Ning Rongrong's suggestion to keep the soul bone for herself. Tang Xi felt a wave of joy as they were about to depart from the Spirit Hall. It was hoped that Xiao Wu's true identity would remain undisclosed. However, just as Xiao Wu was leaving, she suddenly stumbled and fell, causing the heartbroken Red in her arms to drop to the ground. In a flurry of panic, Xiao Wu hurriedly gathered the heartbroken Red back into her embrace. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the gazes of the powerful individuals in the Hall of the Pope converged upon her, prompting Xiao Wu to anxiously seek refuge behind Lu Erlong. Tang Xi sensed an eerie atmosphere, a sense of foreboding welling up within her. Instinctively, she glanced at Bibi Dong. Yu Guanju beside her reminded, Your Holiness, it is time to make a decision. Otherwise, the 100,000-year soul ring will be lost, Yue Guan thought anxiously. Tang Xi instinctively cast a glance at Bibi Dong, her eyes brimming with pity. Bibi Dong tightly gripped her scepter and resolutely turned away, urging them to leave quickly. Tang Xi's face lit up with joy. The teacher had actually spared Sister Xiao Wu. However, Su Wen, who stood beside Bai Dong, wore a different expression. He could not comprehend why. Despite having ensnared the prey, they would still let it escape. How could they so easily relinquish Xiao Wu? Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from outside the hall. Following the sound, Tang Xi beheld a tall man clad in golden armor, draped in a long crimson robe, wielding a staff reminiscent of the golden cudgel. Was this not the very description of the demon-suppressing Douluo from the original text? Tang Xi has passed away. The demon hunter Douluo gazed at Xiao Wu with the predatory eyes of a hawk sizing up its prey, while Tang San vigilantly shielded Xiao Wu behind him. The demon hunter Douluo pointed at Xiao Wu and declared, She cannot leave. Lu Erlong, brimming with anger, stepped forward and demanded, On what grounds? The demon hunter Douluo scoffed. Simply because she is a soul beast, not a human. The members of Shrek, except for Tang San and Tang Xi, were left in utter shock, exclaiming, What? Bibi Dong was about to intervene but was halted by Su Wen, who whispered, Teacher, I have a way to ensure Tang Xi lives for several more years. As for why we cannot capture that 100,000-year soul beast, she has fled today. Without the protection of the Spirit Hall, many will pursue her. Rather than relinquishing that soul beast to others, it is preferable for us to seize control ourselves. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression hardened. She raised her staff and pointed at Xiao Wu, commanding, Jiu Dala, Gui Dala, seize that girl. Dai Mubai stepped forward resolutely, stating, 8 freaks are one. We share life and death. Following closely, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai stood united, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination, proclaiming their solidarity in life and death. Even Tang Xi positioned herself protectively in front of Xiao Wu. When Xiao Wu caught sight of Tang San's gentle expression, she was momentarily taken aback. Instead of the astonishment she had anticipated, she found only tenderness. Tang San gently lifted Xiao Wu's delicate face, speaking with deep affection, Silly sister, I have long known your true identity. Regardless of what you are, you will forever remain my beloved. A surge of emotions overwhelmed Xiao Wu. Her mind blank as tears flowed uncontrollably. Tang San let out a thunderous roar, declaring, If you wish to seize her, you must first step over my body. Bibi Dong stood frozen, observing this poignant scene. Many years ago, she too had experienced such passionate love. Yet, when she gazed upon Tang Xi, her eyes were filled with unspeakable complexities. She had never anticipated that Xiao Xi would one day find herself in opposition to her. Suddenly, Flinder chuckled, exchanging glances with Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, and they arranged themselves in a triangular formation, drawing upon their soul power. A dazzling golden light began to coalesce in the air, gradually transforming into a magnificent golden dragon. The golden triangle, the golden sacred dragon, Flinder proclaimed. The old ones are still alive. There is no need for the younger generation to take the stage. However, all this was effortlessly countered by the Ju Douluo and the Ghost Douluo. Ning Fengji attempted to assist but was warned off by Bibi Dong, leaving him to watch helplessly. Dugabo swiftly positioned himself in front of Tang San and Xiao Wu, while Bibi Dong unleashed 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. Dugabo was rendered immobile by the pressure emanating from Bibi Dong, and Xiao Wu's gaze, filled with resentment, fixated on Bibi Dong's red soul ring, which originated from her mother. Child. Follow Bibi Dong, she heard, yet compared to others, Tang Xi remained remarkably composed. As the Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo advanced towards Tang San, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air. The Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo were forcefully repelled by an overwhelming power. A chrysanthemum and a little ghost dare to threaten my son and daughter? Above the martial soul city, dark clouds loomed ominously, and a shadow floated in the air. Though the figure was anything but flattering, disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, a beard unshorn for years, a sallow complexion, and a tattered cloak, unmistakably revealing the identity of Tang Hao. Upon hearing that voice, Tang San instantaneously crumbled. It belonged to none other than his father, whom he had not seen for 8 long years. Bibi Dong's expression stiffened, for it was indeed him. Tang Hao, wielding the Haotian hammer, swiftly appeared before Tang Xi, first probing her body with his soul power. In an instant, he stepped back in astonishment, murmuring, "How could this be? I have only been gone for 8 years." Upon witnessing the pallor of Tang Xi's countenance, Tang Hao felt compelled to delve into the intricacies of her heart, the 7 treasures glazed heart. However, what he beheld was the heart, marred with fissures, laboriously pulsating, seemingly on the brink of demise within 2 months. A soft sigh escaped Bibi Dong, her gaze abruptly sharpening as she addressed Tang Hao. "You may take Tang San." Yet, with a swift change of tone, her expression softened as she turned her attention to Tang Xi. "But you cannot take her." It was an unspoken truth that both knew. Tang Xi had but 2 months left to live. If he were to leave with her, he would be left helplessly watching her fade away. However, if he entrusted her to me, the spirit hall would spare no effort in healing her. The expressions of all present turned to astonishment, and even Xiao Wu pushed aside Tang San to approach Tang Xi, her face filled with alarm as she inquired, "Is this true, Xiao Xi?" Tang San was taken aback, his eyes reddening as he gazed silently at Tang Xi. Tang Xi's silence speaks volumes. This is indeed true. With his aged eyes glistening, Tang Hao gently ruffled Tang Xi's hair, and in that fleeting moment, he appeared significantly older. "Child, you should follow Bibi Dong," he murmured. In that instant, all hatred seemed trivial to Tang Hao. The former pope had passed away, and his beloved Ain had departed from him. He could no longer bear to witness his daughter perish before his very eyes. If it meant saving little Xi, then any animosity could be set aside. Family transcends all. Tang Xi clenched her fists tightly, her expression filled with sorrow as she cried out, "Father, you will forever be the person I am most proud of." Su Wen's gaze was icy. Xiao Wu absolutely could not be taken away. The allure of 100,000-year soul beast was immense. Su Wen exchanged a glance with the demon slayer Douluo, who understood the gravity of the situation. With each step forward, a soul ring would rise, culminating in a total of 9 soul rings. The oppressive aura of the 96th rank Super Douluo enveloped them, yet it was slightly less intimidating than Tang Hao's presence. "You may take your son, but the 100,000-year soul beast must remain. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee the complete recovery of your daughter." Xiao Wu appeared to have made a momentous decision, her countenance resolute as she stood beside Tang Xi, declaring, "I will stay, as long as you can save Tang Xi." Tang, she had her own plans. She earnestly addressed Tang San, saying, "Brother, I have my own ways to protect Sister Xiao Wu. You must leave quickly. If that old fellow Qian Dalu arrives, it will be too late to escape." Tang San gazed at the 2 individuals he cherished most, who remained within the spirit hall, and resolutely shook his head, declaring, "I refuse to part ways. If we are to leave, let us depart together. If we are to stay, let us stay as one." Tang Hao perceived the presence of that old fellow, Qian Dalu. Grasping his hammer, he struck the ground, causing the 9th soul ring at his waist to tremble. With a resounding roar, a fierce gale swept forth, rendering soul masters below level 70 unconscious. The golden iron triangle retracted their soul power, and Xiao Wu also fainted. Supported by Tang Xi, without the need to hunt soul beasts, one could still acquire soul rings. As the dust settled, Tang Hao and Tang San vanished from sight, leaving only echoes in the air. "Bibi Dong, remember your words. Should Xiaoxi perish, the entire spirit hall shall follow her to the grave." Gratitude was expressed for the Shrek Academy's nurturing of his children over the years. Tang Hao owed them a great debt. Bibi Dong's expression darkened. Tang Hao, indeed, was insufferably arrogant. Tang Xi carefully lifted the unconscious Xiao Wu and slowly approached Bibi Dong. With a face full of remorse, Tang Xi addressed the Shrek group, expressing sincere apologies. Bibi Dong, with a frosty demeanor, waved her sleeve dismissively and declared, "The elite competition has concluded. I implore you all to vacate the Spirit City." Tang Xi obediently followed behind Bibi Dong, while Su Wen emerged to address the remaining matters. The soldiers departed in an orderly fashion. Ning Rongrong, gazing at Tang Xi's retreating figure, could not help but wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, shouting, "Tang Xi, come back. You must explain to me what you mean by not living past 2 months. Ning Rongrong advanced, attempting to seize Tang Xi's silhouette, but 2 guards obstructed her path. She fell to the ground, her shoulders trembling from her sobs. Oscar promptly rushed over to assist Rongrong, offering comfort. Do not weep, Rongrong. Perhaps Tang Xi harbors some unspoken troubles. Zhu Zhuqing also approached, her eyes brimming with tears, declaring, I believe in little Xi. She and Xiao Wu will surely be safe. Ma Hongjun stood silently to the side, while Dai Mubai, shaking his head in resignation, clenched his fists tightly, revealing his unwillingness to accept the situation. In the Popes chamber, the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo stood flanking Bibi Dong, with Su Wen beside them. Bibi Dong sat at the center, her heart seething with unexpressed fury as she regarded Tang Xi, who knelt on the ground. Striving to maintain a gentle tone, she asked, Little Xi, are you truly willing to oppose your master for 100,000-year soul beast? Xiao Wu had already been taken away for confinement, and Tang Xi remained kneeling, refusing to rise. Master, do you truly intend to kill Sister Xiao Wu to obtain her soul ring? Observing the tears at the corners of Tang Xi's eyes, Bibi Dong wavered. Sighing softly before rising to speak, Little Xi, you must understand that we soul masters and soul beasts exist in opposition. Soul masters must hunt soul beasts to continue their cultivation. Upon hearing this, Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and she knew it was time to put forth her conditions. If I were to say that there exists a method to obtain soul rings without the need to hunt soul beasts, would you be willing to believe me, teacher? This statement stirred tumultuous waves within Bibi Dong's heart. Could it truly be possible to acquire soul rings without slaying soul beasts? Yu Guan and Zhu, exchanging glances, remained skeptical yet intrigued. However, Su Wen harbored unwavering faith. After all, in the modern era, she was a recipient of a national award, a distinguished scientist. She had not anticipated that Tang Xi had concealed such a formidable trump card. Tang Xi expressed her thoughts, proposing the concept of soul power sharing, which can only be executed under the condition of mutual trust between soul beasts and soul masters. The soul beast would release its soul power, offering it according to its own will, while the soul master would autonomously absorb this power to condense a soul ring. The effect of the soul ring would mirror the abilities of a 100,000-year soul beast. Although Su Wen had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback upon hearing Tang Xi's words. He suggested, Teacher, why not let Tang Xi give it a try? After all, we have a ready-made 100,000-year soul beast. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, stating, That sounds excellent. If you succeed within these 3 days, I shall release this 100,000-year soul beast. Regardless of the outcome, this 100,000-year soul beast would belong to Tang Xi, perhaps a reflection of Bibi Dong's unique favoritism towards her. After receiving Bibi Dong's exclusive permission, Tang Xi gained the freedom to enter and exit the heavenly prison, where the 100,000-year soul beast was confined, a treasure coveted by every soul master. However, any titled Douluo who rashly attempted to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring would undoubtedly meet a dire fate. Furthermore, within the spirit hall, even if one managed to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring, they would become a target of pursuit by the spirit hall, thus deterring anyone from daring to approach this formidable soul beast. When Tang Xi went to meet Xiao Wu, she found Xiao Wu huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. Upon hearing the familiar footsteps, her rabbit ears perked up, and she immediately turned to face Tang Xi. At the moment Tang Xi appeared, all the tears she had been holding back burst forth. Whoa, Tang Xi, I'm so scared. Knowing that she was on the brink of death, despite having mentally prepared herself, fear still gripped her heart. Tang Xi gently cradled Xiao Wu in her arms, soothing her with tender words. I will not allow you to perish. Do not fear, my dear Xiao Wu. I shall protect you. Xiao Wu trembled within Tang Xi's embrace, clearly overwhelmed with tears, rendered speechless. Then, Tang Xi reiterated the concept of soul power sharing, as she had previously explained to Bibi Dong. Xiao Wu gazed at Tang Xi with tear-filled, bewildered eyes and asked, Is what you say truly sincere, Xiao Xi? Tang Xi hesitantly lowered her head and softly remarked, It is merely in the conceptual stage. Experimentation has yet to commence. Tang Xi fell silent, merely lowering her head. However, even in her silence, Xiao Wu could discern her thoughts. Disappointed, Xiao Wu asked, Do you mean I should offer my soul power to someone else? Since it cannot be Tang Xi, I am utterly disheartened. Tang Xi shook her head and pointed to herself, or more precisely, indicated that it was I who was conducting this experiment of soul power sharing with you. As Tang Xi's words fell, Xiao Wu immediately embraced her tightly, expressing her relief. As long as it is you, nothing else matters. The more Xiao Wu spoke in this manner, the more guilt enveloped Tang Xi, her eyes reddening as she replied, I'm sorry, Sister Xiao Wu. It's all because of me that you chose to stay in the spirit hall. You could have left with your brother. Why did you decide to remain for my sake? Xiao Wu gently kissed Tang Xi's forehead and smiled helplessly. Silly girl, from the moment I transformed into human form, I knew I would one day be hunted by spirit masters to become someone's spirit ring. But as long as it is you, nothing else matters. Moreover, did you not say that this is merely a sharing of spirit power and not fatal? Yet, for spirit beasts and spirit masters, this is of profound significance. I feel honored to participate in this experiment, and even if it ends in failure, I will not harbor regrets. Xiao Wu's words left Tang Xi in a daze, her resolve solidifying that before her last breath, she must ensure Sister Xiao Wu's safe departure from the spirit hall. Tang Xi harbored selfish intentions. Fully aware that today her father could take Sister Xiao Wu away. 5 years hence, the spirit hall would coerce Sister Xiao Wu into a sacrificial offering for her brother, followed closely by similar fates for Deming and Erming. She did not wish to witness such a dismal outcome. Thus, with this thought lingering in her mind, she resolved to boldly take action. Ultimately, Tang Xi unreservedly brought Xiao Wu back to her dormitory, undeterred by any opposition along the way. This was due not only to her esteemed status, but also because she was under the vigilant watch of individuals at the title Douluo level, who closely monitored her every move. The mere thought of sharing a bed with Tang Xi that night filled Xiao Wu with uncontainable excitement, causing her to cast aside any lingering sorrow from earlier, as she gazed at Tang Xi in her enticing white nightgown, with skin as flawless as porcelain. A blush crept across her cheeks. Cough, cough, Tang Xi, do mind your image. Tang Xi approached Xiao Wu with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Is there something wrong with my appearance, Sister Xiao Wu?" The warm breath of Tang Xi brushed across Xiao Wu's face, causing her to blush even more deeply. In her eyes, Tang Xi appeared even more enchanting. With her fluffy hair, tearful eyes, and rosy cheeks, Xiao Wu found herself irresistibly drawn to touch her soft visage. Discovering that it felt quite delightful, Tang Xi looked at Sister Xiao Wu's actions with a sense of grievance. Pinching her cheeks was indeed quite painful. Sob, sob, sob. In the late hours of the night, as the two lay asleep, Xiao Wu held Tang Xi even tighter. The softness of the person in her embrace made Xiao Wu cherish her more and more. Tang Xi, I nearly suffocated the entire night. The following day, when Su Wen received the report from the person he had sent to monitor Tang Xi, his face was dark with anger. They did nothing but spend a night together? Su Wen felt increasingly irritated by that little dancer, even experiencing a twinge of jealousy. However, since both were women, why should he care so much? As long as Tang Xi ultimately stood with the Wuhuan Palace, as long as she remained on his side. As Tang Xi lay peacefully asleep, a gentle beam of sunlight graced her soft, cherubic face, bestowing upon her an enchanting charm reminiscent of a celestial being. Unable to resist the allure of her adorable friend, Xiao Wu stealthily planted a tender kiss upon Tang Xi's cheek, marveling at her cuteness. However, upon noticing Tang Xi's eyelids fluttering awake, a blush crept across Xiao Wu's cheeks, as she wondered if her secret affection had been unveiled. Tang Xi, with sleepy eyes, rubbed them gently and glanced at her sister, Xiao Wu, who had already risen. The sun is so bright. How long have I been asleep? She inquired. Xiao Wu replied, so adorable, I just can't resist. With that, Xiao Wu reached out her mischievous hand toward Tang Xi's soft, plump cheeks, exclaiming, "Ah, the texture is truly delightful. Tang Xi, Sister Xiao Wu, could you please act like a person? Oh no, I almost forgot that you are not human. This makes me weep for Qingqing." With only 1 day remaining until the 3-day period set by Teacher Li and Bibi Dong, during the night, Tang Xi led Xiao Wu to the lawn, where the air was fragrant and clear, making it an ideal setting for the experiment. In the shadows, Bibi Dong, accompanied by Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo, silently observed. However, Tang Xi did not commence the experiment immediately. Instead, she picked up a sandwich and began to eat with Xiao Wu. Everyone was taken aback. Subsequently, while Tang Xi appeared serious, she excused herself for a visit to the restroom. Bibi Dong, looking exasperated, held her forehead in frustration. And then, Tang Xi finally appeared earnest, much to Bai Dong's relief. Then, with a serious expression, Tang Xi turned to Xiao Wu and inquired, Sister Xiao Wu, have you had enough to eat? Xiao Wu replied, I am quite full, but are you still feeling hungry, Tang Xi? Tang Xi Huan cheerfully acknowledged, At that moment, Bibi Dong, concealed in the shadows, could no longer suppress her laughter. Yue Guanju cast a helpless glance at Gui Mei, compelled to admit that Tang Xi Huan was indeed the joy of His Holiness the Pope. Ever since Tang Xi Huan arrived at the Spirit Hall, the rare smiles of the Pope had graced their days. After some time of playful antics, Tang Xi Huan finally turned to serious matters. Remembering this, she earnestly reminded Xiao Wu once more, Sister Xiao Wu, when you provide me with soul power, just a little will suffice, about the equivalent of several hundred years of cultivation. Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, nodded enthusiastically, though her response seemed to flit in one ear and out the other, as she replied, Yet suddenly, Xiao Wu's expression grew heavy, and she lowered her head, whispering softly, I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. A tear glistened at the corner of her eye, filled with reluctance. A crimson light shot from Xiao Wu's forehead into the heavens, instantly painting the sky a brilliant red. Xiao Wu floated in midair, the red radiance enveloping her brow. That night, all the soul beasts were astonished, gazing at the distant sky illuminated by the crimson glow. Erming emerged from the dense forest, perplexed, and queried, Is this a sacrifice? In the spirit city, Bibi Dong replied calmly, No, this is not a sacrifice. A glimmer of insight flashed in her eyes as she added, This should be termed a sacrifice of soul power. Never before had there been a precedent for sacrificing soul power on the Douluo continent. Yet this night was destined to be extraordinary. A pink luminescence filled Xiao Wu's form, her garments reduced to ashes, revealing her body, which glimmered like a radiant ruby. Tang Xi was enveloped in a pink glow, a force so comforting that it felt as though she had returned to the warmth and security of her mother's womb. This power lifted Tang Xi, allowing her to float gracefully in midair. Tang Xi curled up, her arms wrapped around her legs, her consciousness gradually fading. Beneath the embrace of this warm force, she slipped into a deep slumber. The blood butterfly, reminiscent of the mythical phoenix, unfurled behind Tang Xi, enveloping her entire being. Threads of life surged forth, intertwining tightly around her, cocooning her in a grand chrysalis. In that moment, as the torrent of soul power flooded into Tang Xi's body, her soul level ascended from level 49 to level 50. Xiao Wu gazed softly, her eyes tender as she looked upon the slumbering Tang Xi. In this instant, her expression was resolute, and a radiant pink light emanated from her being, transferring into the vast cocoon. An immense quantity of soul power was drawn from Xiao Wu, akin to having her bones extracted, causing her body to tremble in anguish, her face reflecting her torment. Ah! Xiao Wu cried out to the heavens, the pain unbearable, overwhelming. A solitary tear of blood slipped from the corner of her eye. All that soul power had been painstakingly cultivated through her efforts. As the soul power flowed forth, her consciousness began to wane gradually. The chrysalis shattered, revealing a pair of blood butterflies adorned with golden patterns, quietly unfolding. Through Xiao Wu's soul power, the blood butterflies had undergone a profound transformation. Tang Xi remains in a deep slumber, enveloped by a soft pink radiance. Her hair appears to have grown longer, and her features seem to have become more refined. A faint outline of the fifth soul ring emerges around her waist, taking on a delicate pink hue. Seeing this, Xiao Wu's face lights up with joy as a 100,000-year soul beast. She understands all too well that this signifies a fundamental resolution to the long-standing conflict between soul masters and soul beasts. Tang Xi once mentioned that merely transferring a few hundred years of soul power would suffice. However, in Xiao Wu's eyes, a few hundred years were far from adequate. If she could secure a result, one that could convincingly demonstrate the reliability of soul power sharing to the world, well, would it matter if she sacrificed herself for it? An abundance of rich soul power surged wildly from Xiao Wu's being towards Tang Xi, causing the fifth soul ring at her waist to gradually shift from a pale pink to a vibrant pink. 100 years of soul power, 1,000 years of soul power, 10,000 years of soul power, until Xiao Wu felt Tang Xi's body tremble violently, the fifth soul ring now radiating a deep pink hue. Was Xiao Xi's consciousness resisting my soul power? Xiao Wu's surprise morphed into relief. Even in slumber, she pondered how to resist my soul power. I apologize, Xiao Xi, for not adhering to your wishes. I promised to contribute only a few hundred years of soul power, and I regret having broken that promise. As Xiao Wu witnessed her offered soul power being rejected, she resolved to halt the sacrifice altogether. In that fleeting moment, the red beam of light dissipated, marking the conclusion of a sacrifice that amounted to 2,000 years of soul power from a 10,000-year soul beast, equivalent to the full strength of 2 soul skills from a 10,000-year soul beast. Xiao Wu transformed into her true form, the soft-bone rabbit. The loss of 2,000 years of cultivation would regress her consciousness to a state of hazy ignorance akin to that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. As the soul power sacrifice concluded, Tang Xi also awakened, enveloped in a warm force that brought her immense comfort. The pink glow faded from both of them, and the soft-bone rabbit that Xiao Wu had transformed into plummeted from the air. Tang Xi immediately rushed forward to embrace it. Tang Xi gently caressed the rabbit nestled in her arms, the soft-boned creature gazing up at her with its dim, innocent eyes, then affectionately nuzzling against her. At that moment, Bai Dong emerged, her tone laced with urgency. Is it over? What was the outcome? Tang Xi placed the soft-bone rabbit into her soul guide, her face adorned with a smile as she gazed at her teacher, Bai Dong. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Sister Xiao Wu has transferred her 20,000-year soul power into my being, which signifies that I can unleash the full strength of both soul skills of the soft-bone rabbit. Every utterance from Tang Xi stirred tumultuous waves within Bibidong's heart. What does all-encompassing strength truly signify? The soul rings obtained by soul masters through hunting soul beasts serve the purpose of elevating their level cap and acquiring a soul skill. However, the efficacy of most soul skills merely reflects a fraction of the soul beast's authentic power, often falling short of even a single layer of attack potency. This is due to the fact that the acquired soul skill is merely one among the myriad of abilities possessed by the soul beast, and it is incapable of unleashing its full potential. Tang Xi spoke as she released her soul ring, which spiraled upward from her feet, shimmering rhythmically until a unique pink soul ring emerged. Unlike the menacing aura of other soul rings, this pink one exuded a refreshing sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze, embodying purity and nobility. Bibidong's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at the fifth soul ring, inquiring eagerly, what is the soul skill? Tang Xi closed her eyes, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself beside Bai Dong. This was one of the soul abilities of the soft-bone rabbit, instantaneous movement. Tang Xi elucidated that this is the fifth soul ring bestowed upon the bloodthirsty peony, and the soul power voluntarily granted by the soul beast can unleash 100% of its combat prowess, while also giving rise to superior soul skills based on its own essence. The 2 soul skills I have acquired are as follows: teleportation with an initial range of 10 meters, which increases by 2 meters for every 10 levels, without any time interval, and the 8-fold slam, which allows for 8 consecutive slams, rendering the opponent utterly defenseless. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Truly a commendable student of the master. This is undoubtedly a blessing for the entire Douluo continent, as well as for the soul beasts." Tang Xi, however, could not find joy in her heart. Sister Xiao Wu had bestowed upon her the entirety of her 2,000 years of soul power, and in turn, she had transformed into a soul beast with an age of 80,000 years. Consequently, her intellect would regress to that of an infant. Bibi Dong approached, gently ruffling Tang Xi's hair, offering comfort as she said, "This soft bone rabbit is entrusted to you. It was originally meant for you. My dear, heed my words. The history of Douluo continent is on the brink of alteration. For the time being, refrain from disclosing the matter of soul power sharing to avoid attracting unnecessary peril." Tang Xi nodded thoughtfully and cautiously inquired, "Teacher, are you contemplating unifying the Douluo continent and subsequently promoting the sharing of soul power?" Bibi Dong's gaze flickered. The child was indeed like a worm in her belly. "If I were to affirm this as truth, would Xiao Xi still stand by my side?" 98 Xiao Wu's consciousness regressed. After contemplating for a moment, Tang Xi responded, "I am uncertain, as I am unaware of the true nature of the teacher's desire for unification of the continent. If the purpose of unifying the continent is merely for wealth and glory, then such unification is utterly devoid of meaning." Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had discovered a kindred spirit in that moment. "What do you believe is necessary for the unification of the continent?" she inquired. Tang Xi pondered for a moment, then articulated her innermost thoughts. She believed that if the continent could be unified, it would alleviate the discord between soul beasts and soul masters, fostering a harmonious coexistence. If the disparities in treatment between nobles and commoners could be eradicated, every individual would have the opportunity to realize their potential. Should the entire continent embrace those with malevolent martial souls, no one would aspire to become a sinister soul master. Each person would come to recognize their own worth, and the inhabitants of this land would coexist in joy and camaraderie. Thus, the unification of the continent is not only necessary but invaluable. As Tang Xi finished speaking in one breath, a sudden jolt of realization struck her. This was it. The end. She had voiced thoughts that belonged to the modern era, ideas that seemed utterly implausible. Regret washed over her for having articulated them. However, to her surprise, Bibi Dong listened with a face full of astonishment. Perhaps, she mused, it was time for her to learn from Tang Xi's perspective. With a playful tone, Bibi Dong remarked that it appeared Tang Xi was quite suited for a role in politics. Tang Xi instinctively shook her head, expressing her reluctance to engage in the intricate web of political maneuvering. Bibi Dong felt a twinge of disappointment. Had Tang Xi harbored such intentions, she might have considered nurturing her as the next pope. As evening descended, in Tang Xi's dormitory, she gazed lovingly at the gentle soft-boned rabbit. From the sapphire, she extracted the heart-wrenching red and fed it to the soft-boned rabbit. In the original narrative, it was indeed the heart-wrenching red that allowed Sister Xiao Wu to regain her human form. True to expectation, a pink glow enveloped the soft-boned rabbit, and a human figure gradually materialized. Long rabbit ears, slender legs, fair skin, and flowing hair cascading down to her waist. As the light dissipated, a beautiful maiden appeared, unclothed, upon Tang Xi's bed. Tang Xi flushed with embarrassment and quickly draped the bedsheet over the transformed figure of Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's rabbit ears twitched as she discreetly stole a glance at Tang Xi, a myriad of indistinct images flashing through her mind, prompting her to instinctively call out, "Xiao Xi." Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with delight. "Sister Xiao Wu, you actually remember my name." Upon seeing Tang Xi's smile, Xiao Wu reciprocated with her own, nuzzling against Tang Xi, savoring the unique fragrance that enveloped her. Thus, once more, Tang Xi found herself entangled in slumber with Xiao Wu. In recent days, Tang Xi had observed that ever since Xiao Wu consumed the heartbreak red, her intelligence had regressed to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. She exhibited a playful demeanor and learned to recognize characters, yet her appearance remained that of a 16-year-old maiden. Most astonishingly, she retained her previous soul rings and soul power levels, although it was likely that upon reaching the 60th level, the soul rings would no longer manifest automatically. Typically, a 10,000-year soul beast transforms into a true human upon attaining the 70th level, at which point their prior cultivation would seamlessly convert into suitable soul rings. This implied that with Xiao Wu's current cultivation at 80,000 years, the soul rings that would appear automatically would collectively amount to 80,000 years. Of course, this was merely Tang Xi's hypothesis at the moment. In the days to come, the members of the Spirit Hall would come to realize that the once 10,000-year transformed soul beast had now become an 80,000-year entity. Yet this held little allure for certain titled Douluo. Initially, many were astonished, but in the wondrous realm of Douluo continent, such marvels gradually became commonplace. Thus, it became widely known that the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, Tang Xi, was frequently accompanied by a girl clad in pink attire. And Tang Xi never divulged her 10,000-year soul rings to the public. Tang Xi patiently retaught Xiao Wu the essentials of dining, dressing, literacy, and cultivation. Despite her cognitive regression, Xiao Wu exhibited an affectionate attachment to Tang Xi, showcasing her remarkable cleverness. Wherever Tang Xi went, she followed closely. When Su Wen discovered Tang Xi, she fortuitously witnessed Xiao Wu embracing Tang Xi, yearning for a kiss. Su Wen wore a stern expression throughout, emanating an aura of menace that caused Xiao Wu to sneeze. Her gaze directed at Su Wen filled with defiance. It was all the fault of this wicked individual before her, who thwarted her chance for a kiss. Tang Xi noticed that Su Wen had come to discuss something with her, so she took a carrot from the soul guide device. Upon seeing the carrot, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and saliva began to drip from her mouth. Be good and play over there for a bit. I have matters to discuss with this gentleman. Tang Xi said. Su Wen, with a dark expression, thought to himself, I am the gentleman in question. I am clearly the same age as Tang Xi and not lacking in appearance. Xiao Wu, completely captivated by the carrot, readily agreed, and, as she departed, politely bowed to Su Wen, saying, Goodbye, sir. Tang Xi struggled to suppress her laughter, yet ultimately, she could no longer contain herself, bursting into a fit of giggles. Su Wen, infuriated, felt his face flush and coldly remarked, There is nothing amusing about this. Please behave seriously. I have come to discuss important matters with you. Tang Xi raised an eyebrow and inquired, Is there something you wish to discuss with me, Your Holiness? Su Wen, blushing, turned her head away and whispered, I am truly sorry. Tang Xi felt she must be mistaken. Her usually indifferent deskmate actually uttered an apology to her? Su Wen's eyes revealed a flicker of emotion, her heart brimming with regret. She had been unaware that you had merely 2 months left to live and had subsequently confined you for half a year. Was this truly the matter at hand? Tang Xi lightly remarked, It's nothing. We merely held differing positions back then. The fact that you did not take my life is quite commendable. Upon hearing this, Su Wen's face flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. Instead of the anticipated harsh words or demands, it was simply, It's nothing. Su Wen found it hard to believe. Do you not harbor any hatred towards me? Tang Xi laughed outright. While I certainly harbor resentment towards the days you imprisoned me, your allegiance to the spirit hall was evident. Your intent was to prevent my participation in the elite competition, to shield me from opposing you. You possess the strength to end my life. Yet you have spared me time and again. However, I am on the brink of death. I shall grant you mercy. So I implore you to extend the same to me. Upon hearing this, Su Wen instinctively exclaimed, I will not allow you to perish. After a brief pause, he amended his statement, At least not now. Su Wen, with utmost sincerity, addressed Tang Xi, I am the inheritor of the twin gods. If you succeed in the twin gods trial, you may be rewarded with the gift of the god of life, which could potentially prolong your existence. Furthermore, once I ascend to divinity, I will be able to elevate you to the divine realm, where you shall enjoy eternal life free from the afflictions of disease. Observing Tang Xi's nonchalant demeanor, Su Wen felt a surge of anxiety. Tang Xi, if you truly perish, I shall not hesitate to eliminate Tang San and every member of Shrek. Tang Xi looked at Su Wen's nervous expression and couldn't help but chuckle. She playfully teased, Su Wen, you care about me so much. Do you perhaps have feelings for me? Tang Xi approached Su Wen, scrutinizing her flushed complexion, yet her own heart raced uncontrollably. Su Wen felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping her entire being, particularly when her gaze fell upon that soft, delicate face, causing her heart to flutter with unease. She could distinctly hear the rapid rhythm of her own heartbeat. No, absolutely not. Su Wen nervously refuted, only to be enveloped later by an indescribable sense of regret. Tang Xi took the initiative to grasp Su Wen's hand. Su Wen, feeling a surge of nervousness, instinctively recoiled. In one fluid motion, Tang Xi enveloped her in an embrace and, rising on her tiptoes, planted a kiss on her cheek. A rush of warmth flooded Su Wen's mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. As her hands inadvertently brushed against Tang Xi's slender waist, a delightful tingling sensation coursed through her, and she gradually found herself growing fond of this intimate embrace. Tang Xi softly whispered in Su Wen's ear, confessing her affection, I have liked you since the very first moment we met. A few days later, consumed by jealousy, Su Wen found himself in deep regret while seated in his study. After Tang Xi's heartfelt confession, he had nervously fled the scene. The mere recollection of that moment sent his heart racing, and he recalled the delightful sensation of the kiss they shared. Su Wen tenderly caressed the cheek that Tang Xi had kissed, his face flushed with embarrassment. In truth, he had been captivated by her endearing and naive demeanor from their very first encounter. Meanwhile, the crown prince of the Tindo Empire, Shui Qinghe, requested leave from Emperor Shui Yi to visit Tang Xi at the Spirit Hall. The emperor readily consented, humorously suggesting that it would be best if he returned with a daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Tang Xi was filled with excitement. In just a few days, it would also be her teacher Bibi Dong's birthday, presenting a splendid opportunity for the mother and daughter to set aside their grievances. Thus, she immediately rose to seek out Shui Qinghe. However, the irate Xiao Wu beside her tugged at Tang Xi's arm, pouting in dissatisfaction as she said, Today, Xiao Xi promised to spend the entire day playing with me. At present, Xiao Wu's intellect was akin to that of a 6 or 7-year-old, and she had lost a significant portion of her memories. Tang Xi, with a sense of resignation, unleashed her ultimate move, a swift peck on Xiao Wu's cheek. Instantly, Xiao Wu's rabbit ears perked up, and a rosy hue spread from her cheeks to the edges of her ears. In a tipsy manner, Xiao Wu leaned towards Tang Xi, playfully declaring, "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Tang Xi felt helpless, as if she had unwittingly adopted a daughter. After walking for a while, she finally spotted Xue Qinghe, who was standing atop the city wall, gazing at the scenery. Upon hearing Tang Xi's footsteps, Xue Qinghe joyfully turned around. However, the insufferable little rabbit was clinging to Tang Xi's arm, wearing a defiant expression as it glared at her. Xue Qinghe was instantly petrified, her mind racing with a myriad of expletives. Alas, she had never embraced little Xi in such a manner. Regrettably, the burdensome title of a prince constrained her every action. Tang Xi remained oblivious to the subtle unease exuded by Xue Qinghe. Instead, she joyfully approached and grasped his right hand, exclaiming, "How wonderful, brother Crown Prince. You have come to see me. How many days will you be staying this time?" The warmth radiating from the hand she touched caused Xue Qinghe to suppress the unusual feelings stirring within him. With a tender smile, he responded, "Approximately 3 days, I suppose." Upon hearing this, Tang Xi's excitement intensified as she gazed imploringly at Xue Qinghe. "Brother Crown Prince, I have a request to make." "What is it?" "Of course. I shall oblige you, dear Xiaoxi." Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, feeling a pang of jealousy, observed the interaction between the two and, in a display of possessiveness, tiptoed to plant a kiss on Tang Xi's cheek while clinging to her arm, declaring, "Xiaoxi is mine." She then stuck her tongue out playfully at Xue Qinghe, who furrowed his brows, struggling to suppress the urge to eliminate this pesky rabbit. The tension between Xue Qinghe and Xiao Wu crackled in the air, igniting a spark, leaving Tang Xi bewildered as to why both seemed irked. Subsequently, Tang Xi instructed her servants to prepare flour and the common seasonings typically used by ordinary folk in the kitchen. Bai Dong, well aware of these preparations, silently approved, eagerly anticipating the delightful surprises Tang Xi would unveil. In a certain corner of the Douluo palace, someone relished the thought. His granddaughter had finally arrived in Wuhuan City, surely to visit her beloved grandfather. How delightful! He wondered when Xue Heir would come to see him. As Qian Dalu pondered, he plucked flower petals to pass the time, counting, "In 2 hours, Xue Heir will come to see me. In 4 hours." In the kitchen, Xue Qinghe stood perplexed before a clump of flour that had been dampened. Glancing at Tang Xi beside him, he asked with curiosity, "Xiaoxi, what are we making with this?" Tang Xi replied, "Of course, I will be making noodles. In a few days, someone will be celebrating their birthday, and I thought I would prepare a bowl of longevity noodles for them." Observing the curiosity in Xue Qinghe's eyes, Tang Xi smiled and added, "In a few days, it will be our teacher's birthday." This statement struck Xue Qinghe like a thunderclap. He immediately set down the dough he was working with and turned away, reluctantly saying, "Since it is her birthday, why must I be called upon to assist? She must surely despise my presence. I shall refrain from troubling her." As Xue Qinghe voiced these sentiments, a hint of grievance seeped through, and his resolve waned with each word. Tang Xi lamented, "How can you be so certain that she despises you? Yet, each time she gazes at me, her eyes resemble those of a foe, sending shivers down my spine. Whenever I meet Bai Dong's gaze, I am reminded of my childhood, when I could only stand at a distance, observing, hesitant to approach the mother from whom I share my bloodline." Tang Xi, with a sense of helplessness, advised, "Prince brother, you are truly remarkable. The teacher simply does not know how to confront the situation. If neither of you takes the initiative to engage in heartfelt conversation, the relationship will remain forever rigid. I will create opportunities for the two of you to speak privately, and you can express everything you wish to convey. The outcome may result in the teacher's disdain or an overwhelming sense of compassion, yet this could also lead to the teacher's understanding and acceptance of you. Compassion is a mother's innate quality. The teacher treats senior sister Nana exceptionally well, as if she were her own daughter, fulfilling the void left by 20 years of maternal love. Both you and the teacher are too stubborn, unwilling to be the first to concede. Mistakes and conflicts arise naturally. Although there are moments of deep concern for one another, pride ensnares one's actions." After Tang Xi finished this lengthy discourse, Xue Qinghe gazed at her in astonishment and said, "Xiaoxi, how did you speak with such an unusually mature tone?" Tang Xi, with her hands on her hips in anger, lamented that after such a lengthy conversation, not a single word had been absorbed. Observing the pout on Tang Xi's face, Xue Qinghe could not help but chuckle, laughter bringing tears to her eyes. Eventually, Xue Qinghe lowered her head, her face flushed, and quietly expressed her gratitude. "Nevertheless, thank you, Xiaoxi." Xue Qinghe found solace, regardless of the outcome. She was determined to have a conversation with that person. If there existed an insurmountable chasm between them, she would be the one to bridge it. She was unwilling to allow the mother-daughter relationship to further deteriorate. After all, they were mother and daughter. At that moment, Xiao Wu emerged with her cherubic, pale face, clutching a handful of white powder, playfully poking Xue Qinghe's back. As Xue Qinghe turned around, Xiao Wu gleefully sprinkled the powder all over her face. Xue Qinghe, caught off guard and choking on the powder, found her visage transformed into a ghostly white, prompting Tang Xi to erupt into laughter. Xiao Wu, wearing a triumphant grin, made a silly face at Xue Qinghe before quickly hiding behind Tang Xi. Xue Qinghe's patience frayed, the previously somber atmosphere shattered, and her sole desire transformed into capturing that mischievous rabbit. Seizing a pile of flour from the table, she chased after Xiao Wu, exclaiming, "You little rabbit, stand still." Xiao Wu, hiding and darting behind Tang Xi, taunted, "Come and catch me if you can. I'm not afraid of you." Her playful arrogance ignited his ire, leading to a flower fight that unfortunately ensnared Tang Xi as well. Tang Xi felt like weeping without tears. Can these two individuals not just settle down for a moment? On the night of the 102nd day of the longevity noodles, the lights in the Pope's chamber beside the papal palace were ablaze. Bibi Dong was still tirelessly revising documents, a task befitting her role as the Pope. Tang Xi approached the door of Bai Dong, delicately balancing a bowl of longevity noodles. Just as she was about to knock, the door swung open on its own, revealing the melodious laughter of Bai Dong. "Come here, Xiao Xi. I heard your footsteps from afar." At the mention of Xiao Xi, Bai Dong's previously weary expression transformed into one of vibrant energy. Tang Xi approached with a beaming smile, placing the longevity noodles on Bibi Dong's desk. "Happy birthday, teacher." Bibi Dong appeared somewhat bewildered. Happy birthday? It seemed that today was indeed her birthday. In the hazy recesses of her memory, she recalled celebrating her last birthday 3 decades prior. However, the passage of time had rendered her entirely forgetful of the very notion of a birthday. Tang Xi discerned her teacher's bewilderment and kindly elucidated. "I am perusing the ancestral records of the Spirit Hall, which detail the exact date of your birth. In our culture, the day of birth is celebrated as a birthday, symbolizing the joyous arrival into this world and embodying heartfelt wishes for the celebrant. Moreover, this bowl of noodles is known as longevity noodles. Consuming it is said to bestow long life." Tang Xi said with a beaming smile, then took the document from Bai Dong's hand, while gently massaging her back and squeezing her arm. "This evening, dear teacher, you may rest assured and take a well-deserved break." Every action of Tang Xi flowed into Bai Dong's heart like a warm current. As Bai Dong gazed at Tang Xi, her eyes softened considerably, and she felt an overwhelming urge to break down and weep at that very moment. The pain she endured was immense. Each day since her separation from Xiao Gang had been filled with anguish. Many pressed her to grow stronger, her initial intention being to protect Xiao Gang. Yet he had turned his affections to another. Even her own daughter felt like a stranger to her, despite her impressive soul power reaching level 98. Commanding respect as a formidable figure, she was still human, not a deity, and once longed for care and compassion. The man she loved now embraced another woman, and the only time he sought her out was merely for his disciple to grasp the secrets of dual soul cultivation. Human hearts are tender, and Tang Xi's sincerity and actions were not lost on her. Even if it were a deception, it was preferable to the insincerity of others, which only deepened Bai Dong's fondness for Tang Xi. With a sense of comfort, Bai Dong picked up some noodles with her chopsticks and offered them to Tang Xi, her expression gentle, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of her mouth. "Little Xi, do try these noodles. As your teacher, I sincerely wish for our little Xi to enjoy a long and prosperous life." Tang Xi cheerfully agreed, opening her mouth wide to indulge in the noodles. After finishing, she even licked the broth from the corner of her mouth, savoring the delightful aroma of the dish. "Teacher, you must try it too. I spent a long time preparing these noodles." Under Tang Xi encouragement, Bibi Dong tasted her very first bowl of longevity noodles. The fragrant broth spread across her palate, intensifying with each bite. This was the most exquisite meal she had ever experienced. Bibi Dong found herself lost in the moment, slowly savoring the rich flavors of the noodles. As she continued to eat, tears began to well in the corners of her eyes, but she felt fortunate that the dim lighting concealed her tears. Tang Xi awaited the evaluation with eager anticipation, while Bai Dong gently tousled her fluffy hair with a tender touch. Longevity noodles, they are absolutely delectable. Even the finest culinary creations crafted by the most elite food-based soul masters of Douluo continent pale in comparison to the bowl of longevity noodles before her. In the reality world, an epilogue, Sports Day 1. At a city's first high school, early September, Class 2-1. Students, the sports day is fast approaching. Those interested should sign up enthusiastically, the homeroom teacher reminded from the podium, adjusting her glasses as she scanned the crowd of girls. Her tone shifted to one of seriousness. "Especially the girls, you must take the initiative to register, or I shall have no choice but to begin with the class officers." Tang Xi, as the class monitor, trembled in trepidation. She despised running above all else. "No way." Suwin, noticing Tang Xi's anxious shivers, coldly inquired, "Do you not wish to participate in the sports day?" Tang Xi was taken aback. Suwin had actually initiated a conversation with her. Stealing a glance at the aloof Suwin beside her, their eyes met in a fleeting moment. In that instant, Tang Xi's heart raced uncontrollably, and her ears flushed a deep crimson. Suddenly, Suwin leaned closer, fixing a serious gaze upon Tang Xi, and said, "Bookworm, has your reading made you foolish?" Tang Xi gazed at Suwin's striking sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, momentarily lost in thought, before finally realizing the question Suwin had posed. "Ahem, what about you? You should be participating in the sports meeting, right?" Tang Xi feigned a few coughs, bowing her head to conceal the flush blooming on her cheeks. Unexpectedly, this gesture entirely captured the attention of the boy seated in front. One of the boys turned around and, with a mischievous grin, exclaimed, "Oh." The academic prodigy has been flustered by the school's heartthrob. At this proclamation, the gaze of the crowd abruptly shifted towards her, accompanied by a chorus of playful encouragements. "Together! Together! Tang Xi immediately turned her attention to Su Wen's reaction. Noticing his expressionless demeanor, she felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, they belonged to two entirely different worlds, destined to remain apart. Silence. The homeroom teacher's reprimand brought the entire class to a hush, compelling them to dutifully pay attention to the lesson. At that moment, Su Wen spoke in a low voice. I will participate in the sports meeting, specifically in the 3,000-meter long-distance race. The 3,000-meter long-distance race. Tang Xi recalled that Su Wen had seemingly won numerous medals during the high school sports meeting and was also adept in Taekwondo, indicating he possessed excellent physical stamina. When the bell rang for the fourth period, Tang Xi passed by the notice board in the corridor and spotted an important announcement. All award winners at this sports meeting would have a commemorative group photograph taken. This made Tang Xi reminisce. It seemed she had never taken a single photo with Su Wen, despite being in the same class. She had always abstained from participating in events like military training, spring outings, and autumn excursions, as she was preoccupied with her research. While Su Wen was similarly occupied with matters concerning his company. What if she were to win an award at the sports meeting? Wouldn't that allow her to share a photograph with Su Wen? Tang Xi became increasingly exhilarated as she pondered the matter. That evening, she returned home and diligently gathered the data from the upcoming school sports meet, analyzing which of her events held the greatest potential for victory. After an entire night of meticulous analysis, Tang Xi furrowed her brow, for it appeared that her only viable chance for an award lay in the women's 3,000-meter long-distance race. Tang Xi was on the verge of tears, lamenting her fate. While she struggled with running, her endurance was commendable. With a month of dedicated practice, she believed she could improve significantly. Furthermore, there were hardly any female participants in the 3,000-meter long-distance race, resulting in minimal competition. Tang Xi, gritting her teeth, bravely signed up for the women's 3,000-meter long-distance run early the next morning, causing an immediate uproar throughout the school. The studious top student and campus beauty, who had never participated in any activities, had taken the initiative to enroll in the sports event, and it was the long-distance run no less. How could this not excite everyone? Tang Xi had appeared on television several times and had won numerous research awards, already becoming a well-known figure in the school. In a side note, sports event 2, he dared not hope. In the bustling center of City A, a towering office building stood. The secretary knocked on the glass door and entered with a stack of documents. Su Wen sat in his office, sipping coffee while perusing the paper documents in his hands. The top left corner of the first page bore Tang Xi's portrait, accompanied by a string of her achievements and accolades. Upon noticing the secretary's entrance, Su Wen promptly instructed. For the research lab where Tang Xi is, our group shall allocate 1 million for research and development. The secretary, accustomed to such directives, inquired casually, Boss, shall we proceed with the usual anonymous funding? Su Wen nodded indifferently. The secretary hesitated, unable to voice her thoughts. It was evident that the boss held a particular interest in this girl, often reviewing her information. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? After a long silence, the secretary finally asked, Boss, do you like that girl? Su Wen paused, recalling Tang Xi's adorably naive demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his features. However, he quickly dismissed any budding emotions, attributing his interest solely to the potential benefits her research could bring to their group, which he believed would yield remarkable results. Hearing Su Wen's typically cold tone, the secretary sighed inwardly, realizing that he remained the indifferent boss focused solely on profit. It was no wonder he hadn't found a girlfriend. Once the secretary departed, Su Wen chuckled bitterly to himself. Do I like her? Unfortunately, I dare not hope. Few individuals could manage such a vast enterprise without a hint of corruption, and amidst the sordid dealings, he wished to keep innocent souls uninvolved. Her radiant smile deserved to exist untainted in this world. Meanwhile, Tang Xi diligently dedicated an hour each evening to slow jogging over the past few weeks, pushing herself to the point of pale complexion and breathlessness, yet never once giving up before the arrival of the sports event. One day after school, Su Wen inadvertently spotted Tang Xi running on the track, her sweat glistening as her slender figure became instantly recognizable. He watched her for over 10 minutes before, blushing. He turned his head away. Had she always run like this at night? Was it for the sports event? Would this relentless effort lead to malnutrition? Concerned for her frail frame, Su Wen pursed his lips and pulled out his phone. The following day, upon returning to class, Tang Xi was astonished to find that someone was distributing milk and bread, intended for those preparing to participate in the upcoming sports event, which was merely a week away. When Tang Xi arrived at her desk, she discovered a bottle of milk and some bread tucked away in her drawer. As she curiously glanced around, Su Wen, who was preparing to work on his computer, turned to explain, I brought you the milk and bread. Cheer for the sports meet. This simple statement lingered in the air. And after uttering it, Su Wen returned his attention to his laptop. However, those words slipped into her heart, igniting a gentle flutter within. With a slight blush gracing her cheeks, Tang Xi took her seat and opened the bottle of milk to drink. The milk was sweet, yet it paled in comparison to the sweetness blooming in her heart. Su Wen was generous, often treating the entire class to delightful snacks, a customary gesture that had long ceased to raise any eyebrows. Even Tang Xi failed to notice anything amiss, such as why Su Wen would buy treats so close to the final exams rather than on the days of spring or autumn excursions. This was because Tang Xi often found herself burning the midnight oil for her studies, resulting in dark circles under her eyes. While she had not participated in the spring or autumn outings. Epilogue. Sports Meet 3, her ears flushed under his gaze, the sports meet commenced. With athletes from each class warming up in preparation for the upcoming events. Tang Xi stands at a height of 1.60 m, yet her figure is exquisite. With porcelain skin and doe-like, innocent eyes, her softly curled hair is tied up high, making her a captivating presence that draws the gaze effortlessly. In the afternoon. During the men's 3,000-meter race, Tang Xi quietly stands on the sidelines, her eyes fixed on Su-won, who occupies the outermost lane. He possesses broad shoulders and a narrow waist, standing at a height of 1.80 m. Charming and affluent, with a cool demeanor, he is quite popular at school. Unfortunately, she is destined to inhabit a different world from Su-won. After graduating high school, she intends to pursue scientific research, while he will fully immerse himself in the business realm. This unspoken understanding lingers between them, yet neither dares to shatter the silence. Their interactions are scarce, almost pitifully so. As the starting gun fires, the athletes spring into action, the deafening cheers echoing through the air. Su-won maintains a moderate pace among the crowd, initially planning to save his energy for a later surge. However, upon catching sight of Tang Xi amidst the throng, his brow softens inadvertently, and he emanates a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze, evoking a sense of comfort in those around him. Tang Xi's gaze inadvertently collided with Su-won's, causing her to feel an immediate surge of nervousness, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue as she stood there in a daze. Upon noticing Tang Xi's flustered demeanor, a smile instinctively appeared on Su-won's lips, prompting him to quicken his pace significantly in that very moment. He swiftly surpassed the 6th position and closely followed the footsteps of the second contender. As time gradually slipped away, Su-won flawlessly claimed the first position. Yet, rather than slowing down, he accelerated, leaving the second competitor trailing lap after lap. The girl beside Tang Xi discussed with a knowing smile, remarking on the school bully's remarkable physical prowess, noting that he could accelerate even in the 3,000-meter race. It seems he excels in that area and possesses considerable stamina. He must surely have a sculpted physique with 8-pack abs. Upon hearing these words, Tang Xi felt an uncontrollable flush rise to her cheeks, rendering her somewhat dazed. What audacious remarks! Yet, the notion of those girls' words lingered in her mind. Indeed, a physique with 8-pack abs must be quite impressive. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the playground as the men's 3,000-meter race entered its final 2 laps, with Su-won now in the sprinting phase. In the last lap, Su-won surged towards the finish line like an arrow released from a bow, sweat cascading from his brow. At that moment, Tang Xi had quietly arrived at the finish line, and as Su-won broke through the crimson ribbon, the crowd erupted in fervor. The champion of the 3,000-meter race could only be Su-won. Drenched in sweat, Su-won gasped for breath as his coach approached, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat to help him relax and handed him a bottle of water. The girl behind Tang Xi suddenly screamed with excitement. Wow, Su-won's physique is truly remarkable, one of the girls exclaimed, causing Tang Xi to blush. It was only then that Su-won realized his sportswear was completely soaked with sweat, clinging to his body and accentuating his abdominal muscles. The attention from the girls made him uncomfortable. Just as he contemplated turning away, he noticed Tang Xi was also looking at him, her expression dazed yet her cheeks flushed. Su-won's spirits lifted, dispelling his earlier thoughts, though his ears burned with embarrassment, and he dared not meet Tang Xi's gaze. Epilogue. Sports Day 4. When heaven fails to comply with human wishes, the women's 3,000-meter race was about to commence, and Tang Xi anxiously awaited at the starting line. Suddenly, the gun fired, and the stadium erupted with noise, a cacophony of cheers and applause rising and falling like waves. The surrounding competitors surged forward in a flash, while Tang Xi took a moment to react before sprinting ahead. Even in running, Tang Xi lagged behind by half a beat, prompting Su-won to chuckle quietly. Tang Xi maintained a steady pace, neither fast nor slow, a speed that was quite commonplace among the group of competitors. Yet, due to her beauty and talent, even her ordinary running drew the attention of many. Tang Xi panted softly, diligently maintaining deep breaths to conserve her stamina. Among the 20 participants, she consistently held her position in 10th place. Many of the girls joined this 3,000-meter race with reluctance, showing little commitment to their performance, and after a few laps, some were already gasping for breath, opting to walk instead. In truth, only about 5 or 6 girls possessed genuine strength, yet only 6 coveted awards. Tang Xi's goal was clear, to secure 6th place. The mere thought of a potential photograph with Su-won sent her heart racing, and she repeatedly chanted in her mind, Su-won, 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 Su-won. Her pace gradually quickened, especially when she caught glimpses of Su-won amidst the crowd, which further accelerated her speed. However, after 30 seconds, a painful ache surged through her calves, and she began to feel her strength waning, making the idea of giving up increasingly tempting. In the 6th lap, her face flushed crimson, sweat drenched her clothing, and she gasped for air, her speed noticeably slowing, revealing clear signs of fatigue. At this moment, she was in 7th place, while the girl in 6th was equally exhausted, ultimately deciding to take a brief respite for half a lap before resuming her pursuit. As Tang Xi witnessed the girl ahead of her pause to rest, A glimmer of hope ignited within her. It seemed that her aspiration to win an award might indeed be attainable. Her limbs ached profoundly, and the physical strain brought tears to her eyes. Her brain was deprived of oxygen, rendering her arms so weary that even lifting them felt burdensome. The violent expansion and contraction of her lungs caused considerable discomfort. However, as she surpassed the girl before her, Tang Xi's confidence surged, reinforcing her determination to triumph in the competition. Alas, fate had other plans. During the final lap, Tang Xi's strength faltered severely. Her legs felt incapable of propelling her forward with the urgency she desired. As her body leaned forward, her calves refused to cooperate. With a resounding thud, she collapsed onto the ground, tumbling painfully. The audience fell into a stunned silence at the sight of her fall. Even the principal was taken aback. After all, she was a promising talent being groomed for national research initiatives. Any harm befalling her would certainly draw scrutiny from higher authorities. The principal broke into a cold sweat and quickly instructed the nearby director to check on Tang Xi's condition, urging them to ascertain whether she had sustained any injuries. Onlookers along the track, witnessing Tang Xi's fall, were filled with concern and moved to assist her. Yet, as she raised her hand to signal them to stay back, she painstakingly pushed herself up, her arms, knees, and any grazed areas burning with pain. Even walking appeared to pose a challenge. Her legs, rendered rigid from the tumble, refused to straighten. This sight pained Su Wen deeply, who found herself hesitating repeatedly, torn between the desire to help and her uncertainty. Epilogue. Sports Day 5. The Princess Carrie. Tang Xi's nose was slightly grazed, resulting in her entire face being most flushed at the nose, followed closely by the glistening tears in her eyes, which appeared to be on the verge of spilling over, exuding an air of profound injustice. Tang Xi braced her waist with her hand, limping yet determinedly quickening her pace, resolute in her decision not to yield. However, she soon heard footsteps rapidly approaching from behind. The once leisurely girl now hastening to catch up with her. Tang Xi's heart had already grown cold, feeling as though all her hard work over the past month had been in vain. It was indeed true. She had only exerted herself for a mere month, far less than those who ran daily. Yet, the pang of disappointment spread within her, and a lump lodged in her throat, refusing to be swallowed. At this moment, there remained half a lap, just 200 meters to the finish line. Despite her legs feeling weak, Tang Xi had begun to numb her senses. Merely aware of the heavy weight in her thighs and the struggle for breath, Tang Xi lifted her gaze towards the finish line ahead, where 6 girls had already completed the race. However, when Su Wen, amidst the crowd, cast a worried glance in her direction, Tang Xi felt a surge of renewed determination. Well, having exerted herself to such an extent, it would be inappropriate to speak of giving up. Moreover, there were still a dozen girls behind her, eager to surpass her. Tang Xi grew resolute, her brow furrowed from an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Her gait transformed from a brisk walk to a slow jog, the wound on her knee beginning to weep blood as the skin stretched during her movement, crimson rivulets trickling down her calf. This harrowing sight moved all who beheld it. Tang Xi's delicate frame appeared as though it could be toppled by a mere gust of wind. Sweat cascaded from her forehead, and tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, lending her an air of fragility. Oh, what was she doing? Blood had already begun to seep from her knee. Did she not feel pain? How could she possibly continue to run in such a state? Yet, she was truly remarkable. The spectators buzzed with chatter, but their voices were soon eclipsed by fervent cheers, a chorus rallying in support of Tang Xi. Goddess, run faster. Only 100 meters to go. You can do it. The individuals trailing behind Tang Xi began to hasten their pace, striving to surpass her. Tang Xi, filled with determination, disregarded the heavy dizziness clouding her mind. With her eyes shut tight, she surged forward with all her might. It was not until a chorus of jubilant cheers resonated through the air that she dared to open her eyes, only to realize she had just crossed the finish line. A mere 5 meters ahead stood Su Wen, and in a moment of stunned distraction, Tang Xi collided with her. Well, the couple I ship actually embraced, exclaimed one girl with palpable excitement. Tang Xi found herself enveloped in a gentle embrace. Just as she was about to struggle free, Su Wen held her firmly. He lifted Tang Xi effortlessly and said coldly, "Don't move. I will take you to the infirmary." Well, a Princess Carrie. How delightful. I always suspected they were a couple. Tang Xi's face flushed crimson, oblivious to the ache in her thighs and the searing pain in her knees. Tang Xi felt her heart race, somewhat at a loss, as her head gently rested on Su Wen's shoulder. Su Wen, too, was not without discomfort. The petite figure in her arms exuded a delightful fragrance, soft to the touch, with every brush igniting a tantalizing itch and a blissful numbness that was utterly addictive. Throughout their journey, neither spoke. One was too anxious to utter a word, while the other was already entangled in a tumult of emotions. In the side story, Sports Day 6, Ambiguity, Su Wen escorted Tang Xi to the school nurse. Upon recognizing the 2 renowned figures from the school, the nurse's face brightened with joy. It seemed the rumors held truth. They indeed appeared to be a perfect match. However, her demeanor shifted to seriousness upon noticing the injury on Tang Xi's knee. After diligently applying medication to the wound, she couldn't help but admonish Su Wen. As her boyfriend, you ought to be more attentive. How could you allow your girlfriend to fall so hard that it drew blood? The term boyfriend and girlfriend sent a jolt through both their minds, leaving them momentarily blank. Su Wen's face flushed crimson as she turned away, unwilling to refute the label. While Tang Xi lowered her head, her entire being radiating heat and anxiety. The nurse, amused by the situation, glanced at the pair with an affectionate smile, then excused herself under the pretext of retrieving some ointment, intentionally leaving them alone. In this enclosed space, only Tang Xi and Su Wen remained. Su Wen felt an overwhelming heat enveloping her, the atmosphere oddly peculiar yet intoxicating. At that moment, Tang Xi broke the silence, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for bringing me to the infirmary." "Of course," Su Wen replied, her ears burning with embarrassment. Stealing a glance at the flustered Tang Xi, she noticed her hair was delightfully tousled and her face was flushed, as if it might burst. Tang Xi possesses an enchanting beauty, particularly with her innocent doe-like eyes that captivate the beholder and her full, alluring lips. At that moment, Su Wen found himself momentarily entranced. In an unexpected impulse, he reached out to tousle Tang Xi's hair and said coldly, "Do not be anxious." This gesture secretly delighted Tang Xi. She lifted her head, her voice trembling with excitement as she remarked, "You looked quite handsome while running just now. But it would have been even more appealing if you had revealed your abs solely to me." Upon hearing this, Su Wen's demeanor softened considerably. In the hidden recesses of his mind, he was filled with visions of Tang Xi. He chuckled in a deep voice. "You appeared more beautiful when you watched me accelerate while running." Tang Xi felt a sudden jolt of energy, instinctively shaking her head in denial. How could that be? A soft chuckle escaped Su Wen's lips, her eyes filled with mirth and a hint of affection for Tang Xi. During the closing ceremony of the sports meet, Tang Xi sat dejectedly, listening to the principal's speech. Having failed to secure a prize in the 3,000-meter race, she lost the chance to take a photograph with Su Wen, leaving her somewhat disheartened. The principal, with fervor, proclaimed, "I would like to particularly commend one student in the women's 3,000-meter race, and that is Tang Xi." Despite falling and even bleeding during the race, she refused to abandon her pursuit. Her indomitable spirit is truly commendable. Thus, I am honored to present her with the award for exemplary sportsmanship. Tang Xi stood in a daze, only regaining her senses upon hearing the cheers of the crowd. She had actually won an award. A radiant smile blossomed in her eyes, and tears of joy streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. It was wonderful. She had finally achieved her goal. When the time came for the award recipients at the sports meet to take photographs, Tang Xi found herself positioned right in the center, with boys and girls flanking her on either side, while the principal and other leaders stood at the forefront. It was uncertain whether this arrangement was intentional. But Su Wen also ended up close to Tang Xi, and their accidental contact instantly caused both to blush. During the photo session, the young girl beamed a radiant smile that warmed the heart, while the young man's lips curled slightly upward, his gaze fixed upon her. 103 Mother and Daughter's Narrative. Tang Xi smiled contentedly, then clung to Bibi Dong's arm with a playful demeanor, saying, "Actually, there is someone who helped me make this noodle. Can you accompany me to meet that person, teacher?" Faced with Tang Xi's adorable antics, Bibi Dong found it utterly irresistible and affectionately replied, all right. I will heed your wishes, little Xi." At that moment, Bibi Dong couldn't help but ponder, could that person be her daughter, Qian Renxue? It seemed unlikely, for she likely harbored resentment towards her. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's agreement, Tang Xi's excitement surged, and as soon as Bibi Dong finished her noodles, she eagerly led her to find Xue Qingha. She should be referred to as Qian Renxue now, as she had reverted to her original form as a girl. On the lawn, beneath the trees, a golden-haired woman awaited, surrounded by the shimmering lights of fireflies. The twinkling stars in the sky and the fragrant aroma of blooming flowers combined to create a picturesque scene. Tang Xi led Bibi Dong to find Qian Renxue, and upon witnessing Bibi Dong's astonished expression, she quietly slipped away. Qian Renxue embodied the virtues of both her father and mother, possessing a perfectly proportioned figure and a visage reminiscent of Bibi Dong, with her thick brows furrowed in evident tension. Bibi Dong, in a state of panic, was immediately reminded of that fateful night, as haunting images of coercion replayed relentlessly in her mind. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, and a look of anguish marred her features as a surge of loathing welled up from deep within, reigniting her resentment towards the Angel clan. Qian Renxue hesitated before approaching, timidly uttering the word mother. This provoked Bibi Dong to retreat in distress, her voice hoarse as she screamed, "Get away. I don't want to see you." This declaration halted Qian Renxue in her tracks, prompting her to recall Tang Xi's words. "If you have something to say, you should express it. It's far better than enduring misunderstandings." With this thought, her nose tinged with bitterness, and a sense of grievance lodged painfully in her throat. Qian Renxue choked out. "As a child, I often watched my peers blissfully leap into their mother's arms. While I envied them, I secretly believed I was not worthy of love, which is why my mother did not cherish me. In a bid to prove my worth, I ventured to the Heaven Do Empire, hoping my mother would see me in a new light. Yet, upon witnessing her gentle smiles bestowed upon other girls, while I was met with indifference or even disdain, the truth dawned upon me. My mother has always loathed me. It was not my lack of merit, but rather that I was an unwanted child." Qian Renxue's tear-streaked visage pierced Bibi Dong's heart, stirring memories of her treatment towards her daughter, leaving her tormented as if countless ants were gnawing at her insides. She longed to protest, to declare that it was not so, yet the words remained trapped in her throat. observing Bibi Dong tremble. Qian Rinxue felt an icy chill wash over her, and with her head bowed in silence, she spoke softly, "But I do not harbor resentment towards you, for without you, I would not exist. I have come to understand the truth of those years, and thus I have no reason to blame you. Yet, I too am innocent. I am merely a girl yearning for her mother's affection. Over the years, I have envisioned countless scenarios where you might accept me." When Qian Rinxue lifted her tear-stained visage to meet Bibi Dong's gaze, her voice quivered with vulnerability as she declared, "If my existence brings you disdain, then I shall no longer appear before you. You may pursue your desires freely or leave the spirit hall. I will not allow my grandfather to obstruct you again. This is the last time I shall call you mother. I apologize for intruding upon your birthday, but rest assured, I shall no longer trouble your sight." Each word laced with sorrow struck Bibi Dong's heart as she watched Qian Rinxue walk away, leaving an emptiness within her, as if she had lost something profoundly significant. As Qian Rinxue distanced herself, Bibi Dong's mind blanked, overwhelmed by anxiety, panic, and guilt, filling every crevice of her being. Almost instinctively, she reached out and cried, "Don't go." Qian Rinxue halted but dared not turn to face Bibi Dong. With palpable tension, Bibi Dong implored, "I do not despise you. I simply do not know how to confront you. Can you grant me some time? Time to adjust. I can overcome the fear within me. After all, blood is thicker than water, and witnessing you weep pierces my heart." Qian Rinxue was taken aback, and in that moment, she could no longer contain her emotions, bursting into tears and rushing into Bibi Dong's embrace. In that instant, Bibi Dong froze, her body instinctively resisting. Yet the tremors of the girl in her arms and the dampness of her tear-soaked clothing rendered her unable to push her away. Her heart aching for the girl she held, Tang Xi quietly observed this heartwarming scene before silently departing, recognizing that this night rightfully belonged to the mother and daughter. A heavy burden within her heart finally lifted, and Tang Xi felt a wave of relief, even if she were to not see the dawn of tomorrow. She held no regrets. The following day, when Tang Xi sought out Pope Bibi Dong, the latter wore a gentle expression, while the visages of Gui Mei and Yu Guanju appeared as though they had witnessed a ghost, having never seen the Pope smile for such an extended period. When the crown prince of the Tindo Empire, Shui Qinghe, departed that morning, His Holiness personally ascended the city walls to bid farewell, displaying an expression of reluctance. Upon encountering Tang Xi, Bibi Dong's smile blossomed even further. "Little Xi, you have come." How could she be unaware that it was Tang Xi who orchestrated the reconciliation with Shui the day before? In her heart, she had wholly embraced Tang Xi as her own daughter. Who could resist adoring such a considerate little darling? With a beaming smile, Tang Xi gazed at Bibi Dong, sensing that her teacher must have recently encountered some fortunate events, as her spirits seemed particularly high. "Indeed, this is largely thanks to you, little Xi." Bibi Dong waved her hand, beckoning Tang Xi to approach. Upon noticing this, Tang Xi obediently stepped forward. Before her, Bibi Dong harnessed her soul power to extract a soul bone from the soul guide, a fragment that originally belonged to Tang San in the original narrative. The soul bone emitted a gentle radiance, floating gracefully in the palm of Bibi Dong's hand. Tang Xi inquired with a hint of confusion, "What is this?" Observing Tang Xi's bewildered expression, Bibi Dong felt a surge of delight as she affectionately ruffled Tang Xi's fluffy hair and explained, "This is the spiritual head bone I have set aside for you. Initially, I intended it to be a prize for the champion of the elite competition. But upon realizing you are a member of the Shrek team, I decided to reserve this soul bone just for you." Tang Xi, moved, rushed into Bibi Dong's embrace. Her voice choked with emotion as she declared, "You are the best teacher." However, she shook her head regretfully and replied, "Teacher, I cannot accept this soul bone." Yu Guanju, standing nearby, was taken aback. After all, this was a soul bone, a coveted treasure. To refuse such a gift seemed utterly nonsensical. Yet, Gui Mei's reaction was notably calm. Tang Xi's decision undoubtedly stemmed from her own reasoning. Bibi Dong smiled gently and inquired, "Why do you not wish to accept it?" Tang Xi replied with a sense of helplessness, "Little Xi, I have less than a month to live. The soul bone should be entrusted to someone who needs it more. The teacher can utilize it to attract talent, allowing this soul bone to realize its greater potential." Every utterance of Tang Xi reverberated in Bibi Dong's mind. Accompanied by a cascade of memories that surfaced, Tang Xi, with a playful tone, said while embracing her arms, "Teacher, you must be happy every day that I am not here." Tang Xi served herself a bowl of longevity noodles, her face beaming with joy as she exclaimed, "Happy birthday. Dear teacher, let us set aside the duties of the Pope for now and take a moment to truly relax." Tang Xi, with the meticulously crafted flower crown in hand, joyfully dashed towards her, never uttering a word about her numerous wounds, always presenting a beaming smile. The sight of the teacher adorned with the flower crown must be exquisite. Yet, upon learning that Tang Xi had but 2 months to live, the sorrow she felt rivaled the anguish experienced during her breakup with Yu Xiaojing. "The one I cherish does not return my affections, while the one who loves me cannot survive beyond 2 months. Furthermore, Suan had once confided in her, stating that she could only promise the possibility of prolonging Tang Xi's life, but it was merely a possibility. As the memories faded, under the haunting gaze of Yu Guanju, Bibi Dong's eyes gradually reddened. She tightly embraced Tang Xi, her face etched with pain. and tenderly implored, Xiao Xi, why can't you think of yourself for once? Tang Xi felt somewhat at a loss and anxiously said, Teacher, please do not be upset. Tang Xi believed that her reluctance to accept the soul bone was the reason for her predicament. Thus, she suggested, why not give me more gold soul coins? After all, I am quite the little money enthusiast. Observing Tang Xi's sparkling eyes, Bibi Dong couldn't help but chuckle, and with a grand gesture, she generously bestowed half of her small treasury upon Tang Xi. Tang Xi gazed at the astonishing sum of 100 million gold soul coins within her soul guide. Her eyes glued to the sight, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. She had never encountered such a fortune in her lifetime. Oh, how she longed to revel in a sea of soul coins at this very moment. Nevertheless, Tang Xi remained mindful of her mission and promptly declared her intention to depart for the Star Dough Forest that afternoon. In response to Tang Xi's request, Bibi Dong expressed her approval, yet insisted that a titled Douluo accompany her. How could she possibly meet Deming and Erming with a titled Douluo by her side? After a heartfelt display of charm and persuasion, Tang Xi finally convinced Bibi Dong to allow her to journey alone to the Star Dough Forest. The purpose of her expedition was straightforward. Tang Xi aimed to escort Sister Xiao Wu to the side of Deming and Erming, for only in their presence would she be sufficiently safe. Moreover, given the uncertainty of life, it would be a grave error to have Sister Xiao Wu accompany her. With a worried expression, Xiao Wu watched as Tang Xi unfurled her blood butterfly wings, struggling to ascend into the sky. Xiao Xi, perhaps we should just walk instead? Tang Xi attempted to lift Xiao Wu into the air, but to no avail. Finally, with a hint of resignation, she remarked, Sister Xiao Wu, it is time for you to consider shedding some weight. Xiao Wu, taken aback, turned her head in irritation, choosing to ignore Tang Xi. Tang Xi, did she perhaps misspeak? In the starry forest, Xiao Wu and Tang Xi wove through the trees, a sense of familiarity enveloping Xiao Wu. Tang Xi encouraged her to lead by instinct. After a period of traversing, Tang Xi found herself in a clearing, revealing a serene lake beyond a dense thicket. The crystalline waters enhanced the humidity of the air, reflecting the towering trees that surrounded it, bathed in moonlight, rendering everything beneath the surface a shimmering spectacle. At the edge of the lake stood a colossal figure. Resembling a mountain, its ebony fur glistening softly in the faint moonlight. Despite being on all fours, its shoulders towered above 7 meters. Were it to rise upright, its height would surely exceed 15 meters. To the observer, it possessed traits of both an ape and a gorilla, with eyes like lanterns radiating a golden glow, while the rest of its body remained a deep obsidian. This magnificent creature was extraordinary in its stature, with muscles more formidable than granite, bulging like small hills across its frame. It epitomized a fusion of strength and beauty. This was the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape, a soul beast revered akin to a titled Douluo in the realm of soul beasts. Upon spotting Xiao Wu behind Tang Xi, the Titan Great Ape's golden eyes ignited with intensity, only to gradually dim as it realized something was amiss. Xiao Wu had transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast to one of 80,000 years. Confusion and rage surged within the Titan Great Ape. Sensing that humans had wronged Sister Xiao Wu, in a furious blaze, it roared at Tang Xi, its eyes gleaming like twin suns, while an overwhelming aura emanated from its mountainous form, causing the waters of the lake before it to ripple and churn. Tang Xi stood petrified in the wind, feeling the Titan giant ape's gaze upon her as if it were that of a sworn enemy. Xiao Wu, sensing the unusual tension, immediately positioned herself protectively in front of Tang Xi, adopting a defensive stance against the looming Titan giant ape. At merely 7 years of age, Xiao Wu possessed the intellect of a child, with much of her memory shrouded in obscurity. Thus, she did not recognize the Titan giant ape before her, nor did she recall who Deming and Erming were. The Titan giant ape, bewildered, pondered why Sister Xiao Wu would assume such an aggressive posture. Therefore, it attempted to speak. Sister Xiao Wu? Tang Xi approached and gently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, offering comfort. It's all right, Sister Xiao Wu. Is it a relative from before your amnesia? Xiao Wu tilted her head in bewilderment, her curiosity piqued by the term relative. What is a relative? A relative is someone who cares for you, loves you, and thinks of your well-being. They are also the ones deserving of your protection. Tang Xi replied with a radiant smile, yet Xiao Wu excitedly embraced her, exclaiming, Little She is my family. The Titan Great Ape, feeling overlooked, couldn't help but express its discontent with a sour remark. Subsequently, Tang Xi briefly elucidated the situation to the Titan Great Ape, explaining that Xiao Wu had fallen into the clutches of a group of titled Douluos, which resulted in a significant reduction of her cultivation by 20,000 years due to their shared soul power. She also mentioned how the titled Douluos ultimately spared Xiao Wu. Tang Xi also spoke of the current state of Xiao Wu, noting her regression in consciousness, along with the necessity of reaching level 60 in her cultivation to truly become human, which would entail hunting soul beasts on her own. Even Xiao Wu, in her naivety, could discern the underlying meaning in Tang Xi's words, and in a moment of overwhelming emotion, she cried out, Wu, Xiao Xi, do you no longer want me? Meanwhile, the Titan giant ape, feeling overlooked once again, expressed his desire for Xiao Wu. However, upon encountering the disdainful gaze from Xiao Wu, he found himself at a loss for words. Tang Xi smiled helplessly and said, Sister Xiao Wu can cultivate faster by following Erming. At that time, I will just wait for Sister Xiao Wu to protect me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu ceased her tears and, with a choked voice, asked, Really? Tang Xi nodded fervently, coaxing, I believe Sister Xiao Wu will undoubtedly become very strong by then. Remember to come and protect me, all right? Xiao Wu stifled the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes, and a wave of joy surged within her as she leapt up in excitement, exclaiming, Yes, yes. I will protect you, Tang Xi. Eager to share her happiness, Xiao Wu showered Tang Xi's face with affectionate kisses. However, confronted by the ominous gaze of the Titan giant ape, Tang Xi wiped the cold sweat from her brow, fearing that Xiao Wu might become too attached. Tang Xi gently knocked her unconscious, whispering, I'm sorry, Sister Xiao Wu. If I don't do this now, I fear I won't be able to venture far later. The Titan giant ape silently observed Tang Xi, a subtle, enchanting fragrance emanating from her. The usually taciturn creature finally spoke, Thank you for safeguarding Sister Xiao Wu in front of so many. The temptation of 100,000-year soul beast was immense. Yet this human had managed to develop a theory of soul power sharing, allowing Sister Xiao Wu to retain her human form. This was a blessing for her and all soul beasts. Truly, the Titan giant ape was filled with admiration for the human before it. Tang Xi cast a reluctant glance at Sister Xiao Wu for the last time, fearing that this farewell might mean never seeing her again. Please take good care of Sister Xiao Wu for me. Tang Xi spoke with concern, a solitary tear slipping from the corner of her eye. I will. The Titan great ape solemnly vowed. As they journeyed back to the spirit hall, Tang Xi's heart ached intermittently, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Her complexion pale and weak, as if the pain in her chest were about to shatter her from within. Tang Xi spread her pair of blood-red butterfly wings, flitting through the air in a dance of ascents and descents, as if she were on the verge of plummeting from the sky at any moment. Enduring excruciating pain, Tang Xi finally lost consciousness upon reaching the spirit city, an event that caused quite a stir among the members of the papal palace. Deep within her heart, Bibi Dong felt a sense of anxiety. However, Su Wen instructed her to leave the room. Aware of Su Wen's status as a successor to a divine legacy, she vaguely understood that his plan involved sending Tang Xi to undergo trials for the sake of obtaining rewards that could prolong her life. This was Su Wen's secret, prompting Bibi Dong to ease her worries and command everyone to refrain from visiting Tang Xi. Inside the chamber, Tang Xi, upon awakening in a daze, beheld a shadowy figure. A strikingly handsome face materialized before her eyes. Tang Xi was nearly startled out of her wits as the figure before her gradually came into focus. Once she discerned that it was Su Wen, she fell into a moment of stupor before pulling back the covers to check if her clothes were still intact. Su Wen, with a darkened expression, inquired, What kind of person do you think I am? Now that you are finally awake, prepare yourself. Tang Xi appeared somewhat dazed, pondering what preparations to make. Prepare yourself, for shortly I shall initiate the dual deity trials. Your ability to sustain your life hinges upon this, Su Wen elucidated. Turning around, he noticed Tang Xi nonchalantly respond with a miro. Su Wen struggled to suppress the urge to reprimand her, yet could not help but inquire, Are you not anxious? Do you not feel exhilarated? Tang Xi rubbed her sleepy eyes and said softly, Dying early leads to rebirth. It is not a significant issue. Thud. Su Wen could no longer restrain himself and tapped Tang Xi's head, his gaze frigid as he declared, If you fail to survive, I shall ensure that Shrek, Hao Yin-sect, Tang-san, and others accompany you to the grave. Woo-woo. Tang Xi crouched in the corner, cradling her swollen head in a state of grievance. How could you be so unprincipled, my despicable deskmate? Su Wen, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew heavy. A faint green flame shape appeared on Su Wen's forehead, emanating a soft glow. His dark violet hair danced wildly in a gust of fierce wind, and his gaze sharpened abruptly as a swirling mass of black mist enveloped him. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the ground, and an ancient, heavy door began to rise slowly. At its center was a carved skull, which, to Su Wen's astonishment, spoke, The trial of the dual deities has commenced. Please enter, challenger. When Su Wen's gaze fell upon Tang Xi, she approached leisurely, her face alight with anticipation as she inquired, Is this the trial of the god of life and the god of destruction? Su Wen nodded in tacit agreement and cautioned her, Once you enter, the scene will transform to reflect your trial, and the tasks will automatically manifest in your mind. Tang Xi gazed earnestly at Su Wen, then quietly rose onto her toes and planted a swift kiss on the side of Su Wen's face. Su Wen stood in stunned silence for a few seconds, a rosy blush instantly creeping up to her ears. By the time Su Wen turned around, there was no trace of Tang Xi. She had already slipped through the door after her playful teasing. With her face still flushed, Su Wen found herself reminiscing about the delightful sensation, which seemed rather pleasant. Behind the door lay an expanse of endless darkness, and suddenly, the scene shifted rapidly. Tang Xi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, rubbing her temples. And when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a forest thick with an aura of danger. Simultaneously, a phrase flashed in her mind. This is a reversed world where the positions of soul beasts and humans are switched. Soul beasts must hunt humans to obtain soul rings. Your identity, a 100,000-year-old humanized soul beast with a soul power level of 53. Mission, successfully eliminate the ultimate boss. The limit Douluo soul beast, 9 Xian by green scorpion, equivalent to 100,000 years. After absorbing this information, Tang Xi felt a wave of embarrassment. Did that not make her the most coveted prize in the eyes of soul beasts? As she pondered this, the forest began to tremble, and suddenly, a pair of adorable large eyes emerged from the gaps in the trees, followed by a 7 to 8 meter long, entirely emerald green lizard rising to its full height. Upon spotting Tang Xi, it curled the corners of its mouth and licked its lips with its tongue. Tang Xi felt an ominous premonition as the blood-red butterfly wings unfurled behind her, hovering in midair. Suddenly, a lizard's tongue began to extend continuously, darting towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi summoned her soul power, and 5 soul rings spiraled upwards from beneath her feet. The rings flickered in a rhythmic pattern, particularly the 5th pink soul ring, which radiated an even more vibrant glow. Delicate web of flexibility. Behind Tang Xi, a magnificent peony apparition blossomed, encircled by delicate white threads that shimmered like strands of silk. Hundreds of these threads transformed into gossamer filaments, swiftly darting towards the lizard. Upon contact with its tongue, the filaments instinctively coiled, while the other end remained firmly anchored within the crevices of towering trees. The lizard attempted to retract its tongue, yet an overwhelming force rendered its movement futile. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang Xi hastily took flight, pondering the delightful flavor of roasted lizard meat. However, the enticing aroma of such a dish would undoubtedly attract numerous spirit beasts eager to capture her, rendering the prospect unwise. Within the forest, danger lurked at every turn. Countless eyes observed Tang Xi's every move from the shadows, sending shivers down her spine. Simultaneously, she sensed several formidable presences closing in within 100 miles radius. The deeper she ventured into the forest, the quieter it became, with scarcely any low-level spirit beast in sight. This tranquility often heralded impending peril. Suddenly, a group of crows perched upon a branch took flight in a panic, startled by some unseen terror. The ground trembled slightly, fissures appearing as if something were about to emerge from the earth. Tang Xi felt an overwhelming sense of panic surge within her, prompting her to swiftly flap her wings and ascend into the sky. Yet, barely airborne, a blade of wind struck with ferocity, revealing before her a colossal black feathered wing, a formidable soul beast, a black eagle, boasting nearly level 90 of soul power. In a moment of panic, Tang Xi clutched a branch for support, nearly letting loose a stream of expletives. What on earth is this? Just as she spoke, a pair of crescent-shaped eyes appeared behind her, sending a chill down her spine, prompting her to instinctively leap down from the branch. Thud! A massive python, approximately 20 meters long, lunged and snapped its jaws at the branch she had just vacated. Tang Xi harnessed her soul power, causing peonies to bloom upon each soul beast, their movements becoming staggered. Each soul beast would have its speed reduced by 40, which would then be transferred back to Tang Xi, thereby enhancing her own speed by at least 3-fold. Suddenly, a figure soared through the air, and with a few agile maneuvers, Tang Xi eluded the pursuit of the soul beasts. A burst of white light erupted in the sky, forming a radiant halo that enveloped the entire forest. As Tang Xi swiftly reached the forest's edge and made contact with the white light, she was repelled several meters by a powerful force. "You cannot escape, human. Stay and become our soul ring," boomed a majestic voice, followed by a rasping tone. "I would prefer to torment this human rather than let them die easily." Ahaha. The source of the voices was none other than a colossal python and a black eagle. On the ground, a centipede emerged, its gaze filled with greed as it fixed its eyes on Tang Xi, while in the distance, a 4-winged fire dragon approached with deliberate steps. Just these 4 soul beasts alone possessed the formidable power of a tidal Douluo. Countless escape routes flashed through Tang Xi's mind, yet each one ended in failure. Moreover, she had yet to encounter her mission target, but she resolved that if she were to perish, she would take someone down with her. Tang Xi's face was etched with determination, her 5th spirit ring shimmering incessantly as she locked onto the weakest spirit beast in the air, the black eagle, and soared towards it. The black eagle mocked Tang Xi's audacity, unleashing countless wind blades with each flap of its wings. However, Tang Xi executed a swift teleportation, swiftly reversing direction and positioning herself directly behind the black eagle. Hundreds of silk threads ensnared the creature for a tidal Douluo. Even the most resilient of threads would be futile, as it could break free within a minute. Yet, Tang Xi's intent lay elsewhere, as she activated her 4th spirit skill, the marionette. This ability allowed her to control a spirit master of equal strength for 40 seconds. If the opponent were a level higher, her control would diminish by a second. Furthermore, with each increase in her spirit power, the duration of control would extend by another second. Thus, even though the Black Eagle was a tidal Douluo, she could still exert control for approximately 3 seconds. Countless strands enveloped the Black Eagle, manipulating its actions. The creature, gripped by terror, found itself unable to move, helplessly witnessing its own fangs sinking into its precious wings. The sharp teeth pierced through flesh, causing waves of agony that rendered the Black Eagle voiceless in its cries. As the 3 seconds elapsed, Tang Xi's complexion turned pale, yet the Black Eagle's wings bled profusely, losing balance midair and plummeting downwards. In the sky, Tang Xi held an undeniable advantage, but below, the 4-winged fire dragon glared furiously at her, instantly unfurling its massive wings and charging towards her. Stop struggling. A torrent of flames erupted from the dragon's maw, incinerating everything in its path to ashes. Tang Xi exerted herself to unleash her second soul skill, devouring soul power, swiftly replenishing her internal soul energy. A brilliant pink light shimmered through the air, as a pink peony astonishingly floated and bloomed in midair, accompanied by a waft of enchanting fragrance. Tang Xi then activated the skill of her blood butterfly wing soul bone, fragrant enchantment, which rendered the soul beast ensnared by the floral aroma devoid of all five senses. The four-winged fire dragon, suddenly engulfed in darkness, realized it could neither see nor hear. In a fit of rage, it howled, "Human!" Its massive form thrashed about wildly, and its flames burned with an even greater ferocity than before. Tang Xi struggled to evade, yet was still touched by the dragon's flames, which seared the wings on her back with an intense, scalding sensation. How vexatious! Tang Xi muttered a curse under her breath before gracefully descending from the sky, retracting her wings. Just as she landed, a massive tail, accompanied by a gust of wind, swept towards her. With a sudden leap and a deft sidestep, she narrowly evaded the serpent's assault, yet the hideous centipede was scuttling towards her with alarming speed. "Please, don't come any closer. You're utterly grotesque." Tang Xi could not help but cry out in disgust as the centipede paused momentarily, its body seething with fury. "You wretched girl, how dare you call me ugly?" Its words dripped with the essence of a greasy old man. Tang Xi fought to suppress the urge to vomit while evading the gaping maw of the python, all the while dodging the centipede's relentless assaults. In a moment of inattention, a colossal tail swept through the air, sending Tang Xi flying. Bang! Tang Xi collided with a rock and fell, blood trickling from her forehead, her limbs aching and weak. She had no strength left to flee. The python cast a triumphant glance at the centipede, while the scent of flowers faded, allowing the four-winged fire dragon to regain its senses and descend from the sky. The black eagle, filled with hatred, slowly approached Tang Xi. At that moment, a flurry of snowflakes drifted by, and a bone-chilling wind swept through, quickly forming a thin layer of ice beneath the feet of the four soul beasts. Their expressions hardened, suddenly turning to fear. It had arrived. A tall, dark figure approached slowly, its massive pincers crashing to the ground, freezing everything they touched into solid ice. The creature's body, a striking shade of deep purple, measured a remarkable 5 meters in length. Yet its abdomen boasted 9 segmented tails, each tipped with a sharp stinger. This soul beast was known as the 9 green scorpion, possessing the formidable power equivalent to that of a level 99 ultimate Douluo. "I shall claim this human," the 9 green scorpion declared, its voice ringing with a youthful clarity. "Indeed, this human belongs to you," the black eagle rasped, though its eyes betrayed deep resentment. The other 4 soul beasts could only yield to the 9 green scorpion, as they knew that resisting was futile. Before losing consciousness, Tang Xi vaguely glimpsed a scorpion with 9 tails, but soon her vision blurred and she succumbed to darkness. In the dead of night, by the flickering campfire, Tang Xi awoke, roused by the oppressive heat, only to find herself bound and subjected to the searing flames beneath her. Goodness! To perish in such a torturous manner is utterly unbearable. Upon awakening, Tang Xi immediately began to voice her complaints. The commotion stirred the slumbering Jiuxian Bai Lu scorpion from its peaceful rest. With a languid gaze, the scorpion regarded Tang Xi and remarked, "Resign yourself to your fate. Do not struggle. Soon, you shall be my meal." It had heard that roasting humans was quite delectable, and thus, it was curious to experiment with such a culinary venture. Tang Xi, of course, had to struggle for a while, exclaiming, "At the very least, you should poison me first. Otherwise, the agony of being burned alive is too unbearable." The 9 green scorpion replied, "Human, why do you not play by the rules? Nevertheless, food is ultimately just food, not worthy of concern." Noticing that the 9 green scorpion was ignoring her, Tang Xi felt a flicker of panic and immediately shouted, "I can prepare dishes 100 times more delectable than myself." The 9 green scorpion, salivating slightly, confessed, "I find myself intrigued. You must have lived for quite a while. Do you not find it tedious? I possess an array of delightful little trinkets." Having lived for 100,000 years, the 9 green scorpion found herself further captivated. No, she is human. I must not trust her words. At that moment, Tang Xi exclaimed, "Since I am destined to perish eventually, why not allow me a few more days of life? I shall provide you with delightful entertainment and delectable treats, and once you tire of me, you may consume me at your leisure." The 9 profound green scorpion responded, "That is indeed tempting." With a swift whoosh, a chilling wind swept through, extinguishing the roaring flames beneath Tang Xi. She managed to struggle free, her limbs now agile and responsive. Just then, a sorrowful gaze fell upon her. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, Tang Xi smiled at the 9 profound green scorpion, assuring, "Fear not, I shall not flee. I will prepare a feast for you." After all, should she attempt to escape, the soul beast would not spare her either, leading to a tiresome chase. Alas, it is far more comfortable to remain idle, living as long as fate allows, after all. A swift demise may usher in a quicker rebirth. Tang Xi extracted succulent pork from the sapphire adorning her chest and began to prepare the spices for grilling. For her hunger had grown insatiable. Her stomach rumbled audibly, yearning for sustenance. The tantalizing aroma of the spicy barbecue wafted into the nostrils of the Jiao by LN scorpion, filling its mind with visions of delectable dishes. Tang Xi had already begun to salivate, eager to indulge in her first skewer of grilled meat. However, a shadow darted past, and the meat she had held was suddenly gone. Turning her head, she was astonished to find that the foul scorpion had wrapped its 9 tails around the skewer and was devouring it with great relish. In the span of a mere minute, Tang Xi, drenched in sweat from her exertions, watched helplessly as the Jiao by LN scorpion voraciously consumed all the barbecue she had prepared. Tang Xi felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. On the verge of tears, the barbecue was completely gone, and dying of hunger seemed far more cruel than being burned alive. After finishing the barbecue, the 9 arcane verdant scorpion licked the remnants of flavor from its lips, its emerald eyes gleaming as it inquired, "Is there any more?" "I desire to eat." Consequently, with a sullen expression, Tang Xi spent the entire night preparing barbecue. However, this time she had wised up, learning to grill while indulging, allowing her to snatch some morsels from the scorpion's jaws. As the night wore on, Tang Xi was utterly exhausted, while the 9 arcane verdant scorpion contentedly patted its plump abdomen with its large pincers, marveling at the fullness it had never experienced before. Concluding that keeping this human around was indeed quite beneficial. Observing Tang Xi as she slumbered, the scorpion tilted its head and suddenly recalled that humans seemed to be creatures that required extensive sleep. When Tang Xi awoke, the first sight that met her gaze was that of the 9-serpent emerald scorpion, with its adorably large eyes fixed intently upon her. She silently closed her eyes once more and turned away, choosing to disregard the creature and drift back into slumber. The 9-serpent emerald scorpion, feeling a surge of indignation, had eagerly awaited her awakening, only to find her retreating back into sleep. What was it to do now? Thus, with utmost caution, it utilized its 9 tails to envelop Tang Xi, wary of pricking her with the sharp spines along its appendages, and then proceeded to whip its tails in a frenzy. Tang Xi felt her entire body swaying, as if the meal from the previous night was about to be expelled. She surrendered and quickly exclaimed, all right. I will wake up now. Please do not torment me any longer." The 9 mystic green scorpion remained slightly proud, huffing as if to say, "Can it not handle mere humans?" Tang Xi and the 9 Xian emerald scorpion exchanged intense gazes. She quietly suggested, "How about I call you Little Gio from now on? Otherwise, referring to you as Stinky Scorpion sounds rather unpleasant." The 9 Xian emerald scorpion stared blankly at Tang Xi, then vigorously shook its head, exclaiming, "Stinky Scorpion is undeniably majestic. How could it possibly sound unpleasant?" Tang Xi nearly burst into laughter, clutching her stomach as she chuckled incessantly. "Ha ha ha. Your taste is quite peculiar and unique." Tang Xi gazed at the dazed expression of the 9 Xian green scorpion, and in that moment, a small idea blossomed in her mind. Tang Xi feigned seriousness, yet internally, she was struggling to suppress her laughter. "Are you familiar with human music?" she inquired. Jiao Bilvsia shook his head in bewilderment. In response, Tang Xi produced a harp, which she had acquired at great expense from her soul-guiding device. In this world, nobility typically played only string instruments, and by fortunate chance, Tang Xi had studied the guqin, which bears similarities to the harp in technique. She then skillfully manipulated the lifeline to play a melody that existed solely in her imagination. A fantastical yet familiar tune resonated through the air, prompting Tang Xi to joyfully engage in movement. With her arms outstretched, she swayed side to side, clapping her hands and exuberantly performing a folk dance. Her voice rang out with melodious lyrics and accompanying music. "You are my little apple, just like the most beautiful cloud in the sky." Jiao Bilvsia watched with wide-eyed fascination, instinctively swaying along with Tang Xi, fervently shaking his neck. He even joined in singing, albeit with a less-than-perfect Mandarin. "You are my little duck, my little frying pan." With unrestrained joy, Jiao Bilvsia leaped into the rhythm of the enchanting melody that had instantaneously captivated him. Perhaps Tang Xi, aware of her fleeting existence, decided to liberate herself entirely, embracing a carefree spirit and casting aside the notion of propriety. "I shall now be a mischievous spirit in this world." As Tang Xi savored the grilled meat, she joyfully swayed and danced with the 9 Xian verdant scorpion. After a while, Tang Xi turned to the 9 Xian verdant scorpion, displaying a mischievous grin. "Hee, little Gio, can you shrink in size?" The 9 Xian verdant scorpion, completely unguarded, nodded in agreement while happily relishing the grilled delicacy. Tang Xi continued to inquire, "Have you ever soared through the skies?" The 9 Xian green scorpion regarded Tang Xi with an expression of incredulity, as if contemplating the absurdity of her question. Being a reptile, it possessed no wings to take flight. "I see," she responded thoughtfully. Tang Xi conceived a mischievous idea and provocatively suggested, "Why not transform into a size that fits in the palm of my hand? I possess a delightful trinket that will undoubtedly pique your interest." Upon hearing this, the 9 Xian verdant scorpion's eyes sparkled with excitement, and it obediently shrank to the size of Tang Xi's palm, eagerly inquiring, "A delightful trinket? Is it truly so?" At this moment, Tang Xi had unfurled the blood butterfly pool behind her, gazing at the petite 9 mystical green scorpion. With a beaming smile, she replied, "Of course it's real." In the next instant, she seized the scorpion's tail and soared to an astonishing height of 999 meters before it could react. A fierce wind rushed against them, and the sensation of weightlessness enveloped the 9 mystical green scorpion. Although its tough exterior rendered it resilient against falls, the experience was undeniably terrifying. This was merely the beginning. A sly grin appeared at the corner of Tang Xi's mouth as she veered and swiftly circled around the forest, spinning in the air multiple times, leaving the scorpion dizzy and seeing stars. Ah! Slow down. The 9 mystical green scorpion, which had never left the ground, now trembled in panic as the sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed it. It feared that if it were to fall, it would feel the sting of pain for an entire month. Realizing this, the scorpion desperately cried out, "Wah! I don't want to play anymore. I want to go down." Tang Xi, feeling exasperated, questioned, "How can you, a dignified titled Douluo, be so timid and fear heights?" "Regardless," she insisted, "I must go down," with the 9 Xian green scorpion urging her on. Tang Xi obediently released its tail. As the 9 Xian green scorpion momentarily stood in shock, it plummeted from the dizzying heights of the sky, with a resounding crash. Its mind went blank, and a chill ran through its heart. It was the end. Panic surged within, and it lamented, "Oh no, I'm doomed." Tang Xi curled her lips into a smile, bending down to swiftly grasp the tail of the 9 Xian green scorpion. Then, with a joyful dash, she lowered her altitude, allowing the breathtaking mountains and rivers to come into view, leaving the 9 Xian green scorpion utterly mesmerized. "Was it beautiful?" Tang Xi inquired. And the 9 Xian green scorpion nodded earnestly, its emerald-hued eyes gleaming like precious jewels, filled with excitement. "So beautiful, so beautiful. I wish to behold it every single day." Thereafter, each day was spent with Tang Xi and the 9 Xian green scorpion indulging in skewers, and occasionally, Tang Xi would prepare delectable spicy hot pot. When the rain fell, they would seek refuge in the lair of the 4-winged fire dragon for warmth, and during warm days, they frolicked in the river. Every day, Tang Xi would take the 9 Xian green scorpion for a leisurely ride, soaring through the air to admire the scenery. In the evenings, they would gather around a small fire, joyfully dancing and singing "You Are My Little Apple," shaking their heads in delight. When fatigue set in, the pair would snuggle together, drifting into a deep slumber, albeit Tang Xi often awoke to the loud snores of the nearby spirit beast. Perhaps this world was crafted by the god of life, imbued with a touch of divine power, allowing Tang Xi's lifespan, initially destined to last only 2 months, to astonishingly extend to 5. In the divine realm, a gentle-haired woman with green locks and a man with dark purple hair and crimson eyes gazed helplessly at the water mirror before them. The mirror revealed scenes of the 9 Xian green scorpion and Tang Xi enjoying their daily revelries. The god of life silently turned to the god of destruction beside her and asked, "What was our original purpose in creating this trial world?" The god of destruction rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. "To nurture the strength of the trial takers and to gain a deeper understanding of the relationship between spirit beasts and humans." Yet, how did this girl manage to turn it into such a spectacle? The god of life chuckled, breaking into laughter. "Now, this is truly entertaining. However, this cannot continue. We must intervene." As Tang Xi awoke from her slumber, her heart began to race violently, and with a sudden gasp, she expelled a mouthful of crimson blood. A fierce burning sensation coursed through her innards, and a profound sense of impending death enveloped her once more. The 9 Xian emerald scorpion, startled by the blood at the corner of Tang Xi's mouth, hurriedly inquired, "Little Xi, what has happened to you?" After 5 months of companionship, the 9 Xian emerald scorpion had come to regard Tang Xi as a friend, although it may seem absurd for a spirit beast to befriend a human. This sentiment was genuine and heartfelt. Having existed for 100,000 years in solitude, these past 5 months had been the happiest of its life. It finally understood that. In comparison to a lifetime of loneliness, the joy derived from these fleeting months could never be matched, regardless of the length of existence. Tang Xi wore an expression of utter despair. "Xiao, I feel as though I have but a few days left to live." The 9 Xian emerald scorpion could not help but chuckle. "Ha, Xiao, surely you jest. Each day you are so vibrant. How could today be different?" However, upon seeing Tang Xi's serious demeanor, the scorpion's laughter faded, realizing the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. The 9 Xian emerald scorpion adopted a serious and fierce countenance, shielding Tang Xi behind it. With a growl, it declared, "If you dare to trouble me, you seek your own demise." Powerful, terrifying auras began to draw near. In the distance, a menacing wolf with a palpable aura fixated on the 9 Xian emerald scorpion, perched atop a cliff and looking down upon Tang Xi. The wolf's menacing presence rivaled that of the scorpion, and the strengths of the 2 soul beasts appeared evenly matched. The wolf raised its head and howled into the sky. Dozens of wolves emerged slowly from the forest. As the 9 Xian emerald scorpion prepared to unleash its soul techniques, it realized its power was being suppressed. Noticing the scorpion's troubled expression, Tang Xi speculated that this was the handiwork of the god of life and the god of destruction. For this was, after all, a trial ground. Tang Xi unleashed her martial soul, revealing a magnificent peony that bloomed behind her, encircled by ethereal white lines. Soul rings spiraled rhythmically from beneath her feet as she entered a state of combat. 7 or 8 ferocious wolves lunged toward her, while hundreds of silken threads simultaneously activated, ensnaring the pack in an instant. The vicious wolves then charged toward the 9 verdant scorpion, which, unable to utilize its soul skills, could only attempt to strike its foes with its venomous stinger. The wolves, however, were not easily fooled. Golden light flickered in the sky, and with a swift whoosh, it transformed into dozens of claw strikes aimed at the 9 verdant scorpion. This was the wolf's soul skill, and the scorpion struggled to evade the assault. Concurrently, a serpent that had been tracking Tang Xi emerged, exclaiming, "Ha! Vile scorpion, can you withstand us when your soul skills are restricted?" As it spoke, the serpent opened its gaping maw, intent on tearing Tang Xi to shreds in one fell swoop. Tang Xi unfurled her butterfly wings and soared into the air, directing her flight towards the 9 green scorpion. "Little Jiu, quickly shrink," she shouted. The 9 green scorpion comprehended Tang Xi's intent, and, as she grasped its tail, it swiftly diminished in size, allowing her to carry it aloft. Suddenly, a vicious wolf leapt into the air, sinking its teeth into Tang Xi's calf. She let out a muffled cry of pain and immediately activated the first soul skill of the lifeline, Bee Venom Needle. A flash of golden light erupted as the needle emerged from her back, piercing towards the wolf's vital spot. The wolf, in agony, released its grip. Taking advantage of the moment, Tang Xi embraced the miniature version of the 9 emerald scorpion and soared into the sky to escape. However, before long, a blazing flame shot towards Tang Xi, prompting her to hurriedly twist in midair to evade it. Observing this scene, the 9 emerald scorpion felt a pang of guilt and said, "I am sorry, Xiao Xi, I have caused you trouble." Witnessing Tang Xi's desperate efforts to flee with it, the 9 emerald scorpion felt a warmth in its heart as a soul beast. It was the first time someone had stepped forward to protect it, and that someone happened to be a human. Tang Xi chuckled helplessly. "What are you talking about? Those people are here to capture me." The 9 emerald scorpion remarked, "You certainly have a talent for ruining the atmosphere." As the conversation unfolded, a flurry of wind blades whistled past Tang Xi's ears. With the fire dragon and Black Hawk launching a dual assault, the Black Hawk drew near to Tang Xi, poised to strike. In an instant, Tang Xi teleported above the Black Hawk and delivered a swift kick. However, she was still struck by the fire dragon's attack. As searing flames erupted behind her, Tang Xi attempted to flee, but the flames surrounded her from all sides. This was the fire dragon's soul skill, Blazing Inferno. This soul skill ignites a vast expanse of 50 meters, and once any object comes into contact with the flames, the fire clings to it, becoming impossible to extinguish. 115 Sacrifice. Tang Xi continuously teleported to escape the fiery circle, yet the flames clung to her form, a searing agony enveloping her entire being. Tang Xi emitted a heart-wrenching scream. "It hurts." "Ah." The flames gradually consumed half of her butterfly wings, leaving her pallid, her garments drenched in cold sweat. Without the wings, Tang Xi fell helplessly from the sky, yet she clung desperately to the emerald green scorpion nestled in her embrace. The Black Eagle, witnessing this exhilarating scene, swooped madly towards her, unleashing a beam of white light reminiscent of Dai Mubai's soul technique, akin to the golden radiance of the white tiger. The white light pierced Tang Xi's heart with precision. In that fleeting moment, she felt a haze enveloping her. It seemed her heart had ceased to beat, the blood within her veins no longer coursing. Still, she instinctively tightened her hold on the emerald green scorpion, curling her body to better protect it. With a thunderous crash, petals were propelled into the air by a tremendous force, and Tang Xi fell amidst a sea of flowers, blood gushing forth unabated, her consciousness gradually fading. The crimson liquid stained the emerald green scorpion resting against her chest, which remained quietly there, listening to the silence of her heart, tears streaming from its tiny eyes. "Tang Xi? Tang Xi? Can you still hear my voice?" The diminutive emerald green scorpion, with a choked voice, crawled to her face, affectionately touching her as it had always done. Tang Xi now feels utterly exhausted. She yearns to simply drift off into slumber. Tang Xi, with a hoarse voice, slowly inquired, "Xiao Jiu, are you still unable to unleash your soul technique?" With each uttered word, an agonizing pain coursed through Tang Xi's internal organs, compressing her so fiercely that she felt as though she were suffocating at every moment. The emerald green scorpion, Jiu Xian, shook its head with tears streaming down. Experiencing sorrow in its heart for the first time, this emotion was excruciatingly painful. Suddenly, a crimson beam of light surged from within Tang Xi, illuminating the sky in a blood-red hue. Tang Xi collapsed in a pool of blood, yet her entire being radiated a crimson glow, slowly dissipating into the ether. From the moment Tang Xi first arrived in this realm, her mind was not only inundated with the rules of this world, but also enlightened on the path of cultivation as a soul beast, which naturally encompassed the art of sacrifice. Tang Xi, with her final breath, initiated the sacrificial rite, ensuring that the soul ring born from her demise would wholly belong to Xiao Jiu. The mournful cries of the 9 mystical green scorpion reverberated in Tang Xi's ears, as it used its tiny pincers to nudge her, wailing, "Please, end my suffering. Rise and vanquish me. Only by doing so will you emerge victorious from this trial." Tang Xi's forehead was smeared with blood as she laboriously turned to gaze at the 9 emerald scorpion, managing to offer a faint smile while uttering a mere handful of words, "Live well." As her words fell away, Tang Xi's form disintegrated into luminous particles, coalescing into a crimson soul ring that adorned the waist of the 9 emerald scorpion. In the fleeting moments before her consciousness faded, her thoughts were solely of liberation, reflecting on the burdens of existence. With a resounding boom, the 9 Xian emerald scorpion began to swell in size, returning to its original stature. The blood-red soul ring encircled its waist as it surveyed the pool of blood where Tang Xi once lay, now absent from sight. A torrent of murderous intent surged forth from it, reminiscent of a demon returning from the depths of hell. The scorpion's eyes were devoid of warmth. The last remnants of tenderness vanished with Tang Xi, and all seals on its soul abilities were unleashed. The soul beasts that had participated in the hunt for Tang Xi trembled in fear. The black eagle attempted to flee, but in an instant, the scorpion's tail elongated, piercing through the black eagle's body. The 9 Xian emerald scorpion coldly declared, "You shall all accompany her to the grave." When Tang Xi regained consciousness, she found herself enveloped in a warm circle of light. Tang Xi lowered her gaze to examine her own form. Her corporeal body had dissipated, leaving only what seemed to be the essence of her soul. Yet, despite having met her demise, she found herself unable to fully depart from this existence, her countenance reflecting a bitter resignation. As she pondered her predicament, the surrounding aura gradually expanded, revealing a woman with verdant hair tinged with a shade reminiscent of glutinous rice dumplings, who was accompanied by a man with dark purple hair and silvery strands. Tang Xi rubbed her eyes, and upon reopening them, the same two figures remained before her. Their attire suggested they were the two supreme deities of the divine realm, the god of life and the god of destruction. To her astonishment, she realized she was still within the world of Douluo. Tang Xi, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "Is it not possible to leave this world for another once dead?" The god of life maintained a serene smile and congratulated her on passing the trial. Meanwhile, the god of destruction, with a grim expression, remarked, "Thanks to you, the world we painstakingly created has been laid waste by that wretched scorpion." Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed with great excitement, "Xiao, you truly are remarkable. Wait, what did you just say? I have passed the trial?" Only then did Tang Xi realize the gravity of the words spoken by the god of life, her expression turning solemn. The god of life lamented, "After your demise, the 9 Xian green scorpion slaughtered all the soul beasts within the trial grounds before taking its own life." Remarkably, the last words uttered by the 9 Xian green scorpion were a plea. "Great god of life, I beseech you to grant the resurrection of Tang Xi. According to the rules, she indeed brought about my end, for it was her human emotions that compelled me to take my own life. If you would be so benevolent as to revive her, I would willingly offer my soul in exchange." Upon hearing this declaration from the 9 Xian green scorpion, the god of life fell into silence, for it was the first time she had encountered a 10,000-year soul beast utter such sentiments for a mere human. Tang Xi's emotions were a tumultuous blend of anger, sorrow, pain, and regret. She felt a deep frustration towards Zhou Xian by Xia for succumbing to despair so easily, and she lamented the closeness she once shared with it. The god of destruction, perceiving Tang Xi's distress, offered a rare word of solace: "Do not be overly harsh on yourself. The 5 months you spent by its side surpassed the 100,000 years it endured alone. The joy you brought it is incomparable." At that moment, the god of life added, "As the victor of this trial, you are about to receive the rewards we bestow upon you." Tang Xi, engulfed in melancholy and even resistant to the accolades, coldly declared, "I shall not accept. As long as I do not acknowledge myself as the victor, will not Xiao be spared from death?" Upon witnessing the yearning in Tang Xi's eyes, the god of life was moved. Tears welled in the corners of their eyes, yet they stifled their emotions. With a gentle gesture, they directed a surge of life energy toward Tang Xi's soul. This warm essence enveloped her, providing an unparalleled comfort, and her consciousness began to fade. As the soft green light enveloped her, her soul gradually transformed into a corporeal form. Her skin became notably fairer, the pallor of illness dissipated, replaced by a vibrant hue. Her ebony hair lengthened, and her features became increasingly exquisite, with her limbs elongating gracefully. The verdant glow encased Tang Xi, ultimately morphing into a jade-hued puff-sleeved garment that adorned her. Her hair was styled into twin ponytails, and the god of life could not resist pinching her cheek, exclaiming, "Indeed, the body I have crafted with my own hands is exceptional, embodying the very standards I envisioned for my daughter." After a time, as Tang Xi awakened, she appeared somewhat dazed, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings and glancing at the two individuals before her. Tilting her head in bewilderment, she inquired, "What has happened to me? I distinctly remember entering the trial grounds. How have I suddenly found myself here?" Tang Xi felt a sudden dizziness, unable to recall anything. The god of life smiled and replied, "You have already emerged as the victor of the trial grounds. I have merely fulfilled a request to erase your memories." The final words of the 9 Xian green scorpion were to have her memories wiped away. Perhaps it did not wish for Tang Xi to accept this reward burdened by guilt. Tang Xi tapped her forehead, and the first person that came to mind was Suwen. Could it be that insufferable deskmate? However, he had no reason to erase the memories of his trial grounds. Yet, before this moment, she could not conceive of anyone else. The god of destruction cleared his throat and declared, "As for my rewards, they comprise 1% of my attack power and 1% of my divine might." Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Is all of this for me?" The god of destruction smiled and replied, "Of course not. It is a matter of choosing one from two." Tang Xi's smile abruptly froze. questioning whether the matter could not be articulated more clearly. Just as she was about to make her choice, a thought struck her, prompting her to inquire. How much longer can I live this time? The god of life, with a tone of regret, replied, I am truly sorry. As a soul from another realm, you were never meant to exist in this world. However, with my divine power bestowed upon you, your life may extend, at most, to the age of 25. Tang Xi, enveloped in silence, inquired further, what about Tang San and Su Wan? They too are souls from another realm. Can they live beyond 25 years? They are children of destiny, acknowledged by this world, and thus possess the potential to surpass the age of 25. Observing the fading hues in Tang Xi's gaze, the god of life felt a profound pang of compassion. Consequently, the god of life hastily added, however, your heart remains a 7-aperture Ling-long heart. Now imbued with my divine power, the 7-aperture Ling-long heart will not shatter easily. The blessings and a trace of divine energy bestowed upon you by the angelic god still endure. Your body has grown remarkably resilient, rivaling the physical strength of a soul Douluo, and your twin martial souls have been sanctified by my divine influence. Therefore, you shall not meet your demise before the age of 25. Yet, in the next moment, Tang Xi displayed a bold smile, exclaiming, well then, since the rewards are so abundant, I shall embrace life to its fullest until I turn 25. Perhaps Tang Xi's exuberance resonated with the god of destruction, who found himself in high spirits as well. He then infused the black mist from his palm into Tang Xi's being, a mist containing a fragment of his divine power and 1% of his offensive strength. The god of destruction declared, I hold you in high regard. These 2 rewards are yours. However, such generous gifts do not come without a price. You must undertake a task on our behalf. As Tang Xi found herself momentarily immersed in the abundance of rewards, she was swiftly jolted back to reality, realizing that such lavish gifts came with responsibilities, much akin to the divine mandates. Nevertheless, Tang Xi earnestly pledged that she would fulfill any tasks within her capabilities. The god of life and the god of destruction exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave. The reason Su Wan is our chosen successor is due to the imminent invasion of other realms upon our Douluo plane. The divine realm requires formidable protectors for Douluo. The combined divine powers of us 2 deities are sufficient to rival the future dual god kings, Tang San. However, what we seek is not a clash of titans, but rather mutual assistance between these great powers, and you are the key to this success. The path forward is clear to you. The underlying implication of the 2 god kings suggests that Su Wan and Tang San must cultivate a loving bond. This she comprehends. Observing Tang Xi's beaming acceptance of the task, the god of life felt a surge of relief, particularly charmed by Tang Xi's adorable demeanor. Next came the external rewards, a 100,000-year soul ring and the left arm bone of the 9-Xian emerald scorpion. The god of life's seemingly casual remarks stirred ripples within Tang Xi's heart. The name 9-Xian emerald scorpion struck a familiar chord within her, evoking an almost tearful response. In an instant, a red light flashed, and the 100,000-year soul ring descended from the heavens, enveloping Tang Xi in a sense of familiarity as it settled upon her 5th soul ring. A wave of warm power surged through her entire being. As the 5th soul ring firmly nestled at her waist, the surrounding soul power surged wildly, propelling her to an impressive level 55. The soul bone floating in midair seamlessly merged into Tang Xi's left arm, and she sensed an unceasing flow of strength coursing through her body, accompanied by a hint of chill. Child, it is time for you to return. Do not forget your promise, a melodious voice chimed in her ear, leaving her uncertain whether it belonged to the god of life or the god of destruction. Before her vision blurred into a haze, a blinding white light enveloped everything. The god of life held great expectations for Tang Xi, believing she could bring forth numerous surprises. The god of destruction concurred, noting that the age-old conflict between soul beast and humanity might finally find resolution. It seemed she had forgotten the discrepancy between the trial ground's time and the outside world. Oh well, that was a minor concern. Above the spirit hall, a flash of white light streaked through the air, and as the light dissipated, Tang Xi gracefully descended onto the rooftop, stretching lazily as a sense of lightness washed over her. Below, the guards, upon seeing that familiar visage, erupted in terrified cries. Is that a ghost? The person who died 2 years ago has suddenly returned. What a fright. Tang Xi pouted in displeasure, wondering, am I truly that intimidating? Nevertheless, she decided to seek out her teacher to share this delightful news. Tang Xishu unfurled her blood-red wings, their edges emanating a faint golden glow. She found herself inadvertently admiring the beauty of her wings. After a while, when Tang Xishu arrived at the Pope's Hall, the grand doors swung open with a resounding bang, and a gust of cold wind carrying a palpable aura of menace surged forth. From within, the furious voice of Yu Guan echoed, questioning who possessed the audacity to impersonate the saintess of the Spirit Hall, Tang Xishu. Tang Xi was filled with questions. She was impersonating herself. Confronted by the palpable aura of danger, Tang Xi displayed no sign of fear. Instead, she excitedly called out, Teacher, I'm back. The icy demeanor of Bibi Dong momentarily faltered upon hearing those words, as it had been 2 long years since she had heard such an endearing call. A faint green hem caught her eye, and Tang Xi approached her with a beaming smile, appearing even more exquisite and beautiful than she had imagined. Indeed, this was her little she. The little Xi who had vanished for 2 years. As Bibi Dong blinked once more, tears brimmed in her eyes. Almost instinctively, she rose and rushed towards Tang Xi, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Bibi Dong cupped Tang Xi's face, carefully scrutinizing her. Yes, this was indeed her little Xi. Tang Xi, with a bewildered expression, raised her hand and inquired, "Teacher, I have only been away for 5 months. Why do you perceive me as if it has been an eternity since our last encounter?" Bibi Dong, with tears brimming in her eyes, tightly embraced Tang Xi. "What do you mean 5 months? You have clearly vanished for 2 years. The duration has been so extensive that I believed you were lost to me forever." As she spoke, Bibi Dong extended her soul power into Tang Xi's body, only to be met with the disheartening realization that it was still the Seven Treasures' heart, indicating that no matter the effort, Tang Xi would not live beyond the age of 25. Tang Xi gently reassured, "Teacher, do not cry. I have returned, and I still have many years to live." However, she was utterly unaware that the passage of time within the trial grounds was markedly different from that of the outside world. In this timeline, senior sister Nana and her brother had ventured to the city of Slaughter for their training. The thought of Su Wen immediately prompted her to inquire of Bibi Dong, "Teacher, what about Su Wen?" Upon hearing his name, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of guilt and awkwardly turned her head away. "Ah, he was sent to the Death Canyon." She confessed, "It is said to be an exceedingly perilous place, and I did not send anyone to protect him." The more Bibi Dong spoke, the more uneasy she became, primarily because at that time, she had believed that Su Wen had harmed Tang Xi, and in a fit of rage, she had cast him away to such a distant location. Upon hearing this, Tang Xi felt a weight lift from her heart with this revelation. It seemed that Su could not contend with Tang San. However, she was quite eager to venture into the city of Slaughter. Thus, Tang Xi pulled Bibi Dong to a seat and proceeded to serve tea and water, as well as offering a gentle massage. In a tone of flattery, she remarked, "I have heard that senior sister Nana has also made her way to the city of Slaughter, Master." Bibi Dong chuckled softly. Yet a sense of foreboding lingered in her heart as she observed Tang Xi's diligent demeanor. "Flattery without cause. Speak up. What is it that you desire this time?" Tang Xi, with a beaming smile, stood up and affectionately kissed Bibi Dong's cheek, playfully exclaiming, "I also want to visit the city of Slaughter." Bibi Dong nearly choked on her words. Incredulous at the thought of such an excursion, furrowing her brow, it was evident that she disapproved of Tang Xi embarking on such a perilous adventure. Observing Tang Xi's playful demeanor, she admonished sternly, "What nonsense! Do you even comprehend the nature of the city of Slaughter?" After speaking, Bibi Dong was struck by a wave of regret, wondering if she had been too harsh in her response. Tang Xi, with a dissatisfied huff, turned with her hands on her hips and declared, "I don't want to. They have all gone to train, and I wish to venture to the city of Slaughter for my own trials." Bibi Dong, exasperated, pressed her forehead and advised, "That place is far too perilous. It is not suitable for you." Tang Xi's lips curled into a smile as she gracefully made her way to the center of the grand hall. In her palm, a slender thread of life entwined, its white hue seemingly animated as it tenderly caressed her hand. At the tip of this ethereal strand, several peonies bloomed in splendid glory. Although the god of life had mentioned the evolution of her martial soul, the specifics remained elusive to Tang Xi. With each step she took, soul rings began to rise from beneath her feet, one after another. The colors, yellow, purple, black, and crimson, unfurled before her, with the last, a deep crimson ring, emanating an overwhelming aura of intimidation and a chilling coldness. Bibi Dong's exquisite features reflected astonishment. The hue of this soul ring was even more profound than that of her own 100,000-year soul ring. It was a genuine 100,000-year soul ring. The eyes of both the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo met, brimming with disbelief, as they recognized that the fifth soul ring was indeed a 100,000-year ring, an extraordinary phenomenon. While it was true that Tang Xi's bloodthirsty peony also possessed a 100,000-year soul ring that was merely a result of the soul beast's power, this soul ring, however, was undeniably authentic, a true 100,000-year soul ring. A glimmer of pride flickered in Tang Xi's eyes. "So what do you think, teacher? Am I worthy of the city of Slaughter?" The excitement within Bibi Dong was palpable. The astonishment Tang Xi brought her was no less than that which Su Wen had once delivered. "Excellent, truly excellent. You are indeed my student. However, it is regrettable that I have already entrusted the wisdom soul bone to Su Wen." Bibi Dong felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have retained that soul bone for a few more years. Thoughts of Nana, Yin, and Su Wen possessing their own soul bones filled her mind. Yet her dearest Tang Xi had none. A wave of heartache washed over Bibi Dong. Tang Xi, unfazed by the circumstances, was aware that she possessed 3 soul bones. It was said that in the city of Slaughter, soul techniques were prohibited, yet skills derived from soul bones were exempt from such restrictions. Tang Xi was confident in her ability to navigate her way through. "Master, I am indifferent to soul bones. Please allow me to go without sending anyone to protect me. I am quite capable." Tang Xi once again tugged at Bibi Dong's arm, employing a charming and playful demeanor. This tactic proved effective, and Bibi Dong readily acquiesced, albeit with the stipulation that she would send word to the king of Slaughter, warning that if he dared to harm even a hair on the head of the girl she cherished, he would face dire consequences. Tang Xi extracted a wealth of information regarding the city of slaughter from her instructor, discovering that it offered little in the way of delectable cuisine. Consequently, she embarked on a fervent shopping spree for provisions. Additionally, she prepared a selection of handguns and explosives, ensuring her safety even in the absence of soul techniques. Once adequately equipped, Tang Xi hastily set forth on her journey to the city of slaughter. The path led her northward, where the temperature steadily plummeted. After enduring over a month of hardships and exposure to the elements, she finally glimpsed a shadowy tavern in the distance, although it was still daylight. The sky hung heavy and dim, with crows dotting the landscape and a faint scent of blood permeating the air. Tang Xi adorned herself with a black mask and donned a deep crimson dress, her obedient hair cascading behind her in twin ponytails. At the age of 17, she had blossomed into a strikingly graceful figure, possessing an allure that could captivate hearts. As she stepped through the entrance of the tavern, she instantly captured the attention of the crowd. Numerous lecherous gazes seemed to affix themselves upon her, for such exquisite beauty was a rarity. A server clad in black, with an expression of nonchalance, approached her and inquired, "May I assist you with anything?" Tang Xi raised her hand and lightly touched her lips with her fingertips. Pondering earnestly, the teacher once mentioned that upon seeing the pitch-dark tavern, one must venture inside and order a Bloody Mary. For beneath the bar lies the entrance to the city of carnage. However, Tang Xi found herself in a dilemma, as the original text had noted that a Bloody Mary was essentially a glass of human blood, possessing an exceedingly unpleasant taste. Fearful at the thought, Tang Xi shook her head and directly inquired, "I wish to journey to the city of carnage. Could you guide me there?" As soon as Tang Xi's words were uttered, an uproarious laughter erupted from those present, comprising approximately 20 men, among whom only 8 were soul masters, the most powerful being at the Soul King level. One of the men, his face contorted with lewdness, brazenly taunted, "Little girl, if you do not become my woman, I shall take you to the city of slaughter." The waitress regarded Tang Xi with palpable disdain, for the notion of entering the city of slaughter was nothing short of a delusion. Tang Xi merely smiled faintly, then propped her left hand on her waist and gracefully perched herself upon the adjacent table. With a delicate gesture, she indicated the person before her who was boasting recklessly. And in an instant, her soul rings were unleashed. Yellow, purple, black, and crimson, those terrifying 10,000-year soul rings rendered the onlookers speechless. Not only was she a soul king, but she also possessed 10,000-year soul rings. Tang Xi's eyes shimmered with a frigid coldness, causing the surrounding air to freeze instantaneously. Some individuals, gripped by panic, sought to flee, yet his right leg was encased in ice, rendering him immobile. This was the effect of Tang Xi's soul skill derived from the bone of the 9-Xian green scorpion in his left arm, absolute zero. The temperature within a radius of 100 meters plummeted to several hundred degrees below zero in an instant, while his left arm transformed into the formidable pincers of a scorpion, wielding the full attack power of the 9-Xian green scorpion. "Run, run!" Someone cried out in a frenzy, yet others, undeterred by the peril, advanced with drawn blades to provoke her, exclaiming, "What does it matter? With so many of us, can we not defeat this little girl?" Tang Xi stifled a yawn, barely casting a glance in the direction of her surroundings. Suddenly, the first soul ring at her waist illuminated, activating the initial soul skill of the line of life, the venomous needle thread. A white thread erupted from behind her, deftly piercing towards the 20 or so individuals before her. The needle threads hoisted their lifeless bodies aloft. In an instant, peonies blossomed atop the corpses, their deep crimson centers gradually fading into shades of pink and white, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The bloodthirsty peonies incessantly absorbed the life essence from the deceased, a steady stream of murderous intent flowing into Tang Xi's being. She emitted a satisfied hum, before retracting her soul ring and martial spirit. Thud, thud, thud. The bodies collapsed to the ground, blood splattering against the walls. The attendant beside her trembled in fear, and with a radiant smile, Tang Xi inquired, "Now, can you escort me to the city of slaughter?" The girl before her bore a striking resemblance to the boy from the previous year, both possessing a ruthless decisiveness. The attendant, drenched in sweat from terror, nodded fervently and replied, "I shall activate the entrance to the city of slaughter for you at once." With that, the attendant hurried to the bar and pressed a switch. A wooden panel slid apart, revealing a dark abyss. Without hesitation, Tang Xi leaped into the void. Within moments, she felt her feet touch solid ground, though darkness enveloped her. Yet, she discerned the features of the shadowy passageway stretching before her, a long corridor. After approximately half an hour of walking, a chilling voice echoed from all directions, "Welcome to the city of slaughter. Here lies the capital of hell, a realm steeped in bloodshed. Within these confines, you may acquire everything you desire, the sole price being your very life." Tang Xi casually dug at her ear and continued forward. As she turned a corner, a faint light became discernible ahead, and the brightness expanded in her vision, revealing an open portal. On the other side of the threshold, a presence of life could be felt. Striding boldly, Tang Xi vaguely heard the sounds of commotion. And as she emerged from the passageway, she found herself confronted by 101 figures. All were clad in black armor, their faces completely concealed by helmets. Among them, one individual sat majestically atop a grand steed, which too was enveloped in substantial black armor. Behind the black-armored knight loomed a city of darkness. The formidable black walls were exceptionally wide. Indeed, it was a city, and suspended above it was a violet moon. The moon hung low, seemingly less than 500 meters from the ground, and above it, everything faded into an abyss of blackness, reminiscent of the deepest night. The knight's voice was frigid, devoid of any warmth, declaring, "Defeat me, and you shall earn the right to enter the city of carnage." The elongated lance in the knight's grasp was raised slowly, and the black-armored warriors flanking Tang Xi gradually retreated, clearing a space. "I am the fearsome knight, Husky." In the next moment, Tang Xi could not help but erupt into laughter. "Fearsome knight? Husky? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Who bestowed upon you such a juvenile name?" The black-armored knight's expression darkened, and he replied, "Sister, could you please show me some respect?" Tang Xi laughed until her abdomen ached, one hand clutching her belly while the other transformed into a claw. The mirth in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a chilling, sinister aura that swept towards the black-armored knight, a thin layer of ice forming upon the obsidian ground. Suddenly, a flash of crimson streaked through the air, and blood gushed from the knight's chest. The black-armored knight was drenched in cold sweat, narrowly escaping the claw that nearly pierced his heart. Trembling, he gazed at Tang Xi, fear creeping into his expression. Tang Xi came to a halt not far away, her left hand reverting to its original form, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "May I approach?" she inquired, her tone laced with a hint of coldness, reminiscent of a serpent fixating on its prey. Upon hearing these words, the black-armored knight trembled, swiftly retrieving a token from his chest and tossing it to Tang Xi, fear evident in his voice as he stammered, "Why yes, you may." Tang Xi grasped the token, upon which was inscribed a sequence of numbers, 9999, crowned by a skull emblem. Observing Tang Xi's retreating silhouette, the black-armored knight couldn't help but marvel. At such a tender age, she already possessed a soul bone and effortlessly vanquished him. Her prowess was undeniably on par with that of the Shura King and the Harbinger of Hell, perhaps even surpassing them by great margins. The blackened city walls bore the ominous inscription City of Slaughter, casting an oppressive shadow over the surroundings. Beneath the monumental gates, 2 rows of black-armored knights stood sentinel, their demeanor stoic. From the entrance emerged a woman clad in a black veil, exuding an air of enigma. In a flicker, the veiled maiden appeared beside Tang Xi, gesturing graciously, "Welcome to the City of Slaughter. Please follow me this way." Tang Xi followed the girl in black gauze into the city, where she beheld a dimly lit world bathed in hues of blue and purple. The streetlights hanging on either side cast an oppressive atmosphere. The girl in black gauze explained ahead, "I am your guide. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to inquire. For the duration of 12 hours, I shall answer all your questions. After these 12 hours, this will be your abode. During your initial 12 hours in this realm, you are under the protection of a newcomer. My presence guarantees your safety. Beyond this period, your fate will be left to the whims of destiny." Tang Xi recalled some amusing scenes from the original work and then leaned closer to the girl in the black veil, smilingly inquiring, "What is your relationship with the King of Slaughter?" Upon mentioning the King of Slaughter, a glimmer of pride flickered in the eyes of the girl in the black veil as she replied, "I am the messenger of the King of Slaughter, and also his most trusted confidant." Tang Xi wore an expression of understanding and remarked with a hint of curiosity, "Is it a clandestine romance?" This question caused the girl in the black veil to blush momentarily, yet she responded with a touch of disappointment, "Not at all. I am merely his subordinate." Tang Xi felt a profound sense of disappointment, as if everything amounted to nothing. After a while, the two ventured into the inner city, which, in stark contrast to the outer city, lacked any guards. If the outer city was a realm of desolation and indifference, the inner city was a world of opulence and madness. A myriad of colorful lights illuminated the surroundings. The population within the inner city far exceeded that of the outer city, creating a cacophony that was the complete antithesis of the outer city's tranquility. Within the inner city, chaos reigned supreme. Blood and corpses were scattered everywhere. The moment Tang Xi laid eyes on the blood, her very cells seemed to scream, and the bloodthirsty peony in her hand appeared poised to break free from her restraint. The soul energy around her pulsed with intensity, drawing the curiosity of the girl in the black veil, who, though perplexed by Tang Xi's unusual demeanor, chose to remain silent. In a deserted corner, a recently deceased body lay adorned with a blooming crimson peony, vibrant and delicate. The skin of the corpse gradually desiccated, losing its sanguine hue, while the peony's petals deepened in their rich, scarlet brilliance. In this place, one could witness constant brawls, bloodshed, and pandemonium, accompanied by the sounds of violence and turmoil. Tang Xi clearly witnessed a man's throat being slit by the blade wielded by the woman beneath him. The alluring femme fatale was greedily indulging in the crimson liquid gushing from the man's throat, her visage reflecting sheer ecstasy. Tang Xi turned her gaze away in disgust. Yet an exhilarating rush surged through her veins, a primal craving for blood awakened by her bloodthirsty, peony martial spirit. The sky crackled with thunder and lightning, and the figure of the girl in black had vanished without a trace. The moment the 7 or 8 cloaked figures laid eyes on Tang Xi, they recognized her as a newcomer, for her aura was remarkably pure, devoid of any trace of murderous intent, much like a docile little lamb awaiting slaughter. Tang Xi observed that these individuals exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, they extended their fingers in a tempting manner, as if to say, Do you desire me? The sight only heightened the excitement among them, prompting a frenzied charge towards her. Behind Tang Xi, two hands gripped gleaming daggers, their blades reflecting a chilling glint. However, a shadowy figure darted past her, releasing dozens of fine needles from the hands of a blue-haired man. The sharp sound of needles piercing flesh echoed, and the group of cloaked assailants fell to the ground in response. Tang Xi gazed at the elegantly poised blue-haired youth before her, captivated by his refined demeanor. The familiar movements instantly reminded her of her brother, Tang San. Indeed, the young man before her was none other than Tang San, albeit under the alias of Tang Yin. However, unlike the tender affection he once showed to Tang Xi, there now emanated an aura of chilling menace. Tang San cast a glance at Tang Xi, sensing an inexplicable familiarity about her that eluded his understanding. Upon witnessing the young girl surrounded by others, he found himself instinctively taking action, bewildered by his own response. Tang Xi regained her composure and recognized that the person before her was none other than her elder brother. A smile graced her lips as she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your timely rescue." However, her voice took on a more youthful tone as she sought to conceal her true identity, fearing that her brother might discover who she really was and subsequently forbid her from participating in the hellish arena of carnage. To escape the city of slaughter, one must compete in the hellish arena and achieve victory in 100 battles to become the champion. Only then could they qualify to traverse the path of hell, a journey that grants access to the realm of the god of slaughter. Tang San's gaze was deeply stirred at the moment Tang Xi spoke. He momentarily believed his sister had returned. Unable to suppress his compassion, Tang San kindly cautioned, "Do not thank me. Every individual here is your adversary. Peril lurks everywhere. It would be wise for you to exercise caution." "Tang San, it's time to leave." A striking and flamboyant figure emerged, revealing the familiar visage of Hu Laina, the pinnacle of the golden generation. Yet, the allure that once characterized her gaze had vanished, replaced solely by an icy demeanor. Tang Xi looked at the two with a hint of astonishment, realizing that senior sister Nana was aware of her brother's identity. Tang San made his way towards Hu Laina, and their gazes collided, laden with an almost imperceptible hostility. Ultimately, Tang San and Hu Laina walked away side by side. The girl in the black veil observed this entire exchange and spoke softly, advising him to keep his distance from the two. Her words hinted at a palpable fear towards both Tang San and Hu Laina. Tang Xi inquired with a sense of confusion. "Why?" The girl in black lace responded, "The woman is known as the Harbinger of Hell, and the man is the King of Azura. They are the most formidable individuals in this city of slaughter, second only to the King of Carnage. The Harbinger of Hell has achieved an impressive record of 67 consecutive victories in the arena of infernal combat, and bear in mind, she has only been here for a year and a half. Even more astonishing is the fact that the King of Azura, who arrived a little later, has already amassed 71 consecutive victories." Tang Xi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. 60 or 70 matches. Did this not imply that if the two of them stayed a little longer, they would surely succeed in escaping from this place? No. She must hurry to improve her battle record. 125 in the City of Carnage. Tang Xi addressed the girl in black veil, saying, "Lead me to the Hell Arena. I wish to enhance my battle record." The girl in black was momentarily taken aback, before she could utter a word. The girl before her already seemed familiar with the Hell Arena, suggesting that her identity was far from ordinary. The girl in black replied calmly, "Then please follow me." In the heart of the City of Carnage, there exists a realm of unparalleled joy intertwined with profound suffering, where cheers and screams resonate throughout. At the center, a conical structure reminiscent of a fighting arena looms, suspended in midair, with bubbling magma seething beneath it. Tang Xi, clutching her identification token, registered herself, her attire captivating the attention of many onlookers. Their gazes were laden with lasciviousness, as the City of Slaughter had seldom witnessed such a beauty, particularly one as fair and exquisite as Tang Xi. However, upon noticing the girl in black veils trailing behind her, they were swiftly overcome with fear and scattered in disarray. The veiled maiden approached with an air of indifference, stating that each contest in the hellish arena featured 10 participants, with only one ultimately surviving. The victor would have the ability to absorb the soul power of the fallen and could exchange the number of heads collected as currency for desired items. This perilous endeavor necessitates careful consideration, dear girl. Tang Xi displayed no fear upon her face. In fact, she was preoccupied with pondering what delectable dish she would indulge in for dinner. Upon hearing the girl in the black veil speaking to her, Tang Xi, somewhat foolishly, turned her head and shyly inquired, "I was just contemplating some culinary delights. Could you please repeat that?" The girl in the black veil, exasperated, rubbed her forehead and reiterated what she had just conveyed. "Your group has successfully gathered 10 members. It is now your turn for the next round. Best of luck to you, young lady." With that, the girl in the black veil departed in a somewhat impatient manner, for this had been the most exhausting experience she had ever encountered as a commentator. Throughout the journey, Tang Xi found herself either lost in thought or captivated by a myriad of intriguing sights. It often took her at least 2 or 3 repetitions of an explanation for her to truly grasp the content. Under the dim lighting, as soon as Tang Xi took the stage, she became the center of attention. Amidst a chaotic melee involving 10 individuals, she skillfully retreated, executing a graceful half-turn. and with a swift motion, drew a sharp dagger that silently severed the arteries of her opponents. One by one, they fell, their life essence seeping from their lifeless forms. Ultimately absorbed by Tang Xi. With blood pooling around her, she instinctively licked her lips, her bloodthirsty persona awakened, drawing in the crimson essence. The crowd erupted in fervent shouts. Number 9,999. Number 9,999. Number 9,999. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly fragile young girl would achieve such a swift victory? The 12th match. Tang Xi produced her homemade miniature explosives and scattered them forward. Within 5 seconds, the other 9 had been reduced to a bloody pulp. The audience erupted in shouts of Yama, 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 the moniker bestowed upon Tang Xi, the merciless king of hell known for her unrelenting bloodshed. Scene 23. As Tang Xi engaged in battle, she nonchalantly retrieved a chicken leg from her sapphire soul guide, munching on it mid-fight. With each subsequent match, she felt a searing gaze fixed upon her, an inexplicable sensation that lingered in the air. In a corner of the audience, Tang San observed Tang Xi's competition, closely following nearly every one of her matches. From the very first bout, he recognized without a doubt that this girl was indeed Tang Xi, bloodthirsty peony, sapphire. How could he, as her brother, fail to identify his own sister amidst such obvious signs? If Tang Xi wished to conceal her identity, he would indulge her charade, even if watching her devour the chicken leg made his mouth water. On the arena, as he noticed an assailant preparing to ambush Tang Xi, Tang San furrowed his brows in concern. However, when he saw her deftly evade and counter with a dagger, his tension eased, and his brow unfurrowed. Hey, you've been watching this young lady's matches closely. Have you not noticed something amiss? Hulaina approached Tang San, joining him in watching. As they observed Tang Xi's petite form effortlessly take down 10 burly men, Hulaina's eyes sparkled with a rare gentleness. Her physique and martial spirit bore a striking resemblance to that of Tang Xi. Noticing Tang San's unperturbed expression, she speculated. Could it be that you already knew she was Tang Xi? Tang San nodded in acknowledgement, while Hulaina, exasperated, exclaimed, after all this time. You only just figured it out. How infuriating. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Her face flushed with anger. Tang San, unfazed, replied, you never asked. You. Hulaina trembled with rage, recalling how she had initially been captivated by his presence. Eventually, he had approached her to confirm his identity, subsequently inquiring about Tang Xi's whereabouts. Following the revelation that Tang Xi's fate was uncertain, Tang San had shown her little kindness. Nevertheless, amidst the chaos of the city of slaughter, Hulaina and Tang San resolved to join forces and brave the perilous path ahead. Every day, Tang Xi participates in a competition, and within a mere 3 months, she has achieved an astounding record of 90 consecutive victories, surpassing even the formidable Shura King and his companions. However, the Shura King and the Hell Messenger have already completed their 99th consecutive win, refraining from surpassing the century mark as they await Tang Xi to join them as champions of 100 victories. Throughout this period, countless challengers have sought to trouble Tang Xi, yet they have been discreetly eliminated by Tang San and Hulaina. At the pinnacle of the city of slaughter stands the palace of the Slaughter King, the dwelling of the bloodbath. The girl in black gauze approaches the Slaughter King, delicately holding the elixir of the underworld, which the Slaughter King consumes in one gulp. What do you think of the King of Hell's martial soul? Capable of feasting on human blood? The expression of the girl in black gauze shifts subtly, for this indeed resembles the sinister form of an evil martial soul. Yet, the background of that girl possesses formidable strength. The Slaughter King snorts in acknowledgement. Of course, I am aware. This was sent by the god of slaughter. However, her body is quite suited for my parasitism. She is undeniably powerful. With a wry smile curling at the corner of his mouth, the Slaughter King adds, if I were to employ a few underhanded tactics, causing inexplicable deaths would suit my intentions perfectly. Ah ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the girl in black gauze beams with delight, obediently sitting beside the Slaughter King. In Tang Xi's 96th match, the white line deftly penetrated the bodies of the other 9 individuals. At its apex, several crimson peonies suddenly bloomed, their edges adorned with a delicate blush of pink. In Tang Xi's eyes, a crimson hue filled with fervor reflected the tumultuous power within her veins. The blood-red gown, coupled with the enigmatic black mask, lent an air of mystery to Tang Xi, while her ruthlessly brutal methods of slaughter had become her signature. A week later, this day drew the attention of many, for it heralded the emergence of 3 champions who had surpassed the 100-level mark. Following Hulaina, Tang San also successfully ascended to the rank of champion. The final match marked Tang Xi's 100th duel. Among the 9 figures clad in black, each had achieved a winning streak of over 40 matches, all of them at the Soul Douluo level. Standing together, the 9 exuded a palpable confidence, evidently united in their determination to vanquish Tang Xi. In Tang Xi's eyes resided a palpable murderous intent, and a chilling aura swiftly emanated from her presence. Within a radius of 100 meters, the air became suffused with a delicate layer of frost, a stark contrast to the searing magma that lay beneath this battlefield. The extent of Tang Xi's formidable prowess remains an enigma, even to Tang San. In the city of slaughter, one individual wielded their soul power to manifest a soul weapon, a meteor hammer, whirling it rapidly before launching it towards Tang Xi. Meanwhile, 3 others ensnared Tang Xi's neck with ropes. exerting all their strength to pull and tug at him. Yet, it was as if they were attempting to move an immovable mountain, no matter their efforts. Tang Xi stood resolute and unmoved, his head bowed in contemplation, lost in thought. As Tang San's gaze intensified with urgency, he was on the verge of charging at the group, only to be restrained by Hulaina beside him. Exercise some restraint. Tang Xi is not as feeble as you presume. When the meteor hammer descended upon Tang Xi, a flash of azure light enveloped her, forming a protective blue barrier. Upon the hammer's contact with the shield, it was instantaneously repelled by an unseen force, a consequence of Tang Xi's iron-armored rhinoceros soul bone. Enhanced by the divine power of the god of life, the soul bone not only autonomously shielded its master, absorbing 75% of the incoming attack, but also boasted the ability to reflect damage back at the assailant. A crimson glow flickered in Tang Xi's eyes, with a sudden burst of speed. Her dagger pirouetted in her grasp, swiftly claiming the lives of 3 adversaries. The remaining foes, now fraught with trepidation, began to retreat, yet Tang Xi, with her knees bent, harnessed the elasticity of the pillar to propel herself into the air. In a graceful spin, her dagger danced in her hands, effortlessly severing the throats of 2 more opponents in an instant. Tang Xi snapped her fingers, and the other 4 individuals began to froth at the mouth, their bodies convulsing as they collapsed. From the very beginning, Tang Xi had poisoned them. These 5 victims were merely a means for her to hone her skills. The relentless cycle of killing left Tang Xi wearied, as the bloodthirsty peony absorbed the life essence daily, gradually tainting her with an overwhelming aura of slaughter, nearly transforming her into a mere instrument of death. Ultimately, in the climactic confrontation, she emerged victorious. With a sigh of relief, Tang Xi removed her black mask, revealing her astonishing beauty, eliciting jubilant cheers from the crowd. They shouted, "Yama! Yama! Yama!" The familiar visage appeared before Tang San's eyes, causing his pupils to widen in astonishment. It was none other than his longed-for sister, Tang Xi. Tang San could not resist the urge to embrace his younger sister. Yet Huliana was swifter, advancing ahead of him. She dashed forward and enveloped Tang Xi in a warm embrace, exclaiming with excitement, "Little Xi, you have finally removed your mask. How much longer were you planning to pretend not to know me?" Although her words carried a tone of reproach towards Tang Xi, they were imbued with a profound sense of grievance. It was acceptable for Tang San to conceal his identity, but why must she do the same? Oh, how suffocating it felt. Tang Xi helplessly patted Hulaina's shoulder, her voice tinged with guilt as she confessed, "I believe it is better for me to cultivate my strength alone. Hence I prefer not to disclose my identity and be subjected to your protection." Observing the aggrieved expression on Hulaina's face, Tang Xi stifled a chuckle and quickly adopted a more endearing tone. All right, senior sister, I realize my mistake. Please forgive me." Subsequently, Tang Xi planted a kiss on Hulaina's cheek, a tactic that proved remarkably effective, as the tips of Hulaina's ears turned crimson, resembling droplets of blood. Turning her head away with a haughty demeanor, she declared, "Humph, there shall be no next time." Tang San gazed upon this heartwarming scene, his expression darkening with frustration. How infuriating it was. This joyous moment ought to belong to him, for he was indeed Tang Xi's elder brother. Yet, it seemed he was not merely a brother by blood. No, he was an existence even closer than that of a biological sibling. Tang San also removed his mask and directly pulled Tang Xi, who was cradled in Hulaina's arms, out. Gently lifting Tang Xi's delicate face, he earnestly declared, "I am your brother, Tang San, little Xi." Tang Xi smiled mischievously and said, "Long time no see, my old brother. You have become considerably more handsome over the years." In Tang Xi's eyes, there was no astonishment, as if she had disowned Tang San's identity from the very beginning. Tang San's eyes brimmed with tears. No matter how much he has changed, will his younger sister still be able to recognize him? Tang San held the little one tightly in his arms, feeling soft and warm, and he couldn't help but think how delightful it was to have a little sister. Tang Xi slightly pushed away Tang San's approaching face with a hint of disdain, exclaiming, "Brother, behave normally. You come over checking if I'm injured, and then you embrace and kiss me. Do you not realize my face is covered in saliva?" Tang San cast a glance at the petrified audience below, swiftly releasing Tang Xi before adjusting his attire, embodying once again the decisive demeanor of the Shura king. No, he could not allow the prolonged absence from his younger sister to compromise his dignity. Tang San could not help but gaze at the tuft of hair atop Tang Xi's head, and he found himself irresistibly drawn to caress the soft strands. Tang Xi, in a huff, busied herself with rearranging her tousled hair that had been ruffled by his touch. It was then that Tang San spoke earnestly, "Sister, I shall always be your unwavering pillar of strength. Therefore, no matter the challenges you face, you must never bear them alone. You are the treasure of my heart, and I could never bear to see you suffer or toil. Most importantly, do not conceal anything from me. When you first arrived in the city of slaughter, I felt a surge of anger when you recognized me yet chose not to acknowledge our bond. Had I not been closely following you, resolving the troubles that arose, how many dangers would you have encountered?" Tang Xi gazed at Tang San with deep emotion, her voice choked with sentiment. "Brother, it is truly wonderful to have you." Hulaina interjected, "Please do not forget her." The king of slaughter donned a blood-red robe, his entire being enveloped in a magnificent crimson cloak with a high collar. His pale skin bore numerous mysterious blood patterns, and upon his forehead rested a sword-shaped magic mark. A pair of immense blood-red wings unfurled behind him as he soared above the arena of slaughter, surveying his subjects below. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers upon witnessing the King of Slaughter, chanting, "King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter!" Tang San, Tang Xi, and Hulaina stood tall on the battlefield, exuding an aura of formidable and terrifying power. The hoarse voice of the King of Slaughter echoed with excitement, declaring, "Today, 3 formidable warriors have emerged on the battlefield. Their immense strength and fearsome presence instill tremors of dread within you, do they not?" The cloaked figures below fervently shouted in affirmation, "Indeed, indeed, 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 indeed." A blood-red swarm of bats formed a staircase at the feet of the King of Slaughter, who retracted his wings and descended slowly. "Azura King, Hell's Messenger, King Yin, I have decided to bestow upon you the esteemed title of God of Slaughter, and appoint you as honorary guests, your rank only second to mine." As the King of Slaughter traversed the battlefield, an overwhelming sense of suffocation emanated from him. He spoke with a serene demeanor, "From this moment forth, you may freely enter and exit the city of slaughter." Simultaneously, Hulaina and Tang Xi contemplated. It seems that the path to achieving the title of God of Slaughter does not entail traversing the road to hell. He appears most reluctant for us to attain dominion over the realm of slaughter. Tang Xi stretched lazily and nonchalantly remarked, "Having come this far, do you really think we would fear a mere road to hell?" This audacious declaration elicited laughter from the King of Slaughter, who quipped, "You seem unaware of the terrors that lie along the road to hell. Yin Wang, I trust you comprehend that a person's life is singular." Hulaina scoffed derisively. "O great King of Slaughter, is it not somewhat ludicrous for you to speak of life with us?" In the dim light, the King of Slaughter furrowed his brow, clearly displeased by their words. He then turned to Tang San and inquired, "And what about you?" Tang San seemed to have heard an amusing question, and with a faint chuckle, he remarked, "Since my sister has decided to embark on the road to hell, do I, as her elder brother, have any justification to refrain from accompanying her?" Tang San gazed at the King of Slaughter with an expression devoid of emotion. "I appreciate your goodwill. Please open the gateway to the path of hell." The 3 of them stood resolutely, their eyes fixed upon the King of Slaughter. Without uttering a word, the king turned and unfurled his blood-red wings, sneering, "If that is the case, traveling together on the path of hell shall indeed be an intriguing journey." Suddenly, a multitude of crimson bats emerged, causing the entire city of Slaughter to tremble violently. No one had ever witnessed the opening of the path to hell before. Among the audience, someone quietly voiced this query, to which Tang Xi responded with a serene smile. "That is because those who have seen the path to hell's opening have all been offered as sacrifices. Are you not fleeing yet?" Tang Xi's ethereal words threw everyone present into a state of panic, their eyes widening in disbelief, until a few timid souls began to flee. The King of Slaughter laughed maniacally, proclaiming it an honor to be the sacrificial offering that would unlock the path to hell. Crimson bats swooped down upon the fleeing individuals, feasting upon their flesh and blood. The souls of all present would be drawn into the underground magma, thus becoming the energy source that would open the gateway to hell. Upon witnessing this brutal scene, Tang San silently shut his eyes. In this city of slaughter, a place so rife with the cruelty of humanity, its existence is indeed unjustifiable. A crimson glow enveloped the entire city of carnage, as the King of Slaughter soared through the air, reveling in the ecstasy of murder. Blood coalesced into small streams, resembling serpents slithering into the depths of this hellish arena. The instant the hellish battleground was stained red, it emanated a ghastly crimson light, gradually unveiling its true form as countless ghostly hands dragged the trio into the abyss. Dizziness afflicted all 3. An overwhelming sensation that even the mentally resilient Tang San could scarcely endure. Beneath the all-consuming scarlet, Tang San, Hulaina, and Tang Xi simultaneously felt the ground vanish beneath their feet, as everything around them transformed into an ethereal haze, their senses locked away in that singular moment. The agony of being unable to regain control instilled within them a profound and inexplicable fear. Unbeknownst to them, an intangible layer of white ripples, born from their gathered killing intent, enveloped and shielded them within its embrace. Tang Xi felt her vision gradually obscured by a crimson haze, her consciousness dimming further. "I wish you good fortune on your journey to hell," was the last piercing voice that resonated in the ears of Tang Xi and her companions. Fortunately, the presence of this murderous aura lingered. Otherwise, at the moment the blood-red tide swept over them, they would have been utterly consumed. Tang San struggled to open his eyes, gazing at the anguished expression of Tang Xi before him. Instinctively, he pulled Tang Xi into his embrace, hoping to alleviate her suffering even as they plummeted through the air. For years prior, he had helplessly watched his 2 most beloved individuals fall into the clutches of the Spirit Hall. Despite his yearning to rescue them, he was powerless to act, especially when he learned that his beloved Xiao Wu was on the brink of death and that his dear sister had but 2 months to live. He had contemplated venturing to the Spirit Hall in search of them, yet his father had obstructed his every attempt. The moment he discovered that Xiao Wu had been returned to the Star Doe Forest, a flicker of joy ignited within him. However, upon receiving news of Tang Xi's grave illness, he was consumed by despair and self-reproach, his hatred for the Spirit Hall deepening with each passing day. Time became an indistinct blur, until a violent tremor jolted him back to reality. restoring his senses. The crimson light surrounding them gradually faded. When Tang San, Hulaina, and Tang Xi fully regained consciousness, they found themselves on a circular platform, measuring approximately 5 meters in diameter. The three of them lay prostrate on the ground. In addition, a narrow pathway, less than half a foot wide, barely sufficient to accommodate 2 standing feet, led into an ominous darkness, serving as the sole exit from their confined platform. Tang San immediately turned his gaze to Tang Xi in his arms, checking if she was injured. What met his eyes was a tuft of hair standing upright. Tang Xi looked up at him with her large, tearful eyes, pleadingly. "Brother, you smell like sweat. Could you please let me go?" This statement pierced Tang San's fragile heart, leaving him momentarily frozen. How could this differ from the script? His little sister, whom he fought so hard to protect, should have been expressing admiration, saying something like, "Brother, you're so impressive." Tang San, with a heavy heart, reflected. While others' younger sisters are akin to warm, cozy quilts, his sister, regrettably, resembles a drafty leather jacket. Tang Xi could not help but burst into laughter at Tang San's defeated expression, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, you truly failed at showing off, brother." With a resounding thud, Tang Xi found herself with a large bump on her head, crouching in a corner, tears streaming down her face in distress. "Whoa, my head was struck by my elder brother. I called someone little sweetheart upon our first meeting, and before long, he started hitting me. It seems that feelings can indeed sour." Observing Tang Xi's pitiful demeanor, Tang San felt a pang of guilt, wondering if he had been too rough earlier. Meanwhile, Hulaina struggled to rise. Her body enveloped in a thin layer of blood aura, her eyes a fierce crimson. The white streaks of murderous intent surrounded her, and her entire form trembled violently. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang San unleashed the blue-silver domain, raising his right hand to gently press against Hulaina's forehead. A soft blue light flickered at her brow as the vital essence flowed into her body. A palpable sensation filled her entire being, and Hulaina instantly regained her awareness. Gazing around in a daze, beneath the circular platform, a sea of boiling blood surged, and the atmosphere was suffused with intense heat. Tang Xi elucidated that the air here was permeated with a chronic toxin that could incite a frenzied state of mind. Below, a vast pool of blood emanated an abundance of soul power, which should be the very heart of the city of slaughter and the source of its energy. Hulaina, feeling utterly fatigued and achy, suggested that they take a moment to rest before continuing their journey. The other two concurred, recognizing that the perilous path ahead necessitated a restoration of their strength, which was of utmost importance. 2 hours later, Tang Xi retrieved a rope from the sapphire and handed it to Tang San and Hulaina. The two exchanged a knowing glance and secured the ends of the rope around their waists. Tang Xi unfurled the blood-red wings behind her, adorned with intricate golden patterns that danced across their surface. Tang Xi Fei ventured ahead in the air, while Tang San and Hulaina positioned themselves in the center of the narrow path to avert any unforeseen incidents. The searing lava erupted, and Hulaina felt the heat intensifying. In response, Tang Xi Fei unleashed her soulbone domain, Absolute Zero. The clash between the sweltering heat and the frigid air instantaneously transformed into a veil of mist, effectively lowering the temperature, albeit at the cost of consuming Tang Xi Fei's soul power. Hulaina turned to Tang Xi Fei and said, "Xi Fei, please conserve your soul power, we can endure." Upon hearing Hulaina's words, Tang Xi retracted the soul bone domain, yet the surrounding temperature notably decreased, becoming far less oppressive. After an indeterminate duration of travel, Tang San came to an abrupt halt. Hulaina, closely trailing behind him, also paused and, lowering her voice, inquired, "Is something amiss?" Tang San uttered softly, urging caution. "Be wary of your surroundings, I sense a cacophony approaching us." The buzzing sound grew increasingly louder, and through his purple extreme magic eyes, Tang San discerned faint red shadows swiftly closing in. It soon became apparent to him why the frequency of that sound resonated so rapidly. These incoming creatures were not singular, but rather a multitude, constituting a swarm of no less than 1,000. As they drew nearer, the flying entities came into clearer view. They were blood-red bats, akin to the smaller versions of the crimson patterns left on the ground of the hellish slaughter arena. Each blood bat measured approximately a foot in length, yet their expansive wingspan surpassed a meter. While one or two of these blood bats posed little threat, the sudden emergence of thousands was decidedly alarming. "Tang Xi, come here quickly." Tang San's foremost concern was the safety of Tang Xi. The blood-red bats flew with remarkable speed, closing in within moments. Their eyes, also crimson, detected their target, emitting a cacophony of harsh caws while revealing their sharp fangs. The collective flapping of thousands of blood bats stirred a foul wind, causing Tang San and Hulaina to shudder and sway. Tang San moved swiftly, deftly untying the rope around his waist. With a flick of his hand, he reached behind Hulaina's abdomen, wrapping the rope around and quickly fastening it to his own waist. Consequently, their bodies were securely bound together, causing Hulaina's complexion to flush with embarrassment, her heart racing uncontrollably. A sudden gust of wind sent Tang Xi teetering precariously in the air, as a flash of white light surged forth, and thousands of white threads erupted from Tang Xi's back, piercing through several bats with astonishing precision. The white, vein-like aura of murderous intent emanated from Tang Xi, her eyes uncontrollably blood red, causing the bats to tremble and flee in terror from her presence. In an instant, an absolute zero domain was unleashed, freezing thousands of bats in place. The butterfly wings behind Tang Xi fluttered incessantly, each tremor accompanied by a flurry of tiny red light particles. After a sequence of 18 quivers, the red light particles swiftly encircled the bodies of the bats. Merging into them, the bats emitted mournful cries, swiftly dissolving into a pool of crimson rain. Tang Xi's blood butterfly wing soul bone not only enables flight but also possesses the enchanting skill of floral fragrance. The tiny red orbs it generates have the extraordinary ability to dissolve anything in their path. In an instant, over half of the 1,000 bats vanished. These bats appeared to possess considerable intelligence. Upon realizing the terrifying prowess of Tang Xi, they all surged towards Tang San and Hulaina to mount their assault. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang San immediately unleashed the blue-silver domain, enveloping the two of them in a soft blue radiance that extended within a range of 10 meters. The swarm of bats, upon contact with the azure glow, was repelled, unable to reach the two individuals within. Hulaina could sense that within this blue light, a continuous and warm life force surged into her body. This was undoubtedly a domain, and a gifted one at that. To speak honestly, Tang San was indeed a prodigy. However, after years of acquaintance, Hulaina discerned that Tang San harbored deep-seated resentment towards the Spirit Hall. Allowing such an adversary to grow would undoubtedly render him a formidable opponent to the Spirit Hall. Hulaina exchanged a knowing glance with Tang San and, in silent agreement, stepped forward with purpose. Tang Xi ventured ahead, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Directly in front of their narrow path, suspended beneath it, was a colossal creature. Bathed in a faint crimson glow, it emanated a dark golden radiance. This formidable being measured over 4 meters in length, with its enormous claws gripping the narrow path. Each claw possessed a diameter exceeding 1 meter, sharply embedded into the stone. Amidst the piercing shrieks of countless bloodbats, the dark golden body slowly unfurled a pair of immense wings, the terrifying span reaching an astonishing 10 meters. With a sudden release of its claws, it soared into the air, its massive form resembling that of a bat, but with 3 heads. Hulaina stepped forward to stand before Tang San, her eyes radiating a pinkish glow, and from her forehead, the faint shape of a soul bone emerged, directing a beam of pink light towards the dark golden 3-headed bat king. The dark golden 3-headed bat king flew swiftly, the pink beam trailing closely behind. Upon striking the creature's abdomen, the pink beam dissipated, causing it to rear its head and emit a mournful wail of anguish. Tang Xi seized the opportunity and swiftly advanced, grasping its claw and flinging it away as one would toss dough. The soul bone of the iron-armored rhinoceros augmented her strength by 300%. With a resounding thud, the dark golden 3-headed bat king was hurled 20 meters away, crashing against a stone wall. Suddenly, dark golden smoke enveloped the 3-headed bat king, and its body erupted, instantaneously transforming into hundreds of small bats. The swarm of bats flapped their wings, converging on the narrow path before Tang San, their sharp teeth gnawing incessantly at the stones along the way. Tang San shouted in alarm, "This is bad. It will destroy the path ahead. We must hurry." Tang San grasped the hand of Hulaina behind him and sprinted forward with great strides, while Tang Xi above sought ways to offer assistance. Hulaina leaped gracefully to stand before Tang San, her shapely figure adorned with a bushy fox tail that sprouted from her lower back, extending to an impressive length of 5 meters. With a powerful flick of her tail, a multitude of bats were sent flying 10 meters away, swiftly clearing the path. However, the bats soon regrouped, enveloped in a swirling dark golden mist, coalescing to form the dark golden 3-headed bat king. Tang Xi let out a cold snort, her gaze fixated on the sapphire brooch on her chest. In an instant, a pistol materialized in her hand. Aimed precisely at the head of the dark golden 3-headed bat king, she fired 3 shots in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets penetrated the 3 heads of the monstrous creature, causing its colossal body to plummet into the seething pool of blood below. Tang San's eyes gleamed with excitement as he beheld the machine gun in his hands. Could this truly be a concealed weapon? Its power was undeniably formidable. The dark golden 3-headed bat king lay defeated, and Tang Xi descended onto the narrow path, retracting his wings, gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. Upon witnessing this, Tang San promptly stepped forward, retrieving food and water from the soul guide and offering them to Tang Xi. He remarked, "Let us take a brief respite before we continue our journey." Hulaina nodded in agreement, adding, "We should consider this as having surmounted a trial. I wonder what challenges lie ahead for us." Tang Xi stretched lazily and, glancing at Tang San, hesitantly inquired, "Brother, what are your thoughts on the city of slaughter?" Tang San paused momentarily. Having consumed the fiery apricot and the star anise ice grass, he was unperturbed by the heat, let alone the chronic poison that pervaded this place. Nevertheless, he gazed upon the boiling plasma and spoke slowly. "The city of slaughter, an embodiment of wickedness, has drained the blood and souls of countless individuals. It ought not to exist." After residing in the city of slaughter for 2 years, how could Tang San not have meticulously studied the Bloody Mary? The plasma here was undoubtedly a vile concoction, a toxic amalgamation of the evil blood of innumerable fallen souls over the millennia, which could be considered the very essence of the City of Slaughter. However, he possessed a means to obliterate this nefarious place, for such malevolence should not endure. With that, Tang Xi turned to Hulaina and coldly remarked, "If I am not mistaken, the Soul Palace stands behind the City of Slaughter, providing for all its demands. Are you truly so indifferent, merely harboring these fallen souls? Even if Xiao Xi is the saintess of the Soul Palace, I shall sever any tie she has with it by whatever means necessary." Tang Xi could not comprehend the profound animosity coursing through his veins towards the Spirit Hall, an enmity seemingly etched into his very soul from a previous existence. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's expression shifted dramatically. She acknowledged his intense hostility towards the Spirit Hall. Yet she was acutely aware that such matters were beyond her purview to influence. Tang Xi's expression was troubled. She never anticipated that her brother harbored such animosity towards the Spirit Hall. "Brother, do you comprehend the ramifications of the City of Slaughter's destruction?" Tang Xi did not offer any justification for the Spirit Hall. Instead, she posed a question. This query had not crossed Tang Xin's mind. He merely voiced the speculation that lingered in his heart. The fallen ones in this realm would inevitably resurface, and given their nature, they would ultimately express themselves. In this moment, Tang Xi hesitated. Tang Xi uttered the final words for him. "In that case, this world will witness a slaughter even more terrifying than that of the City of Slaughter." This statement resonated deeply with Hulaina. The denizens of the City of Slaughter were already irredeemably depraved and bloodthirsty. Tang Xi was indeed correct. Even if the City of Slaughter were to vanish, these individuals, once liberated, would inevitably bring calamity upon the world. Tang Xi, unwilling to relent, continued to argue that the system was indeed cruel. For instance, initiating the path to hell required the sacrifice of the entire city's populace as offerings, rendering its existence a transgression against the natural order. Tang Xi shook her head, a hint of melancholy gracing her visage. Were there tea sets present, she would undoubtedly exude an air of worldly wisdom. The fallen souls here are predominantly malevolent beings, their hands stained with the blood of countless innocents long before they arrived in the City of Slaughter. The Spirit Hall was originally established by the angel god, with the noble mission of eradicating all evil soul masters from the world. Those burdened with grave sins are imprisoned within the City of Slaughter, the only place capable of restraining them. Though treacherous, the essence of this place is inherently good. It is the flawed system that has corrupted it. With the right reforms, the City of Slaughter could transform into a sanctuary for the redemption of evil. Here, Tang Xi refrained from excessive explanation, allowing them to grasp the nuances themselves, much like the challenges presented in political understanding during examinations. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's eyes sparkled with admiration. In her eyes, Tang Xi was truly multi-talented, effortlessly articulating profound truths. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her disdain for Tang Xi grew, for in her heart, little she was the most radiant of all. Tang Xi remained silent, yet these words stirred profound waves within the depths of his heart. Tang Xi gazed at the wicked blood plasma in his mouth, lost in thought for a long while before slowly uttering, "Perhaps, you are indeed correct." Tang Xi turned around, only to find that Tang Xi had already fallen into a deep slumber, softly emitting rhythmic snores. Hulaina exchanged a glance with Tang Xi, and they could not help but burst into laughter. An hour later, Tang Xi was awakened, her eyes still hazy with sleep as she rubbed them gently. "Aha! You little sleepyhead, how can you sleep so soundly?" Tang Xi mocked from the side, prompting Tang Xi to awaken instantly and retort with a cold snort. "I merely slept for a short while." All right, let's tidy up and prepare to depart." Hulaina, with a beaming smile, gently tousled Tang Xi's soft hair. Tang Xi unfurled her blood-red butterfly wings, soaring gracefully in midair. This time, she did not intend to engage seriously. For the second trial of the Hell Road was the ancient monstrous beast, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. Its inner core was the key to dispelling Ma Hongjuan's malevolent flames. Thus Tang Xi chose to refrain from intervening in this segment of the narrative. Indeed, ahead lay a fiery serpent, coiled upon the pathway, occasionally flicking its forked tongue. Its scales were remarkably tough, and encircling its body were 9 grotesque flesh lumps. Suddenly, the serpent emitted a croaking sound, akin to an infant's wail. The 9 flesh lumps on its back began to radiate a golden-red glow. At a distance of 20 meters from Tang Xi, the serpent launched its assault, unleashing a vibrant crimson beam from its maw, reeking of a potent odor as it swiftly surged towards the two. Instinctively, Tang Xi summoned the Haotian hammer and executed the cloak hammer technique, while Tang Xi feigned assistance, leisurely enjoying the spectacle. In no time, Tang Xi vanquished the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, successfully acquiring its inner core. With this brief interlude behind them, the group continued onward. Having navigated 2 trials without significant peril, Hulaina and Tang Xi's spirits lightened as they maintained a steady pace forward. If the Hell Road indeed comprised only 3 trials, then they merely needed to conquer the final challenge to escape this accursed place. The temperature steadily escalated, and the dark crimson liquid flowing through the abysses on either side became increasingly discernible. The terrain appeared to descend continuously, and as they progressed, the searing heat they endured intensified gradually. Tang Xi decisively unleashed the domain of her left arm soul bone, absolute coldness. The piercing chill collided with the searing heat, creating a breathtaking dichotomy of ice and fire. Fortunately, the temperature stabilized to a bearable norm. However, what rendered them increasingly unsettled was the peculiar atmosphere that seemed to envelop the air. A stifling sensation grew more pronounced within the depths of their hearts, while their own murderous intent surged forth with reckless abandon. Hulayina gasped for breath, struggling to contain the escalating urge to kill, as an insistent voice within her urged her to eliminate the man before her. Tang Xi and Tang Xin both sensed something amiss with Hulayina. Her eyes had turned completely blood red, and she raised her short sword to her chest, yet her entire body trembled as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. You go ahead. I can barely contain the murderous intent within me. Tang Xin swiftly rendered Hulayina unconscious with a single strike, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Tang Xi pursed her lips, choosing silence as they continued their journey. In the third trial of this infernal path, there were no ferocious beasts, only the demons lurking within one's own heart. The seething, molten blood beneath exuded a sinister aura, capable of inciting those who ventured here to unleash their murderous intent, thereby awakening their inner demons. These demons would relentlessly torment the mind, causing one to lose all sense of self. However, Tang San, fortified by the cultivation of the Xiantian skill and the enhancement of the blue-silver domain, remained largely unaffected by this malevolent influence. Tang Xi was no exception. Her body had been transformed by the god of life, rendering her impervious to extreme cold or heat, not to mention the malevolent aura that permeated the air. Upon reaching the 5,684th step, Tang Sen halted, for the path ahead had come to an end, revealing only a blood-red ocean before him. The congealed blood had formed a small lake, obstructing his way, with bubbles surging within it, the scalding heat causing Hulayina, cradled in his arms, to flush with vitality. A distance of 1,000 meters loomed before him, akin to an insurmountable chasm, while no biological threats were present. The overwhelming malevolence in the vast expanse of this great divide rendered it nearly impossible to cross. Fortunately, Tang Xi possessed wings that granted her the ability to fly. She swiftly approached Tang San and suggested, "Brother, I can only carry one of you across. Allow me to take Sister Nana first. I shall deliver her and return for you." Tang San nodded in agreement with Tang Xi's opinion, gently placing Hulayina into Tang Xi's arms. With concern, he remarked, "Ensure your safety. Should you encounter any danger, call out for me at once. I will always be there for you in an instant." Tang San's words flowed into Tang Xi's heart like a warm current. At times, her brother's back resembled a great mountain, bestowing upon her a profound sense of security. Embracing the unconscious Hulayina, Tang Xi soared toward the faint glimmer of light ahead, the very exit leading from the depths of hell to the outside world. Tang Xifei moved swiftly and soon arrived at the exit, which was a silvery white light curtain, containing the legacy of the god of death's realm. Tang Xi launched Hulayina forward, and the surrounding gravitational force of the luminous barrier drew her in. Tang Xi understood that Sister Nana was now safe. Next, she needed to return to find her brother. The King of Slaughter, concealed in the shadows, silently observed the unfolding events. A cup of steaming huangquan du clasped in his hand. The golden-red liquid reflected the scene of Tang Xi and her companions traversing the path of hell. The King of Slaughter chuckled softly. "Yama, oh Yama, you are indeed my most suitable physical host. How could I allow you to depart so easily?" As Tang Xi journeyed back, an unsettling premonition lingered in her heart. In the blink of an eye, the King of Slaughter materialized above the path to hell. Behind Tang San, his right hand raised, radiating a fiery crimson light directed towards the narrow passage. By the time Tang San reacted, he instinctively summoned the Haotian hammer. Upon glimpsing the visage of the King of Slaughter, Tang San regarded him with caution, inquiring, "King of Slaughter, have you come here with a purpose?" The crimson light surged violently along the narrow path, emitting the crackling sounds of burning rock. More terrifying still, this crimson luminescence was shrouded in a faint red mist, which undoubtedly harbored potent toxins. The King of Slaughter replied with a nonchalant smile, "Naturally, it is to end your life. If you did not eliminate Tang San, would he merely await the opportunity to inform the god of slaughter of his failure? He could simply report that Tang San had perished on the path to hell." The narrow passage trembled violently, causing numerous stones to tumble down. A murderous intent surged within Tang San. He sought to obliterate the narrow path, leaving himself no escape. Ahead lay a sea of boiling blood plasma, while the narrow passage behind him teetered precariously. Swiftly, Tang San retrieved the flying god crossbow from his soul guide, activated its mechanism, and the grappling claws immediately shot towards the stone wall. The claws embedded themselves deeply into the wall, securing a firm grip. As Tang San retracted the rope, the reaction propelled his entire body outward. The King of Slaughter raised a hand, unleashing a tremendous surge of soul power into the blood plasma, causing a violent explosion that lifted the boiling liquid to heights exceeding 10 meters. Just as the scalding blood plasma was about to descend upon Tang San, he knew that any drop touching his body would instantly turn him into a swirling vapor. Damn it. Victory was so close, and he refused to concede easily. Absolute zero. Suddenly, a playful voice echoed from ahead. As a bone-chilling gust swept towards the searing blood plasma, merging the extremes of ice and heat into a mist that dissipated into the air. Tang Xi spread her wings and swiftly soared towards Tang San, exclaiming, "Brother!" A sense of urgency filled her as she reproached herself for arriving too late. Tang Xi approached Tang San, draping his right arm over her shoulder while resting her left arm upon her waist. She gazed intently at the King of Slaughter ahead, who responded with a subtle smile. In a low, measured tone, he slowly remarked, "Do you truly believe you can still escape?" "Ha ha!" Tang San whispered softly in Tang Xi's ear, "We must hurry. Father is waiting for us at the cave's entrance. He wishes for us to perish here." Tang Xi cast a resentful glance at the King of Slaughter, yet her foremost priority was to escape the path of hell. The blood-red butterfly wings fluttered rapidly as Tang Xi accelerated towards the exit. A torrid wave of blood plasma surged toward her, while a faint blue halo enveloped her surroundings, imparting a profound sense of comfort and significantly enhancing her speed. This was Tang San's blue-silver domain. "I spotted the exit, just a little further," Tang Xi anxiously exclaimed as numerous blood-red vines suddenly erupted from the stone wall, hurtling toward her. "TSK." Tang Xi let out a muffled sound, feeling something entwine around her ankle, with numerous sharp thorns protruding from it. When Tang Sen looked down, he was astonished to discover that it was the ancient blood demon vine, over 10,000 years old. They were merely 20 meters away from the cave entrance. Yet Tang Xi was completely immobilized by the entanglement. "I am sorry, brother." A tear cascaded from Tang Xi's eye, and then she spun around twice, propelling Tang Sen forward. "No." Tang San gazed in horror as Tang Xi cast him aside. The exit lay ahead, yet at that moment, all he wished was to remain and confront the challenges alongside Tang Xi. The blood demon vine surged forward, ensnaring the helpless Tang Xi, who could not unleash any soul skills. She lifted her head and offered a faint smile, uttering, "Live well." With a swift motion, Tang Sen finally leaped into the luminous white barrier. Everything around him seemed to transform the instant he entered the white light. He felt as though he had stepped into a realm of the extraordinary. Yet, his urgent desire to escape was thwarted by an overwhelming fatigue, and ultimately, Tang San succumbed to unconsciousness. Tang Xi found herself ensnared by the vines as the King of Slaughter approached, his fingers gently caressing her exquisite visage. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "TSK, do not struggle. I would prefer not to harm such a delicate form, for it is this very body that I shall require in the future." "Aha!" Tang Xi glared at the King of Slaughter with venomous resentment, exclaiming, "You shall not succeed." The King of Slaughter, however, uttered no response and merely escorted Tang Xi back to the palace. When Tang San regained consciousness, he felt the sting of a handprint on his face. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by the anxious visage of Hu Liena, who implored, "Do not sleep any longer." "Where is Tang Xi? Why did she not accompany you?" Her words struck a chord deep within Tang San, prompting him to spring up in alarm, beads of sweat forming densely on his forehead. Realizing that what had transpired moments before was no mere dream, Tang San anxiously glanced around, recalling his father's promise that he would come to find him. "Father! Father!" Tang San had never felt such panic before, helplessly kneeling on the ground. Tears flowed ceaselessly from the corners of his eyes, each drop soaking into the earth. Hu Liena grew increasingly anxious, grasping Tang San's shoulders and shaking him repeatedly. "What is wrong with Tang Xi? Speak quickly. She has been taken by the King of Slaughter." Tang San's eyes were already brimming with tears, and an incessant wave of self-reproach surged within him, prompting him to slap himself across the face. Once again. He realized he could never protect those he cherished. He felt utterly powerless, utterly weak. "What did you say?" A deep voice resonated as Tang Hao emerged from the distance, his aura radiating a chilling murderous intent upon learning of Tang Xi's abduction. His countenance filled with ferocity as he fixed his gaze upon Tang San, as if the very atmosphere were ready to consume him whole. In the city of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter observed the bluish veins along Tang Xi's arm and smirked, saying, "If I am not mistaken, your peony martial soul requires the consumption of blood to continue its cultivation, does it not?" Tang Xi remained utterly composed in the presence of the King of Slaughter, displaying no signs of panic. Instead, she provocatively remarked, "If you wish to inhabit me, you must first ascertain whether you possess the requisite ability." Tang Xi's assertion was fundamentally grounded in her possession of a mere fraction, 1%, of the God of Destruction's power. However, the body that currently housed the King of Slaughter was that of Tang Chun, rendering her incapable of launching an offensive against him. The King of Slaughter, under the impression that her words stemmed from the formidable forces backing her, erupted into a maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "This body has been nearly consumed by me, and the reins of power lie firmly in my grasp. My soul energy has reached an astounding level of 99. Do you truly believe I would cower before the might of your supporters? Humph. At worst, I can relinquish the city of Slaughter, for your body holds far greater value. Blame yourself for having a martial soul as a malevolent soul master." His eyes, bloodshot and wild, locked onto Tang Xi, who was ensnared by the blood demon vines. Suspended in midair, The crimson wings unfolded, enveloping the two, as he bared his fangs and sank them into the pulsating artery of Tang Xi's neck. Tang Xi felt utterly disgusted and vehemently exclaimed, "Get away from me at once." The murderous aura within Tang Xi grew increasingly intense. As the dormant divine power of the angelic deity within her surged to life, a faint golden radiance coursed through her veins, suddenly erupting in brilliance. When this light made contact with the body of the King of Slaughter, it inflicted a searing pain. The King of Slaughter instinctively loosened his grip, as the golden light seared large patches of his flesh, even impairing his mental faculties. This was the blessing of the angelic deity. The angelic presence was inherently opposed to his wicked soul beast, particularly as the divine light could inflict damage upon him, significantly diminishing his strength. How could a girl possessing a malevolent martial soul possibly receive the blessing of the angelic deity? This was unfathomable. The King of Slaughter's head felt overwhelmingly heavy as another consciousness within him began to vie for control of his body. In Tang Xi's eyes, the King of Slaughter clutched his head, shaking it incessantly, his aura fluctuating between murderous rage and sheer terror. Tang Xi gazed vacantly at the figure before her, wondering if he had perhaps escaped from a mental institution. It was only when the movements of the King of Slaughter came to a halt that the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him continued unabated. When he lifted his gaze to meet Tang Xi's, the previous madness had dissipated, replaced instead by a solemn and indifferent demeanor. The King of Slaughter's eyes were now filled with complexity, even tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Child, thank you for allowing me to reclaim control of my body. I know you have many questions, but I implore you to use the divine power within you to end my life." His voice had shifted from sharpness to a deep, gravelly timbre. Tang Xi understood that the current King of Slaughter was under the control of Tang Chen's consciousness. In Tang Xi's mind, a plan swiftly took shape, prompting her to exclaim, "I possess a method to eradicate the malevolent thoughts of the blood-red nine-headed bat king that have infested you. Furthermore, I can heal your decaying body, extending your life by at least 5 additional years." Upon hearing this, the King of Slaughter felt a glimmer of hope ignite within him. Is this truly possible? Tang Xi nodded, yet she articulated her condition. "However, I have a stipulation that may temporarily constrain your freedom. You must continue to reign as the King of Carnage in the City of Slaughter, altering the order here to eradicate its malevolence." The King of Carnage could not help but burst into laughter. "Haha, I accept your terms, even without your urging. I would pursue this course of action, despite the fact that my body has been under the control of the blood-red nine-headed bat king for so long. The City of Slaughter is, after all, a creation of my own design, and I could never bear to see it destroyed." Tang Xi felt a cold sweat for Tang San, relieved that her brother had not sacrificed himself to the blood swan kiss in the path to hell, for otherwise, their ancestor would undoubtedly have administered a severe beating. As Tang Xi was about to continue speaking, the King of Slaughter suddenly clutched his head, revealing a visage of torment. "Hurry, the malevolent influence of the blood-red nine-headed bat king has seized control of me once more," he uttered with great difficulty. Following this declaration, his demeanor shifted dramatically. No longer exhibiting the gentleness he had shown towards Tang Xi, his eyes now brimmed with an insatiable madness, his voice sharp and laced with malevolence. "I never anticipated that the divine power of the angel within you could diminish my hold over this vessel. If I cannot dominate you, then I shall annihilate you." In the City of Slaughter, Tang Xi found herself unable to unleash her soul skills, helplessly watching as the King of Slaughter gathered a mist of blood in his hands, aimed directly at her. A profound yearning for survival surged within her, prompting an instinctive desire to invoke the devastating power of the god of destruction for self-protection. Yet, the more frantic she became, the more composed she remained. She knew that this was far from the opportune moment. As Tang Hao and Tang San arrived, they happened to witness the King of Slaughter launching an assault on Tang Xi. Hu Laina was absent, as she had to await the arrival of the elders from the Spirit Hall to escort her. Had they all come together? Given the formidable strength of the King of Slaughter, the 3 of them could have faced a perilous fate. 138 Blood-Red Nine-Headed Bat King 2. As Tang Hao was about to step forward, Tang San intercepted him, yet he advanced even quicker. The 8 spider lances were unleashed, accelerating with fervor. A murderous glint flickered in Tang San's eyes as he gripped the Haotian hammer, charging towards Tang Xi in an instant. Under Tang Xi's astonished gaze, Tang San directly intercepted the blood mist with the Haotian hammer. The King of Slaughter wore a delighted smirk, gradually intensifying his assault. Tang San felt as though he were a menace attempting to block a chariot. The blood mist erupted instantaneously, releasing a powerful shockwave that sent Tang San flying against the stone wall, causing him to cough up several mouthfuls of blood. Even Tang Hao was pushed back a few steps. While the blood vine entangling Tang, she was utterly obliterated, sending her reeling as well. Blood trickled from Tang Xi's forehead, but her immediate reaction was to turn towards Tang San, her heart racing as she cried out, "Brother!" Tang San, without hesitation, shielded Tang Xi from the impending attack. Tang Xi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet in that fleeting moment, a surge of fury began to swell within her heart. Tang Hao glared furiously at the King of Slaughter, his entire being radiating an aura of murderous intent. In the next instant, he was ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the King of Slaughter. Even if his soul abilities were restricted, it mattered not. Tang Hao was determined to fight to the bitter end. Father, do not go. Tang Xi's desperate cry did not halt Tang Hao's steps. It was only when she urgently shouted, "If you go, I will immediately commit suicide right before your eyes," that he stopped in astonishment. He turned to see Tang Xi resolutely pressing a gleaming dagger against her neck, her gaze unwavering as she looked at him. "Why?" Tang Hao shouted in fury. He had never been harsh towards Tang Xi, yet anger had consumed his reason. However, upon seeing the dagger at Tang Xi's neck, he felt a pang of sorrow for her. "I do not wish for you to lose your life because of me. At the very least, your brother still needs you." Tang Xi rose to her feet in silence, a resolute determination to face death etched upon her countenance. With a gaze filled with hatred, she fixated unwaveringly upon the King of Slaughter, gradually making her way towards him. "King of Slaughter, is it not your desire to end my life? Yet I refuse to yield. If you do not suppress my soul technique, I am certain I can vanquish you." The resolute light in Tang Xi's eyes elicited a derisive smile from the King of Slaughter. "Are you indulging in whimsical fantasies? How amusing," he remarked with sudden intrigue. The thought of lifting the restrictions placed upon Tang Xi, allowing her to unleash her soul techniques, and witnessing the despair and agony etched upon her face as she succumbed to defeat was undeniably enticing. He had changed his mind. He desired to see Tang Xi perish enveloped in hopelessness and suffering. The King of Slaughter chuckled mockingly. "If you are so eager to experience this, then I shall accommodate your wishes, ha ha ha." Upon hearing these words from the King of Slaughter, Tang Xi turned to Tang Hao and earnestly declared, "Father, I hope you can place your trust in me." As Tang Hao listened to Tang Xi's words, an inexplicable sense of reassurance enveloped him. For reasons unknown, he remained rooted to the spot, consumed by a desire to discern Tang Xi's intentions. The King of Slaughter raised his hand, and a crimson radiance surged into Tang Xi, who felt the oppressive chain within her shatter, granting her the liberty to wield her soul abilities. The opportunity had arrived. In the original narrative, the brother employed the light of the sea god to dispel the malevolent thoughts of the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King. Thus, one could wonder if this luminous essence might also serve to banish such darkness. As Tang Xi advanced with a heart full of resentment, a soul ring automatically rose from beneath her feet and settled steadily at her waist. When the fifth pink soul ring descended, it exuded an aura reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Both the blood-red nine-headed Bat King and the King of Slaughter looked on with astonishment at the pink soul ring, sensing that it belonged to a 100,000-year soul beast, yet it emanated an inexplicable feeling. This soul ring was more gentle than the usual 100,000-year ones. The King of Slaughter harbored a sense of anticipation for the soul skill that Tang Xi would unleash from this 100,000-year soul ring. But the mischievous glint in Tang Xi's eyes left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Behind Tang Xi, a magnificent peony blossomed, yet it was the fourth eternal soul ring that shimmered. The peony gradually unfurled in midair, its golden radiance intensifying with each petal's emergence. Sacred light of healing. Tang Xi's fourth soul skill, bestowed by the divine angel, emanates a radiant light capable of healing any affliction. This sacred luminescence pierced the eyes of the King of Slaughter, who, in terror, flapped his wings in an attempt to shield himself from its brilliance. Behind the King of Slaughter, a blood-red figure was drawn forth, enveloped by a swirling crimson mist. No longer did the silhouette of the King of Slaughter emerge from the dark fog. Instead, it revealed a tall, strikingly handsome middle-aged man with black hair and deep-set black eyes. This was the true visage of Tang Xi, though at this moment, his eyes remained a haunting shade of crimson. Upon witnessing that familiar visage, Tang Hao was taken aback. It was his grandfather. However, the blood-red figure behind Tang Xi transformed into the colossal blood-red nine-headed Bat King. The blood-red nine-headed Bat King let out a furious howl, exclaiming, "How dare you toy with me?" Tang Hao's gaze suddenly turned sharp. A soul beast capable of speech could possess a cultivation level exceeding 100,000 years. In that fleeting moment, the peony suspended in mid-air vanished instantaneously, and Tang Xi was forcefully pressed to the ground by an overwhelming pressure. The blood-red nine-headed Bat King, with its 3-meter-long wings unfurled, soared towards Tang Xi, its claws mercilessly pinning her down. The chilling sound of bones cracking echoed, and Tang Hao, filled with rage, instinctively lunged forward, but Tang Chun, with reddened eyes, summoned the Haotian hammer to stand in his way, clearly restraining him. Tang Sen lay in the corner, watching the blood-red nine-headed Bat King press its sharp claws upon his beloved sister. In that moment, helplessness, fury, and despair flooded his heart repeatedly, yet his body remained paralyzed. Fractures coursed through his form, pain enveloping him entirely, but the anguish of his heart tormented Tang San's consciousness endlessly. "Little Xi," Tang San's hoarse voice cried out in despair, tears streaming incessantly. Tang Xi, enduring excruciating pain, found herself unable to rise. Suddenly, a swirling mass of dark golden mist erupted from her body, sending the blood-red nine-headed Bat King hurtling through the air for several dozen meters. Tang Xi had already risen to her feet. As the dark golden mist affectionately drew near to her palm, the blood-red nine-headed Bat King trembled all over. Acutely aware of the terrifying power emanating from that mist, an energy more formidable and fearsome than even that of the Azure God. Though the dark golden glow appeared feeble, he knew that should that mist launch an attack, his demise would be inevitable. Tang Xi smiled faintly, yet her eyes reflected an unfathomable indifference. Could one truly evade even 1% of an attack from the god of destruction? Tang Xi, enduring the pain, thrust the dark mist into the body of the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King, which shrieked in terror, "No, please, do you not desire my century-old soul ring and soul bone?" The sacrifice of a century-old soul beast echoed in the air. The dark mist corroded the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, causing its form to dissipate, while an intense burning sensation engulfed its entire being. Rather than allowing Tang Xi to absorb its soul ring and soul bone, it hoped that its malevolent thoughts would still influence her. With these dark inclinations, she could swiftly rise to become a formidable evil soul master, thereby affecting the fate of the Douluo continent. Yet, Tang Xi wore a disdainful expression, declaring, "A century-old soul ring? I have no need for it." Tang Xi's unabashed insult towards the blood-red nine-headed Bat King was such that, despite its status as a soul beast for 100,000 years, she held it in contempt. The blood-red nine-headed Bat King let out a thunderous laugh, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful. I never imagined that one day I would be defeated by a mere child like you. Since you are determined to kill me, I shall not allow you an easy demise." With that, a crimson light erupted, emanating from the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, spreading outwards and staining everything it touched in a hue of blood red. A shockwave radiated from the Bat King, causing the ground to tremble violently. Even the distant Star Doe forest quivered slightly. Shrek Xiao Wu, seated upon the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, gazed ahead with concern and softly murmured, "This is..." The crimson light reflected in Tang Hao's eyes as he solemnly uttered the word, "Sacrifice." The blood-red nine-headed Bat King glowed with a sinister red luminescence, its form becoming increasingly translucent, as if its very blood were igniting in flames. Tang Hao gazed in bewilderment at the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. This was the most tyrannical form of sacrifice, soul sacrifice. Once this mode was initiated, no one could impede it, and indeed, even the god of destruction's assault was rendered ineffective. The blood-red nine-headed Bat King threw back its head in laughter, malevolently cursing Tang Xi. "You wish to annihilate me? Then I shall sacrifice my own soul to obliterate your entire existence. My essence will linger upon the 100,000-year soul ring. Each time you wield a 100,000-year soul skill, my malevolent thoughts will devour your consciousness, transforming you into a demon driven solely by slaughter, an entity more horrifying than the king of carnage himself." Ha! A nefarious soul master, consumed only by the desire to kill. In that eventuality, Tang Xi would become a target of universal disdain. This, indeed, was his method of vengeance. In that fleeting moment, Tang Xi was momentarily entranced, ensnared by the crimson radiance that fixated upon her. The final words of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King filled her with dread. As the blood-red nine-headed Bat King was consumed by flames, its essence transformed into a blood-red soul ring that descended upon Tang Xi's bloodthirsty peony. As if it were a deliberate act, the remnants of the Bat King's scorched form left behind a glimmering head soul bone, radiating a crimson luminescence, which instinctively soared towards Tang Xi, seamlessly merging with her own head. An immense force continuously flowed into her being, while a sinister and malevolent thought coursed through her body, igniting a thrill of slaughter that surged from the depths of her heart. As Tang Xi raised her gaze, her eyes were imbued with a blood-red hue, exuding a murderous intent that rivaled that of Tang Hao in his prime. Yet, remarkably, a faint green light emanated from her heart, its refreshing aura awakening Tang Xi in an instant. Within her, a divine power of destruction consumed the lingering gray malevolence, while golden strands of light traversed through her being, swiftly mending the fractures in her bones. Within Tang Xi's body resided a trace of divine power from 3 distinct deities, each exerting its unique influence. However, Tang Xi remained oblivious to this fact. In the moment of awakening, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her, causing her to collapse to the ground instantaneously. The conversation among 3 generations unfolded, while the gentle rain pattered softly. Tang Hao dissuaded Hu Laina from taking Tang Xi away, ultimately expelling both Hu Laina and her companions, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, who were formidable titled Douluos. Constrained by the presence of another titled Douluo, Tang Qian, whose icy gaze bore down upon her, Hu Laina reluctantly agreed to accompany Elder Gue and Elder Ju back to the Spirit Hall, ensuring Tang Xi's safety. After casting a lingering glance filled with reluctance at Tang Xi, she set off. Tang Qian, Tang Hao, and Tang San took refuge from the rain in a cave, where a fire crackled warmly in the center, while Tang Xi remained in a deep slumber. Tang Qian glanced at Tang Hao's haggard appearance, feeling a pang of sorrow as he asked, "Hao, what has transpired recently? Have you not succeeded to the position of sect master?" In Tang Qian's memory, Hao possessed extraordinary talent, making it inconceivable for him to have fallen to such a state. Tang San also regarded his father's silent demeanor, his eyes reflecting a flicker of emotion. "Father, I have grown up now. Please reveal to me the truth of these past years." Tang Hao gazed helplessly into the distance, ultimately voicing the grievances he had endured over the years. He recounted his acquaintance with Yin, the relentless pursuit by the Spirit Hall, Yin's sacrificial act, the untimely demise of the Pope, and how his elder brother had been compelled to expel him from the sect, leading to the sect's subsequent retreat from the world. In Tang San's eyes blazed with fury, he gritted his teeth and declared, "The Spirit Hall." Tang Qian, upon hearing this, could not help but sigh deeply. His relationship with Douluo of the Spirit Hall was one of both rivalry and camaraderie. Now, with the death of his son and his own sect being forced into seclusion, the distinction between right and wrong ultimately hinged on differing perspectives. Tang Hao gently patted his son, who was seething with indignation, and said with a calm demeanor, "This is a grievance belonging to our generation. You need not carry my vendetta against the Spirit Hall." Tang San was filled with confusion, his heart overflowing with grievances. Why? The Spirit Hall had caused me to be separated from my mother since childhood, and my father was forced to leave the sect. Such enmity. I shall never coexist with the Spirit Hall. Tang San's final 4 words were enunciated with great intensity, his brows furrowed tightly. And he could not help but unleash the domain of the god of death, causing a thin layer of ice to form upon the ground. Tang Hao gazed at Tang Xi with a heart full of compassion. The pursuit that targeted both me and Ain was instigated by a decree from the former pope, who is now deceased. It serves no purpose to dwell on it any further. Moreover, the Spirit Hall has assisted your sister in prolonging her life. If they can set aside their animosity to aid us, then why can we not relinquish our own hatred? Upon hearing this, Tang San could only turn his head aside in silence. Tang Xi nodded in agreement, then recalled something and produced a shimmering soul bone from the soul guide at his waist, presenting it to Tang San. "Little San, your talent is indeed remarkable. This is a soul bone I have accumulated as the king of slaughter, a head wisdom soul bone that is 40,000 years old. I believe it will suit you perfectly." As Tang San gazed at the luminous soul bone, his initial hesitation transformed into determination. His foremost objective now was to grow stronger. "Ancestor, I express my gratitude here." With that, Tang San knelt down on the ground, bowing sincerely. "Alas, my child." Tang Xi hastily assisted Tang San to his feet, urging him, "We are family. You should swiftly absorb this soul bone." What Tang Xi would not reveal to Tang San is that had it not been for Tang Xi's absorption of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King's skull bone, he might have considered bequeathing this soul bone to her, now that the soul bone has been entrusted to Tang San. And with Tang Xi being his great-granddaughter who has rendered him such significant assistance, what kind of gift should he bestow upon her upon their meeting? Once Tang San had fully assimilated the soul bone, Tang Xi regained consciousness, gently pressing her forehead as a throbbing headache took hold. Tang San hurriedly stepped forward to assist Tang Xi, allowing her to lean against the stone wall. As her vision gradually cleared, Tang San, Tang Xi, and Tang Hao exchanged anxious glances towards Tang Xi. "What has happened to me? I feel as though I have endured a nightmarish vision of a blood-red 9-headed Bat King parasitizing my being." Tang Hao and Tang Xi exchanged a complex glance. Tang Xi spoke lightly, stating that, to be precise, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King has made a sacrifice to you. Upon hearing Tang Xi's words, Tang Xi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in astonishment, exclaiming, "Why must a sacrifice be made for me? Is it not foolish?" Tang Hao pretended to cough a few times, clearing his throat as he said, "Xiao Shi, do not be disrespectful. Standing before you is your great-grandfather, Tang Xi." However, when Tang Xi turned her gaze towards Tang Xi, she beheld a middle-aged man, with black hair, dark eyes, and handsome features. Glancing back at Tang Hao, she teased, "Dad, why do you appear older than great-grandfather?" Tang Hao's face darkened, exclaiming, "This unfilial daughter." A cotton-padded jacket full of holes. Beside him, Tang Xi and Tang San erupted in hearty laughter, particularly Tang Xi, whose laughter rang out boisterously. "Ha ha ha, you truly have a way with words." Tang San, feeling a sense of helplessness, reflected on how many years had passed since he had witnessed his father's moment of defeat. The 4 of them engaged in conversation for quite some time, reminiscing about the childhood exploits of Tang San and Tang Xi. Particularly as Tang Xi vividly recounted the indelible image of Tang Hao, the robust figure with a hearty laugh. Tang Hao continuously patted his chest, reassuring himself that he could not strike his beloved little daughter. He would indulge her, even if it meant doing so on his knees. After several hours had elapsed, Tang Xi rose and summoned her martial spirit, smiling gently as she remarked, "I believe I can heal about 60 to 70% of everyone's injuries." Tang Xi unleashed the bloodthirsty peony, and the soul rings beneath her feet ascended one after another, until the 6th soul ring emerged, emanating a profound sense of lethal intent. As Tang Xi absorbed the 10,000-year spirit ring, her soul power level ascended from level 59 to 61. The 4th 10,000-year spirit ring trembled, blossoming like a peony in midair, radiating a golden light. This warm glow enveloped her, and Tang San could feel his fractured bones mending, while a soothing warmth coursed through Tang Hao's internal injuries, facilitating a swift recovery. A gentle golden aura surrounded the 3 of them, and Tang Xin's eyes widened in astonishment as the lethal poison within him gradually dissipated, rendering his body increasingly buoyant. After a brief moment, it was only when Tang Xi could no longer sustain the continuous supply of soul power that she retracted her martial soul and spirit abilities. Tang Hao gazed in astonishment at the changes within himself, marveling at the miraculous recovery of his internal injuries, which had nearly healed completely. This soul skill, it seemed, surpassed even that of healing-type soul masters. Tang Xi nodded in approval, remarking that this soul skill was indeed remarkable. It had significantly improved his physical condition and bore a resemblance to the soul skills of the angelic deity. Tang Xi frequently engaged in combat with Douluo, The golden radiance emanating from Tang Xi's martial soul bore a striking resemblance to the luminescence produced by Qian Daolia's angelic martial soul. Tang Xi replied with a beaming smile. Of course, this is the soul ring bestowed by the divine. The divine bestowed soul ring brought immense surprise to Tang San and Tang Hao, as they had not anticipated that Tang Xi, at such a tender age, would possess a bestowed soul ring. Subsequently, Tang Xi recounted her experiences at the Spirit Hall. Though she chose to conceal certain unspeakable secrets, such as the existence of Qian Renqiwei and Su Wen's dual divine inheritance, after sharing various stories, Tang Xin, noticing the waning light of day, reluctantly spoke, I must return to the city of slaughter. However, you all may leave first. Tang Hao approached with confusion and inquired, Grandfather, will you not return to the Haoyan sect with us? Tang Xin also advised, must you return to such a wicked place as the city of slaughter? 143 Journey to Moon Pavilion. Tang Xin smiled, for the city of slaughter was, after all, the culmination of his years of dedication. He intended to manage it for a period, until the emergence of a new generation of the Slaughter King, after which he would return to the Haoyan sect. This was Tang Xin's resolution, and thus, Tang Hao felt it inappropriate to voice any objections. The 3 generations of their family bid farewell at that moment, and thereafter. Tang Hao set forth with Tang San and Tang Xi towards the Tindo Empire. Tang San inquired with curiosity, Father, where are we headed? Tang Hao replied calmly, to a place where you can hone your skills. Tang Xi remarked sarcastically about the rigid atmosphere of the institution. The trio persevered through their arduous journey until they reached the most bustling area at the heart of Heavendo City, where Tang Hao came to a halt before an imposing edifice. Tang Xi instinctively followed her father's gaze toward the edifice before them. It was a 5-story building, which, even in the city of Tindo, could be considered quite tall. The structure exuded an air of elegance, with an overall architectural style that appeared somewhat antiquated. The plaque bore merely 2 simple characters, Yuxian. How splendid! The residents of this place must undoubtedly be affluent. Tang Xi's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of avarice. Resembling a little tycoon, despite her already considerable wealth, Tang San couldn't help but chuckle as he approached, gently ruffling Tang Xi's hair. When I have the means, I will earn money for you to spend. Tang Xi excitedly pondered how she might reveal to her brother the astonishing truth that she possessed greater wealth than he. The individuals entering and exiting were either clad in opulent attire or exuded an extraordinary grace, while Tang San and Tang Hao appeared in noticeably tattered garments. Even Tang Xi, who had endured the trials of the city of slaughter, could no longer showcase the former splendor of her exquisite dress, now merely marred by tears and fading in several areas. Upon their entrance, the guard extended his hand to block their way, sternly declaring, no entry for those who do not belong. Tang Xin cast a cold glance in their direction, an aura of lethal intent emanating uncontrollably from his being. They were not even soul masters. How could they possibly withstand the overwhelming presence of Tang San, who had just arrived from the city of slaughter? Suffused with an aura of death, Tang Hao cast a glance at his son, but uttered no further words, striding purposefully into the interior. Tang San followed closely behind his father, entering the moon pavilion together. The 2 youths who had previously been repelled felt the chilling aura emanating from Tang San, and thus lacked the courage to advance and obstruct him any longer. Tang Xi made a playful grimace before joyfully trailing behind Tang Hao. It was not until Tang San's figure vanished from their sight that they collectively exhaled, only to realize that their garments were thoroughly dampened with sweat. One of them hastily darted towards the back of the moon pavilion. Upon entering the first floor of the moon pavilion, they were greeted by a subtle, refreshing fragrance. The shadow wall, exquisitely carved from fine boxwood, exuded a delicate woody aroma. In front of the shadow wall, 2 rare orchids, towering at 3 meters, released a faint and alluring scent. Though they had merely stepped into the moon pavilion, it felt as if the outside world's clamor had been momentarily suspended. Navigating around the shadow wall, they entered a spacious hall. The floor was adorned with gray square tiles, each extending a meter in length, while the surroundings were embellished with an array of opulent wooden furnishings. At the center, behind a broad table, stood several modestly dressed yet remarkably graceful young women. Flanking the table were 2 meticulously crafted wooden staircases. Upon spotting Tang Hao and his son, the young women exhibited evident surprise, clearly bewildered as to why someone dressed like Tang Hao was permitted entrance. Tang Hao approached slowly, reaching the desk, and addressed the tall girl at the forefront. Inform Yuewa that an old friend has come to visit. The girl, taken aback, opened her mouth in astonishment, questioning, an old friend? Her eyes brimmed with skepticism towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, addressing Yuewa with the words, when the full moon wanes, the shadows of old friends appear. The young girl obediently went to report this. Moments later, a cacophony of footsteps echoed, not in haste but with a rhythmic cadence. 4 men descended the staircase. 2 were the guards who had been stationed earlier, while the 3rd was a man clad in purple, his expression one of disdain. The young girl hurriedly approached and said, Master Oder, these 3 claim they seek the lady. Oder cast a look of contempt towards Tang Hao and his companions, retorting, you ragged lot think you can associate with the lady? Leave at once. Tang Xi furrowed her brow, taking a few steps forward before Tang San could make his move. Tang Hao said, do not take lives, nor shall you bring ruin to this place. Tang Xi smiled gently, reassuring her father. Rest assured, father, I am merely testing my abilities. Tang Xi cast a frigid glance at Ode, who, undeterred by a mere young girl, promptly unleashed his spirit rings and martial spirit. The presence of only 4 spirit rings indicated that he was merely a spirit master. Tang Xi concealed her soul ring, yet an overwhelming aura of lethal intent enveloped her. Her gaze was chillingly cold as she instantaneously maneuvered behind Ode. With an elegant bend of her body, she flexed her calf and unleashed a powerful kick, catching Ode off guard and propelling him into the air. As Ode soared, mere meters from the ceiling, Tang Xi appeared above him, lightly delivering a strike to his head with her leg. Blood erupted from Ode's mouth, accompanied by the sharp crack of his skull fracturing, causing his body to veer to the right. Just as he was about to collide with a precious sandalwood piece nearby, Tang Xi swiftly reappeared behind him, grasping his collar and spinning him twice, conjuring a gust of wind. As Ode's head spun with stars from the impact, Tang Xi once again launched him into the air. Tang Xi executed a splendid backflip, her leg striking Ode's abdomen with great force. Just as he was about to descend, she caught him once more, propelling him into the air again, the sound of his bones fracturing resonating through the air. This was the 5th skill bestowed upon Tang Xi by her soul ring. Explosive 8-section throw, a manifestation of instantaneous movement. Tang Xi had not anticipated that the soul abilities manifested from the soul power transfer by Sister Xiao Wu would be these 2. Was Sister Xiao Wu concerned about her being bullied by outsiders? Yet, she longed to embody the grace of a refined lady. Ah, how she lamented. Tang Xi hurled Ode into the air, delivering a total of 8 kicks, rendering him utterly defenseless. Ultimately, Ode descended with a breathtaking howl, crashing onto the ground. Onlookers, terrified, quickly sought refuge, astonished by the emergence of such a fearsome woman. Truly frightening. Tang San could hardly bear to witness the scene. Xiao Shi, having inherited Xiao Wu's soul skills, unexpectedly unleashed a ferocity akin to that of Xiao Wu, despite her usual delicate demeanor. What transpired here? A melodious voice resonated as a lady adorned in a silvery white palace gown descended the staircase. Her presence was regal and resplendent, exuding a grace that could rival even the Pope, Bibi Dong, yet lacking the chilling aura and instead radiating warmth. The young girl, filled with trepidation, rushed forward to elucidate the circumstances. When Tang Yuehua cast her gaze upon the haggard visage of Tang Hao, she momentarily faltered, her emotions breaking down in that instant. Trembling as she embraced Tang Hao. Why have you come to see me only now? I have truly missed you. Tang Yuehua wept, her shoulders quaking with sorrow. Those acquainted with Tang Yuehua were astonished. This marked the first time she had exhibited such a loss of composure. Tang Hao gently patted Tang Yuehua's back and whispered, I have returned. Tang Yuehua wiped away the tears from her eyes and, upon glancing at Tang San, was momentarily taken aback. She bore a striking resemblance to that woman. Is this your child with her? In response to Tang Yuehua's bewilderment, Tang Hao nodded and then continued, the girl beside him is my adopted daughter, named Tang Xi, while the mischievous boy next to her is Tang San. Tang San, feeling a sense of unease, pondered the necessity of involving that troublesome lad. Tang Xi revealed a sweet smile. Hello, beautiful sister. This remark amused Tang Yuehua, who responded, what sister? I am your aunt. Tang Hao recounted in detail the events that had transpired over the years, subsequently placing Tang Xi alongside Tang San under the tutelage of Tang Yuehua. Before departing, he imparted a gentle reminder, stating that it mattered little for little San. If little she could not grasp it, then so be it. Tang Hao helplessly ruffled Tang Xi's hair, thinking that as long as she could learn, it would suffice. He no longer held any expectations for her to master it. Tang Xi pouted, her cheeks flushed. Dad, do you have so little faith in your daughter? Tang San approached with a playful smile and pinched the cheek, relishing the delightful texture. Tang Hao nodded without hesitation, while Tang Xi expressed her exasperation. Tomorrow, she was determined to dedicate herself to her studies with unwavering focus. Tang Yuehua could not help but chuckle at the sight. The father and daughter truly were a delightful pair. The following day, Tang Yuehua led Tang Xi and Tang San into the hall, where more than 10 harps were elegantly arranged. Some noble youths were seated quietly nearby, all of whom were students of Tang Yuehua. Upon noticing Tang Xi and Tang San standing behind their teacher, the students displayed expressions of astonishment. How could such individuals still be present here? Tang Yuehua introduced gently. These two are Tang Xi and Tang Yin, who will also be your new classmates. Tang Xi cast a faint smile at the crowd. Despite her tattered clothing, the purity of her demeanor was striking, particularly accentuated by her exquisite visage. Tang San and Tang Xi exchanged glances before each taking a seat before a harp. Before the graduation ceremony, I shall select the most outstanding student among you to represent the entire class in the graduation performance, Tang Yuehua said slowly. A man at the back pondered. The representative of the graduates must undoubtedly be Princess Shrek, for she is the sister of the crown prince. Tang Xi let out a yawn out of boredom, for none of this had any bearing on her. As long as she could meander through life, that was sufficient. Despite having escaped the confines of high school, she still found herself encumbered by these rigid conventions. The notions of elegance and intellect only served to induce a headache. Even her studies in the Guqin merely led her to play exhilarating melodies. Tang Yuehua stepped onto the pedal and began to play a melodious tune, filling the air with enchanting music. After a brief moment, the delightful melody ceased, and Tang Yuehua looked towards the audience, signaling for the next performance. When Tang San took his turn, a rough and cacophonous piece erupted, prompting the audience to stifle their laughter. A woman with short black hair and a disdainful expression mused to herself, how could someone not have learned even a hint of melody? Which family could produce such an uncouth individual? Are they mere commoners? Commoners are so easily trifled with. Hearing the muffled chuckles from the crowd, Tang San clenched his fists in indignation, his eyes reddening as an aura of palpable rage enveloped him, casting a chilling atmosphere throughout the floor, causing those around him to instinctively embrace themselves, wondering why it had suddenly turned so cold. At that moment, a disordered tune began to resound, and although it was chaotic, one could still discern the underlying melody with a keen ear. All eyes turned to Tang Xi, who played with unwavering confidence. While her performance may not have been particularly pleasing to the ear, she had already achieved victory in spirit. At this juncture, Tang San regained his composure and smiled gently, realizing that his sister was coming to his rescue. Indeed, there is no one like a sister. One cannot rely on a father, alas. Every night, while everyone else was sound asleep, Tang San diligently studied the intricacies of court etiquette, while Tang Xi vowed to immerse herself in her studies. Consequently, every evening, she would sneak into Tang San's room, for listening to his monotonous recitations lulled her into a deep and comfortable slumber. Tang San gazed at Tang Xi, who had promised to accompany him in his studies, now sprawled across the table, emitting a series of soft snores. With a resigned expression, he gently draped a blanket over her before returning his focus to his studies. As he practiced the etiquette of dining, Tang Xi gazed at the bountiful spread of food before her, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, there's so much deliciousness. Behind her, the short-haired woman with dark locks disdainfully averted her gaze, rolling her eyes, clearly unimpressed by Tang Xi's apparent naivety. Undeterred by her surroundings, Tang Xi plunged a fork into a slice of cake, devouring it with fervor. She savored each bite, relishing the exquisite flavors, though she couldn't help but feel it paled in comparison to the culinary delights of the spirit hall. Tang San glanced around and feigned a cough. Ahem. Sister, maintain your image. Be mindful of your appearance. Tang Xi glanced at Tang San with a beaming smile, and Tang San felt a wave of satisfaction, for it seemed that little she had grasped his intent. However, in the next moment, Tang Xi brandished her fork and snatched the cake from Tang San's plate, munching away as she remarked, "Brother, if you want me to have cake from your plate next time, just say so. No need for subtle hints." Ha. At that instant, everyone erupted into hearty laughter, and even Princess Shrek could not suppress a chuckle. During the etiquette class, Tang Xi cherished the moments spent in the last row, where she would close her eyes and drift into slumber, finding the stillness far more tedious than the lessons themselves. Before long, a distinct sound of snoring resonated through the crowd. Who's easy? Everyone turned their gaze towards Tang Xi, barely able to contain their laughter. Tang Yuehua helplessly pressed her forehead, urging herself to remain calm. During the painting class, under Tang San's diligent efforts, his artistic skills swiftly surpassed those of most of his classmates. However, Tang Xi was lost in thought, utterly perplexed about what to paint, her mouth clenching a brush as she lamented the frustrations of creating art. Bored, she glanced around the room, and, upon spotting the paint box, a smile crept across her face. She proceeded to pour all the paint into her hands, smearing it across the canvas to leave her handprints. Observing her remarkable creation, Tang Xi nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, a male classmate behind her, witnessing her antics, excitedly shouted, "Teacher, Tang Xi is daydreaming in class again." Alas, Tang Xi cast a resentful glance at the classmate who reported her. "You scoundrel, how could you betray me?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, while Tang Yuehua, feigning a cough, interjected, Ahem, let us quiet down. Please focus on your own drawings." Over the years, Tang San has become desensitized. He has contemplated the idea of elevating Tang Xi's studies, yet he finds himself unable to do so. His aspiration for his sister to become a refined lady has now faded, leaving Tang San deeply disappointed. Tang Xi shyly lifted her head to gaze at Tang Yuehua, then made a playful grimace, revealing a beaming smile. Witnessing this, although Tang Yuehua felt a hint of helplessness, her heart was predominantly filled with joy, for she too would secretly chuckle at Tang Xi's antics. A year later, all the nobles would gather to attend today's graduation ceremony. Tang San, adorned in a splendid blue palace attire, cradled a harp in his arms as he followed Tang Yuehua to the center of the hall, where he began to play. The enchanting melody captivated the audience, leaving them utterly entranced. Shrek gazed at Tang San with adoration, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Tang Xi, feeling rather bored, was listening attentively when she noticed Xue Qinghe approaching from a distance. With excitement, she raised her hand and waved. It had been 3 long years since she last saw her elder brother, the crown prince. Naturally, Xue Qinghe spotted Tang Xi as well. Suppressing the urge to rush over and embrace her, he gestured towards the outside, indicating they should step out. The two quietly made their way outside, where Xue Qinghe embraced Tang Xi, affectionately rubbing his cheek against her little face. "Little Xi, it has been 3 years since we last met. Did you miss me?" he asked playfully. Thanks to Tang Xi, she and her mother had managed to set aside their past grievances. Had she not been a girl, Xueqinghe would have long since taken Tang Xi home as his bride, thus sparing her from being taken by that fellow, Suwen. Tang Xi helplessly patted Xueqinghe's shoulder and exclaimed, "Be gentler in your embrace, my prince brother. I can hardly breathe." Upon hearing this, Xueqinghe loosened his grip, maintaining his elegant demeanor, and offered an apologetic smile. "Little Xi, perhaps you should return to the spirit hall for a while. Significant changes are imminent there." Xueqinghe concluded with a grave expression. Tang Xi nodded in acknowledgement and replied that the teacher had indeed sent someone to notify them, and it was necessary to return for a while. With this in mind, Tang Xi inquired, "How has the crown prince prepared?" Xueqinghe, aware of Tang Xi's implication, quietly responded in a hushed tone, "I have taken certain measures. He is nearing his end. He has administered a slow-acting poison to the Emperor Xueye, and his health declines with each passing day. Soon, the Tindo Empire will likely fall under the dominion of the Wuhuan Palace." Tang Xi advised, "That's splendid. But please ensure that my brother does not come into contact with him, for he is well versed in pharmacology." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flickered in Xueqinghe's eyes. It is indeed a pity that such a remarkable talent as Tang San cannot be utilized for their own ends. However, they cannot resort to lethal means against him, as he is, after all, Xiaoxi's brother. The two engaged in a brief conversation before returning to the hall. As the crown prince, Xueqinghe naturally paid a visit to Tang Yuehua, the owner of Wuxian. Xueqinghe was quite exhilarated as she introduced her admired figures to Xueqinghe. After a few exchanged pleasantries, Tang San declined Xueqinghe's invitation for a meal, leading to Xueqinghe and Xueqinghe's departure. Tang San and Tang Xi bid farewell to Tang Yuehua. After completing his studies, Tang San returned to seek out his father, while Tang Xi made her way back to the spirit hall. As Tang San gazed at Tang Xi's departing silhouette, an involuntary chill enveloped his heart. The tragic circumstances of his life were orchestrated by the spirit hall, yet his father insisted that the true architect of their misfortunes, Qian Xuanji, had already perished. Meanwhile, his sister basked in the blessings bestowed by the spirit hall. He was left pondering his own course of action. Oblivious to such reflections, Tang Xi soared towards the spirit hall. After a week of travel, she finally arrived at the outskirts of Spirit City from the heart of the Tindo Empire. The guards, taken aback at the sight of her resplendent crimson butterfly wings and her dark red attire, momentarily stood in awe. She was breathtaking, reminiscent of an ethereal sprite that had inadvertently descended into the mortal realm. Tang Xi let out a light laugh and informed His Holiness the Pope, stating that Tang Xi had returned. Tang Xi, the guard, upon hearing this, did not dare to delay and promptly opened the door to let Tang Xi enter. After all, she was none other than the esteemed Sanus. As Tang Xi soared directly to the entrance of the papal palace, someone had already entered to deliver a report. The grand doors swung open automatically, and a gust of cold wind swept towards Tang Xi. 148 displaying strength. As Tang Xi entered the Pope's chamber, an overwhelming pressure surged toward her. Within the grand hall, only Bibi Dong and Tang Xi remained. A faint smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as she raised her hand, transforming her soul power into tangible pressure, eager to test the extent of Tang Xi's strength over the years. The immense, unrestrained pressure descended upon her like a tidal wave, causing Tang Xi to kneel in surprise. Yet, in the next moment, her aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Her eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and an air of ruthless intent radiated outward to counter Bibi Dong's oppressive force, the scent of slaughter permeating the entire Pope's chamber. It was at that instant that Tang Xi relaxed her body, rising with seemingly effortless grace. Bibi Dong cast a curious glance in her direction, furrowing her brow in confusion. The aura just moments before did not resemble that of a deity of death. Tang Xi wore a gentle smile as she spoke. "Teacher, my abilities have evolved significantly." With each step she took, a soul ring emerged, the suffocating aura intensifying with every moment. When the 6 soul rings of the bloodthirsty peony ascended, the crimson rings filled the entire hall. Bibi Dong stood up in astonishment, recognizing the presence of a soul emperor above level 60, along with the 10,000-year soul rings. She retracted her imposing aura, feeling immensely gratified, and exclaimed, "Ah, Xiaoxi, you have truly overwhelmed me with your remarkable surprises. To possess 3 of the exceedingly rare 10,000-year soul rings is a blessing for our spirit hall." With that, Bibi Dong turned to inquire, "What level is your soul power at now?" Tang Xi replied, having just ascended to level 63. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, your talent is undoubtedly the finest among the golden generation. Were it not for Su Wen's inheritance of divine lineage, he would scarcely rival you." Contemplating this, Bibi Dong grew increasingly curious about the nature of Tang Xi's 200,000-year soul rings and their soul skills. With eager anticipation, she requested, "Show me your soul skills of 200,000 years." "Of course, teacher," Tang Xi responded. The 200,000-year soul ring at her waist shimmered briefly, and a multitude of white threads surged forth from behind her. These threads coalesced in her hands, intertwining to form a handle that gleamed with a faint greenish hue. The white threads wove together, enveloped by a swirling black mist, as 9 segments of a whip swiftly emerged from beneath the handle. The 9 whips appeared to possess a life of their own, writhing gracefully, with the tip sprouting small venomous barbs. Fifth soul skill, Nine-tailed Scorpion Whip. The 9 whips that sprouted from the handle resembled the 9 tails of a mystic azure scorpion, poised at the rear of its abdomen. Tang Xi gently waved the 9-tailed scorpion whip in her hand, and a formidable force surged around it, striking the ground with a resounding thud. The earth trembled, revealing a subtle indentation beneath. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The 5th soul skill of the lifeline was already so formidable, how much more powerful could the 6th soul skill of the bloodthirsty peony be? In the next moment, Tang Xi retracted the spirit and soul rings of the lifeline, revealing an enormous pink peony blooming behind her, its heart a deep crimson hue. The soul ring gradually ascended. The 5th ring shimmered in a soft pink, while the subsequent 6th ring radiated a profound blood red. This was the soul ring of the bloodthirsty peony. Bibi Dong sensed that the color of that blood-red 10,000-year soul ring was far more intense than her own. As the 10,000-year soul ring flickered, a faint crimson light swept across the ground, instantly causing dozens of peony flowers to bloom. With the blossoming of the peonies, a wave of red light swiftly spread out, and Tang Xi intentionally directed the wave away from Bibi Dong. The plants within the papal hall trembled in fear, upon encountering the wave imbued with an aura of slaughter. They withered rapidly. As the plants decayed, a pale green light emanated from them, all of which entered Tang Xi's body. Tang Xi elaborated. My 6th soul skill is Life Devour, which, as the name suggests, continuously absorbs life force and subsequently replenishes my own. With the increase in life force, all my attributes will correspondingly enhance. The sole drawback is that with each use of this soul skill, the sense of slaughter within me intensifies. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. Tang Xi never failed to astonish her with such remarkable revelations. However, Tang Xi hesitated for a moment before continuing. Moreover, this 100,000-year soul ring is imbued with an exceedingly formidable domain. Bibi Dong, intrigued, inquired, what domain is that? Pray, do share. Tang Xi uttered the words killing field. In that instant, a surge of murderous intent was abruptly unleashed. Her eyes gleamed a deep crimson, emanating a blood-hued glow that was not blinding, but rather instilled a profound sense of dread in those who beheld it. Bibi Dong found this sensation rather peculiar, only to come to a startling realization when she discovered her inability to manifest her soul skills. It was a feeling unique to the city of slaughter. Within that city, the use of any soul techniques was prohibited. Only soul power and soul bone skills could be employed. To her astonishment, Tang Xi's domain possessed such an effect, leaving her utterly taken aback. However, Tang Xi soon retracted her soul rings and domain, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. Each time she activated this domain, she felt an uncontrollable urge for bloodshed rising within her. Just as Bibi Dong was about to express her excitement, Tang Xi interjected, stating, moreover, my head soul bone skill allows me to utilize half of my spiritual power as a threshold. If the target's power falls below this value, I can parasitize or confuse them, while exceeding this threshold results in a prolonged and intense state of dizziness. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stepped forward eagerly, inquiring, does this mean you can even contend with a title Douluo? Tang Xi shook her head in resignation. She acknowledged that she lacked the strength to confront a title Douluo head-on. However, evading the pursuit of several title Douluo was well within her capabilities. Bibi Dong, filled with excitement, reiterated her inquiry, is that true? Tang Xi quickly nodded, contemplating her concealed strength, hoping her instructor would remain oblivious to her true capabilities. Perhaps, given her actual prowess, she could vanquish a title Douluo, especially since she had yet to reveal her arsenal of firearms and ammunition. Bibi Dong felt a sense of satisfaction as she withdrew a leg bone emanating a faint glow from her soul guide device. This soul bone, translucent and adorned with dark golden patterns, belonged to the right leg of an 80,000-year-old shadow beast king. Bibi Dong had bestowed a soul bone upon each member of the golden generation, and thus, Little Xi's gift would be no less remarkable. Tang Xi gazed at the soul bone with delight, a broad smile gracing her face as she exclaimed, my teacher is truly wonderful, hee. After Tang Xi absorbed the soul bone, her overall strength ascended to a higher level. She conducted a series of experiments and discovered that this soul bone possessed 2 skills. One was invisibility, and the other was the ability to conceal her presence. It can be said that this soul bone is exceptionally well suited for ambush tactics. Tang Xi bid farewell to her teacher and then set her mind on finding Su Wen. For it had been 4 long years since they last met. Su Wen was about to have a nosebleed. Tang Xi arrived at the door of Su Wen's dormitory. Gazing at the closed door, with a cheerful smile, she swiftly vanished and reappeared inside the room through teleportation. It must be said that Su Wen's room is truly spacious, featuring a walk-in closet, floor-to-ceiling windows, a study area, and a floral nook. Tang Xi did not observe Su Wen's presence in the room. Yet she could hear the sound of water droplets emanating from the bathroom, the door of which was ajar. Tang Xi, momentarily succumbing to mischievous thoughts, skillfully harnessed her soul bone abilities to mask her presence and stealthily entered the bathroom. The first sight that greeted her was a pool of steaming water, enveloped in a delicate veil of mist, within which sat Su Wen. His slender brows arched gracefully above high cheekbones, and though his eyes betrayed no emotion, The crystalline red hue within them captivated the gaze. A subtle sheen danced upon his skin, and beneath the mist, the chiseled contours of his abdomen revealed a remarkable eight-pack, while his broad shoulders and narrow waist painted a picture that stirred the imagination. Tang Xi was momentarily taken aback, her complexion gradually turning a rosy hue, akin to a boiled shrimp, uncertain of how to proceed. Should she hastily make her exit, yet her guilty conscience compelled her to linger, remaining, however, filled her with bashfulness. Suddenly, Su Wen rose to her feet, her sleek, dark purple hair glimmering softly. Upon sensing Su Wen's gaze directed towards her, Tang Xi panicked and attempted to flee, only to find the ground beneath her treacherously slippery. With a splash, she fell into the pool, her anxiety causing her to forget her ability to become invisible. As Su Wen observed an unexpected intruder in the water, her initial instinct was to express anger, but she froze at the sight of Tang Xi's stunningly delicate features. The exquisitely beautiful face, with its petite lips and skin as smooth as milk, appeared soft and slightly cherubic. Her eyes resembled those of a startled fawn. Tang Xi? Su Wen uttered, her cheeks flushed, unable to avert her gaze from the drenched attire that revealed a hint of springtime allure. Her heart raced uncontrollably, prompting her to turn her head away in embarrassment. Tang Xi felt a slight haze enveloping her mind. Captivated by such a tantalizing scene that she couldn't help but swallow hard, her gaze transfixed. Ahem, Su Wen, her face flushed, feigned a reminder to her companion. Yet the crimson hue had already spread to the roots of her ears. Tang Xi was startled and immediately attempted to rise, as her clothing brushed against Su Wen's skin. A wave of heat enveloped Su Wen. This is the end. I can no longer face anyone. I must leave at once. Tang Xi, feeling unworthy to face others, hastily exited the pool, eager to explain, I truly did not intend for this to happen. If you wish for me to take responsibility, well, that is not out of the question. Nevertheless, she inwardly mused that it mattered little, for he did not hold any affection for her, unbeknownst to her. This statement stirred a ripple within Su Wen's heart, leaving her flustered and unable to utter a single word in response. As Tang Xi was about to depart, she unfortunately slipped once more, plunging into the water pool. Su Wen swiftly rushed forward and embraced Tang Xi, exclaiming, "Be careful." In that moment, Tang Xi found herself in complete contact with Su Wen's skin, acutely aware of the lingering warmth on her back. A tingling sensation coursed through her, both delightful and unsettling, causing her cheeks to puff up in irritation. It was a challenging feeling to endure. Given her fleeting existence, she contemplated being bolder, lest she be left with lingering doubts. Upon coming to a realization, Tang Xi turned around, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Su Wen. Her hands delicately brushed against his skin, leaving Su Wen feeling a profound sense of unease, almost paralyzed in that moment. His mind was plagued by the vivid and alluring images from moments ago, with each passing second becoming an agonizing torment. Tang Xi boldly tiptoed on the edge of the pool, daringly capturing the lips she had longed for day and night. A surge of soft, tingling emotions overwhelmed Su Wen's heart, a sensation impossible to conceal. He had been kissed. Wait for me to become a deity, and I shall marry you. The two of them donned their yukatas, sitting on the edge of the bed with their backs turned to one another. Tang Xi's face flushed with a deep crimson hue. What had she just been doing? How could she have succumbed to the impulse of kissing him? Was she truly that impatient? The atmosphere between them became somewhat awkward, and Su Wen, blushing fiercely, inquired, "Have you been well these past years?" Tang Xi replied softly, "Yes. After enduring the trials of the twin deities, I have successfully extended my lifespan to 25 years. This implies that after reaching the age of 25, death remains inevitable." Upon hearing this, Su Wen's eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins, his fists clenched tightly and trembled slightly, leaving him enveloped in a profound silence. When Tang Xi sensed the unsettling atmosphere, she turned to look at Su Wen, who had fallen silent. Seeing his expression filled her with compassion, prompting her to climb behind him and gently pat his shoulder, offering comfort. "I'm fine. I still have several years to live, don't I?" Su Wen, seemingly triggered by her words, suddenly grasped her wrist and turned to embrace her tightly, as if he wished to meld their beings into one. Just moments before, he had been shy, yet now he had thrown himself upon her, causing Tang Xi to laugh. He resembled a young wolf dog, outwardly aloof, yet inwardly deeply caring. However, Tang Xi desired a love that stemmed from the heart, not one born of guilt. Su Wen's expression was intense, his gaze suddenly sharp. "Wait for me. Before I turn 25, I can assure you that I will attain divinity. Once I become a god, I will take you to the divine realm, allowing you to share in eternal life." The vision was indeed enchanting. Yet Tang Xi could not forget the words of the god of life. Souls from other realms are not permitted to exist in this world, and no deity would accept her as a successor. Even ascending to the divine realm would lead to her demise due to heart-related issues. Lacking the fortuitous protection that Tang San and Su Wen possessed, she knew that her stay in this world could only last 25 fleeting years. Yet she had already found contentment within that limitation. Tang Xi gently patted Su Wen's trembling shoulders, refraining from interrupting his vow. Instead, she cheerfully replied, "Yes, I will wait for you." Su Wen released Tang Xi, his eyes reddened and a hint of fierceness etched between his brows. This was the second time Tang Xi had witnessed Su Wen in such a state of disarray. With utmost seriousness, Su Wen addressed Tang Xi, "I harbor feelings for you. Tang Xi, would you consider being with me?" As a condition, I assure you that I will not take the life of Tang San, provided he does not hinder the development of the spirit hall. Meanwhile, Suwon felt a surge of anxiety. He could temporarily spare Tang San. For the enmity between the spirit hall and Tang San was profound, and he doubted that Tang San would remain inactive. Tang Xi smiled helplessly, pondering the question, did she truly have any choices? Yet, a bittersweet sensation lingered in her heart, for Tang Xi revealed a sweet smile. A phrase I had long awaited, and I am willing. With those words, Tang Xi stepped forward to bestow a kiss. At that moment, they were both 20 years old. Suwon, blushing, replied, not yet. When I ascend to godhood, I shall take you as my wife, with marriage as his intent. He wished to provide her with a splendid future. He desired both the world and his beloved. Simultaneously, Tang Xi felt a profound sense of guilt, fearing that the 5 years to come would bring only endless suffering to Suwon. Was it right or wrong for her to entice him like this? The following day, within the grand hall of the Pope, 2 rows of guards stood watch, flanking the masters of various regional halls, the 4 great sect leaders, the Golden Generation, and the influential nobility allied with the Spirit Hall, including Tang Xi. Bibi Dong sat quietly upon the Pope's throne, and once everyone had gathered, she rose and spoke slowly. Today, I shall announce 3 significant matters concerning the future of the Spirit Hall. The first announcement, with the consent of the higher-ups, was the formal declaration of Suwon as the first successor to the Pope. Everyone was well aware of Suwon's strength. He had reached level 68 in spirit power and possessed a 10,000-year spirit ring. Upon hearing his name called, Suwon stood up, his expression still icy, softening only when his gaze fell upon Tang Xi. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A 10,000-year spirit ring. At such a young age, already a level 68 spirit master with a 10,000-year spirit ring, his future as a titled Douluo seemed assured. Seeing their shocked expressions, Bibi Dong was pleased to announce the second significant matter, the initiation of a soul-hunting operation, aimed at capturing spirit beasts for cultivation and implementing experiments in spirit power sharing. The third matter involved commencing control over other factions starting tonight. Those who comply would flourish, while those who resist would perish. Suwon would lead this operation, wielding the power to mobilize the titled Douluo within the Pope's hall, effectively transferring a portion of authority to him. Suwon's eyes sparkled with determination, a chilling glint hinting at underlying malice. He subsequently addressed the assembly, stating, "This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. The greatest contributors shall be rewarded with riches, power, even spirit bones, and elixirs to enhance their physical constitution." His declaration incited cheers from the crowd, and the other 3 members of the Golden Generation exchanged knowing smiles, having tasted the benefits of those elixirs themselves. With their spirit power levels having soared to 65, Bibi Dong nodded approvingly, acknowledging that, despite Suwon's merits, his perpetually cold demeanor was somewhat unappealing. After spending some time at the Spirit Hall, Tang Xi bid farewell to Bibi Dong, setting off to reunite with her companions at Shrek Academy. In the city of Tindo, Shrek Academy stood unchanged on the outside, yet its internal facilities had significantly improved. 5 years had passed, and it had evolved into a prestigious academy for high-ranking spirit masters within the Tindo Empire. Following the Shrek 7 Monsters' remarkable performance in the Elite Tournament, where they triumphed over numerous formidable foes, particularly sharing the championship with the Spirit Hall Academy's Golden Team, Shrek Academy's reputation soared, surpassing even that of the Tindo Royal Academy. Upon hearing the news of their victory, Emperor Xiao Wu promptly fulfilled his promise, bestowing titles upon the Shrek 7 monsters. Regrettably, the 7 had not returned to the academy, prompting the Tindo imperial family to relinquish any attempts to win them over. However, Emperor Xiao Wu recognized the exceptional teaching capabilities of Shrek Academy, particularly after being enlightened by Ning Fengxi, the master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, regarding the importance of the master to Shrek Academy. In a bid to retain the master, the emperor personally visited Shrek Academy without offering any inducements, relying solely on his sincerity, which ultimately swayed the master to agree to temporarily reside in Tindo City, though he would not abandon Shrek Academy. The emperor conferred upon the master the title of Grand Master of Spirit Masters in the Empire and bestowed upon him an earldom. When necessary, spirit masters from the imperial family would be dispatched to Shrek Academy for the master's guidance. Concurrently, the empire allocated special funding for the expansion of Shrek Academy. Under the radiant sunlight and the boundless azure sky, a gentle yet warm breeze enveloped Shrek Academy. Numerous students clad in the academy's distinctive green uniforms traversed the grounds. Once ridiculed, the now iconic dark green attire was a source of pride for the young spirit masters who donned it. At this moment, a young man and woman arrived at the academy's entrance. They appeared to be around 20 years old, with the young man slightly older than the young woman. The young man, with long flowing golden hair, exuded a wild and carefree aura as he stood gazing at the academy's entrance sign adorned with a peculiar monster sculpture. The young woman, in stark contrast, bore an icy demeanor, her stunning figure accentuating her frigid expression, lending her an irresistible allure. Clad in a black dress that concealed most of her fair skin, she stood beside the young man dressed in white. The golden-haired youth sighed, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed, 5 years in the blink of an eye. "I wonder how they are all doing." The young woman, though few in words, countered, We shall find out upon meeting them. Beneath her cold exterior, her large, beautiful eyes held a flicker of excitement. Two patrolling Shrek Academy students, having noticed the pair loitering at the entrance, approached them. What brings you here? Please do not obstruct our academy's entrance. If you are here to apply, I regret to inform you that the deadline has passed. The golden-haired youth chuckled. My fellow student, you are quite diligent. However, I believe I no longer need to enroll. Please inform the dean that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing have returned. I trust the dean will welcome us. The striking duo were none other than Dai Mubai, the leader of the Shrek's 7 monsters, known as the Evil Eye White Tiger, and Zhu Zhuqing, the 7th member known as the Nether Cat. 5 years had passed. Yet they had not forgotten their promise from 5 years ago, despite having much to accomplish in the Douluo Empire. The duration of 5 years would forever leave an indelible mark on their lives. One student scoffed disdainfully. You are Dai Mubai? I am still Tang Xi. This is the 28th time you have impersonated seniors. Humph, and this time you almost managed it. If you do not clear out, do not blame me for being rude. Oh, such bravado from a junior, daring to be disrespectful to our esteemed Dai Mubai. You are quite bold. A peculiar voice drifted from one side, drawing the gaze of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Beneath the shade of a tree beside the academy gate stood a rather rotund man, wearing a mocking expression. He appeared to be of considerable height and girth, with a stout physique and a round head adorned with short red hair styled into a mohawk, accompanied by a lewd grin. Despite his significant transformation, Dai Mubai recognized him at once. The one small boy had blossomed into a hefty figure. Wasn't he the notorious 4th of the 8 monsters, the wicked phoenix, Ma Hongjun? Goodness, you've put on weight. You fatso, Dai Mubai exclaimed, striding toward Ma Hongjun. The latter chuckled heartily, his ample arms spread wide as he charged forward, colliding fiercely with Dai Mubai. The sound of cracking bones echoed, revealing the intensity of their embrace. Dai Lauda, why are you still so violent? Honestly, I was aiming to hug Zhu Qing, Ma Hongjun quipped, only to be met with a yelp. All right, I was wrong. Spare me. Meanwhile, another student on duty approached, muttering, this act is quite convincing. Better than the previous attempts. Just your face is an act, Ma Hongjun retorted, glaring. Finally breaking free from Dai Mubai's bear hug, he unleashed a wave of overwhelming, tumultuous energy that radiated from him, sending the two students scrambling in fear. Ma Hongjun, brandishing his plump fist as a threat, declared, with my strength, do I need further training? The frightened students hastily retreated to summon a teacher. 5 years apart, and your lewdness has only intensified, while your arrogance has multiplied. A melodious voice drew near. Ma Hongjun, momentarily disregarding his imposing demeanor, turned swiftly to see the newcomer. Instantly, his arms opened wide as he rushed forward, exclaiming, wow, Rongrong has transformed into a stunning beauty. Come here, let your brother give you a hug. Ning Rongrong, clad in a flowing azure gown, her long hair cascading down her back, had indeed matured. Her beauty contrasted with Zhu Zhuqing's icy elegance. Zhu Zhuqing emanated a radiant, frosty allure, while Ning Rongrong's charm was warm and graceful. Imbued with an air of nobility akin to her martial spirit, the 9-treasure glazed Tao Pagoda. Though still under 20, she exuded a regal demeanor. Fatty, go to hell. A sharp blade of air halted Ma Hongjun in his tracks as Zhu Zhuqing, like a phantom, dashed forward to embrace Ning Rongrong. Dai Mubai placed his hand on Ma Hongjun's broad shoulder, teasing, you fat fool, still hoping to take advantage? Although Xiao Ao is a food system soul master, if you lay a finger on Rongrong, he will certainly retaliate. Ma Hongjun sighed, pondering his own merits as a handsome and talented individual, lamenting, why is it that no beauty has taken notice of me? Watching you all pair off makes me envious. Ning Rongrong, recalling Xiao Ao, lamented. Xiao Ao left 5 years ago to train, seeking to match my status, and there has been no word from him since. As a food system soul master, he cannot escape peril on this journey. If given another chance, I would wish for nothing more than his return. Who has made our Rongrong weep? A clear voice chimed in. Ning Rongrong ceased her tears, her gaze lifting towards the source of the sound. A tall young man, over 6 feet, with broad shoulders and a well-proportioned physique, emerged into view. Clad in elegant blue attire, he exuded an unmistakable noble aura with every gesture. His handsome face bore a gentle smile, and his dark blue hair flowed gracefully over his shoulders, his sapphire-like eyes sparkling with a unique brilliance. Even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, despite their affections elsewhere, found themselves momentarily entranced, realizing that this young man was devoid of any flaw. Ning Rongrong's gaze fell upon the bracelet adorning his wrist, an item belonging to her elder brother. Fury ignited within her. This person had surely slain her brother and now sought to usurp his identity. Tang San, after enduring much debate, found himself unexpectedly confronted as several individuals resorted to physical confrontation. When Dai Mubai's fist made contact with Tang San's shoulder, it was merely a gentle touch. Dai Mubai laughed heartily, exclaiming, haha, little San, you have certainly undergone quite a transformation. The others had already discerned Tang San's true identity early on. Their intention was merely to playfully tease him. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujin arrived hastily at the academy's entrance, vociferously declaring, who dares to cause trouble in our academy? Upon seeing Dai Mubai and the others, he paused in astonishment, rubbed his eyes, and joyfully exclaimed, haha, the little monster has returned. With that, Zhao Wujin opened his arms. eager to embrace them, while the excited fatty rushed forward and lifted Xiao Wu, grinning, "Hee hee, teacher, I've missed you so much." The surrounding students were taken aback, realizing that it was indeed the renowned Shrek ate monsters. Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat downcast, turned to Tang San and asked, "Brother San, is little she well? And what of Xiao Wu? I feel as though I can hear someone yearning for me." Just then, a melodious voice captured everyone's attention. A figure clad in light blue appeared before them, revealing a familiar yet stunning visage that widened their eyes in astonishment. Ning Rongrong swiftly approached and embraced Tang Xi, exclaiming, "It's been 5 years. I have missed you dearly." Tang Xi struggled slightly as she embraced Ning Rongrong, who seemed to have gained some weight. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Zhuqing approached Tang Xi, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Welcome back." Tang San helplessly placed his hand on his forehead. "Goodness, the moment you appeared, you captivated everyone's attention." Ma Hongjun, filled with curiosity, glanced around Tang Xi and cheerfully inquired, "Little Xi, what level is your soul power at now?" Dai Mubai stepped forward, giving Ma Hongjun a friendly pat on the shoulder, and remarked with a smile, "No need to look around. Among us, your cultivation is the weakest." Tang Sin smiled and replied, "My soul power has reached level 60. In a short while, I will embark on a quest to seek my 6th soul ring. I remember that when I parted ways with Xiaoxi 2 months ago, her soul power was at level 62. Well, Ma Hongjun cast an envious glance at Tang San, as he himself had only attained level 59 in soul power. Both Xu Qing and I have also reached level 60, and even Rong has as well. Indeed. Among us, Xiaoxi possesses the greatest talent. Zhao Wujing burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Well done, you little monsters. Your strength is already so formidable." Tang Xi timidly raised her hand, saying, I recently absorbed a soul bone, and now my soul power has reached level 64. An atmosphere of silence enveloped the moment, until Ma Hongjun was the first to react, exclaiming, 2 levels in just 2 months. This is simply astonishing. Tang Xi helplessly scratched her head. She couldn't very well say that she was on the verge of breaking through level 65. In the backyard garden of Shrek Academy, there stood a quaint little house. Tang San and the others took their seats, and Flanders sighed, surprised that Xiao Ao had been so stubborn as to venture out alone for 5 years. Tang Xi smiled and replied, "Rest assured, Director, Xiao Ao will undoubtedly find his own fortune." After a long moment of hesitation, Lu Erlong inquired, "Xiao Shi, what about Xiao Wu? How is she faring now? What exactly has the Spirit Hall done to her?" This has been a lingering concern for Lu Erlong. Tang Xi, in a state of distress, contemplated her thoughts as she observed the tension among the crowd. Ning Rongrong, trembling with anxiety, inquired urgently, "Could it be that Xiao Wu is truly transformed into a soul ring?" "Sister Xiao Wu, I have returned her to the Stardow Forest." Upon hearing this, the burden on Lu Erlong's heart finally eased. Tang San approached and stood beside Tang Xi, affectionately ruffling her hair. With a smile, he praised, "My little Xi is quite remarkable. She has devised a method to obtain soul rings without slaying soul beasts, which is why the Spirit Hall has spared Xiao Wu." "What?" As everyone stood in astonishment, Tang Xi recounted her experiences during that time. However, she clarified that the experiment on soul power sharing was still under development and was only effective for soul beasts of 10,000 years or more. She was currently engaged in further research. Subsequently, the group began to share their experiences over the past 5 years. Tang San had returned to the Haotian sect 2 months prior and recounted the difficulties posed by the elders, along with the 3 conditions they imposed. These conditions were, to obtain a 10,000-year soul ring, to become a title Douluo within 10 years, and to slay a title Douluo from the Spirit Hall. When he mentioned the last condition, Tang San cast a somewhat troubled glance at Tang Xi. Tang Xi, with a hint of a smile, reassured, "Rest assured, brother. In the face of absolute power, those elders will yield. Moreover, the Spirit Hall today is no longer what it once was." Tang San felt a sense of comfort from Tang Xi's heartfelt words, yet he gently advised, "Silly sister. The reason Father does not allow you to be involved in the affairs of the sect is due to their inherent complexities. It is best for you to refrain from meddling." Flinder generously remarked, "Time indeed flies. Do you have any plans for what comes next?" Hearing this, Dai Mubai gazed affectionately at Zhu Zhuqing, tightly clasping her hand. "I intend to return to the Star Luo Empire with Zhu Qing after some time." After all, Dai Mubai's current status was that of the Crown Prince of the Star Luo Empire, and Zhu Zhuqing had also become the Crown Princess. Ma Hongjun immediately sought to flatter Flinder. "As for me, I naturally wish to remain at the academy to assist the dean." Dai Mubai teased, "You call it helping, but your true aim is to pursue the ladies, isn't it?" "Haha." Ning Rongrong smiled softly. "I plan to return to the sect after a while." It was now the turn of Tang Xi and Tang San. All eyes turned towards the sibling pair. Tang San took the initiative to speak, expressing his intention to visit Xiao Wu in a few days and to take it step by step thereafter. When it was Tang Xi's turn, she responded with a playful smile, "As for me, it's a secret." This elicited a round of laughter, with Ning Rongrong teasingly huffing. "What other secrets do you have that we don't know about?" "You'll all see soon enough." Tang Xi mischievously stuck out her tongue. Gradually, she fell into a contemplative silence. The future? Perhaps when her companions ascended to godhood, she too could depart this realm. Flinder regarded everyone with a sly grin. Since you are here, contribute a bit more to the academy. Daimubai sighed in exasperation. We have all graduated, yet you still wish to take advantage of us, Dean. The bulletin board of Shrek Academy boldly announced, Return of the Shrek 8 monsters, to clash with Dean and teacher Xiao Wu. The students erupted in excitement. The Shrek 8 monsters. My goodness. At last, they would see their goddess Tang Xi. This is such a rare occasion. Let's go and take a look. The crowd hurriedly made their way to the surrounding forest. After years of transformation, the Shrek Academy forest had evolved beyond its original state, now featuring numerous simulated training zones and a meticulously planned layout. At its center stood a vast playground, embraced by verdant trees and adorned with a carpet of blue-silver grass. The academy had seen a significant increase in student numbers compared to before and was tasked with collaborating with the imperial family. This new playground served multiple purposes. Early on, a large gathering of students had assembled around the green playground, eagerly awaiting the event. The current student body of Shrek Academy numbered around 1,000, not including those assigned by the royal family for unified training under the master. The expansive playground was filled to capacity with students. Although they could not compare to the innate talents of the original Shrek 8 monsters, they were still carefully selected and possessed at least above-average potential. When they arrived at the playground, Lu Erlong stood at the center, delivering a stern address. Class leaders, please manage your students well. You may cheer, but chaos is not permitted, nor is entry onto the playground allowed. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences of your soul skills. As the vice principal, Lu Erlong was known for her strict demeanor. Not only students, but even teachers feared her. Under her command, the classes lined up orderly, awaiting patiently, the buzz of chatter gradually subsiding. At that moment, the master entered the playground with Tang San and the others. The masks on the 7 faces, along with the master's leading presence, unmistakably announced their identities. In an instant, the previously quiet playground erupted into a tumultuous sea of cheers. The applause sounded like a volcanic eruption, and the master and Lu Erlong exchanged knowing smiles. Soon, Tang San and his companions reached the center of the playground. Hello, seniors. Without any formal organization, a massive wave of welcome surged through the crowd. Ma Hongjun waved his hand, excitedly posing as he spotted a beautiful girl. Yet the female students seemed unimpressed, their gazes entirely fixed on Tang San's noble and graceful demeanor. Flinder and Xiao Wu stood atop the playground. Flinder leaned closer to Xiao Wu and whispered, You take the lead. I'll seize the opportunity to assist you. Xiao Wu frowned. Why must it always be me taking the hits? As the two activated their martial spirits, Flinder's was that of an owl, while Xiao Wu's was the formidable golden armored bear. The appearance of their martial spirits and soul rings instantly drew the crowd's attention back to Tang San and the others. Flinder addressed the students below, Today's match is not merely for your entertainment, it is to demonstrate the true strength of those who graduate from Shrek. He turned to Tang San and the others, raising his hand, Little monsters, declare your levels. Daimubai shouted, Daimubai, 36th level Assault System Soul Emperor. Instantly, his white tiger martial spirit was unleashed. Following him were Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing. Tang San, 60th level Control System Soul Emperor. Ma Hongjun, 59th level Assault System Soul King. Ning Rongrong, 61st level Support System Soul Emperor. Zhu Shiqing, 60th level Agile Attack System Soul Emperor. Lastly came Tang Xi's martial spirit, with strands of white light floating around her. Tang Xi, 64th level Main Control System and Support System Soul Emperor. As her soul rings spiraled upwards, the Crimson 5th Soul Ring emerged, eliciting astonished gasps from the crowd, save for Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang widened his eyes in disbelief. That's a 100,000-year soul ring. Flinder glanced at the 100,000-year soul ring, feeling a bit intimidated. Little she is truly impressive. The students below became even more fervent, chanting, Shrek, Shrek, Shrek. Lu Erlong inserted 3 incense sticks into the ground, shouting, Withstand the full force attack of the Dean and Teacher Zhao within the duration of these 3 incense sticks. The match begins. As her words fell, Xiao Wujia's gaze sharpened. He stomped his left foot and declared, 5th soul skill, Gravity Crush. A purple whirlwind of soul power descended upon the 7 Shrek monsters, the pressure akin to a mountain bearing down upon them. Xiao Wujia confidently proclaimed, Next. I will take you down one by one. As he spoke, he clenched his fist and charged forward with a punch. Tang Xi smiled with a hint of mischief. Her armor and soul bones fully activated, allowing the soul bones to effortlessly bear 75 of the pressure as she stood up with ease. In a flash, a figure darted forward, and Tang Xi met that fist head-on. The clash resonated with a powerful impact. In that moment, all of her soul power was unleashed. And Tang Xi found herself evenly matched against Xiao Wujia, an esteemed soul Douluo of the 81st rank. Moments later, both combatants grunted and stepped back, each retreating 2 paces. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Mubai advanced and unleashed his 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Countless stars illuminated the sky, followed by a barrage of meteors crashing down upon Xiao Wujia. Straining under the assault, Xiao Wujia stumbled back 5 meters, using his hands to shield himself from the onslaught. And then, enveloped by a protective barrier of soul power, he dissipated the attack in an instant. The oppressive weight on the others vanished in an instant, prompting Ning Rongrong to quickly summon the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Renowned for its power, the pagoda's radiant colors enveloped Ma Hongjun, Tang San, Zhu Qing, Dai Mubai, and Tang Xi in succession. A gentle stream of soul power flowed continuously into the bodies of these 6 individuals. Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing exchanged a glance and swiftly moved to flank Xiao Wu, while Tang San forcefully struck the ground with his palm. Blue-silver prison. Golden-hued blue-silver grass surged forth from the earth, forming a cage that ensnared Xiao Wu. With a smirk, Xiao Wu concentrated a robust surge of soul power in his palm and struck forward, effortlessly shattering the blue-silver prison as if it were mere foam. Above, Flinder swooped down, calling out, "Don't forget about me." Tang Xi stood resolutely before the crowd, her soul bone ability activated instantly. Her blood-red eyes fixated intently on Flinder. As an intangible crimson wave rippled through the air, Flinder was suddenly engulfed in a disorienting dizziness that lasted for a full 10 seconds, rendering him unable to navigate even while flying, causing him to flail aimlessly. Tang Xi turned to his companion, Ma Hongjun, and urged, "Now is the time, fatty." Ma Hongjun nodded, his fists igniting with fierce flames, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath them. 5th spirit skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. With a thunderous roar, the ground erupted with searing magma, and a blazing red phoenix soared above Flinder. As its feathers fell, large chunks of molten rock rained down upon Flinder. His eyes widened in shock as he was overwhelmed by the assault. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to Xiao Wu, and Tang San commanded, "Attack with full force." "Teacher Zhao." Ning Rongrong nodded, her palms emanating a dazzling light from the 9-treasure glazed tower. Renowned for its power, the 9 treasures offered 5 for offense and 6 for enhancement. Rongrong's 5th spirit skill amplified attack power, while her 6th skill enhanced attributes. Both beams of light infused into Dai Mubai, who instantly grew more imposing, carving a cross shape in the air. 6th spirit skill, White Tiger Break Kill. The cross-shaped attack hurtled toward Xiao Wu, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of strangulation. Instinctively, Xiao Wu crossed his fists before him, summoning his spirit power as a shield. Immovable King Kong shield. Yet, the assault shattered the shield in an instant, sending Xiao Wu flying. He struggled to regain his balance, rotating halfway before landing with difficulty. Zhu Qing advanced, her nails transforming into sharp claws as she unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Xiao Wu. Netherworld slash. A dark figure flickered in the air, and Xiao Wu found it increasingly difficult to maintain his stance until Zhu Qing finally ceased her onslaught. Lu Erlong jested, "Goodness, these little ones are certainly relentless." With only a moment's time remaining, Flinder exchanged glances with Tang San, raising an eyebrow and signaling with a subtle nod. Tang San, feeling helpless, communicated through his soul power. "Dean, continuing this way may harm our camaraderie. What do you think about seeking peace?" Xiao Wu secretly gestured to Flinder to hastily agree. "I can hardly endure this any longer." Flinder, somewhat bewildered, could only chuckle and replied through his soul power, "Very well, let it be so for the time being." Flinder then summoned a powerful gust of wind using his soul power, causing Tang San and the other 5 to feign astonishment. Dai Mubai, in a state of fear, exclaimed, "Dean Flinder, please cease. We concede." Flinder, with a sense of pride, retracted his soul power and martial spirit, landing gracefully on the ground. "Your ability to defeat Teacher Xiao Wu is commendable in itself. Thus, we shall conclude today's exhibition here." The students below erupted in excitement, chanting, "Shrek! Shrek! Shrek!" Tang Xi helplessly pressed her forehead, lamenting that the excitement had ended too soon. After bidding farewell to each other, the group departed from Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong decided to stay at Shrek Academy for a few more days, while Zhu Qing and Dai Mubai returned to the Star Luo Empire. Tang Xi and Tang San unanimously resolved to venture into the Star Do Forest in search of Xiao Wu. The headquarters of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was nestled deep within the mountains, surrounded by lakes. In the dead of night, cloaked figures lurked in the shadows, each possessing soul power levels exceeding 60. Suwon concealed himself in darkness, his blood-red eyes glinting ominously, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike its prey. He raised a hand to signal, and the others received the command to launch an assault on the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, with strict orders from Suwon to avoid fatality. Moments later, Suwon addressed his companion, Jiang Mo, instructing him to capture Yu Engine, while Gui Bao and Enai Huang were to assist Jiang Mo, emphasizing that he only required their survival. Jiang Mo smirked, exhilarated by the thrill, proclaiming that it had been long since he felt such excitement. This operation against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect involved 7 titled Douluo, Jiang Mo at level 96, Gui Bao at level 95, Enai Huang at level 94, He Tun at level 93, Shi Miao at level 92, and Mo Xiong at level 92. Throughout the night, chaos erupted. A fiery Enai Huang soared through the sky, her fallen feathers igniting in every corner, and she reveled in her handiwork. The disciples scattered in fear, severely injured but not dead at the hands of the cloaked assailants. Suwon stepped forward, his soul power surging, revealing 6 soul rings, the 6th, a striking blood red, drawing particular attention. 6th soul skill, Black Hole Devour, Suwon intoned, his voice resonating throughout the sect. Instantly, a dark mist erupted from him, enveloping the entire sect and forming a towering wall of fog. This mist gradually took the shape of a black hole, exuding a frenzied gravitational pull. The black hole devourer could absorb attacks initiated by soul skills, and it tore through the bodies of many disciples attempting to flee. Hours later, Jiang Mo brought Yu Yuanjin before Suwen. Clad in pale silver armor, Yu Yuanjin bore wounds that streamed blood from his forehead, his complexion pale and devoid of strength. Despite his agony, he glared at Suwen with venomous eyes. "What does your spirit hall intend to do?" he demanded. "Ah," Suwen replied. Wielding his sharp twin swords with a cold sneer, "We aim to seize control of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjin erupted into a maniacal laugh. "Yu Spirit Hall's ambition to control our sect is nothing but a delusion." Behind Yu Yuanjin stood numerous disciples, all bearing varying degrees of injury and unable to unleash their soul skills in defiance. His arrogance ignited a spark of rebellion among the disciples as they shouted, "We shall never submit. We shall never yield." Mo Xiong, observing the fervor, stepped forward and inquired, "Holy Son, should I eliminate him?" He cast a dismissive glance at Yu Yuanjin, deeming him excessively arrogant. Suwen replied icily, "Why kill? I possess a method that will inflict greater suffering upon him." A cold sweat broke out among the disciples as Suwen's temperature plummeted, an overwhelming aura of destruction enveloping him, instilling a suffocating sense of impending death. Suwen approached the loudest disciple, and in a swift motion, blood spattered as a head rolled at Yu Yuanjin's feet. Yu Yuanjin's eyes widened in horror, his shoulders trembling. "If you must kill, then take me alone. Spare my sect." Suwen's voice turned cold. "Will you choose submission or death?" The disciples hesitated, paralyzed by fear. Suwen's gaze swept over them, and with a swift motion, he executed another disciple. "For every minute of hesitation, I shall take 5 lives until your sect is no more." His demonic voice echoed ominously. This time, Suwen chose to slay a child, and the mother, clutching her child, retreated in terror as Suwen approached. Overwhelmed, she cried, "Do not kill my child. I am willing to submit. Spare us." Pleased, Suwen stepped away. Yet a few obstinate individuals remained defiant. "Bah, your spirit hall is no good. I would rather die than submit." Ignoring them, Suwen unleashed a torrent of black mist, swiftly engulfing the defiant ones, reducing them to pools of gore. The brutality left the onlookers trembling, prompting Suwen to declare, "As long as you submit to the spirit hall and pledge your loyalty, I can guarantee wealth, status, and power." Gradually, some began to waver. Suwen exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Mo, who approached Yu Yuanjin and severed his meridians. Yu Yuanjin screamed in agony, his eyes widening in despair. Jiang Mo concentrated soul power into a final strike, delivering a crushing blow to Yu Yuanjin's forehead. Roaring in pain, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon manifested behind Yu Yuanjin, but ultimately shattered. Now a cripple, Yu Yuanjin had lost not only his limbs, but also his martial spirit, reduced from a lofty soul master to a mere husk. A profound humiliation for the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. With their leader incapacitated, the remaining disciples fell to their knees, begging for mercy. "I am willing to submit to the spirit hall." An increasing chorus echoed, "I am willing to submit to the spirit hall." Suwen smiled, commanding, "Imprison Yu Yuanjin and initiate special training for all who submit. Those who resist will face execution." With a flick of his sleeve, he departed, leaving the titled Douluo exchanging glances. Their holy son was indeed ruthless, a harbinger of the spirit hall's impending ascendancy. Tang San and Tang Xi were traversing the Stardow forest. Suddenly, Tang San came to a halt and proclaimed that there was something, or perhaps someone, nearby that instilled fear in the blue silver grass. Tang Xi felt a cold sweat trickle down her spine. Could it be that Elder Gui and Elder Ju had arrived? She and her brother were currently within the ancient and perilous territory of the Stardow forest, where 10,000-year soul beasts thrived. If they were merely hunting high-ranking soul beasts, it would be unnecessary to deploy titled Douluo-level elders. Unless, of course, the Spirit Hall was coveting another 10,000-year soul beast. The Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. Tang Xi grasped Tang San's wrist firmly and spoke softly, "It must be someone from the Spirit Hall. Let us not act hastily and alert them. My right leg soul bone possesses a skill to conceal our presence. Please, do not let go of my hand." "Understood." Tang San observed Tang Xi's earnest demeanor, her fair complexion resembling that of a miniature adult. Unable to resist, he gently pinched her soft cheek. Our little she has finally grown up, to the extent that she is now capable of such thoughtful consideration. Tang San wore a contented smile, while Tang Xi pouted in displeasure, exclaiming, "Why do they always have to pinch my cheeks? It's infuriating." Subsequently, Tang San concentrated his mental energy, and the previously scattered blue-silver domain began to solidify, converging in a singular direction. The linear distance of his probing immediately began to increase significantly. When he focused all his energy towards that specific point, the probe, stretching approximately 1,500 meters, swiftly relayed the information within its range to Tang San's mind in the blink of an eye. This time, he finally discerned the target that had triggered the warning from the blue-silver grass. Over 20 individuals advanced silently through the trees, gradually approaching Tang San's position. With the aid of the blue-silver grass, he was able to clearly perceive the presence of these 26 individuals. Upon recognizing their faces, he was taken aback, a chill running down his spine. Tang San spoke solemnly, "There are a total of 26 individuals ahead, among them 3 titled Douluo and numerous other experts, including the golden generations Hu Liena, Yan, and Xiao Wu. 3 titled Douluo. Tang Xi pondered, realizing their intent. They aim to capture the 10,000-year soul beast. By following them, we shall soon locate Sister Xiao Wu. As she spoke, a faint glow emanated from her right leg, enveloping both herself and her companion, rendering them increasingly transparent. This was Tang Xi's soul bone skill, invisibility. They trailed behind the group for 2 days until, unexpectedly, a gentle voice resonated from ahead, causing the foremost ghost Douluo to halt abruptly. Upon hearing that voice, even Tang San, who had been concealing himself, trembled involuntarily. 5 years had elapsed, and at last, he heard that enchanting voice again. Who else could it be but Xiao Wu? The chrysanthemum Douluo flashed forward to stand beside the ghost Douluo. They exchanged glances, and the chrysanthemum Douluo gestured to the powerful members of the spirit hall behind them. Immediately, the formation composed of 20 soul saints shifted, tightening into a circle that enclosed the 3 from the golden generation. The golden turtle Douluo stood alertly at the rear, surveying the surroundings. The simultaneous release of martial spirits by the 20 soul saints was nothing short of spectacular. In an instant, the air within a 100-meter radius distorted violently, and vibrant soul rings appeared around them. As they advanced through a dense thicket, their path suddenly opened to reveal a breathtaking vista. The pupils of every member from the spirit hall constricted in unison, for they beheld a scene that defied description. A crystal-clear lake enhanced the humidity of the air, reflecting towering trees around it, with sunlight illuminating everything to create a shimmering spectacle on the water's surface. At one side of this enchanting tableau, a towering figure crouched silently. With large, luminous eyes, it gazed down at the group from the spirit hall across the lake. Everything around seemed to revolve around her. She resembled a goddess of the forest, poised majestically atop the shoulders of the Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape, despite not exuding any oppressive aura, emanated an overwhelming presence simply by its stance, akin to a mountain. The golden turtle Douluo grinned with excitement, for the 10,000-year soul beast, the Titan Great Ape, was indeed the target of their assault, with the soul-sharing experiment having advanced to the point where it could strip a soul beast of its cultivation without its consent. It meant that capturing it would allow the spirit hall to grant a select few members the strength comparable to that of a 10,000-year soul beast. The ghost Douluo and chrysanthemum Douluo stepped forward, with the latter stating, "Old ghost, I will distract the Titan Great Ape. You seize the opportunity to attack." Xiao Wu understood everything, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. The spirit hall was coveting the 10,000-year soul ring of Air Ming. After 5 years of change, Xiao Wu recalled everything but felt a complicated mix of emotions towards the spirit hall. Initially, she had hoped the soul-sharing experiment would foster a harmonious coexistence between soul beasts and humans, yet the spirit hall's greed extended far beyond such ideals. Air Ming's eyes betrayed a hint of disdain as he faced the charge of the 2 titled Douluos. With a powerful shake of his shoulder, Xiao Wu, who had been perched atop him, soared into the air, landing behind him. The moment she departed, he sprang into action. As the king of the forest, he unleashed a speed totally disproportionate to his massive form, hurtling towards the airborne ghost Douluo. As the Titan Great Ape lunged, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Ghost Douluo felt as if his body had been weighed down by lead, his once ethereal speed plummeting. Everything around him seemed to wobble slightly. This was a domain, a field of gravitational control. With great effort, Ghost Douluo uttered those words just as the Titan Great Ape's furious fist struck him, sending him crashing into the arms of the spirit hall members. The chrysanthemum Douluo, standing atop the water's surface, suddenly turned her gaze toward Xiao Wu, realizing that the rabbit's close bond with the Titan Great Ape could be leveraged to coerce it. A sense of crisis surged from beneath the lake. With a splash, vibrant water erupted, instantly engulfing the peculiar Qihong Tongtian chrysanthemum. The air became saturated as a colossal, bull-headed creature, over 4 meters in diameter, burst forth from the water. The Qihong Tongtian chrysanthemum's strike rebounded upon contact, a testament to its current state of martial spirit manifestation. With emerald scales and an immense body, the beast ascended, its serpentine form exhaling a torrent. A streak of azure light swept over the crowd, slowing the movements of everyone from the spirit hall. This was the delaying domain of the Tianqing bull python, designed to prevent foes from escaping. Xiao Wu implored, "Previously, you captured me without killing me. Now, I too do not wish to harm you. Please leave the Star Doe forest." The 3 titled Douluos scoffed, with the chrysanthemum Douluo dismissing her plea outright. It was only natural for soul masters to capture soul beasts. Sparing this rabbit was merely an act of goodwill towards their saint, Tang Xi. To concede is absolutely out of the question. Ghost Douluo suddenly shouted vehemently. A color unlike the usual black erupted from his being, a brilliant silver flame that surged into the air in an instant. Simultaneously, the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yueguan, ignited a layer of golden flames. In that fleeting moment, the 9 soul rings adorning both their bodies shone simultaneously, enhancing the dazzling display of their golden and silver flames. Facing each other, their hands clasped, the ghost Douluo and Yueguan's forms merged explosively. The 18 soul rings coalesced into a vast golden and silver dual-hued ring that silently launched forth. "Old ghost, Target those two 10,000-year soul beasts while the rest of you capture that rabbit as leverage. The chrysanthemum Douluo's anxious voice echoed from within the golden silver ring. In the next instant, the light abruptly converged. The Tianqing bull python and the Titan great ape were enveloped in an aura of gold and silver, forcibly restrained within a confined space. Remarkably, the Titan great ape was also immobilized in midair, a testament to the immense power of the martial spirit fusion technique. Witnessing Erming and Deming ensnared, Xiao Wu cast a resentful glare at every member of the spirit hall, questioning whether they needed a 10,000-year soul beast to satiate their insatiable greed. Yet, her cries fell on deaf ears as the 20 soul masters charged forward, their martial spirits radiating brilliance behind them. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, yet he resolutely charged forward. With his left hand, he grasped the soul-guiding device, and in an instant, two soul-chasing and life-stealing darts appeared in his palm. Tang San hurled the object in his hand forcefully towards the 20 soul masters. In an instant, two mother-child soul-chasing death pearls were unleashed, and amidst the resounding explosions, a thick cloud of smoke rose before him and Xiao, enveloping the 6 soul saints directly in front. A series of muffled groans echoed as the 6 soul saints fell to the ground in an instant. At such a close range, being struck by the toxic needles from the mother-child soul-chasing death pearls rendered even the divine powerless to save them. Who? Laina exclaimed in surprise. Simultaneously, Tang San's figure flickered like a mirage, and numerous hidden weapons cascaded from his hands, the back of his garment splitting open to reveal the dazzling blue-golden 8 spider lances. It's Tang San. Laina regarded the figure before her with wariness, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Could it be that Xiaoxi was also here? Below the golden sea turtle Douluo, a blinding white light emanated as hundreds of ice spikes surged toward Deming and Erming. Roar. Although Deming and Erming were tough-skinned and resilient, the sensation of being pierced by the spikes was no less unpleasant, prompting a low growl. The golden sea turtle Douluo gathered strength once more, the golden light in his hands intensifying. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu charged forward, resolute in her determination to protect Deming and Erming from harm. Now at the 59th rank in soul power, Xiao Wu knew that enduring an attack from a tidal Douluo would likely cost her half her life, if not more. The blue-silver grass on the ground stretched wildly, finally wrapping around Xiao Wu's waist, halting her advance. Suddenly, an illusion of the golden sea turtle appeared, rapidly inflating to a height of nearly 5 meters, its head and limbs retracting as it spun, generating a fierce gale that charged directly at Deming and Erming. Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with the image of Deming and Erming being immobilized, and in a fit of despair, she shouted, "No." 4th soul skill. Snow Dance Radiant Sun. White threads enveloped the sea turtle, immediately emitting a blinding light as both the threads and the turtle dissolved into nothingness. The 5th soul skill, Snow Dance Radiant Sun, was one of the 2 abilities derived from the 100,000 year soul ring of the 9 mystic green scorpion, capable of nullifying a soul skill attack. The other ability being the 9-tailed scorpion whip. Even more astonishing was the 5th soul ring at Tang Xi's waist, adorned with blood-red butterfly wings, which shimmered incessantly. Tang Xi revealed that the 5th soul ring of her lifeline martial spirit was, astonishingly, of the 100,000-year grade. The profound crimson halo illuminated the land beneath. And upon beholding Tang Xi's stunning visage, the golden sea turtle Douluo ceased his assault. He explained that this mission was specifically entrusted by His Holiness the Pope, and implored Her Holiness the Saintess not to interfere. In his final remark, the golden sea turtle Douluo emphasized his words with gravity. Tang Xi holds a significant position within the Spirit Hall, and through her groundbreaking research on soul power sharing, she has earned the respect of the title Douluo. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment, her face lighting up with joy. It was her beloved Xiaoxi. She had returned to see her. Tang San exerted a powerful tug on the blue-silver grass, drawing Xiao Wu into his embrace. As she gazed into his eyes, tears cascaded down her cheeks. For he was the beloved she had longed for day and night. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xiao Wu cried out, "Their brother." In midair, Tang Xi's gaze sharpened, and the temperature around him plummeted. The soul bone skill of the 9-shin emerald scorpion, absolute 0. The temperature within 1,000 meters dropped abruptly to over 200 degrees below 0, forming a thick layer of ice on the ground. Tang Xi consciously immobilized the feet of everyone present, save for Tang San and Xiao Wu. In an instant, all members of the Spirit Hall found themselves unable to break free, including the golden sea turtle Douluo. Tang Xi said to Tang San, "Brother, you should take Sister Xiao Wu away first. The people from the Spirit Hall dare not lay a hand on me." "All right." Tang San responded with a sound and pulled Xiao Wu to flee backwards. In that instant, the golden sea turtle Douluo also broke free from the frost, his face etched with disbelief and fury. "Tang Xi, as the saintess of the Spirit Hall, how dare you privately interfere with the commands of His Holiness the Pope and openly oppose us? What place do you leave for the Spirit Hall?" The golden sea turtle Douluo was seething with rage, his spirit power surging uncontrollably. Tang Xi smiled and said, "I will handle matters with the teacher. If you truly wish to engage, at present, you are not my match." The Soul Emperor of level 64 audaciously spoke to a title Douluo, prompting the golden sea turtle Douluo to erupt in laughter. "Huh? How delightful. In that case, I shall show no mercy to you, young lady. With that, the golden sea turtle Douluo manipulated the turtle shell within his palm, causing it to rapidly expand. With arms outstretched, the shell transformed into sharp green shards, hurtling towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi stood motionless, smiling serenely in the face of it all. The golden sea turtle Douluo could not help but burst into hearty laughter, realizing that fear had rendered him immobile. However, just as the green shards were about to collide with Tang Xi, her figure abruptly vanished from the air. He was taken aback, for he could not sense her soul power, unless she possessed a soul skill capable of concealing her presence. A shadow suddenly obscured the sunlight above him, and instinctively, the golden sea turtle Douluo looked up to find Tang Xi hovering above, holding a slender silver needle aimed directly at his eyes. In that fleeting moment, an instinctive terror flooded his mind, while Tang Xi merely smiled softly, twirling gracefully in the air as she retracted the silver needle along with the various concealed weapons in her possession. Tang Xi let out a laugh. Elder Sea Turtle, I have shown you mercy. Had I not withdrawn my hand in time, your eyes would have been blinded long ago. The carefree tone of Tang Xi echoed in the ears of the golden sea turtle Douluo like a devil's urging voice, sending shivers down his spine. All right, I concede. The golden sea turtle Douluo admitted reluctantly, for who could resist the favor bestowed upon Tang Xi by the illustrious pontiff? Tang Xi's mind was consumed with thoughts when, in a fleeting moment, the golden and silver halos surrounding Deming and Erming began to tremble violently. With a thunderous roar, the halos shattered, and Deming and Erming unfurled their forms. Erming cast a deep glance at Tang Xi before sprinting towards the direction where Xiao Wu had departed, closely followed by Deming. As the golden and silver halos dissipated, Yuguan and Gui Mei descended from the sky, their expressions far from pleasant, clearly indicating that their soul power had been depleted. What transpired here? A melodious voice resonated from afar as a figure clad in a black robe hovered above, lifting his hat to reveal an exquisitely chiseled profile. It was Suwen. Suwen surveyed the frozen individuals with a furrowed brow, and in an instant, the surrounding black mist enveloped those who were immobilized. Before long, the ice melted away. The three titled Douluos stood before this heir to the next pontiff, bowing respectfully and uttering, "Your Grace, the Holy Son." Tang Xi pouted, feeling indignant. As a fellow disciple of their teacher, why did that person command more respect than she did? It seemed she had to resort to fighting them to be heard. When Suwen noticed Tang Xi's displeased expression, he paused for a moment, then blushing slightly, walked over to take her hand. Hulaina shot a venomous glance at Suwen, silently urging him to release Tang Xi's hand immediately. Suwen felt a flutter in his heart, suppressing the urge to kiss Tang Xi. He cleared his throat, feigning a cough. A hymn. Could someone please explain what is going on here? Gui Mei and Yuguan exchanged bewildered looks, their eyes sparkling with gossip. The intimate display between the Saint Son and Saintess, could it be that they were in love? Meanwhile, the golden sea turtle Douluo quietly approached and whispered an explanation into Suwen's ear. Tang Xi felt a twinge of apprehension as she observed the increasingly dark expression on Suwen's face. Unable to restrain herself, she was about to offer a defense for her actions when Suwen coldly interjected, stating that they would temporarily abandon the pursuit of the 200,000-year soul beasts and that they should return to the spirit hall. He was unwilling to witness a scenario where these ancient soul beasts might become Tang San's soul rings. After issuing his command, Suwen turned away, taking Tang Xi with him, leaving a bewildered group of spirit hall personnel exchanging puzzled glances. The golden sea turtle Douluo inquired, "Are they a couple?" To which Yuguan nodded in agreement, suggesting that the Saint Son must have confessed to Tang Xi first, given how much he seemed to care for her. Gui Mei chimed in with a hint of gossip, speculating that perhaps it was Tang Xi who harbored a secret affection for the Saint Son. Meanwhile, Hulaina, watching the pair recede into the distance, felt a pang of jealousy, exclaiming, that infuriating Suwen. It should be me holding Tang Xi's hand. Tang Xi gazed at the sullen-faced Suwen, feeling a pang of pain in her wrist. "Suwen, you're hurting me," she murmured, her tear-filled eyes resembling a frightened fawn, evoking a sense of compassion. Suwen halted his steps and enveloped Tang Xi in a warm embrace, her softness melting into his heart. Upon hearing how Tang Xi defended Tang San, a wave of jealousy washed over Suwen. "Now that we are a couple and both 20 years old, don't you think it's time we did something?" Suwen whispered into Tang Xi's ear, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. The gentle touch quickened her breathing, and a rosy hue spread across her fair skin. Her mind flooded with tantalizing images, and she suddenly felt weak all over. With a hint of shyness, she stammered, I can't do that here." Suwen, with tender affection, lowered his head and kissed Tang Xi passionately. Then, breathing lightly, he chuckled. "What are you thinking about, my little one? Am I really that lecherous?" Tang Xi was on the verge of tears, feeling a subtle disappointment as the scene did not unfold as she had imagined. No, she was not that frivolous. Tang Xi pouted in frustration, then rose onto her tiptoes, striving to reclaim her dignity. Suwen, observing the expression on Tang Xi's face, felt as though his heart was enveloped in honey, sweet and warm. The two closed their eyes, relishing the delightful sensation on their lips. Their hearts raced, and Suwen, suppressing his desires, gently released Tang Xi, wiping the swollen corner of her mouth, and with a beaming smile, promised, "Not just yet. Wait for me for 5 more years. Once I ascend to divinity, I shall grant you everything you desire. Though Su Wen possessed considerable capability at present, the situation was precarious. He yearned to provide Tang Xi with a magnificent wedding, and until then, he would not consummate their relationship. Listening to Su Wen's vow, Tang Xi felt a surge of warmth within her heart, her eyes glistening with tears as she pondered the future. Did she truly have a future? Tang Xi choked on her words, asking, if I were no longer here, would you fall for someone else? Su Wen gazed at the tears cascading down Tang Xi's cheeks, feeling an uncontrollable unease in his heart, mingled with a hint of reproach towards her question. Stop overthinking, he reassured her. From the very first moment we met, I have cared deeply for you. Only you can make my heart flutter. Su Wen was not one for sweet nothings. Instead, he held Tang Xi tightly in his embrace, striving to provide her with a sense of security. Tang Xi closed her eyes, relishing this rare moment of tenderness. She felt an overwhelming sense of selfishness, fully aware that she would not live beyond the age of 25, yet continued to provoke Su Wen time and again. But let it be. Even if Su Wen were to find someone he cherished in the future, it would not matter. Su Wen sensed the dampness on his chest and looked down to see that Tang Xi could no longer contain her tears, weeping uncontrollably. With a sigh of resignation, he gently stroked her soft hair and softly reassured her, do not cry. It pains my heart. As he beheld Tang Xi in her sorrowful state, Su Wen felt as though his heart were being twisted into a tight knot, a most uncomfortable sensation. The two shared a tender embrace for a while, exchanging kisses and hugs, before ultimately drifting off to sleep, nestled against one another. Tang Xi's sleeping posture was quite unruly, igniting a wave of heat within Su Wen as he beheld her playful demeanor, which occasionally teased him. Unable to resist, Su Wen engaged in a rather embarrassing act. Though he did not complete the final step, as dawn broke, he resolved to rise and make his way to the spirit hall, for as the heir to the Pope, he had numerous affairs to attend to. After a moment of reluctant parting, Su Wen finally set off, albeit with several strawberry marks adorning Tang Xi's neck. Tang Xi gazed at the bite marks adorning her skin, resigning herself to donning a long-sleeved dress, enveloping herself snugly. Occasionally, she found herself reminiscing about Su Wen's ferocious demeanor from the previous night, which involuntarily brought a smile to her lips. It was rather delightful, albeit undeniably addictive. Oh my! How embarrassing! In the heart of the Star Doe forest, at the Lake of Life, a silver dragon king lay in slumber, emanating a faint silvery glow. Its massive form gradually transformed into a silver-haired maiden. The formidable Emperor Tian, the foremost among the 10 ferocious beasts, stood outside, reporting the state of the outside world. According to a 10,000-year-old rabbit who had transformed, a girl named Tang, she had emerged in the Douluo continent, conducting experiments on soul power sharing, purportedly capable of transferring the soul power of soul beasts to humans, thereby forming soul rings. The soul beasts would lose a portion of their cultivation but would not perish. That maiden was currently within the Star Doe forest. The silver-haired girl opened her eyes in the lake, her violet gaze flickering with emotion. After a long pause, she spoke. Bring her to me. You shall interrogate her intentions. Yes, my lord, replied a middle-aged man with black hair and golden eyes, bowing respectfully. Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu, nestled affectionately in Tang Xi's embrace, a surge of resentment bubbling within him, causing his cheeks to flush. Ever since Tang Xi had reunited with Tang San and Xiao Wu 3 days ago, Xiao Wu had clung to Tang Xi, leaving Tang San feeling rejected when he had intended to engage her in conversation. Observing the expression of his envious brother, Tang Xi could not help but burst into laughter, his hair standing on end in amusement. After a fit of laughter, Tang Xi planted a kiss on Xiao Wu's cheek and playfully stuck out his tongue at Tang San. In an instant, Xiao Wu's face turned crimson, while Tang San, fuming, turned away in sulky silence. Xiao Wu then embraced Tang Xi, pouring out her long-held feelings of longing. Xiao Xi, I have missed you so dearly. Little did she know, upon regaining all her memories, that Xiao Xi had only a few months left to live, and the thought of never seeing him again filled her with dread. Tang Xi gently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder and expressed her longing for her. Over the course of 3 days, Xiao Wu learned of Tang San's plight and resolutely insisted on sharing her soul power with him, transferring a millennium of cultivation to Tang San. Presently, Xiao Wu is in the mature phase of her soul beast transformation. Previously, she had bestowed her own 2,000 years of cultivation upon Tang Xi, which means that once her soul power reaches the 60th level, Xiao Wu will truly become human. At present, Xiao Wu's soul power stands at level 58, while Tang San's is at level 61. Tang Xi, displaying remarkable understanding, made an effort to create an opportunity for her elder brother and sister Xiao Wu to engage in a private conversation, thereby fostering their relationship. Meanwhile, she quietly retreated to the lakeside to play in the water. Suddenly, the forest trembled, and in the distance, a colossal brown bear lumbered towards Tang Xi. Its outstretched arms spanned an astonishing 10 meters, muscles bulging like small hills, and its body adorned with golden stripes. The bear's countenance exuded a fierce intent. Tang Xi was taken aback. The majestic aura emanating from the brown bear was even more formidable than that of the second prince of the Ming dynasty. This creature was a soul beast with a cultivation level surpassing 100,000 years. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Tang Xi found herself powerless. Even if she drew her firearm, She could not guarantee that the bullets would penetrate the bear's tough, armored hide. There was a significant risk that she might provoke the giant bear into killing her. It didn't take long for her to realize its identity. This was one of the rulers of the Stardow Forest, the sixth among the 10 fearsome beasts known as Bear Monarch. With a single paw, the Bear Monarch swiped at Tang Xi, who resignedly closed her eyes, bracing for the arrival of death. However, to her surprise, the Bear Monarch merely seized her and dashed towards the heart of the forest. "Ah, help me," she cried out in desperation. Tang Xi could no longer contain her voice. Crying out loudly, Tang San, who was engaged in an intimate moment with Xiao Wu, suddenly glanced into the distance, a foreboding feeling stirring within him. Deming emerged from the lake, his entire body trembling, a manifestation of his fear of the powerful. He gazed towards the heart of the forest, reflecting, "Humans. May fortune favor you." Xiong Jun sprinted alongside Tang Xi, the fierce winds tousling her hair. At last, they arrived at a densely wooded area, where a glimpse of blue light peeked through the gaps in the leaves. Behind the thicket lay a lake, pulsating with vibrant life. Xiong Jun boisterously proclaimed, "Di Tian. I have brought the human. Di Tian, how uncouth you are. Put that girl down at once." A melodious voice chimed in. A green-haired maiden, clad in a vintage dress, materialized behind Xiong Jun, exuding an aura of gentleness. She was none other than Biji, the emerald swan, ranked fourth among the 10 fierce beasts. Tang Xi gazed in astonishment at the woman behind her, a stunningly beautiful confidante. Her figure was exquisite. "How I adore her." Tang Xi could not help but succumb to her infatuation. Upon her audience with Emperor Tian, Xiong Jun released her, and Tang Xi, fully aware that she had entered a den of tigers, looked at Bai Ji with a pitiful expression and said, "Beautiful sister. You did not capture me with the intent to consume me, did you?" Suddenly, a gust of dark wind swept through, materializing into a figure, a middle-aged man with black hair and golden eyes, exuding a powerful and terrifying aura. He spoke. "I merely wished to converse with you for the time being." This man was none other than the beast god, Emperor Tian, the foremost among the 10 fearsome beasts. With a smile gracing her face, Bai Ji said, "Human girl, we simply wish to discuss your soul power sharing experiment. We mean you no harm." At the mention of soul power sharing, Tang Xi shivered, instantly comprehending the true purpose behind her abduction. Tang Xi softly inquired, "What is it that you wish to ask? Is it about the future development of our soul beasts?" Bai Ji chuckled lightly, recognizing the complexity of the human girl before her, and retorted, "Are you aware that we are soul beasts, Tang Xi nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her awareness of the matter. Those capable of gathering at the heart of this vast starry forest and taking on human forms are likely the formidable beings among the 10 great beasts, namely Di Tian and Bai Ji. If you inquire about the concept of soul power sharing, I can succinctly state that this experiment essentially involves absorbing the cultivation of soul beast and transforming it into soul power to form soul rings, with the sole advantage being that the soul beasts do not perish in the process. Di Tian, upon hearing this, spoke gravely, noting that it also accelerates the destruction of our soul beasts. If you were to discover a method to elevate the cultivation of soul beasts to the 100,000-year level, it would become a fatal pursuit for us, as humanity would inevitably seek higher realms of power. Bai Ji, blushing with embarrassment, replied, "Di Tian, you are thinking far too ahead. This represents the most effective way to alleviate the conflict between our soul beast and humanity." Tang Xi naturally contemplated this matter and agreed, expressing, "I understand your concerns. It is conceivable that in several millennia, as the human population burgeons, soul beasts may face rampant hunting, and the periphery of the Stardow Forest could transform into human settlements, thereby diminishing the habitat available for soul beasts." Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian erupted in fury, exclaiming, "So, this is how you humans are. You are so selfish. We soul beasts toil for millennia in our cultivation, only to be effortlessly hunted down by you, becoming mere soul rings. Have you ever considered our feelings? Stripping the soul beast of their cultivation means that the Stardow Forest will no longer see powerful beings emerge. A lack of strong entities implies that soul beasts could easily fall under human control or enslavement, a scenario that Emperor Tian abhors. Consequently, Emperor Tian's heart turned murderous. Observing Emperor Tian's demeanor, Bai Ji calmly interjected, "It is not yet a foregone conclusion. Your thoughts are rather extreme." However, Tang Xi merely smiled wryly and remarked, "This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. While humans may lack the power of soul beasts, they possess unparalleled wisdom. They can cultivate using the abilities of soul beasts, even attaining divinity. Yet, soul beasts will forever remain mere stepping stones for humans or will quietly await their demise. Even if they reach the pinnacle of cultivation, they cannot ascend to godhood, for the divine realm does not permit soul beasts to become gods. Am I wrong?" This statement struck a nerve with Emperor Tian, who coldly replied, "How could you possibly know so much? What is your intention?" Slowly rising to his feet, Emperor Tian felt the weight of Tang Xi's words. He, the supreme being of the soul beast realm, could never become a god and was destined to await death. Witnessing the dwindling numbers of his soul beast kin was a sight he could not bear. In a fleeting moment, Emperor Tian contemplated ending the life of the young girl before him. Yet, as he sensed the overwhelming aura of killing intent emanating from him, Tang Xi decided to temper her words, lest her own life be forfeit. She then composed herself and stated, I cannot speak on behalf of all humanity, promising that we will never harm soul beasts, but I can work to alleviate the conflicts between humans and soul beasts, reducing humanity's reliance on soul beasts for obtaining soul rings. Hearing this, Emperor Tian's fury abated somewhat, though his expression remained stern. Bai Ji, intrigued, pressed on. What do you believe you can accomplish? Tang Xi revealed the thoughts that had long been concealed within her heart and spoke softly. I have devised a preliminary plan to extract soul energy from the deceased, and I shall soon commence its development. According to the law of conservation of energy, humans enhance their abilities through the soul skills of soul rings, which necessitate the presence of soul energy. This energy permeates every corner of our world, and when absorbed by soul beasts, it manifests into various soul skills. Thus, at the moment of a soul master's demise, it is certain that a vast amount of soul energy will erupt and disperse into the atmosphere. Tian sneered coldly, questioning Tang Xi. How am I to believe your words, to trust in your capabilities? To Tian, Tang Xi's assertions appeared to be mere conjecture, a pretext to deceive him. Tang Xi smiled gently and remarked, in the realm of soul beasts, strength has always been revered. Why don't we engage in a contest? Bai Ji, incredulous, exclaimed, Human, have you lost your mind? His cultivation is already akin to that of a deity among your kind. Yet, Tian laughed heartily, his face brimming with delight. Oh, how admirable it is that you harbor such a notion. I shall compare my prowess at 1/3 of my full strength. If you can withstand my attacks for half an hour, I shall concede you the victory. This 1/3 of his strength is comparable to that of an ordinary title Douluo. With an expression full of curiosity, could not help but inquire, what about the stakes? It would be rather dull without any wager. Upon hearing this, also presented his own terms. If I emerge victorious, I have but one condition. You must remain in the starry great forest, allowing me to personally oversee your research. As for the possibility of my defeat, well, that seems quite unlikely. Shook his head, choosing to omit further elaboration. Should I lose, I shall agree to one of your requests. Tang Xi pondered for a moment, her brow slightly furrowed as if troubled by something. Finally, she declared, You shall engage me in battle with your strength at the 4th level. If I emerge victorious, I demand your 10,000 years of cultivation to serve as my soul ring. Tian chuckled, bemused by the girl's whimsical thoughts. Fighting at the 4th level equated to the prowess of a 95th level super Douluo. After a moment's reflection, he felt a pang of guilt for taking advantage of her. And so he revised his statement, saying, Forget the 10,000 years of cultivation. Should you defeat me, I shall grant you 40,000 years of my power. It was settled. Tang Xi wore a triumphant expression. Who wouldn't he be delighted to see their cultivation level quadruple in an instant after 10,000 years of effort? Beside her, Bai Ji helplessly rubbed her forehead and cautioned Tian, Be gentle. If you are too harsh, the master will not let you off easily. Tian recalled Guyu Na and broke into a cold sweat, hastily replying, I certainly hold a grudge against a mere human girl. Nevertheless, if you truly find it unbearable and wish to concede, you may do so at any moment. Tang Xi coldly scoffed, I am not called human, I am Tang Xi. Beside her, Xiong Jun was left utterly perplexed, completely unable to comprehend the nature of their discourse. The competition with Tian unfolded in a clearing surrounding the core area of the Stardo Forest, a locale frequently utilized by Tian and Xiong Jun for their sparring sessions. The duel was set to take place there, with Xiong Jun and other high-ranking spirit beasts observing, while Bai Ji presided as the referee. Tang Xi unfurled her blood-red butterfly wings, soaring gracefully in midair, while opposite her, Emperor Tian remained poised and composed, suspended in the air. Bai Ji shouted loudly, the competition begins. The 6 soul rings encircling Tang Xi's waist shimmered with resplendent hues, particularly the 3rd ring among the yellow, purple, black, and pink, which radiated an exquisite brilliance. The body was weakened. Delicate peonies bloomed across the entirety of Tian's form, capable of diminishing the strength of his physique by 55%. In the next instant, Tang Xi teleported before Tian, her right leg poised to strike towards his forehead. Tian merely let out a soft breath, and a formidable surge of power erupted from within him, repelling Tang Xi's assault. Tang Xi tumbled through the air for several revolutions before finally coming to a halt. Tian merely gazed in her direction, and around his form, dark energy manifested, shooting towards her like a rain of swords, imbued with a cataclysmic force. Tang Xi merely curled her lips into a smile, realizing that even with merely 4 layers of strength, she was unable to defeat Tian in their duel. Unfortunately, she had not yet fully unleashed her capabilities. The instant the dark energy surged toward Tang Xi, an overwhelming aura of slaughter enveloped her, transforming her into a demon that seemed to have crawled out from the depths of the 18th layer of hell, her eyes gleaming with a blood-red hue, and her 3,000 strands of hair billowing in the air. The crimson waves of light rippled through the atmosphere, and as the black energy made contact with these luminous waves, it dissipated instantaneously. In a flash, the waves of light enveloped Tian, who was astounded to discover that he could no longer utilize any of his soul techniques. Tang Xi exhibited a chilling smile and explained that the realm of slaughter was the most tyrannical of all domains, within which no soul techniques could be employed. However, this came with a significant drawback. Each time this domain was activated, the weight of the killing intent in her heart intensified, rendering it impractical for her to utilize it in every battle. How could Tian, unable to use any soul techniques, possibly contend with Tang Xi? While Tian admired Tang Xi's cunning, the dark aura surrounding him grew increasingly potent until shadows engulfed his entire being. Ultimately, the shadows expanded into a colossal black dragon king with golden eyes. Tian let out a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha 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 ha. What does it matter if I cannot use soul techniques? I shall confront you with my true form." The black dragon's eyes gleamed with a golden hue. Its scales appeared unyieldingly hard, and its massive form sent a shiver down Tang Xi's spine, towering at least 300 meters high. To Tian, Tang Xi was merely a diminutive human, and even without the ability to employ soul techniques, the surging soul power was beyond what she could withstand. Tian's long, thick black tail swiftly struck towards Tang Xi. She did not evade. Instead, a whip made of over 100 white threads materialized in her hand, taking the form of a nine-tailed scorpion whip. The whip, almost animated, ensnared the dragon's tail, with the sharp tip piercing through the vulnerable portion of the tail. A potent toxin rapidly spread, and the strength of the nine-tailed scorpion whip binding the dragon's tail was formidable. Tian's massive dragon form swayed in the air, and surging soul power transformed into tangible attacks hurled towards Tang Xi. The soul blades inflicted wounds across her body, simultaneously exerting a thrusting force upon her. Caught off guard, she failed to grasp the whip's handle and was sent flying by the immense soul power. This force surpassed even the 4th level of Tian's strength. He had discreetly employed the 6th level of soul power to combat her, regarding Tang Xi with a look of amusement. Tang Xi felt as though she were teetering on the brink of collapse in midair. Once she regained her composure, she retrieved the soul-guided cannon she had meticulously crafted and rested it upon her shoulder, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the dragon form of Tian. Her stance suggested an intent to tear the black dragon apart with her bare hands, instilling a sense of dread within Tian, who found himself unnerved to the core. With a swift motion, dozens of bullets were discharged simultaneously, igniting with flames as they soared through the air. Intrigued by this peculiar weapon, Tian reached out to touch one. Suddenly, with a thunderous explosion, a searing golden flame erupted, enveloping his entire arm in a tremendous force of tearing energy. A pained roar escaped Tian's lips as the fiery brilliance dissipated, revealing the charred flesh of his arm, exuding the acrid scent of singed skin. The creation of this soul-guided cannon was an arduous endeavor, which is why Tang Xi had only prepared 20 rounds, having already fired 15. She still possessed 5 to deploy against Tian. The previous strike was on par with the full-force attack of a tidal Douluo, carrying devastating potency. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xi vanished from sight, while Tian, regaining his composure, realized he could no longer sense her presence. The black scales of the dragon shimmered with an ominous glow, his eyes ablaze with fury, clearly incited by the confrontation. Bolts of lightning flickered around him, illuminating the gaps in the air, and Tian discovered that even without the use of soul techniques, he could still harness his domain. Centered around him, the atmosphere within a radius of approximately 1,000 meters appeared to twist, as if on the verge of tearing apart. When Tang Xi became aware of her predicament, it was already too late. Her entire being was ensnared, and the distorted space relentlessly sought to sever her limbs. The force she faced was nothing short of terrifying. Xiong, witnessing her cold sweat, remarked candidly, Tian is truly merciless. He dares to employ a spatial domain against a level 60 human soul master. The spatial domain had the capacity to distort the very essence of the space around her, causing her limbs to bend in excruciating agony, a process that was unbearable. This was evidently beyond 40% of Tian's power, yet he remained oblivious, acting solely on a whim. In the air, Tang Xi's figure materialized, enveloped by a blue energy shield as she endured the torment of 75% spatial distortion. However, the remaining 25% of the pain rendered her scalp prickling. Her complexion pale and feeble, as though she were grappling with immense suffering. The agony felt akin to having her bones brutally shattered, her sinews wrenched from her body, and her heart twisted into a tight knot. Tian sneered coldly, "Give up, Tang Xi. My spatial domain is beyond the endurance of any mortal. In the time to come, I shall ensure you experience the pinnacle of suffering." This very domain had already subjected Tang Xi to excruciating torment. Yet she summoned every ounce of her strength to unleash the 6th spirit ability of her bloodthirsty peony, Life Devour. With a delicate yet commanding shout, Tang Xi summoned the radiant brilliance of her 6th scarlet soul ring, enveloping Tian's form in a myriad of blossoming peonies. As the flowers unfurled, the surging vitality within Tian was incessantly drawn forth, nourishing Tang Xi. A gentle green light surged into her body, causing her previously furrowed brow to relax slightly. Yet, Tian found himself in dire straits, as he realized that his once impenetrable dragon scales were beginning to show signs of aging. Already weakened by Tang Xi to a significant degree, His life force was easily siphoned away. Frozen in the air, Di Tian pondered in horror. Was he destined to become an old man? With renewed fury, he swore that he would torment Tang Xi to the brink of madness. Tang Xi's arm had begun to bleed. An indescribable sense of terror surged within her heart as she witnessed her arm being forcefully twisted and broken by the distortion of space. Why? Tang Xi's anguish cries echoed through the air, yet her indomitable vitality and resilience tirelessly mended the severed flesh of her arms and revitalized the lifeless cells upon them. This torment was not confined to her arms alone. Her calves, wrists, thighs, and cervical spine all bore the weight of this suffering. Tang Xi inwardly cursed Di Tian, exclaiming, "You cunning devil! Are you not aware of the consequences of your actions? The sole means to unravel the distortion of space was to create an explosion." The powerful gust of wind combined with the warped space could momentarily yield a brief return to normalcy, presenting the opportune moment to escape this dimensional realm. Tang Xi endured excruciating pain as she extracted the 5 soul-guided missiles from the sapphire. Tang Xi summoned her last ounce of strength, unleashing the white line to hurl the soul missile into the distance. The thunderous roar of the explosion, instigated by the distortion of space, ignited the missile, releasing a torrent of searing air that erupted with blinding golden light, seemingly intent on consuming everything in its path. However, Tang Xi was not immune to the blast. Her skin was scorched by the intense heat, resembling charred flesh, and her garments lay in tatters, leaving her in a disheveled state. Seizing the moment, she promptly teleported to a secure location, ensuring her distance from Emperor Tian's spatial domain. This self-destructive yet effective tactic proved fruitful, as Tang Xi successfully evaded the clutches of the spatial realm. Tang Xi simultaneously unleashed the 2nd and 4th soul skills of the bloodthirsty peony. As golden peonies blossomed in the air, their brilliance illuminating Tang Xi. With a velocity perceptible to the naked eye, her injuries were continuously mended, her skin gradually becoming fair and smooth, while her soul power was replenished incessantly. Di Tian witnessed all of this with incredulity, suspended in the air, unable to believe his eyes. "You are truly a monster. After enduring the immense agony inflicted by my spatial domain, you still persist. Your soul skills can perpetually restore your soul power and vitality, and even swiftly mend your wounds. It is akin to an indomitable cockroach, steadily depleting my soul power and patience, only to ultimately realize that it is my own energy and vitality being consumed, leaving me exasperated to the core." Tang Xi stood at a distance from Emperor Tian, her lips curling into a smirk while her brows knitted tightly. Almost through clenched teeth she exclaimed, "Emperor Tian, your methods are rather excessive, aren't they?" Ha! The enormous dragon form transformed into a shadowy figure, and in that moment, Emperor Tian appeared significantly aged. He discerned within this human the hope of soul beasts. This individual truly possessed formidable strength, aware that his attack had far exceeded the strength of the 4th tier. Emperor Tian, confronted by Tang Xi's inquiries, felt a sense of guilt and simply declared, "I concede." A tempest of astonishment rippled through the ranks of soul beasts below. Emperor Tian had willingly admitted defeat. Many soul beasts gazed at Tang Xi with a hint of disbelief. Could this human truly possess the capability to compel Emperor Tian to surrender? Subsequently, Emperor Tian discreetly retrieved a mirror to inspect his own visage. Goodness, why did he feel as though he had aged a decade? Tang Xi's life-devouring technique was indeed formidable. If he didn't concede swiftly, he would age even more rapidly. It seemed prudent to spend some time at the Lake of Life to replenish his vitality. He stowed away the mirror and feigned a few coughs, disperse. There's nothing of interest here. He was reluctant for others to witness the visage of a man who appeared 10 years older. Beneath, Bai Ji could not suppress her amusement. This was the first time Emperor Tian had faced such humiliation, and it was truly splendid. Once the soul beasts had vacated, Tang Xi retracted her wings and descended to the ground, not missing the opportunity to mock Emperor Tian further. How is it that the legendary beast god, Emperor Tian, has aged so swiftly? Tang Xi's innocent and bewildered demeanor infuriated Emperor Tian, who scolded her vehemently. "Isn't it all because of you? How can you still speak? Do you still desire my soul ring?" Upon hearing the mention of the soul ring, Tang Xi's attitude underwent a dramatic transformation, instantly becoming one of profound admiration for Emperor Tian. "Wow, Lord Emperor Tian, even after aging a decade, you remain incredibly handsome." In response to Tang Xi's insincere flattery, Emperor Tian bent slightly and let out a disdainful sound. Meanwhile, Bai Ji stifled a laugh, covering her mouth, as it seemed these two were destined rivals, only becoming acquainted through conflict. As night fell, a golden red beam of light emanated from Emperor Tian, casting a radiant glow across the entire night sky. The surging soul power flowed into Tang Xi's body along with the luminous pillar. Tang Xi hovered gracefully in midair, her eyes closed as she reveled in the soul power sacrifice. An endless stream of soul energy coalesced around her waist, shaping the nascent form of the 6th soul ring, an enhancement tethered to the very essence of life. Biki observed intently. This was the soul power sacrifice devised by Tang Xi, a method capable of yielding the optimal configuration of soul rings for soul masters, as well as crafting the most fitting soul skills. The skills obtained could unleash the full might of a soul beast's offensive capabilities. A tempestuous wind swept across the scene, while a gentle energy coursed through Tang Xi's body. The fluctuations of her soul power resonated, successfully elevating her level from 64 to 66. This energy continuously expanded her mental prowess, gradually manifesting a blood-gold soul ring at her waist. Emperor Tian transferred the entirety of his 50,000-year cultivation as soul power into Tang Xi, having previously refrained from adhering to the stipulated 4-tier strength during their earlier contest, thereby bestowing an additional 10,000 years of energy. As the radiant beam dissipated, the sixth soul ring around Tang Xi's waist had materialized as a faint blood-gold hue, evoking a sensation akin to being engulfed in a tempest, possibly influenced by the attributes of Emperor Tian's soul power. Tang Xi opened her eyes and observed the transformations that had taken place within her. She had ascended to the rank of a level 66 soul emperor, and her mental prowess had approximately doubled compared to before. Tian retracted his soul power, his body trembling slightly in a moment of weakness. While Bai Ji supported him gently, Tang Xi smiled with a slight smirk, expressing her gratitude to the old man. Tian, feeling somewhat exasperated, shouted, "I am so young. And yet you dare to call me an old man?" He chuckled playfully. Tang Xi made a playful grimace and then retrieved 2 handguns from the sapphire, handing them to Tian with a faint smile. "Nonetheless, I appreciate your trust in me. I believe you will find great interest in this handgun." Tian recalled the fierce battle with Tang Xi when her soul-guided missile caused a tremor, the very device that had left his arm in a state of disarray. The 2 handguns crafted by Tang Xi are unmistakably miniature versions of soul-guided missiles. She fired a shot into the sky. Bang! An extraordinarily brilliant firework erupted, yet upon closer inspection, the epicenter of the firework emanated an intense radiance that sent shivers down one's spine. Tang Xi spoke slowly. "What I hold in my hand is called a firework gun. Its power is akin to the full-force strike of Contra. I haven't had the time to explore new creations lately, so you can play with these too." Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed rather impressive. He then took the handguns from Tang Xi, examining them with great curiosity. Bai Ji, equally intrigued by this novel device, inquired, "Did you craft these?" Tang Xi nodded, expressing her innate fascination with these handguns. Their formidable power captivated her, and she offered to craft a few more as gifts, should they be interested. Tang Xi is an extraordinary academic prodigy in the real world, as well as a scientist specializing in firearms, making the creation of such devices a task well within her capabilities. Bai Ji was momentarily taken aback, her expression softening as she gazed at Tang Xi, voicing the question that had long lingered in her heart. "Aren't you human? Why do you go to such lengths to assist us spirit beasts?" Bai Ji yearned for peace, yet if she possessed such a formidable firearm, she could never bring herself to bestow such a destructive weapon upon humanity. Tang Xi responded without a moment's hesitation. "The awakening of a soul beast's intelligence occurs late. No matter how formidable the soul beast may be, it is often no match for the cunning of humanity. Perhaps in tens of thousands of years, such a thing will be invented. Humanity and soul beasts may eventually reach an irreconcilable conflict. Should humanity's power grow excessively strong, the resources of Douluo continent will swiftly deplete, leading to its demise. Without soul beasts, there can be no soul masters. Therefore, both parties must coordinate with one another, each possessing some form of destructive power in their grasp, ensuring the longevity of this world." This statement left Tian momentarily taken aback, while only Bai Ji truly absorbed its significance. Faced with Tang Xi, her admiration deepened. Such a grand perspective was something she lacked, and with a smile, she expressed her thoughts. "You are indeed the most exceptional human I have ever encountered." This compliment flustered Tang Xi, who felt immensely fortunate to be remembered by such a beautiful sister. Subsequently, Tang Xi demonstrated the use of a handgun to Tian, before bidding farewell to both of them. Upon reuniting with Tang San and Xiao Wu, the trio resolved to embark on their journey back to Shrek Academy. Coincidentally, Xiao Wu was also longing for her companions at Shrek. In recent days, Tang San had been plagued by nightmares, thunder rumbled and sandstorms swirled. In the guest room of the inn, he awoke in fright, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he recalled the haunting visions. The spirit hall had sent assassins after Xiao Wu, compelling her to sacrifice herself for him. The anguish of losing a loved one felt all too real. Yet, at least, it was merely a dream. Tang San wiped his forehead, his heart still unsettled. The dream felt all too real, as if it had indeed transpired. In the morning, the trio ventured out for breakfast, but Tang San appeared rather unwell, his demeanor frail and weary. Xiao Wu cast a concerned glance at him, her small hand instinctively wrapping around his arm. "Third brother, did you not sleep well last night?" Meanwhile, Tang Xi delightedly indulged in several buns she cradled, her face radiating happiness as she savored her meal. Tang San shook his head, replying, "I am quite well. It is merely that I have been plagued by a series of nightmares these past few days." Tang Xi nonchalantly patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, offering reassurance. "Don't worry, Sister Xiao Wu. My brother is quite robust. Otherwise, how could he bring you happiness?" Upon hearing this, Tang San's face flushed crimson, while Xiao Wu tilted her head in confusion. After pondering for a moment, she found it somewhat sensible, yet felt an oddity lingering in the air. Tang San, unable to endure any longer, delivered a light knock on Tang Xi's forehead, yet his face flushed with heat, making it impossible for him to meet Xiao Wu's gaze. Tang Xi, pouting adorably as she clutched Xiao Wu, lamented with a hint of grievance. Wu, sister Xiao Wu, brother hit me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's heart melted completely. Tang Xi was truly irresistibly adorable. Consequently, she turned to reprimand Tang San, saying, San Ge, as an older brother, how could you ever strike your younger sister? Tang San observed the sudden flush on Xiao Wu's face, his mind racing with the words of Tang Xi, my brother's physique is remarkably strong, otherwise. How could he bring you happiness? He reassured himself that the happiness in question was likely not of a carnal nature. Perhaps it was merely his own vivid imagination at play. A few days later, Tang Xi and the others had arrived at the outskirts of the Heavendo Empire, traveling in a carriage towards Shrek Academy. During this time, Tang San had conceived a new idea, which he eagerly shared with his sister. Sister, I wish to establish a sect, and I have even thought of a name for it. As a supportive sibling, Tang Xi wholeheartedly agreed, exclaiming, wonderful, brother, you are finally embarking on a venture. Xiao Wu, curious about their conversation, leaned in closer. Tang San smiled and elaborated. I aspire to create a sect dedicated to the crafting of hidden weapons, which would also allow me to build my own influence. However, this is merely my current notion. Xiao Wu nestled against Tang San's shoulder, radiating happiness as she declared, third brother, whatever you choose to do, I will support you. The carriage was filled with an abundance of affectionate exchanges, making Tang Xi feel somewhat overwhelmed. Yet, she reminded herself, she too had a boyfriend. Although at present, she could not openly flaunt it, which was quite vexing. Tang Xi helplessly pressed her forehead, retrieving a black card from the sapphire and handing it to Tang San. Brother, if you wish to pursue this, then do so. In response to the puzzled gaze from Tang San, Tang Xi smiled and extended her 5 fingers. This contains the funds I have allocated for you to establish your sect. Tang San chuckled upon hearing this, gently ruffling Tang Xi's hair. Thank you, dear sister, for your kind offer. I shall graciously accept these 50,000 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu curiously gazed at the black card, which bore intricate golden patterns, exuding an air of sophistication that belied its mere 50,000 gold soul coins. Tang Xi timidly raised her hand and said, it is not 50,000, but 50 million. Xiao Wu couldn't help but burst into laughter, while Tang San stood frozen in place, his face filled with astonishment. 50 million gold soul coins. Tang San smiled helplessly as he returned the black card to Tang Xi's hand. I cannot accept this money, consider it your pocket money. He never anticipated that his sister was, in fact, a concealed heiress. Tang Xi nonchalantly waved her hand, refusing to return the black card, and continued. If you intend to establish a sect, I fear I may not be of much assistance, as I will soon be heading to the Spirit Hall to study the soul power sharing experiment. Consider this sum as my investment in the sect. We shall split the profits evenly. Besides, I still possess considerable savings, at least 300 million gold soul coins, so much that I haven't even bothered to count it carefully. Initially, I intended to offer 100 million directly, but after contemplating my brother's capacity to accept such a sum, I decided against it. Upon hearing this, Tang San accepted the black card with a sense of relief. Realizing that this was likely the money Tang Xi had accumulated during her time as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, he silently resolved to work diligently to earn money for his sister and Xiao Wu. After disembarking from the carriage, Tang Xi handed each of them a small, exquisitely crafted pistol, the M95 model, known for its rapid firing and formidable lethality. Tang Xi playfully remarked, brother, this little gadget is the M95 pistol. Its striking power is by no means inferior to your concealed weapons. Xiao Wu, intrigued, toyed with the pistol and inquired, Xiao Xi, can such a small object truly rival the prowess of San Ji's hidden armaments? Tang Xi smiled lightly, raising her handgun to fire at the trees ahead. Bang, bang. At the moment the bullets collided with the bark, sparks erupted in a dazzling explosion, leaving the entire tree charred to a mere remnant of blackened carbon. Well, Xiao Wu gazed at Tang Xi with sparkling eyes, exclaiming with excitement, Xiao Xi, you are truly remarkable. Tang San gazed in astonishment at the scene that had just unfolded before him. The handgun was undoubtedly comparable to the lethal techniques such as the rain-soaked pear blossom needles, the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, and the peacock feather. The explosive power exhibited moments ago was such that even a skilled fighter like Douluo could hardly evade it in such a brief span of time. However, the thought of mass-producing such a weapon soon dissipated from his mind, for he realized that its widespread availability would spell chaos and unrest in the world. It was best utilized solely for self-defense. In that moment, Tang San exchanged a knowing smile with Tang Xi, recognizing that perhaps his sister was even more formidable than he had previously imagined. As Xiao Wu arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy, her eyes brimmed with nostalgia. She could hardly believe how much the academy had transformed. Sister Xiao Wu, let us hurry. Everyone has missed you dearly. Tang Xi stood beside Xiao Wu and spoke as the 3 individuals behind them entered, making their way directly to a quaint garden situated at the rear of the academy. From that vantage point, they could see Dean Lu Erlong tending to the flowers. Overcome with excitement, Xiao Wu stepped forward, her eyes brimming with tears. Mother! The exclamation caused Lu Erlong to momentarily freeze. In disbelief, she turned her head. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, she dropped the watering can and rushed toward her. Xiao Wu beamed, arms wide open in anticipation of the embrace. Lu Erlong enveloped Xiao Wu tightly, her voice trembling as she uttered, "My daughter, at last, we meet." Tang Xi and Tang San exchanged a resigned smile, both reluctant to disrupt this beautiful moment. Tang San had stepped outside to attend to some matters, while Xiao Wu was joyfully conversing with Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing approached Tang Xi in solitude. With a sense of urgency, Yu Xiaojing began to inquire, "Xiao Xi, 2/3 of our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family have vanished without a trace. Have they been captured by your spirit hall?" This moment was one Tang Xi had envisioned countless times, the scene of being questioned by her companions. Tang Xi turned her head with a look of distress and said, "I apologize, Master. I am merely a saintess without any real authority, and I cannot answer your question." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing calmed down. A few days prior, when he visited the sect, it had been reduced to ashes, leaving only 1/3 of the bodies lying quietly there, while the remaining 2/3 of the disciples had vanished without a trace. Only the Spirit Hall possessed the capability to execute such devastation. As the saintess of the Spirit Hall, Tang Xi was naturally aligned with its interests. Yu Xiaojing chose not to press further and instead shifted the topic. "Little Xi, if the Spirit Hall's next target is the 7-treasure glazed tile school, or perhaps the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, would you aid the Spirit Hall in opposing your former companions?" Yu Xiaojing gazed intently at Tang Xi, observing her flustered demeanor, and he had already come to an understanding. Finally, he let out a resigned sigh. The Shrek 8 monsters ultimately could not unite their hearts. Tang Xi clenched her fists tightly, turning her back on the past, her silhouette imbued with a touch of resignation. A melodious voice shattered the silence of the scene. "Master, I shall do everything within my power to protect my companions. Some truths are better left undiscovered for your own sake." Tang Xi departed in silence. As she exited, Yu Xiaojing let out a sigh. Reminiscing about the first time he encountered Tang Xi, the charm and innocence that once defined her were now conspicuously absent, replaced instead by a newfound composure and transformation. Upon leaving, Tang Xi spotted her brother alongside Xiao Ao, who had returned after enduring 5 arduous years. A few days later, Tang Xi bid farewell to Tang San and the others, embarking on her journey to the Spirit Hall. At that moment, she resembled a deflated balloon, devoid of vitality. She was consumed by thoughts, pondering whether the protagonists could truly coexist with the Spirit Hall. This troubling question weighed heavily on her mind. Before she realized it, Tang Xi found herself at the entrance of Spirit City, her crimson butterfly wings now familiar to many, and no one hindered her passage. Tang Xi soared to the entrance of the Papal Palace, where she found her mentor engrossed in documents, while Su Wen articulated his opinions nearby. The moment Bibidong's gaze fell upon Tang Xi's arrival, a subtle smile graced her lips, and inexplicably, her spirits lifted. Bibidong remarked, "Now that you have returned, do linger for a while." As Su Wen turned his icy countenance towards Tang Xi, a flicker of warmth emerged on his otherwise cold face. This scene filled Tang Xi with warmth, prompting her to excitedly nod and declare, "I plan to stay for about half a year this time, during which I wish to earnestly delve into the soul power sharing experiment." In the metal metropolis of Gingxin City, Bibidong wholeheartedly supported Tang Xi, though a tinge of regret lingered in her heart, for the little one would no longer be able to visit her daily. Tang Xi touched the sapphire and retrieved a blueprint along with a handgun, a D5 model known for its formidable firepower, and then handed it to Bibidong. Tang Xi smiled and explained, "This is the blueprint for the D5 pistol. It appears that the Spirit Hall intends to expand its influence, and this is my small token of appreciation. However, I shall refrain from participating in the production process, dear teacher." With a playful grin, Tang Xi made a silly face. Bibidong chuckled, "Very well, then the task of crafting this pistol shall be entrusted to Su Wen." Turning to Su Wen, she instructed, "You may mobilize all necessary funds and personnel, but remember to maintain utmost confidentiality. You will be responsible for acquiring all the materials required for Tang Xi's experiments." "Understood." Su Wen replied with a nod, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he glanced at Tang Xi. Had it not been for the presence of the teacher, he might have already embraced her. Bibidong stifled a giggle, sensing that the two had developed feelings for each other, just as she had anticipated since their childhood. As Su Wen accompanied Tang Xi to her dormitory, the moment the door closed, he could not help but envelop her in his arms and gently pressed his lips to her forehead. Tang Xi blushed as she attempted to push away the person on top of her. Su Wen restrained the little one's urge to flee and leaned closer to Tang Xi's ear, his warm breath grazing her neck. In a deep, magnetic voice that tugged at her heartstrings, he remarked, "Weren't you quite bold when you were teasing me earlier? Why is your face so flushed now?" Tang Xi listened to these words, her head heavy with confusion. With beauty before her, who could resist? "Humph." Tang Xi, feeling defiant, pounced upon Su Wen, her small hands moving restlessly in a fit of spontaneity. It was now Su Wen's turn to be flustered. As their garments were lifted, a tingling sensation surged through the points of contact between their bodies. Su Wen promptly pushed Tang Xi away and earnestly declared, "I shall not touch you. The time is not yet right." Tang Xi gazed at Su Wen's reaction beneath her, chuckling softly. "Are you feeling uncomfortable now?" Su Wen's mind went blank. Originally intending to tease Tang Xi, He found himself caught off guard and utterly embarrassed. That night, he fled to Gingxin City, increasingly perplexed as to why he felt so flustered whenever he interacted with Tang Xi. A week later, in the metallic metropolis of Gingxin City, a multitude of blacksmiths and ores gathered, with many exceptional blacksmiths establishing their foothold there, alongside the Blacksmith Association. However, the association's status was hardly esteemed, as the Douluo continent was a realm dominated by soul masters. Su Wen sat upon the throne in the subchamber of the Spirit Hall, facing the trembling figure of Miles, the subchamber's leader. As Su Wen perused the account books, his furrowed brow filled Miles with trepidation. Su Wen wrapped his fingers on the armrest and darkly inquired, "The metal mines under my name are meant for your proper management, yet you seize the opportunity to inflate prices and exploit the blacksmiths, causing them to voice their grievances against our Spirit Hall. Is your purpose merely to tarnish the reputation of the Spirit Hall?" Miles, quaking, hastily defended himself. "No, my lord. I did this solely for the Spirit Hall." With a disdainful snort, Su Wen gradually rose to his feet, his soul rings appearing one by one. Purple, black, 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 red, red. The sight of 200,000-year soul rings intensified Miles's fear, as if death loomed near. Su Wen gently reached out, pinching Miles's shadow on the ground, causing him to lose breath and collapse. It was likely that Tang San was en route to Gingxin City as well. However, acquiring the metal needed for crafting hidden weapons would not be as simple this time. Su Wen turned to gaze at the moon outside the window, pondering. Tang San, this time, I shall meet you. In the streets of Gingxin City, a middle-aged blacksmith complained to a companion, "The Spirit Hall is truly oppressive. They have raised metal prices fivefold. How are we blacksmiths to survive?" As he spoke, 2 rows of soldiers marched past, their carriage adorned with the Spirit Hall's insignia. His companion nudged him and whispered, "Hush, the Spirit Hall's people are right there." The carriage halted in front of a towering edifice. Looking up, they saw that the structure stood at least 30 meters high, occupying a vast area. Its prominence in the city center underscored its significance to Gingxin City. The building bore resemblance to the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. Above it hung a dark iron plaque, devoid of words, featuring 2 raised symbols, a hammer and a chisel. Undoubtedly, this was the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association. The imposing structure appeared somewhat rugged, lacking any ornate embellishments, and there were no guards at the entrance. Yet, a steady stream of people flowed in and out, with the 3 large doors wide open, revealing a bustling crowd within. Standing at the entrance was a young man clad in silver armor. Upon noticing Su Wen's noble demeanor, his eyes brightened, and observing the 2 rows of attendants behind him, he approached with courtesy, asking, "Are you, by any chance, the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall?" Su Wen nodded in affirmation. The young man introduced himself. "I am Cidi, a disciple of Master Lu Gao. I heard that you wish to meet my master to discuss metal prices, and I have come to guide you." Understanding the significance of the occasion for Gingxin City, Cidi did not dare to be remiss. He continued, "The headquarters is comprised of 5 levels. The first level is the transaction area, where blacksmiths showcase their finest creations or various metals for trade. Naturally, there are also merchants specializing in various metals. The second level is the premium trading area, where rare metals are typically exchanged. The third level is the blacksmith registration and assessment area, dedicated to evaluating blacksmith ranks. The fourth level is the VIP area and auction space, where particularly precious and rare forged items are auctioned regularly. The fifth level houses the administrative offices of the Blacksmith Association. As they entered the blacksmith headquarters, the first floor hall was rather noisy. It was an open space, save for the massive pillars supporting the structure. The outer perimeter was lined with counters showcasing various finished products crafted by blacksmiths. Cidi led Su Wen into a private room, where an elderly, stout man with an unkempt appearance sat with an irritable expression, his hair seemingly unwashed for days, dusted with metallic powder. Su Wen gestured for the others to leave, leaving only himself and Lu Gao in the room, having specifically requested this private discussion. With a subtle smile, Su Wen got straight to the point. "I have come to speak with you, Master Lu Gao, regarding a matter of significance. I possess dozens of metal mines, and if the Blacksmith Association could integrate into the Spirit Hall, I would be able to provide all members with free metal." Upon hearing this, Lu Gao immediately rose, angrily reproaching, "You Spirit Hall are bullying us. For years, Miles, the subchamber leader, has exploited us and taken advantage of virtuous women. What is your true intention?" Recalling the Spirit Hall's treatment of blacksmiths ignited Lu Gao's fury. Were blacksmiths truly inferior to soul masters? In response to Lu Gao's skepticism, Su Wen maintained his composure, sincerely expressing his regrets. "I am aware of the situation regarding Miles. He unilaterally inflated metal prices without the Spirit Hall's consent, and we have addressed his actions. However, I believe that blacksmiths hold an equally vital position in the Douluo continent as soul masters. The integration of the Blacksmith Association into the Spirit Hall would foster its better development." This statement resonated with Lu Gao, gradually dissipating his anger. Especially the notion that blacksmiths were as crucial as soul masters struck a chord within him. In disbelief, Lu Gao turned to Su Wen, asking, "Do you truly believe this?" Su Wen smiled in response, saying, "Consider the soul-guided devices we use or the houses we inhabit, from furniture to armor. Which of these does not originate from the hands of blacksmiths? Every aspect of our lives is intricately linked to blacksmiths, yet regrettably, they are often overlooked. Nobles scorn commoners, and soul masters disdain blacksmiths, a norm that has long been established in this world. Lu Gao fell silent, feeling aged in that moment, yet for the sake of blacksmith's interests. He pressed on with another question. What benefits can the Spirit Hall offer to us, the Blacksmith Association? Su Wen chuckled softly, spreading his arms as he articulated his conditions. Should the Blacksmith Association join the Spirit Hall, we shall provide each member with 10 pounds of metal monthly, along with a stipend of 30 gold soul coins. Naturally, the higher the blacksmith's rank, the greater the compensation. Furthermore, these blacksmiths will participate in various constructions for the Spirit Hall, and any blacksmith contributing to our cause will receive the same respect as soul masters. 30 gold soul coins represent half a year's income for an ordinary citizen, and the mere prospect of receiving the same respect as soul masters stirred Lu Gao's heart. Despite his disdain for the Spirit Hall, he was acutely aware that thousands of blacksmiths depended on him, each struggling to make a living. The terms offered by the Spirit Hall were undeniably reasonable. Lu Gao sighed, contemplating the situation, acknowledging that the reason they sought him out was due to his significant influence among the blacksmiths. Yet, he could not deny the allure of their proposal. Although he harbored a deep-seated aversion to the Spirit Hall, for the sake of the blacksmith's future, he agreed to have the Blacksmith Association officially join the Spirit Hall. Lu Gao snorted inwardly, convinced that he could always resign from the association later if needed. Hearing this, Su Wen smiled. The Blacksmith Association was a coveted establishment for every blacksmith. Should the association align itself with the Spirit Hall, a vast majority of blacksmiths would likely follow suit. Finally, Su Wen produced the handgun crafted by Tang Xi and presented it to Lu Gao. The moment Lu Gao laid eyes on the exquisite firearm, he was momentarily taken aback. Unable to look away, he eagerly seized the handgun from Su Wen, eager to explore its unique characteristics and disassemble it to study its internal structure. Su Wen, with a smile, remarked that if Lu Gao was willing to join the Spirit Hall, he would readily provide the schematics for the handgun without reservation. Lu Gao admired the grip of the firearm, noting the peculiar metallic texture, as if it was forged from a blend of various metals, feeling surprisingly light in his hand. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired about the origin of the handgun and the comfort of its metallic composition. Su Wen glanced at the handgun, recognizing it as a creation of Tang Xi, likely utilizing a blend of chemical substances to achieve such a unique metallic fusion. He replied casually, "The creator of this handgun is my junior sister, Tang Xi, who is currently in the Spirit City." Before Su Wen could finish, Lu Gao grasped Su Wen's hands, his eyes gleaming with understanding. "I see. I can accompany you to the Spirit Hall right away. Let us set off at once." Lu Gao was eager to uncover the secrets behind the metal used in the handgun, wishing to confront the girl named Tang Xi immediately. Su Wen raised an eyebrow but maintained a courteous demeanor, suggesting, "If you are so eager, I can arrange for someone to escort you to the Spirit Hall." Inwardly, he thought to himself, hoping to avoid any interference from Tang San. In the original narrative, Lu Gao had assisted the Tang sect in crafting unparalleled hidden weapons such as the Rain of Pear Blossoms Needle and the Buddha-S Fury Tang Lotus. Lu Gao jumped with excitement, exclaiming, "Wait a moment. I must resign from my position as the president of the Blacksmith Association first." With that, he cheerfully exited, leaving Su Wen to facepalm in exasperation, questioning the reliability of someone like Lu Gao in crafting firearms. A month later, Titan arrived at Gingxin City accompanied by Tang San and several key members of the Tang sect, heading straight for the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association. Upon finding Cidi and learning about the significant events of the past month, Titan was left utterly astonished. "What did you say? Your master Lu Gao has resigned as president of the Blacksmith Association to join the Spirit Hall?" Titan's voice boomed with incredulity as Cidi wiped the sweat from his brow. Feeling overwhelmed by Titan's intensity, Cidi explained, "The Blacksmith Association has officially joined the Spirit Hall, and my master has been recruited by them. I was instructed by my master to assume the presidency of the Blacksmith Association." Cidi lamented, "He is merely a hapless tool." Tang San was deep in thought. At a pivotal moment in establishing the Tang sect, the Blacksmith Association had been absorbed into the Spirit Hall. He could not believe that his sister would betray him by revealing the secrets of the Tang sect to the Spirit Hall. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were on the streets, preparing to purchase some special metals. A yellow stone, about the size of a soccer ball, caught Ning Rongrong's eye. She examined it for a long while, her intuition suggesting that it must contain precious metals. "Boss, I'll take the stone." A short, stout merchant emerged, beaming with enthusiasm. "Great." Ning Rongrong inquired, "Do you sell Xian iron here?" The merchant hesitated, scrutinizing Ning Rongrong before asking, "How much iron do you require, young lady?" Ning Rongrong produced a list detailing the metals and quantities needed. The merchant was taken aback. 5 tons of Xian iron. He shook his head, returning the list. "Young lady, you might want to look elsewhere. We have a purchase limit here. Only 500 pounds at most." "What?" Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. "You won't even make a profit?" Ning Rongrong questioned, "Why is that?" The merchant sighed and explained, "All the iron mines in this area are under the Spirit Hall's jurisdiction. To purchase Xian iron, one must go through the Spirit Hall's procedures. Ordinary people are limited to 500 pounds per month. Ning Rongrong lamented internally, wishing Tang Xi was present. Acquiring Xian iron would be a breeze with him around. Moreover, Xian iron was essential for crafting most metal items. How could they forge concealed weapons without it? Ning Rongrong relayed this information to Tang San, Titan, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun. Titan, furious, raised his fist and smashed the table, his face contorted with rage, exclaiming that the Spirit Hall was being excessively oppressive. Xiao Wu, though troubled, stood by Tang Xi, suggesting that there might be a misunderstanding in this critical moment. Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar fell silent. Among the Shrek team, only Tang Xi was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his brow furrowed in distress. The betrayal of family was the last thing he wished to witness. With unwavering resolve, he declared, "The metal must be taken. If it cannot be purchased, then I shall resort to theft. A full moon on a dark night is the most opportune moment for thievery. The Spirit Hall, if you show no mercy in obstructing my establishment of the Tang sect, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness." Tang San walked down the desolate street, where a chilling breeze swept through, imparting an eerie sensation. Something felt amiss in this place. Instinctively, Tang San turned to survey his surroundings and spotted Su Wen standing atop the eaves. Tang San was taken aback, pondering silently. How could Su Wen, the pinnacle figure of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall and the next successor to the Pope, be here, clad in a black robe? With short dark silver hair and a face both exquisite and stern, Su Wen cast a cold gaze upon Tang San. After a long pause, he spoke. "I regret to inform you that I cannot fulfill your request for metal to craft hidden weapons." A surge of anger welled up within Tang San as he demanded, "What other secrets about the Spirit Hall has Tang Xi divulged to you?" The establishment of the Tang sect was something he had confided only to his closest companions. He could not bear the thought of betrayal from those he held dear. "Why, Tang Xi?" Su Wen let out a derisive laugh. "Your sister is reluctant to reveal even a morsel of information about you. Every move you make is under my surveillance. If it were not for Tang Xi, I would have already reduced you to mere fragments." Each word resonated painfully in Tang San's heart. She had not betrayed him. Tang San let out a long sigh, realizing that he had perhaps overthought the situation. Even Su Wen appeared more agreeable in his eyes. With graceful poise, Tang San took a step back and countered. "If I recall correctly, we bear no profound enmity towards one another, do we?" Su Wen responded with a cold snort, leaping down from the eaves with an elegant silence as his feet touched the ground. Tang San marveled at the swiftness of his opponent's movements. "Let us engage in a contest," he proposed. "I shall refrain from employing my 7th and 6th soul abilities. Should you manage to defeat me, I will bestow upon you a mine. Conversely, if I emerge victorious, you will grant me the schematics for the Zhuge Divine Crossbow and the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus." Su Wen replied coolly, his eyes betraying no hint of emotion. Tang San's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stepped forward to inquire, "Is it true?" Indeed, Tang San was filled with confidence in his ability to defeat Su Wen, especially after having successively vanquished the elders of the 4 major affiliated sects of the Haotian sect. This sense of superiority rendered him utterly unafraid. However, he was not the least bit concerned about the value of the iron mine. What truly mattered to him was the nature of the relationship between Su Wen and Tang Xi. Upon hearing this, a smile crept upon Su Wen's lips as he replied, "We have shared the same bed. What do you think our relationship is?" Although they had not gone all the way, they had certainly engaged in other intimate acts. This statement struck Tang San like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily paralyzed, his anger surging within him. The sister he held dear was, in fact, involved with this wretched brat before him. If looks could kill, Su Wen would have long been dismembered by Tang San's seething glare. Tang San fixed his vengeful gaze upon Su Wen, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I do not desire any iron ore. If I triumph, you shall keep your distance from my sister, scoundrel." In the realm of the god of death, the blue-silver domain was instantly unleashed, and 6 soul rings emerged sequentially from beneath Tang San's feet. A tidal wave of murderous intent surged towards Su Wen, evoking the image of a reaper rising from the depths of hell. Su Wen, unwilling to be outdone, revealed his 7 soul rings with each step he took. A new ring manifested. The sight of 2 radiant red soul rings momentarily stunned Tang San, for they signified the presence of 200,000-year soul rings. Yet, what did that matter? He would not hesitate to retaliate against anyone who dared to bully his sister, especially one who had taken advantage of her. A flash of blue light signaled the activation of the 4th mutated soul skill, blue-silver spike formation, enveloping the surroundings in a blanket of blue-silver grass. With a powerful thrust of his feet, Su Wen executed a mid-air somersault to evade the oncoming spikes. The 3rd soul ring at his waist flickered subtly as he unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Shadow Twinblade. A swirling mass of black mist coalesced in Su Wen's hand, forming a tangible double-edged sword. With a deft swing of his arms, he effortlessly sliced through the surrounding blue-silver grass, reducing it to segments. Tang San's lips curled into a smirk, his right hand clenched into a fist as he unleashed his 2nd soul skill, Parasitism. Numerous strands of blue-silver grass erupted from Su Wen's body, restraining his movements. Observing the man before him, Tang San felt a surge of anger boiling within him. With his right hand, he brandished the Haotian hammer, swinging his arm to strike down at Su Wen. Unleashing a fierce gust of wind accompanied by a chilling aura of murderous intent, determined to leave Su Wen on the brink of death, Su Wen furrowed his brow. Activating his second soul skill, Shadow Dissolution, as a shroud of black mist enveloped him, swiftly dissolving the blue-silver grass. In an instant, Su Wen retreated several steps, utilizing the elasticity of the floor to leap into the air, narrowly evading the impending blow. Wave after wave of the Haotian hammer descended upon Su Wen. Yet he deftly evaded each strike, though the fierce winds left him with minor injuries. The black mist continued to spread from Su Wen, rapidly expanding to every corner of the street. Tang San, vigilant, hovered in the air, gazing down into the vast expanse of black mist, utterly unable to discern the silhouette of Su Wen. Within the shrouded depths, faint white ripples incessantly expanded outward. Suddenly, dozens of mist blades erupted from within, launching themselves toward Tang San. Each blade was shot forth at an exceedingly cunning angle, yet Tang San narrowly evaded one after another. The ground was carpeted with blue-silver grass, and as he closed his eyes, he unleashed the blue-silver domain to probe the true scene concealed within the black fog. The images relayed by the blue-silver grass materialized in Tang San's mind, revealing a blurred figure that persistently wove through the obscurity. The fifth soul ring around Tang San's waist radiated a brilliant light, and in an instant, a shimmering blue-silver overlord spear materialized in his hand, aimed with precision at the shadow. With the invocation of his fifth soul skill, Dark Sphere Detonation, resounding explosions erupted from the dark mist. Bang, bang, bang. The blue-silver overlord spear was instantly shattered, and simultaneously, the black fog dissipated, revealing Su Wen's figure. The 8 spider lance pierced through the fabric of his garment as Tang San lunged fiercely at Su Wen, who swiftly brandished his shadow dual blades, pointing them menacingly at Tang San. In unison, both combatants halted their assaults. Su Wen's dual blades were poised against Tang San's neck, while the sharp spikes of the 8 spider lance threatened to breach Su Wen's skin. In that fleeting moment, they both had the option to eliminate one another. Yet thoughts of Tang Xi intruded upon their minds. If he were to slay this scoundrel, would his sister not be heartbroken? Tang San pondered silently. Conversely, Su Wen reflected that should he take Tang San's life, Tang Xi would never forgive him. Let us consider it a draw, they both declared simultaneously, momentarily taken aback by their unexpected synchronicity. However, Tang San was acutely aware that Su Wen had refrained from employing his last 2 soul skills. Otherwise, his own demise would have been inevitable. Tang San extracted the schematics for the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus from the Soul Guide and tossed it to Su Wen. To be candid, you indeed possess the capability to stand alongside Tang Xi, yet this is still far from sufficient. The creation of the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, with its exceptionally stringent requirements for both materials and craftsmanship, renders successful production exceedingly rare, which is precisely why Tang San felt at ease in handing over the schematics to Su Wen. In stark contrast, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow is far less demanding, being both easy to manufacture and capable of large-scale production, leading to significant losses. Su Wen received the blueprint, a sense of discomfort gnawing at him. He had no desire to owe anyone a favor. Consequently, he casually tossed his personal token to Tang San, which bore the character for Su. With this token, one could freely exchange for metals at the iron or site. I owe you nothing, Su Wen declared with a stern countenance, contemplating that if Tang San truly stood with the spirit hall, he might reconsider his intent to forego his life. Humph, then let us part ways. Tang San, after speaking, soared into the sky, clutching the token in his hand, a wicked thought brewing in his mind. That scoundrel dares to abduct my sister, he shall reap the consequences. The following day, Su Wen received reports from his subordinates. A man was seen using his token to nearly exhaust the metals from the iron mine. Su Wen regretted his earlier decision to spare Tang San and resolved that the next time they crossed paths, he would surely eliminate him. In the Tindo Empire, within the imperial palace, Shui Qinghe approached the gravely ill Shui Yi emperor, bearing medicine with a visage filled with concern, though his eyes sparkled with mirth. It is time for your medicine, father. Cough, cough, cough. The Shui Yi emperor, groggy, could not suppress a spout of fresh blood. His eyelids felt unbearably heavy, and he longed to succumb to slumber. Shui Qinghe gently blew on the freshly brewed herbal concoction, then offered a spoonful to Shui Ye's lips, watching him sip it slowly. After finishing, the Shui Yu emperor felt considerably more at ease, closing his eyes as he drifted into a deep sleep, unaware that this very potion was the most potent poison. Brother, I have brought the poison Douluo to attend to Father's ailment. A melodious voice rang out as a silver-haired maiden entered the chamber, accompanied by an elderly man clad in green robes. These two were none other than Princess Shueku of the Tindo Empire and the poisoned Douluo, Dugabo. As Dugabo moved to pay his respects, he was halted by Shui Qinghe, who urged, Duga Sr., please forego the formalities and examine Father's condition immediately. Shui Qinghe, his face grave, presented the handkerchief stained with the emperor's blood to Dugabo. Father has coughed up blood again. Without a moment's hesitation, Douluo stepped forward, channeling his soul power into the Shui Emperor's body for examination. After a while, his brow furrowed deeply as he sighed. Your Majesty's health has deteriorated severely. I fear he cannot endure much longer. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed Shui Qing's eyes, quickly masked by an outward expression of concern. Impossible! Shui Ku exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes moistening as she choked out. Father, at this moment, she cast a complex glance at Shui Qing. During their journey, Douluo had gravely warned Shui Ku, Your Highness must be cautious of the Crown Prince. Shui Ku halted in her tracks, perplexed. Why is that? Alas, Douluo. His demeanor somber, articulated his suspicions. I previously examined the Emperor's health. He has been poisoned with a mixed toxin, one of the ingredients of which originates from the Crown Prince's domain. Moreover, do you not find it peculiar? The Emperor has 4 sons. Yet the most promising was initially the second prince, while the other 3 inexplicably perished, leaving only the Crown Prince unscathed. Do you not find this suspicious? These words struck a chord within Shui Ku, leaving her in stunned silence for a long moment, for the greatest beneficiary of this situation could only be her elder brother. 184. The Soul Ring transformed into Soul Power experiment at the Spirit Hall, in Tang Xi's research chamber. Tang Xi held a distinctive metallic instrument, her face etched with deep frustration. Scattered across the table were numerous discarded drafts, intricate calculations, and an array of modern devices that she had meticulously developed. The sole advantage of this continent lay in the ability to utilize soul power for the intricate components of metallic instruments. Nearby, on another table, lay the lifeless carcass of a soul beast, above which rested a crystal sphere, resplendent and translucent. Surrounding it were numerous specialized iron stones, arranged in a conical formation. Within the crystal sphere resided a terrifying reservoir of soul power, akin to the body of the soul beast, capable of ceaselessly absorbing soul energy. Currently, this sphere contained approximately 80,000 years worth of soul power. Its interior was ingeniously designed, featuring iron wires and chips, resembling a dantian, capable of continuously compressing and intensifying soul energy. Tang Xi referred to this remarkable creation as the soul absorption crystal. Tang Xi was troubled by how to extract all the soul rings from the recently deceased and transform them into soul power. A sudden spark of inspiration struck her as she recalled an article she had read about an experiment proving the existence of soul projection. With this newfound insight, Tang Xi immersed herself in her work. 1 month later, Tang Xi constructed an enormous iron sphere, its metallic surface intricately woven with an array of wires, each delicately linking to another apparatus, a generator. The sphere featured a small entrance, spacious enough to accommodate an individual, and was secured at both ends by a towering iron frame that allowed for unfettered rotation. Surrounding the framework were numerous soul-absorbing crystals, with a particularly exquisite yellow crystal perched at the upper section. Nearby, a soldier trembled in fear, having been seized by Tang Xi for experimental purposes. Tang Xi smiled at him apologetically, stating, "You must make a small contribution to my experiment." With a swift motion, she severed the soldier's throat, leaving him with an expression of sheer terror in his final moments. Without so much as a blink, Tang Xi placed him into the metallic sphere. She then activated the engine, causing the sphere to begin spinning autonomously. A series of crackling electric sounds erupted, and visible streaks of lightning flickered in the air. As the metallic sphere accelerated, Tang Xi could even sense the surrounding air slowly distorting. All the soul-absorbing crystals trembled, especially the one at the top, which quivered with increasing intensity. Tang Xi adeptly harnessed the magnetic field to swiftly extract the soul energy, transformed from the soul rings, from the deceased body. Through her observations over the past few days, Tang Xi discerned that upon a soul master's demise, a faint soul energy emanates from their being, albeit at a sluggish pace. As each second ticked by, she remained vigilant, refraining from closing her eyes for fear of missing any crucial information. Soon, the iron ball gradually ceased its rotation, and a substantial amount of soul energy was absorbed into the soul absorption crystal. A faint white circle emerged in the center of the advanced soul absorption crystal, indicating that it had absorbed at least a decade's worth of soul energy. This soul master had recently transcended to level 30, with a collective cultivation of 3,000 years across all soul rings. The extraction yielded merely a decade's worth of soul beast energy from a 3,000-year cultivation, reflecting an extraction rate of only 1%. Nonetheless, this marked a commendable beginning. Tang Xi settled down with a sigh of relief, having made a small yet significant stride in extracting soul rings from the deceased. In the future, this would considerably diminish the mortality rate of soul beasts. The soul power sharing experiment could entirely harness the abilities of soul beasts without leading to their demise. Whereas the effect of soul rings derived from absorbing soul power via soul crystals was akin to that of conventional hunting and seizing soul rings from soul beasts. The distinction between the two eluded Tang Xi. Perhaps it was simply a manifestation of the laws of this world. Only through sacrifice could the true prowess of a soul beast be unleashed, while soul rings obtained through slaughter could not exceed 30% of the beast's innate strength. For instance, a 50,000-year-old flying soul beast, if willing to engage in soul power sharing or sacrifice, would endow its flight ability with a speed comparable to that of the soul beast, or perhaps extend the duration of its flight. Conversely, abilities acquired through the slaughter of a soul beast could only manifest up to 50% of the beast's original power. These insights were gleaned from her experiments involving soul beasts and soul masters, and she had now developed the capacity to compel soul beasts to willingly participate in soul power sharing. Furthermore, through the soul hunting initiative, the Spirit Hall had also bred numerous soul beasts, facilitating Tang Xi's experiments. Many of the findings she had produced were not intended for immediate disclosure, as such revelations could pose grave dangers to soul beasts. Forcing soul beasts into soul power sharing would only incite soul masters to fervently pursue the abilities derived from 100,000-year soul beasts. Subsequently, she planned to visit the Star Do Forest to consult with the Beast God Emperor, Tian. Once these tasks were completed, Tang Xi rested her head upon the table with a deep sigh. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from the door, and a maid's voice softly called out. Lady Tang Xi, His Holiness the Pope requests your presence. This remark startled Tang Xi, for her mentor seldom disturbed her unless there was a matter of great importance. Oh, indeed, the changes within the Tindo Palace from the original narrative. As Tang Xi entered the papal chamber, Bibi Dong was anxiously pacing back and forth, her brow furrowed in concern. The moment she spotted Tang Xi, a semblance of relief washed over her tension. She hurried forward and grasped Tang Xi's hand, saying, Little Xi. At this moment, Shuer and Su Wen are in the Heavenly Do Imperial Palace. I fear they may be in danger. Even though a considerable number of Spirit Hall Soul Masters have been dispatched, I still feel an unsettling apprehension. Tang Xi gently patted the teacher's back and inquired about the situation in the Heavenly Do Empire. Teacher, who currently opposes Shuer's ascension to the throne. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong let out a cold snort. The Snow Knight Emperor is gravely ill, and Shuer has grown close to Su Wen. The royal nobles have sensed something amiss and have now united to petition for Shuer to inherit the throne. Shuer finds it difficult to act against her, and so she has been biding her time. Tang Xi bowed her head in contemplation for a moment. Before long, she leaned closer to Bibi Dong's ear and whispered something. Bibi Dong's expression shifted, her gaze toward Tang Xi filled with remorse. At this juncture, this was the only method to minimize the losses of the Spirit Hall. Though it would indeed place a burden upon you, dear Xi. Tang Xi smiled and shook her head. I am not aggrieved. I simply have to leave again after this matter is resolved. Bibi Dong lamented. How long will you be gone this time? Tang Xi gazed out of the window, her eyes tinged with a somber melancholy. You know, teacher, my time is running short. 1 week later, within the chambers of the Heavenly Do Imperial Palace, the Snow Knight Emperor lay weakly upon his bed, accompanied by Xueqinghe and Su Wen. At that moment, a subordinate entered to report that outside, Princess Shueku had arrived with Tang San, Dugabo, and Yang Wudi, while the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and Shrek Academy were stealthily approaching. In a fit of rage, Xueqinghe crushed the teacup in his hand. This is outrageous. Su Wen, his gaze dark and brooding, turned and swept his sleeve, declaring, Dispatch the Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall. If they dare to break in, eliminate them all. Is there truly a need for such measures? A clear, melodious voice resonated from the hidden door, startling the soldiers outside, as the young girl in red seemed to materialize out of thin air. Tang Xi slowly emerged, a smile gracing her lips as she spoke. The Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall must not venture this way. I possess a means to compel those outside to willingly acknowledge that my elder brother, the Crown Prince, is the most suitable heir to the throne. All I ask of you is to buy me some time. Tang Sen cast a fierce gaze upon the soldier before him, who, encased in armor, brandished a spear that obstructed the path of the crowd. Dugabo produced his distinctive guest token and urged the soldier to step aside. We have urgent matters to discuss with His Majesty. The commanding officer of the soldiers coldly replied, His Majesty is resting. His Highness the Crown Prince has decreed that no one is allowed to enter the palace and disturb him. Those who defy this order shall face execution without mercy. Shueku stepped forward with a fierce glare. Do you mean even I shall face such a fate? The soldier captain, upon recognizing the countenance of Princess Shueku, remained impassive and replied, Your Highness, please do not put me in a difficult position. Dugabo was momentarily taken aback. After all, she was a princess. How dare they obstruct her? Yet the soldier captain's face remained as stoic as water, showing no intention to yield. Tang San's lips moved as he silently inquired of Dugabo, Have you ever encountered these soldiers? Dugabo shook his head in response. They all appear quite unfamiliar. Tang San felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Yet he stepped forward and retrieved a golden medal from the enchanting knight of the 24 bridges under the moonlight. If the golden medal of the esteemed Dugu is insufficient, then perhaps you might consider whether my medal is worthy of entry? What Tang San retrieved was indeed the golden medal that Xueqinghe had given him back then, while its design bore slight differences from the medal of Dugabo. The captain of the soldiers was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at the golden medal in Tang San's hand, somewhat bewildered, hesitating on whether to grant entry to Tang San and his companions. Tang San stepped forward a few paces and lowered his voice. There has been a change. The Crown Prince has altered his decision. Quickly, allow us entry. The soldier displayed a conflicted expression but ultimately took a few steps back and gestured for those behind to clear the way. Shueke's gaze was icy as she observed the group of soldiers. It appeared they all adhered to her elder brother's commands, indicating the extensive reach of his influence. It was surprising that her sister was coming. Why hadn't she mentioned it to me? A clear, melodious voice resonated, drawing their attention to its source. Xiao Wu was approaching them with measured strides. He remained as handsome as ever, his sincere demeanor unchanged, exuding an approachable aura. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon seeing him again, Shueke felt an unsettling chill coursing through her. Two elderly figures trailed behind Xiao Wu, neither adorned in royal attire, both clad in simple garments. Though Tang Xi could not discern much about them, he noticed the sudden tension in the body of the poisoned Douluo beside him, indicating that the strength of these two individuals surpassed that of titled Douluos. Accompanying Xiao Wu on his right was a youth clad in a black robe. Yet his features remained obscured. Tang Xi found the man in black to be strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the sensation he had experienced with Su Wen from the Spirit Hall. Tang Xi's heart trembled. It was Su Wen. He stepped forward to explain, "Your Highness, the princess has invited me here specifically to examine the poison that afflicts His Majesty. Might we be permitted to enter and administer treatment?" Xiao's expression shifted slightly as he replied coolly, "There is no need for you to trouble yourself with my father's affairs, dear brother. Since you have come to the palace with such difficulty, allow me to host you instead so that we may engage in a more meaningful conversation." Tang Xi gazed calmly at Xiao Wu, and with a sudden, deep sigh, he remarked, "It seems that those guarding this place must indeed be members of the Spirit Hall, Your Highness." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu chuckled lightly. "Perhaps my dear brother has misunderstood. I have merely invited the members of the Spirit Hall to attend to our father's ailment. However, this is a restricted area of the palace, and I hardly possess such authority." Xiao scoffed disdainfully, having seen through her elder brother's facade. "How modest of you. Brother, what is there that you would not dare, having even poisoned our father? I fear that our late fourth brother, who met with tragedy years ago, may have fallen victim to your treachery." 187 Prelude to the Palace coup. Tang Xi intervened to halt Xiao, who was in a fit of anger, and stepped forward with a faint smile. "His Highness the Crown Prince merely seeks to conceal the Emperor Shui's transgressions by forbidding us from treating him. Such beastly conduct truly opened my eyes." Xiao Wu, however, did not respond with anger to Tang Xi's words. Instead, his expression bore a hint of regret. "What a pity it is that a talent like yours must be stifled here. Tang Xi, are you truly so astute that you fail to comprehend? You have divulged all my matters. Is it conceivable that I would let you escape unscathed? Why must you put yourself in such a position?" Tang Xi smiled faintly, speaking with an air of calmness. "I have never deemed it worthy to associate with someone like you. I fight solely to protect the justice that resides within my heart." To fight for the justice within one's heart? The cloaked figure stirred, unveiling a finely chiseled, austere visage that left those below momentarily entranced by the striking handsomeness of the man before them. Su Wen felt a wave of disdain at Tang Xi's earlier words. His brow furrowed in incredulity as he retorted, "If those who ally with the Spirit Hall are all beasts, then what of your sister, Tang Xi? How amusing it is, your notion of justice. Yet your hands are stained with blood as well. What differentiates evil from justice is merely a fleeting thought in the minds of mortals." Tang Xi clenched his fists tightly, harboring an innate animosity towards the Spirit Hall, as if he were destined to be its adversary. Had it not been for the Spirit Hall, his parents would not have been torn apart, and his father would not have been expelled from the sect. The haunting images of Xiao Wu sacrificing herself for him repeatedly surfaced in his mind, causing his eyes to redden. Even though he understood that these were mere figments of a dream, the anguish felt all too real, augmenting his hatred for the Spirit Hall with each painful recollection. Tang Xi approached with a sullen expression, confronting the Spirit Hall's arrogance. "You resort to tyranny, mercilessly exterminating those who refuse to submit to your will, while systematically eliminating any dissenting forces. Can you not see how despicable your actions are?" Tang Xi advanced step by step to confront Su Wen, each movement becoming increasingly burdensome, as if the very air had thickened with tension. Su Wen wore a derisive smile, dismissively stating, "It is well known that our Spirit Hall voluntarily awakens the spirits of commoners, granting them the opportunity to rise above the masses. Furthermore, Soul Masters can receive complimentary support from the Spirit Hall, and we actively eradicate all evil Soul Masters. Is all this what you deem malevolent? Our positions merely differ. I shall ask you once more, Tang Xi, will you join the Spirit Hall?" With a scoff, Tang Xi boldly approached, defiantly challenging Su Wen. "Perhaps I am blinded by hatred. Indeed, the existence of the Spirit Hall carries significance, yet I would rather die than submit to it." As his words echoed, an object suddenly flew from behind Tang Xi, soaring towards the sky with a brilliant red light, accompanied by a piercing shriek. This was Tang Xi signaling for help. His expression shifted from calm to furious as he commanded, "Capture Tang Xi and Princess Xiao for their rebellion." An elder behind Snoqing has swiftly emerged, darting towards Tang Xi and his companions like lightning, one targeting Douluo while another lunged at Tang Xi. In midair, a magnificent spectrum of colors intertwined with an unparalleled surge of soul power erupted. 9 resplendent soul rings appeared around them. Surrounding soldiers quickly encircled the four, with Yang Wudi positioning himself protectively in front of Shrek. In the chamber of the Heavenly Do Palace, Tang Xi was using needles to alleviate the potent poison afflicting Emperor Shuyu. Coughing violently, the emperor sweated profusely, expelling blood with each convulsion. As he teetered on the brink of consciousness, Tang Xi retrieved a pill from a sapphire and administered it to Emperor Shuyi. Tang San excels in the art of poison crafting, yet as his sister, how could she not also possess a similar proficiency? The toxic substance contained within this pill has the capacity to temporarily restore the Snow Knight Emperor's vitality, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary individual. However, after a brief period, his organs will inevitably succumb to failure, leading to his demise. As the Snow Knight Emperor drowsily opened his eyes, Tang Xi's gaze transformed into a vivid crimson, and with a subtle smile, she whispered, "Headbone soul skill, parasite." Outside, Xue Qinghe extended his hand, exerting a gentle force, and a formidable pressure akin to surging tides enveloped them. Tang San's complexion turned pale as he staggered back a few steps. Should he fail to confront this force head-on, retreating might result in the pressure completely overwhelming him, thereby significantly diminishing his strength. Therefore, as he retreated, Tang San unleashed his god of death domain, enveloping himself, Douluo, Yang Wudi, and Shueku in a radiant blue-silver light. Shueku glanced around, realizing that soldiers had encircled them completely, regrettably, as a support-type soulmaster. She felt powerless to offer any assistance. Tang San forcefully broke free from the constraints of pressure, subsequently retreating using the ghost shadow perplexing track. Douluo and Yang Wudi exchanged a glance, their understanding transcending words, clearly indicating their shared intent, indicative of their greater battle experience. As Tang San retreated, both individuals simultaneously sensed the chilling aura of the god of death's domain, their bodies becoming remarkably agile. With a surge of spirit, they both stepped inward, sheltering Shueku between them. The leftmost serpent spear Douluo stood over 9 meters tall, his slender frame remarkably straight. Upon releasing his martial soul, a serpent spear, towering approximately 2 meters, materialized in his grasp. The spearhead curved, its sharp tip bifurcating like a serpent's tongue, and the weapon itself was adorned with a menacing array of 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black, casting a terrifying presence around him. This titled Douluo appeared to be an embodiment of the spear itself, lunging directly toward Douluo, leaving behind an ethereal trail of afterimages that rendered his movements unpredictable. The other, a fierce-looking Douluo of average height and a robust waist, bore an intimidating visage. However, upon the release of his martial soul, his body inflated as if inflated by air, countless purple spikes erupting from his form, covering his surface. His spirit ring configuration mirrored that of the previous titled Douluo, yet his appearance was far more menacing. Douluo was the first to act, issuing a low growl, "Martial soul, true form." The Bai Lin Snake Emperor martial soul was unleashed, emerald scales enveloping his body, transforming his exposed skin into a verdant layer. The scales encasing him testified to his titled Douluo-level prowess. Suddenly, a surge of green mist erupted from Douluo, swirling as if possessing consciousness, deftly avoiding Tang San and Yang Wudi, while simultaneously dispersing in all directions. In a bizarre turn of events, the serpent spear Douluo, initially charging toward Douluo, abruptly thrust the spear into the ground, altering his trajectory mid-flight and redirecting the spear toward Yang Wudi. Meanwhile, the inflated Douluo propelled himself off the ground, intersecting with the serpent spear Douluo. He inhaled deeply, his third spirit ring glowing, and astonishingly consumed the toxic green mist released by Douluo, leaving not a single drop behind. As the horrifying toxin coursed through him, the Douluo's body radiated a bluish glow, the purple spikes now tinged with a deep green hue, effectively channeling Douluo's potent poison into his own spikes. Suwen transmitted a message to Xue Qinghe beside him, advising against revealing her angel martial soul until the critical moment. Xue Qinghe nodded earnestly, her expression grave as she observed the chaotic battle. As Suwen advanced, a brilliant light erupted from him, vibrant soul rings spiraling upward from his feet until the 6th ring appeared. All combatants instinctively halted their assaults, captivated by the spectacle before them, the crimson glow illuminating their faces. 200,000-year spirit rings. How was this possible? The 7th spirit ring shimmered, and the sky was abruptly shrouded in dark clouds, the black mist surrounding Suwen expanding relentlessly until he became one with it. The mist, seemingly sentient, avoided Xue Qinghe and the soldiers, converging menacingly upon Tang San and his companions, ensnaring them in its grasp. The moment Tang San made contact with the shroud of black mist, vivid images of Xiao Wu's forced sacrifice intertwined with his thoughts, tormenting him with an anguish that seemed unending. Xue Qinghe smiled gently. Suwen's 7th soul skill may lack substantial offensive power, yet it wielded a far more terrifying threat, for it invoked the deepest fears harbored within the heart, relentlessly replaying them in the mind, inflicting unbearable torment that could drive one to madness. Suwen's 7th soul skill struck at the very essence of the soul, leaving the body unharmed while the spirit succumbed to a profound loss of self. The black mist enveloped Tang San and his companions, though one could faintly discern their faces contorted in agony. Shueku sat on the ground, weeping inconsolably. while Yang Wudi sat in a daze, lost in his own thoughts. Dagubo fared slightly better. His brow furrowed, as if he were striving to break free from the shackles of his inner demons. Tang San, consumed by despair, knelt helplessly on the ground. His face contorted in anguish as he finally cast his gaze toward the heavens and let out a piercing howl. No one could fathom the depths of suffering Tang San was enduring. Even Xue Qinghe was intrigued by the source of his profound torment. A radiant, multicolored light enveloped the four, dispelling the ominous darkness that clung to them, pulling them back from the clutches of their inner demons, though the residual effects were overwhelming. Xueku was rendered speechless by her tears, recalling the kindness her elder brother had always shown her. His unwavering affection now overshadowed by the terrible prospect of facing him as an adversary. Guilt surged within her, threatening to shatter her very being. Meanwhile, Dagubo was haunted by memories of his son and daughter-in-law, lost to the ravages of battle, returning him to the heart-wrenching moment of bidding farewell to the living. His heart was steeped in sorrow, leaving him devoid of the will to fight. In Tang San's mind, visions of Xiao Wu's countless sacrifices played before him, while Tang Xi's impending demise at the age of 25 loomed ominously in his thoughts. The anguish of losing family and loved ones gripped his throat like a vice, suffocating him. This was the essence of Su Wen's seventh soul skill, stripping one of their desire to fight and ensnaring them in an inescapable web of despair. When Ning Fingji arrived, he was met with the desolate and tormented scene of the four. Tang San, regaining his senses first, rose with a dark expression etched across his face. In the realm of the god of death, his eyes glowed crimson like a frenzied demon, yearning to rend Su Wen before him into oblivion. The Shrek Academy reinforcements arrived one after another, having dealt with the ambushing soldiers along the way. The sword Douluo wielded the seven-killing sword, dispatching the soldiers that surged toward him. As Xiao Wu reached the scene, she instinctively threw herself into Tang San's embrace. Her voice laced with concern. "I missed you so much. How have you been, brother?" Tang San's reason returned, and as he gazed upon the little figure in his arms, tears involuntarily welled up, prompting him to hold Xiao Wu tightly. He choked out, "Xiao Wu, I am truly terrified of the day you might leave me." Not only had the members of Shrek Academy arrived, but those from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had come as well. And even disciples of the Tang sect were present. The soldiers of the Spirit Hall were all defeated one by one. While Su Wen and Xue Qinghe remained remarkably calm above, Ning Rongrong hurried over to comfort Xueku, pulling her back from the depths of guilt. After a long while, when Xueku finally regained her composure and looked at Xue Qinghe with tear-filled eyes, she discovered the disappointment reflected in his gaze. Yu Xiaojiang emerged to admonish Xue Qinghe. "Your Highness, you conspired with the Spirit Hall to poison the Snow Knight Emperor. You are unworthy of the throne." Xue Qinghe's previously affable demeanor vanished, replaced by a chilling response, "I did not. Who dares to slander my son?" A resonant and powerful voice echoed from the entrance as the Snow Knight Emperor, pale-faced, slowly stepped forward. "How can this be? The Snow Knight Emperor?" Ning Rongrong gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, while Oscar felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yu Xiaojiang lost his composure entirely. Had the Snow Knight Emperor not been on the brink of death? How could he still have the strength to walk out? Xueku, brimming with excitement, rushed over. "Father, you are all right." Just as she reached to grasp the Snow Knight Emperor's arm, he forcefully shook her off. A sharp sound resonated as his palm struck her, leaving a red mark on her face. Stunned, Xueku was overwhelmed by tears cascading from her eyes. The Snow Knight Emperor thundered, "Unfilial daughter, you surrounded this place with so many people. Do you intend to rebel?" Cough, cough. Blood spurted from his mouth as he covered it, and Xue Qinghe hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Meanwhile, Su Wen politely inclined his head to the Snow Knight Emperor, his expression darkening as he spoke. "Your Majesty, we of the Spirit Hall have honored our promise to cure your ailment. Yet your people have misunderstood us and have instead attacked those on my side. What I seek now is but an explanation." Ning Fingji approached in confusion, asking, "Your Majesty, could you please clarify this for us?" Tang San's heart trembled, and as he beheld the faint smile at the corner of Su Wen's lips, everything became clear to him. They had all fallen into the trap set by the Spirit Hall. Their intent was to frame Shrek Academy in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with charges of rebellion. The Snow Knight Emperor was so enraged that he spat blood, taking a long while to recover before exclaiming loudly, "Is there any fault in my son, Xue Qinghe, marrying the Saintess Tang Xi of the Spirit Hall? Even if it were poison, am I not standing here in good health? Is it not true that some of you covet my throne and have thus incited my daughter to rebel?" As his words echoed, the soldiers knelt in unison, with the captain leading the cries of, "Your Majesty, spare us." Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were both taken aback, covering their mouths in shock as they exclaimed together, "Tang Xi is to be wed to the crown prince." Boom. Tang San's mind was a blank. His eyes reddened to the point where the blood vessels were visible. Ning Fingji smiled and said, "It appears to be a misunderstanding. Since His Highness the Crown Prince intends to wed the holy maiden Tang Xi of the Spirit Hall, I extend my heartfelt congratulations for your future happiness. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect vows everlasting loyalty to His Highness and shall never betray." Behind him, the Bone Douluo felt discontent and wanted to voice his thoughts. But Ning Fingji restrained him, shaking his head in resignation. Flinder's complexion fluctuated between green and pale, while the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect had escaped unscathed. The reputation of Shrek Academy as a rebellious entity had been firmly established. Xueqing has stepped forward to ease the tension, remarking that everyone was merely concerned for the safety of the emperor and had no ill intentions. Am I correct, Director Flinder? Upon saying this, Xueqing has smiled at Flinder, who felt an inexplicable eeriness emanating from that grin. Flinder, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly affirmed, yes, it is all a misunderstanding. Shrek Academy will also remain eternally loyal to His Highness. In the background, Ma Hongjun helplessly facepalmed, lamenting, Director, where has your backbone gone? The Snow Knight Emperor coughed several times, his expression somewhat troubled. He was pleased with their responses and slowly added, I shall not hold this matter against you. In the future, do not speak of my son Xueqing. He is my first heir to the throne. He then declared, you may all leave. I am weary and wish to return to rest. After uttering these words, the Snow Knight Emperor turned without looking back, while Xueqing assisted him into the chamber. The Emperor lifted his head, displaying a petulant expression. How was that, dear brother? Did I perform well? Currently, the Snow Knight Emperor was entirely under the influence of Tang Xi's soulbone skill, which had parasitically controlled his consciousness. Xueqing had chuckled softly, initially wanting to kiss him, but found himself unable to do so in light of Tang Xi's aged appearance. Nevertheless, you did quite well, resolving a significant dilemma for me. Following this commotion, no one within the Tindo Empire would dare oppose his ascension, and both the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and Shrek Academy would likely remain compliant. The only uncertain variable remained the Rising Tang sect. Xueqing pondered whether Tang San could be retained, despite being Little Xi's brother. Tang San harbored considerable hostility towards the Spirit Hall, and his extraordinary talent posed a potential threat. Perhaps it would be wise to observe for a while longer. Tang San halted Su Wen, who was about to depart, and questioned him vehemently. Why is Tang Xi to be wed to Xueqing? Fueled by an authentic fury, Tang San lunged forward, seizing Su Wen by the collar, his usual grace and composure utterly shattered. Xiao Wu gasped, rushing to restrain Tang San, urging, Brother San, let us discuss this later. Su Wen scoffed coldly, retorting, isn't it her duty as the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall? Would it not be preferable to be the crown princess of the Heaven Do Empire, basking in endless wealth and splendor? This statement provoked Tang San, who retaliated with a punch, which Su Wen, refusing to evade, endured with stoic resolve. Tang San, on the brink of despair, bellowed in fury. Why did you previously tell me that you and Tang Xi were together? And yet you swiftly sent her off for a marriage alliance to secure the support of the Tindo Empire. Is she merely an object? Why do you treat her this way? Su Wen, with a cold smirk, delivered a punch to Tang San, relishing the sight of his utter hopelessness. As for Xueqing, being a woman, he could not bring himself to believe that Qian Rinxue would abscond with his wife. Before departing, Su Wen left a final remark. If you wish for Tang Xi to find happiness in the future, keep your distance from her. It seems that the Spirit Hall and Shrek Academy are destined to be incompatible. Next time, he would show no mercy, slowly tormenting Tang San to the point of wishing for death. Tang San's next opportunity is likely the heart of the Sea God. The key to unlocking the Sea God's legacy, the vast ocean's protective shield. 192 Marital Alliance. Tang San knelt helplessly on the ground, as Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun rushed over to console him. However, none dared to mention the potential advantages of Tang Xi's marriage alliance, for the Tindo royal family was a labyrinthine entity, and they feared for Tang Xi's safety within its confines. Yet what truly disgusted Tang San was not merely this, but rather the fact that Su Wen, after having toyed with Tang Xi, discarded her like a forsaken pawn, sending her into a marriage to extract her final worth. She was his beloved sister, cradled in his palm, yet subjected to the whims of this unscrupulous crowd. How could he possibly endure such a fate? Nevertheless, the Spirit Hall was a formidable power, and with his current strength, he found himself utterly powerless against them. Tang San's gaze darkened as he clenched his teeth and vowed, the Spirit Hall, I swear to fight you to the very end. The following day, Tang Xi, in control of the body of the Snow Knight Emperor, announced his abdication, appointing Xueqing as the new emperor. After Xueqing ascended the throne, the Snow Knight Emperor unexpectedly fell gravely ill and passed away. In this moment, Xueqing declared that the matter of the alliance would be postponed for 3 years, during which he would observe mourning for the late emperor. A decision that garnered the favor of the people. With the control over the Snow Knight Empress finally concluded, Tang Xi let out a long sigh of relief, thinking, I can finally enjoy myself. Tang Xi rolled over on the bed, her soul bone endowing her with an aura of concealment, allowing her to traverse the imperial palace with impunity. Regrettably, I am burdened with official duties. Otherwise, I would gladly indulge in some playful moments with you. Xueqing set aside the letter in his hand and approached, gently tousling Tang Xi's soft hair before leaning down to kiss her. This tender gesture left a rosy hue on Tang Xi's cheeks, prompting her to tease, Shuer, you look incredibly handsome in your disguise as man. If you were not a woman, I might truly be captivated. She silently added in her heart that Su, that fellow, was far less gentle than her prince brother. Moreover, he was prone to jealousy, often wearing a disgruntled expression whenever he saw her in Shuer's company. Upon returning, he would inevitably pin her down on the bed for a flurry of affectionate kisses. This remark caused Xue Qinghe to pause momentarily. His gaze filled with tender affection for Tang Xi, and for the first time, she lamented not being a man. Tang Xi recalled her brother. It had been a week since the upheaval at the Tindo palace, and it was time for her to return. The reason she had lingered in the palace for so long was to prevent her brother from harboring any suspicions that all of this was her design. Swear, today I must take my leave, lest my brother truly resort to violence against me. Tang Xi, with a face full of desolation, spoke wearily. The mere thought of Tang San's resentful gaze upon her sent shivers down Xue Qinghe's spine. Thus, he gently urged, "It is time to return, otherwise I fear your brother may slay me with merely a glance." Upon recalling this, Tang Xi's eyes dimmed with melancholy. She had once secretly observed her brother, who appeared utterly haggard, tirelessly engrossed in his training, heedless of anyone's pleas. Witnessing Tang Xi's forlorn demeanor, Xue Qinghe felt a pang of sorrow in his heart and embraced her tightly, murmuring his apologies for her plight. In truth, upon learning of Tang Xi's impending union with him, he had felt a flicker of excitement, albeit knowing it to be a mere fade. He had, after all, once loved her openly and sincerely. From his soul guide device, Xue Qinghe retrieved the Hanhai Qiankuan dome and presented it to Tang Xi. The Hanhai Qiankuan dome was an object shaped like a pyramid, emanating a crystalline blue glow. Tang Xi was taken aback when she saw Xue Qinghe pull out the item, and her mind was instantly flooded with the words, Hanhai Qiankuan Jiao. Wasn't this the golden finger of her brother from the original story? The key to unlocking the sea god's inheritance, Hanhai Qiankuan Jiao. Together we shall soar to the divine realm. Xue Qinghe explained. This is a gift from Su Wen, who said it contains the key to the sea god's inheritance. Both Su Wen and I have the divine lineage, but you, little Xi, have yet to receive yours. I sincerely hope you can obtain the sea god's inheritance as well, so we can ascend to the divine realm together. As Xue Qinghe envisioned their future, her eyes sparkled with starlight, while Tang Xi gritted her teeth, seemingly harboring a difficult secret. Ascend to the divine realm? Sensing Tang Xi's unease, Xue Qinghe offered a comforting smile, saying, I understand your concerns. Even if you do not live beyond 25, let me share a secret with you. In the divine realm, every first-tier deity can bring one family member along. My mother and I both possess first-tier divine inheritances, while Su Wen possesses the even more formidable inheritance of a divine king. Are you still worried we won't take you with us to the divine realm? Xue Qinghe's plans were well laid, and finally, Tang Xi revealed a bright smile, filled with anticipation. Is that true? Indeed. When has your prince brother ever deceived you? As she spoke, Xue Qinghe began to tickle Tang Xi, who clutched her stomach in laughter. Ha ha ha, stop it, Xue. I'm ticklish, ha ha ha. Behind every beautiful future lies a harsh reality, yet Tang Xi chose to remain silent, bearing her pain alone. Later, Xue Qinghe instructed Tang Xi to infuse her soul power into the Hanhai Qiankuan Jiao, saying slowly, if this Hanhai Qiankuan Jiao recognizes its master, it signifies that the sea god's inheritance is destined for you. If it does not recognize you, to prevent it from falling into the hands of outsiders. Su Wen mentioned that we would have no choice but to destroy it using annihilating divine power. As Xue Qinghe concluded her words, she cast a chilling glance at the Hanhai Qiankuan Jiao. Tang Xi felt a wave of embarrassment. No wonder Su Wen had entrusted her with the Hanhai Qiankuan Jiao. It was clear now that the intention was to see if it would recognize her as its master on the spot, rather than allowing her to take it home and give Tang San an opportunity to inherit the sea god's legacy. Upon hearing Xue Qinghe's words, the Hanhai Qiankuan Jiao seemed to awaken with consciousness, emitting a blue light that swiftly transformed into a vivid red. The astute Xue Qinghe had never anticipated that a single individual would intrude upon his life. Prior to meeting her, his existence had been shrouded in darkness, with only his grandfather as his anchor. Yet, after encountering her, a ray of light pierced through his previously dismal life, followed by his mother's understanding in the smooth ascension to the throne, ushering in an unprecedented era of happiness and joy. Everything blossomed with the arrival of that girl. Tang Xi will never know what Xue Qinghe did after she fainted. This remains a secret belonging solely to Xue Qinghe. The author has developed a slight fondness for the pairing of Tang Xi and Qian Renxue, and those who do not appreciate it may skip these segments. The official pairing, however, remains Tang Xi and Su Wen. When Qian Renxue assumes the appearance of Xue Qinghe, she will be referred to as Xue Qinghe. When in her original form, she will be addressed by her original name. In the vast expanse of the Hanhai Qiankuan Zhuang, Tang Xi, upon regaining consciousness, realizes she finds herself in a triangular, enclosed space, with a surface resembling an ocean beneath her feet. Tang Xi felt a surge of confusion. Could it truly be so simple to acknowledge a master? Could it be that I have genuinely seized the opportunity to usurp my brother's position as the sea god? As these thoughts occupied her mind, an ancient yet vigorous voice resonated. You young girl certainly has grand aspirations. From the depths of the ocean, a figure emerged as the water receded, revealing the visage of the sea god. Clutching a trident, he appeared as a middle-aged man in his early 40s. His flowing azure hair interspersed with strands of white. Tang Xi's smile froze in place, as the two characters, sea gods, suddenly flashed through her mind. Coming to her senses, Tang Xi was astonished. What kind of luck was this? She had encountered the god of life, the god of destruction, the angel god, and even the sea god. Alas, her rebirth in the Douluo continent was not in vain. Having met so many deities, she felt no regrets in death. However, among the myriad of gods she had encountered, the sea god possessed the least appealing appearance. Tang Xi wore a look of astonishment, and the sea god, mistaking her reaction as admiration for his form, suddenly adopted a somewhat haughty demeanor. You, little girl, must not entertain thoughts of usurping my divine legacy. The sea god admonished patiently. It would be wise to bestow the vast ocean's protective mantle upon Tang San. The agony of reliving past experiences is far too excruciating. In an instant, Tang Xi comprehended that the vast sea universe cover had not truly recognized its master. Observing Tang Xi's slight despondence, the sea god offered a reluctant consolation. In truth, you possess remarkable strength. Your ability to endure the might of the vast sea signifies that you have gained its acknowledgement. Alas, you are but a soul from another realm, lacking the fortuitous aura that protects you. By the age of 25, this world's consciousness will inevitably sense your presence and expel you. The sea god's words stirred no emotions within Tang Xi. Instead, she stifled a yawn and, with an air of disinterest, remarked, "The situation is not dire. An early demise leads to an early rebirth." The sea god felt a twinge of embarrassment. Should not humanity aspire to longevity and strength? Why was this girl so indifferent to such concepts? Perhaps he harbored a tinge of envy. Having been a deity for so long was indeed exhausting, and he too longed for liberation. Thus, the sea god continued his persuasion. If you agree to bestow the vast sea universe cover upon Tang San, I shall grant you 2 divine soul rings as a reward. Coincidentally, Tang Xi's soul power had already reached level 69. He could later bestow upon her an additional 3 levels of soul power. Yet, Tang Xi chose to adopt a laid-back attitude, casually stating, "I have no interest in the divinely bestowed soul rings. After all, I can easily acquire a 100,000-year soul ring through the soul-absorbing crystals. Who would still concern themselves with the divine soul rings?" The sea god was taken aback, unable to fathom such disinterest. Consequently, he intensified the rewards and continued to entice. How about a divine soul ring, an enhancement in soul ring longevity, and a promotion of 3 levels in soul power? Tang Xi remained unfazed, and the sea god pondered. Why is this not following the established script? Is not Tang San your brother? Do you not feel a twinge of guilt for seizing your brother's fortune? With such reasoning, Tang Xi should surely acquiesce. However, the contrary unfolded. Tang Xi said softly, "Even if I were to bestow the sea god's shield upon my brother, Su Wen is ever eager to eliminate Tang San. If you were to discover that my brother has inherited the sea god's position, do you truly believe he would not ambush him along the way? Do I possess the capability to contend with Su Wen, who wields the power of dual divine thrones? After all, he is a first-level deity. It is astonishing that such fundamental considerations have escaped your mind." She cast him a look of incredulity. The sea god was taken aback. His thoughts were solely fixated on swiftly transferring the sea god's title to Tang San, neglecting the existence of Su Wen. In the past, the god of life and the god of destruction sought to avert tragedy by emulating the Azura god, bringing forth the fated souls imbued with luck from another realm to the Douluo continent. This would ensure the divine realm was graced with 2 formidable beings. The fusion of the powers of the god of life and the god of destruction would yield an incomprehensibly terrifying creative force. It was this oversight that led the sea god to begin appreciating the young woman before him, prompting him to inquire earnestly, "What conditions do you believe I should offer to ensure you would grant the sea god's shield to Tang San?" Tang Xi lowered her head in contemplation and retorted, "It's quite simple. Let's turn the tables." Observing the bewildered expression of the sea god, Tang Xi revealed a smile. "All I ask is to participate in the sea god's 9 trials. Is that all?" The sea god sighed deeply and advised, "The sea god's 9 trials are exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, I can assure you that apart from the sea god's position, the golden trident in the vast sea cosmos shield will not belong to you. Yet, the other rewards will certainly rival those of Tang San, and may even surpass them. But you must be fully aware of the challenges that lie ahead." The sea god presumed that Tang Xi still coveted the position of sea god, only to hear her say, "How could I possibly covet my brother's sea god position? He is destined to be the dual god king, while I am merely a small, solitary soul in this vast world. All I can do is alter the original fate of the Douluo continent. If I am not mistaken, esteemed sea god, you hail from the future, do you not? Otherwise, how could you possibly know what is to come?" Her words struck a chord with the sea god, who displayed a hint of astonishment. She had indeed guessed correctly that he was from the future. Simultaneously, he admired Tang Xi's bravery. How challenging it is to endeavor to change the original fate of the Douluo continent. At merely 20 years of age, why would she wish to undertake such arduous and thankless tasks? The sea god found it difficult to comprehend. He felt that the young girl before him possessed a breadth of vision far beyond his own. Although Tang Xi cannot inherit the position of the sea god, she is highly recognized by the heart of the sea god, which even acknowledges her as the most suitable candidate for the role. After a long pause, the sea god sighed and remarked, "I can agree to your terms. To be honest, you truly impress me." Tang Xi forced a smile and replied, "I can only present the sea god's shield to my brother upon entering the sea god island. I am aware that this place harbors the essence of the sea god's inheritance and the source of the sea god's power. The sea god felt a tinge of melancholy. Did she not possess even a trace of the desire for possession? Did she not consider her own interest at all? Even he, an outsider, felt a pang of sadness. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Very well, you may use the heart of the sea god as you wish. But please ensure that it is returned to Tang San in the end. Tang Xi nodded solemnly, affirming, yes, I will. With this promise, the figure of the sea god dissipated into the air. Meanwhile, in the outside world, on Tang Xi's forehead appeared a red triangular mark. Shui Qinghe felt a surge of astonishment. It seemed that Xiao Xi had garnered the acknowledgement of the sea god's heart, making the ascent to divinity a conceivable endeavor. When Tang Xi awoke, her head felt somewhat heavy and dazed, and it was Shui Qinghe who helped her to her feet. How long had I been unconscious? Tang Xi reached out to rub her eyes, then touched her lips, feeling a slight swelling there. Shui Qinghe noticed this and felt a twinge of guilt in her heart, ultimately choosing to sleep the entire day away. Upon awakening, Tang Xi gazed out the window to find that night had already fallen. With a beaming smile, Tang Xi cheerfully addressed Shui Qinghe, Shuer, I too can inherit the title of sea god now. It was a benevolent falsehood. Tang Xi wished to spare Shuer any concern and to protect her brother from peril. Shui Qinghe, filled with excitement, gently ruffled Tang Xi's hair and said warmly, then I can be with little Xi forever. If only Su Wen did not exist, then little Xi could truly belong to her alone. The following day, after tidying up, Tang Xi departed from the palace en route to Shrek Academy. Tang Xi donned a delicate light blue dress, with 2 braided pigtails gracefully cascading over her chest. The softly curled strands of hair accentuated her exquisite charm. Her porcelain-like skin and elongated legs contributed to an aura of effortless and vivid beauty in every movement she made. The gentle smile gracing her lips rendered her demeanor warm and approachable. As Tang Xi strolled along the streets of Shrek Academy, she captured the attention of numerous onlookers. In particular, a group of younger female students couldn't help but swoon over her, exclaiming, what a stunning young lady. I am utterly captivated. Tang Xi felt a flush of embarrassment as she unwittingly attracted a throng of younger students behind her. She had no choice but to activate her soul bone ability to conceal her presence. Quietly, she made her way to the room where her brother often meditated and cultivated. The moment she stood at the door, her mental energy detected that Tang San was indeed inside, engrossed in his practice. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Tang Xi withdrew her soul skill and, with a resigned heart, pushed open the door. A fierce gust of wind rushed past her, and when she opened her eyes, she found Tang San, poised with the dragon whisker needle, momentarily frozen as he was about to strike her. Tang Xi, his sister, coming back to his senses. Tang San's eyes had already turned red. He tossed aside the dragon whisker needle and stepped forward to embrace Tang Xi tightly. He cupped her head, drawing her closer to his chest, his arms tightening their grip. Tang Xi, feeling aggrieved, protested softly, brother, your embrace is suffocating me. Tang San did not release Tang Xi. Instead, he embraced her even more tightly.